Welcome to the 2026 Pokémon European International Championships. We're back in London, where thousands of the world's best trainers have come to battle for the title of EU IC champion. Two-time world champions Luminosity Gaming continued their epic season-long IC sweep with a decisive victory in London.
To the middle, and Luminosity Gaming is going to stop them, and they are going to win the AL's Cup.
Patamon is the reigning European International Champion, and his dominance continued through the 2025 season, finishing third at the North American International Championships and claiming second place at the 2025 World Championships.
Look at it go! Give it up for Patamon!
Ryuki Okada demonstrated absolute mastery of the game. His precise decision-making and unwavering composure laid the foundation for an inevitable victory, crowning him last year's international champion.
And now he's come to London and won the whole thing!
Longtime VGC legend Wolf Glick barreled through the competition and added an EU IC win to his historic career.
International Championship and becomes your 2025 European International Champion.
Here we go!
Welcome to the 2026 Pokémon European International Championships. Let the games begin.
Good morning, trainers, and welcome back to day 2 of the 2026 European International Championships.
I do hope you're all nice and rested after yesterday's intense day of action, because we are not going to be stopping today until we've decided our finalists in every game.
But the question is, who's going to make it to Championship Sunday?
Well, in Pokemon Unite, Root Dignitas and Evil Geniuses are both undefeated in the season coming into this tournament, but Kamai Esports looks to be leading the way for the European region.
In Pokemon Go, defending EUIC champion Patamon will be looking to hold on to his title, but our new LAIC champion, Nighttime Clasher, is in a great position to add another trophy to his collection.
Over in the trading card game, we had 3 players finish phase 1 with a perfect 8-0 record, including 2 Japanese players with depth outside the established top 4, Kaido Mitsu with Raging Bolt EX, and Daichi Tamai with Mega Absol Box.
And finally, in the Pokemon video game, Flavio Del Pidio and Paul Chua are both previous EUIC winners with a shot at another title this weekend, whilst Wolf Glick, reigning EUIC champion, is not out of it yet.
But there's only one way to find out, and that is locking in for an entire day of exciting action and joining us as we find out who's going home with the points,
Who's going home with the prizes,
and who's locking in those direct invites to the Pokemon World Championships and Pokemon XP in San Francisco.
So good luck, trainers! You still got everything to play for. Let's get day 2 underway.
Yeah, let's get this party started as we are in day 2 of the Europe International Championships for the 2026 season. My name is Rosemary Kelly and I'm joined by Jamie Boyd. We are so excited to welcome you to our Palentine's Day broadcast, where we get a chance to show you some of the best pals going up against each other, maybe some foes along the way, and some really great Pokemon battles.
If it's anything like yesterday, it's going to be great indeed. We were able to feature some amazing players, some nice innovations coming forward into the meta that I think most people had thought had been solved with just balance and all those kind of teams, but no, there was some really cool picks. There was the Thunderous Incarnate that really put on a show for us from Francesco Piopero. We've been seeing Imprison Indeedee Female pick up a lot to be able to counter hard Trick Room teams. So I'm very, very curious to see what has made it into the phase 2 and if those innovations are going to continue.
Yeah, likewise. I think one of those standouts to me was also the Galarian Moltres that we saw from Joao.
Yep.
And so I think there are definitely plenty of surprises left in store for us as we look towards the remainder of our Phase 2 matches before we get into our single elimination top cut bracket later on today. But for now, we do have 4 more Swiss rounds to show you for Phase 2, and that means that all of our trainers that are going to be sitting, I believe, at a 12-2 record by the end of it all today will be able to make it forward into our single elimination top cut.
Yeah, of course, if you do have an X3 record and you do end up tying with top 8, then it will be an asymmetrical top cut and we'll have to play an extra round of the top 16 to see who will actually advance to the top 8. And I think the numbers are very close if that's going to be the case or not. We'll have to wait and see.
We did just throw an additional number of numbers out there at you, so maybe this visual explainer of what to look forward to from our format video will give you a better view of what to expect today.
Let's dive into the format for Pokémon VGC at the 2026 Pokémon European International Championships. Trainers have traveled far and wide to compete for their share of over $500,000 in prizes and the ultimate title of Pokémon VGC EUIC Champion. The competition takes place over 3 days, battling head-to-head in a best-of-3 Swiss round format with open team sheets. An open team sheet means critical details about each trainer's Pokémon are available to the opponent. Trainers advance to Swiss Phase 2 if they gain more match points than their division threshold. When Swiss completes, the top 8 trainers and up to 8 additional trainers tied with 8th place advance into an asymmetrical single elimination bracket until only 2 finalists remain. These final 2 trainers will compete on Championship Sunday. The trainers are bringing their all to the play tables this weekend, and we will soon see who will claim the trophy and title of EUIC champion. Let's get this tournament started.
And of course, this has not been the first time it's been in that Regulation F format that we're playing in. We had it 2 years ago. We had Nils Dunlop taking it with the P2 Ursaluna that was very, very, kind of out there at the time, and we've been seeing it really pick up into this second round of Regulation F as we go forward, because we've been able to feature it on team already. I'm sure we're going to be featuring it even more as we go.
Yeah, Ursaluna has definitely cropped up to be one of the most popular Pokemon in the format, but alongside of that, when you take a look at some of the heavy hitters, Regidrago has shown up too. And so when we take a look back at some of the events that happened yesterday, I think one of the highlights for me was certainly seeing how some of these Regidrago actually performed. I feel like it was popularized by the team that Justin Tang ended up using in our first return back to Regulation F. But as I think about the Dragon types, I'm also thinking about how Raging Bolt has also been able to do so much in terms of just like the Dragon typing that it has.
I think I've just been incredibly impressed with Raging Bolt when it's had the booster energy as well, because the leftovers, it's nice for recovery, but getting that extra damage on the board, being able to pick up, for example, a one-hit knockout potentially on a Pokemon that has just switched in when the Urshifu could have been Thunderclap. Very, very nicely done here, as we're about to see from Giuseppe, covering the Urshifu, going on the offensive, and also catching that Raging Bolt very, very nicely and knocking it straight out of the game.
Yeah, and that's a rough switch to have to take, and a knockout to also have to take in that game. Giuseppe Musico is going to start today at a 9-0 record after going undefeated in Phase 1 of Swiss, and then, of course, winning out that final round of Swiss yesterday that started Phase 2 of our competition. But another highlight for me is you talk about all of these Dragon types. What about the Fairy types that we still have running around in the meta? And I believe that Fluttermane is still continued to be public enemy #1 alongside that Raging Bolt.
Well, it seems like the trend going into this second round of Regulation F has been the more supportive Fluttermane, just spamming those Thunder Waves to get those full paralyses and the speed control. But we're so used to just how the amount of damage that Choice Specs can do. Or at least we were used to it, and maybe we've forgotten, because if you get a Photosynthesis boost by getting that Sunny Day activated, and then you go for your Terra Fairy, and you also have the Choice Specs, even a bulky Pokemon like Incineroar is not able to survive something as strong as a Fluttermane Moonblast. As we're about to see here, that is what ended up happening, and knocking out that Incineroar in one shot, and critical hit did not matter in the slightest.
Yeah, I remember you actually went back and crunched the numbers trainers to be sure about that calculation as well, because it is one of those things where you have a ton of additional modifiers. You do expect that there's going to be a lot of damage stacking up, but then you see that critical hit, and I feel like everyone always wonders, does that crit actually matter? So, boy, thank you so much for going back and doing the maths for us.
Well, speaking of doing the maths, we can see on the screen right now the top 12 usage for this phase 2. I don't think it's anything too surprising at this point.
No.
It just depends on, well, did Incineroar actually break 50% usage? And yes, it did. And Urshifu Rapid Strike, of course, being able to match with that. These 12 Pokemon, they've been tried and true throughout the entirety of both the first round of Regulation F and also going into the second round.
I mean, this is going to look a little bit different in terms of what the whole of the competition brought to phase 1. And I actually remember seeing Incineroar had dropped down and Urshifu Rapid Strike was on top for the usage stats. But of course, they have started to kind of meet their match a little bit there. And these 12 Pokemon, I feel like any way you slice it, you could put a team of 6 together and be very successful in this format.
Yeah, I think one nice thing that I can see there, if I am doing my maths right, is that Ogerpon Wellspring and Ogerpon Halflame combined is exactly 50%. Which is quite interesting. So, yeah. Well, we saw Cornerstone a little bit yesterday as well, so that could have potentially taken up a little bit of the extra usage. And sorry, Teal Mask, you're not the one this.
Yeah, where's my Teal Mask?
I believed in you 2 years ago, but no, not anymore.
I thought maybe with Defiant there would have been something in there, but it really does feel like even if there is all this Intimidate running around, with Choice Band Landorus also being a little bit more popular, as we saw yesterday on our stream too, that maybe we would have a bit more of that anti-intimidate tech, but that is going to be what is the most popular heading into the remainder of our phase 2 today. We'll see how much has changed as we look towards that top cut as well. But while this is what has actually happened in the tournament, let's take a look at our caster predictions and what we thought would be good. We chose these before we got here to the Europe International Championships and before we saw what our trainers were running. So talk me through your picks. Boy, I think you might have the most spicy of the picks on our caster predictions.
Is that not how I approach my team building every single time?
It is. So it doesn't surprise me that these are spicy,
well,
but you do have the spiciest picks.
I do. Let me start with the one that's probably the least controversial, but I'm going to make it the most controversial because I believe that Heatran is the best Pokemon in the format, and people have not discovered yet why. Zoom Lens Magma Storm is incredibly strong when it connects. And that's what's putting most people off. And it's starting to put me off as well, given how my Birmingham run went. But Heatran, the residual trapping that you have available is just so strong. And it wasn't even that set that was able to go very well for Ashton Cox yesterday. As we saw on stream, it was just a regular old Citrus Berry with Heat Wave instead of Magma Storm. So I don't think that one's the most surprising of those. Obviously, there's the other three. Monkey Dory is the best fake-out Pokemon in the format.
Tell me more.
I make all these claims and no one ever believes me until like 2 years later. Because like you got, what, Roaring Moon is your pick. Mm-hmm. And I believed in the Roaring Moon with the knockoff from Breaking Swipe 2 years ago, back in Toronto 2024. And then 2 years later in Toronto, it ended up winning the regional. So, you know, I was just a little bit late with how I viewed the meta. And just trust, Monkey Dory, it's great. Spreading those poisons, really, really effective.
But speaking of poisons, I do see the Okidogi, and I actually feel like Okidogi and Walking Wake are less spicy, but still a little bit warm in terms of the pick potential. We had Okidogi actually pop up quite a few times with the UK delegates that came over to Toronto.
It does seem to be a UK thing for sure.
Yeah, Jack Clark performed with that Pokemon so well to be able to achieve that top 4. And then Walking Wake, of course, I think has a lot of great synergy when you look at just the photosynthesis that it has. It has a lot of special attack output, and the fact that you can play both in the rain and the sun, I think, does make it a double threat. On my side of things, I also have a photosynthesis Pokemon in that Roaring Moon, and so, yeah, I think that it still has a lot of value as a Tailwind Pokemon. Maybe it gets outclassed just a touch by a Prankster Pokemon like what Lee has with the Whimsicott there, or, of course, the Tornadus that has been the premier Prankster Tailwind user in the format, but I still think that the attack damage is very valuable.
Oh yeah, it definitely is, and it's flexible. Like I mentioned, the knockoff Breaking Swipes are very supportive, was able to win the regional championship just a few weeks ago. but you could also go super offensive with just the attack boosting and maybe Dragon Dance instead of Tailwind with the acrobatics. So yeah, that could be very strong. And you got the Galarian Zapdos as well, which is probably your most anti-meta pick of those. So why did you choose to go for the Galarian Zapdos?
I just think it looks really cool. And I thought it would be a nice counterpart to the Roaring Moon with the wings that it has, or just being a little bit of a road runner. But we do have our players ready to go on stage. So let's look forward to what is going to be happening for our upcoming round of Swiss round number 10. Here are where our players stand. We can see we have 3 undefeated players to start the day. They are all from Italy. That is not a surprise to me whatsoever.
Yeah, our fellow caster Costa predicted that there would be no Italians in the top 8. And I think that he's probably changing his mind even just going straight into this phase 2, given how dominant they are currently being with that triple 9-0 record. And 2 of the same teams in that 9-0, Flavio Dopidio and Francesco Piero, with that really cool Thunderous Incarnate version of the Gouging Fire. Like, we've seen Gouging Fire a little bit in the previous Regulation F, and then people were dismissing it. Oh, it's not very good anymore. But it seems like maybe they found the source that will make it work.
I think so. Howl definitely looked very effective in the times that we saw it on stream. But as we look towards the matchups that we actually have, we are going to be featuring 2 world champions, Wolf Glick from 2016 and Giovanni Siski, our current reigning world champion from 2025.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see Giovanni come on stream now. I believe this will be the first time we'll be featuring him since he has got that world championship title. So I'm very curious to see what he'll be running, because of course the team he ended up using to win the Regulation I World Championship back then, I think people were kind of dismissing it. It's like, we knew from the previous EUIC that Life Orb Koraidon was very strong.
Right.
And then, Koraidon, it's fine. But then ended up winning the World Championship. So as we can see what teams both of our trainers are running. We've already had the introduction. I don't think we need to mention any more. I believe that you do know who Wolf Glick and Giovanni Siski are. But the teams that they're going to be running, I think we've seen a couple of those innovations before.
We have, and so I am very curious to see how they have actually ended up deciding to train these Pokemon. I feel like Wolf, especially when he had his amazing season just last year, he was using a lot of Pokemon that were just good. They were just good, strong Pokemon. I think also thinking back to 2024 as well, but I'm really thinking about the fact that he is the reigning EUIC champion and that he was able to do that with a team of 6 that were just really great. Now, if you take a look at this current iteration of the team that he's using for the 2026 European International Championships, he does have the Torkoal on the team, and the Trick Room on the Farigiraf, but he really does play the speed spectrum well.
Yeah, you've got the very fast Chien-Pao and Fluttermane to be able to go for immediate burst damage very, very quickly, and then, of course, go for that Trick Room to sweep with the Torkoal. The Farigiraf, the Throat Spray set, it was his innovation that brought this to the fore, because he was able to win a regional championship back in the first round of Regulation F with that Throat Spray set, and then a lot of people have jumped onto that as their Farigiraf going forward into this second round, and it's no surprise to see him using it here once again.
I think people realize that the natural bulk that the Farigiraf has, there's also a really nice special attack stat that is included on the build of that Pokemon, and so the Throat Spray definitely helping out after you have used a Hyper Voice to get that additional special attack. Now, for Giovanni Siski, you talk about the Koraidon, who is really great with Sun. He's actually not going to bring that today. In fact, he's just going to be sticking to a more balance-oriented team. The Raging Bolt, not a surprise, next to something like the Fluttermane, but that's where I feel like when you look at those 2 Photosynthesis Pokemon, Wolf might have to be a little bit careful about bringing in that Torkoal, accidentally setting up the Sun for Geo.
Yeah, and if you've got the booster energy available on your Fluttermane, it's almost always going to be speed if it is got supported moves, as this Fluttermane does have. So one would assume that the Fluttermane on Giovanni's side is going to be faster than even in the Sun, than the Fluttermane on the opposing side of the field, so that's not going to be able to stop him going for those Thunder Waves, going for those Icy Winds of speed control. But then if you're going for that in the face of the Farigiraf and it flips the script with the Trick Room, then that could be a bit awkward, but then that's exactly what the Taunt is for on the Fluttermane as well.
Yeah, and that's where I think the Landorus Incarnate can also kind of come in clutch for Geo, because I'm looking at if you are thinking that the Farigiraf and the Torkoal may come just to be able to set the Trick Room or try to offset the speed advantage that Geo's Flutter Mane is going to bring, then Landorus feels like the perfect answer. The fact that it is able to hit super effective Earth Power, Sandsear Storms, even just to get some spread damage, that might be a good Pokemon in this matchup.
Oh yeah, it definitely could be. It's going to be able to threaten knockouts on a lot of Pokemon on Wolf's side of the field, because, for example, there's the Clear Amulet on the Chien-Pao, not the Focus Sash, so depending on how it's trained, the Landorus could be able to one-shot that. It will definitely knock out a Torkoal in one shot. It may not be able to get the Ogerpon, given that it's gone for the more defensive Terra Steel rather than the potentially more offensive Terra Poison to be able to get an extra damage boost on top of your Sludge Bombs. So we'll have to see if that is going to be a crucial Pokemon for Giovanni here. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see the Flutter Mane, because if Wolf's going with the fast mode, you can go for the Thunder Wave Spam, and if he goes for the Ferrograph, you can stop that with the Taunt.
Well, here we go. Our Swiss round number 10 between Giovanni Siski, a reigning world champion, and Wolf Glick, the reigning EUIC champion, as well as the world champion in 2016. Both of our players are on a 7-2 record. If they lose here, they are likely out of contention to make it to the top cut of this tournament. There are a lot of stakes on the line as we enter into this game one.
Yeah, so of course the first turn is going to be crucial. We've got both Flutter Manes on the field immediately, but only the Flutter Mane on Giovanni's side of the field did get that speed boost from the booster energy, and that means that you can go for an Icy Wind and definitely put the Ogerpon slower than the Landorus, opening it up to a Sludge Bomb KO. You can go for a Thunder Wave instead if you're expecting this Ogerpon to go for a Spiky Shield potentially, or if the Ogerpon's going to be going for its Terrestrialization immediately, it would be able to survive this turn guaranteed, because it will be able to get rid of the weakness to the Sludge Bomb and just be able to go on the offensive with an Ivy Cudgel. And then, depending on how the Flutter Mane is trained, it might be able to be knocked out in one shot. However, we've been seeing the very supportive Flutter Manes being run incredibly defensive and can actually survive that attack.
Well, it is going to be a terrestrialization at the bare minimum from this Landorus on Geo's side. So no Terra Poison, as you mentioned. It's going to be the Terra Steel for that extra bit of defense. And Wolf decides to play a little bit safe with this Ogerpon. The Spiky Shield going to keep the Ogerpon safe for now, but the Flutter Mane from Geo is ready to start taking names. The Icy Wind comes out, connects with Wolf's Flutter Mane, and is going to drop its speed just ever so slightly. But where does the speed fall now, as the Landorus is able to outpace thanks to that Icy Wind speed drop? It will move first before that Flutter Mane actually brings it quite low, as a Sandsear Storm is going to connect on that, but the Shadow Ball responds with the Choice Specs right into that Flutter Mane from Geo. Is going to take it out in one hit.
Yeah, very nicely done from Wolf there. Able to take care of all of the support available on Giovanni's side in that Flutter Mane on that turn one. And the Terrestrialization has already been used and was not necessary on that turn. The Ogerpon did not go on the offensive with its Ivy Cudgel, and the Flutter Mane did not lock into a Fairy move instead, so the Shadow Ball's still going to be doing exactly the same amount of damage into that Landorus. You also didn't get the Icy Wind into the Ogerpon, so now it's going to come down to the training of both the Landorus and the Ogerpon of which one will move first. Ogerpon is naturally faster, but if you want to prioritize extra bulk for when you're going for those follow me's to get that survival, then you might be underspinning the Landorus. So that's going to be very, very crucial here. Of course, whatever's going to be coming in on Giovanni's side of the field could help support with that, because the Flutter Mane did get Icy Winded. It will be slower than this Landorus, and could easily be slower, and it will definitely be slower than, I will now say, as we see the Ogerpon Wellspring joining the field for Giovanni, definitely slower than that as well.
So the speed advantage here for Geo, as the Landorus and the Ogerpon still have full HP. But for Wolf, he is locked into this Shadow Ball from the Flutter Mane, and also still has a couple of Pokemon at his disposal in the back where he could shed that speed drop and bring that Flutter Mane back in to re-choose a move and also shed the speed drop.
Yeah, but then you'd have to be opening yourself up to something like a Sandsear Storm on the way in. We saw that Giovanni did go for that on that first turn, respecting the option of the Follow Me. And if you go for Sandsear Storm again, that would ignore it. But of course, there is that shaky accuracy that you do need to contend with. So do you go for the consistency of the Sludge Bomb or the Earth Power? Or do you take that gamble again just to guarantee you bypass Follow Me if it does connect and go for the Sandsear Storm instead?
Maybe the Incineroar switch is going to help out a little bit with the physical damage output of the opposing Ogerpon. We know that Ogerpons have Ivy Cudgel, that's going to be a water type attack, as well as some type of grass attack. For this particular Ogerpon on Geo's side, it is going to be Horn Leech. And so with this Intimidate drop, that is going to be a great way to be able to kind of deal with that. But the Water Absorb is going to actually remove the Ivy Cudgel's ability to get damage down. Sludge Bomb is barely not a KO, and you can see why the Terra Poison is important for the Landorus to actually secure that knockout.
Yeah, but there are, of course, benefits to the Terra Steel defensively that it has over the Poison. But yeah, if it had Terra Poison instead, that would have been a KO'd Ogerpon. And very nicely done from Giovanni again. respecting the Incineroar switching in. The Fluttermane did not go on the offensive and get some extra damage with the Shadow Ball. So now Giovanni's still got full HP on both of his Pokemon here. Yes, the Incineroar has joined the field to get some fake-out pressure exerted. You could easily just go for the Protect and Spiky Shield to be able to avoid that. And then on the next turn, be able to follow up with a KO into the opposing Ogerpon. Because at this point, it can be knocked out by either the Ogerpon or the Landorus very, very comfortably.
Yeah, and even though we do end up seeing the Landorus protect, I feel like really it is on Wolf to try to get himself back into this game based on how much damage he has already taken on the Fluttermane as well as his Ogerpon. So what does Geo decide to do next? It's just going to be another, it's going to be an Ivy Cudgel here from Wolf's Ogerpon, and that's actually going to end up outspeeding the Ogerpon on Geo's side of the field. Geo is still able to finish off Wolf's Ogerpon with that Horn Leech, and that is going to be the first KO in this game.
Yeah, Giovanni's got the better prediction once again on this turn, because that could have just been the double protect to stall out the fake out. But protecting one Pokemon in the face of fake out is always incredibly brave, because if there is a double up into the Pokemon that got faked out and you didn't protect, then that goes horribly wrong. But if you double up into the Pokemon that did protect, that goes incredibly right for you, as we've just seen. The Ogerpon was felled completely to that Horn Leech, and the Ogerpon got away with it. It didn't take any damage for its troubles. Now the Fluttermane, as we mentioned, it got rid of the speed drop. It can come back in and threaten a lot of damage once again, while still, we would assume, outspeeding both of these Pokemon. But instead, we've got the Chien-Pao. Again, should outspeed both of these Pokemon here. But it's got access to the Clear Amulet instead of the Focus Sash. And we know that Landorus is an incredibly strong Pokemon, so depending on how this Chien-Pao is trained, it might be in range of that Earth Power, and so would Incineroar be. It might be forced into its Terastallization here, as it's got the Terra Flying to keep it completely immune from those ground-type attacks.
Terra Flying is a more unique Terra type that we have seen on Incineroar, but usually it is some sort of defensive Terra, whether it's Ghost to be able to help protect this Incineroar from being faked out, or maybe it's even Grass to help you get around those pesky Amoonguss. But I think Terra Flying in this particular situation would give you a double into that Landorus. You make sure that your Incineroar can stick around. Your Chien-Pao could even get like a Sacred Sword, but at the very minimum, you can get double damage down.
Yeah, you would be able to. You'd have to double up with a Sludge Bomb and an Ivy Cudgel, because that Incineroar did commit its Terra Flying here. And I don't know if that's going to be enough to KO the Incineroar if that is the case, because you'd have the Sword of Ruin helping the Ivy Cudgel at least, so it'd be pretty close if it is actually able to pick up the KO, if that is what Giovanni went for.
But Wolf right now is going to keep this Chien-Pao on the field, doesn't want to risk this when you know that the Follow Me from the Ogerpon is still around. Also with the Chien-Pao, with the moves that it has, Icicle Crash can miss, but this was a great call here from Wolf to get this prediction right and make sure that this Incineroar could actually go ahead and do some damage. That Follow Me perfect to be able to keep this Landorus from taking that super effective attack.
Yeah, so a much better turn for Wolf coming out on this turn. No damage taken apart from your little bit of Flare Blitz recoil, and you put that Ogerpon into range of the Icicle Crash that the Chien-Pao can go for. So now you've got to be wary of the fact that you can get KO'd on the Ogerpon with the Icicle Crash, and then the Incineroar, now it's gone for its Terra Flying. Yes, Sludge Bomb would do some reasonable damage, but it wouldn't KO at all. And that means you're opening yourself up to a double KO here. It could be Icicle Crash KO the Ogerpon, take the Sludge Bomb, or maybe the Earth Power on the Chien-Pao, but then Flare Blitz would then KO the Landorus. But actually, that's not the option that Wolf is going for here. The Chien-Pao is not going on the offensive, it's switching into the Fluttermane instead.
Yeah, I think it's just, you know that the Chien-Pao is going to be important later on in the game. Maybe it's not so bad to try to sacrifice the Fluttermane or see if you can actually get away with switching it back in. But it is going to have to take the Earth Power. So ends up being a sacrifice as Wolf is able to bring back in this Chien-Pao. And I think part of it too is that you're reducing the Sword of Ruin.
Oh,
but actually I think he needed it.
He definitely needed that.
The Sword of Ruin to be able to pick up the KO onto the Landorus, so he just barely misses it.
Wow, I was not expecting that. That must be quite a bulky Landorus to be able to survive that attack. That's incredibly impressive.
Yeah, I was thinking that like the Sword of Ruin, you take it away so that your Incineroar may be a bit safer from the Ogerpon's Ivy Cudgel, right?
Yeah.
But then that backfires.
Yeah, it did. And now, well, you've got the same situation. You can go for Follow Me. Yes, you'd lose the Ogerpon to an Icicle Crash, but then you can still follow up with the Earth Power into the Chien-Pao. So now we do have the Mind Game once again, because Spiky Shield is an option on the Ogerpon, and Protect is available on the Chien-Pao once again. So do you protect the Chien-Pao as you then Flare Blitz KO the Ogerpon to take away the Follow Me, or do you go on the offensive expecting Giovanni to expect the Protect on the Chien-Pao and instead would double up with a Sludge Bomb and an Ivy Cudgel into the Incineroar? So I think those would be the two options here, and we'll have to see who's going to get the better end of the prediction. It's going to be follow me here, no protects.
Wow, so the follow me is going to redirect away this first attack, which is going to be the Icicle Crash. Chen-Pao has its glasses on, but it barely misses the KO to the Chen-Pao. It gets one hit knocked out by the Earth Power in response from Geo's Landorus, and I think you're going to be feeling that you missed that KO. Now Incineroar's Flare Blitz is not going to get a double knockout here for Wolf. It only can take the Ogerpon down with it, and so Wolf has to trust in his most reliable first partner Pokemon against two Pokemon here for Geo.
It's actually Wolf's Incineroar that he's going to be able to take this, try and take this game with, but in the face of the Landorus, still it's immune to the Earth Powers, doesn't matter. It's going to be Sludge Bomb here. It's going to be a wicked blow from the Urshifu that's just joined the field, and Giovanni is able to take that game. The training on his Pokemon coming through absolutely perfectly for him in this game one.
Yeah, wow. I mean, I don't know how many people would have expected that the Landorus would actually be able to hang on there through that Flare Blitz, but it worked out great for Geo, and I think gave a lot of information to both of them for moving forward into that game too. But what a round of predictions we saw turn after turn after turn in that game one.
Yeah, we definitely have both trainers getting good predictions, but Giovanni definitely got more of them. That was very, very impressively done in the first few turns. Yes, the Flutter Mane did drop immediately to that Shadow Ball, but then that opened up the Ogerpon and the Landorus to be able to get prediction after prediction correct. Wolf did get one back with the Protect on the Chien-Pao and getting the extra damage into the Ogerpon. And I expected that extra damage to be enough for the Icicle Crash to KO. I expected this Landorus to drop to the Flare Blitz. I think everyone did. And then it survived. And then, yeah, Ogerpon, most commonly, if it's just run with max speed, should have dropped to that attack. So, again, the training for Giovanni has really come through for him here. It is highly likely that both the Landorus and the Ogerpon are much more defensively trained than we commonly see, and he's exactly proved why that should be the case.
And then it just goes back to, what if you had left the Chien-Pao in to keep that Sword of Ruin active? You get the one-hit knockout onto the Landorus with your Incineroar, and then you open yourself up to having to play a 2v2 with the Dark Urshifu now next to that Ogerpon. Do you like Wolf's chances better if that's going to be the endgame we were looking at?
If that's how it worked out, the Landorus would have dropped, Urshifu comes in, and yes, you can close combat KO the Chen-Pao because it doesn't have its Focus Sash, and you'd have to follow me to keep it safe from those attacks as well. But then you get the Flare Blitz into the Urshifu, and then you can follow up with the Moonblast or the Dazzling Gleam. Yes, you get Sucker Punch, but then two Flare Blitz should be able to do it, because one of them would have likely been helped by the Sword of Ruin. So, yeah, I think having the Sword of Ruin on the field would have for sure helped out Wolf in that situation. And whether he's going to stick with the same strategy, or if he does have the option to mix it up and go for the Trick Room strategy instead, well, the Raging Bolt didn't come to the game for Giovanni, which opens up the Torkoal a little bit more, because the Raging Bolt with an Assault Vest really helps it out. If that doesn't come, Torkoal could potentially sweep.
That could be an adjustment made into this next game, thinking about a difference in Pokemon that get brought to the match. But I'm glad to see that Giovanni Siski has not skipped a beat after getting top 16 at LAIC just a couple of months ago, when he said he was going to be taking it easy this season. He's been picking and choosing his battles wonderfully. And as we get into this game number 2 of this set, Giovanni is going to be leading with a 1-0 game advantage.
Yeah, and so we've got pretty similar leads coming out here. The Flutter Manes either side. Are we going to see some support and then immediately drop to the Shadow Ball once again? Because in the first game, it was Spiky Shield on the Icy Wind, which did work out initially for Wolf in that first turn. And we did see the commit of the Terrestrialization into the Steel type immediately for Giovanni, and that could have come back to bite him, but then the Flare Blitz survival was absolutely clutch. So now we do have the Mind Games. We've seen what both trainers wanted to do on that first turn, but there are definitely multiple options that can happen here. You can go for the Thunder Wave into the Flutter Mane if you're expecting the Spiky Shield to really get that speed control going. You can go for a Sludge Bomb instead of the Sandsear Storm to get extra damage into the Ogerpon, because based on the damage it did, maybe an Icy Wind would allow that to be able to pick up the KO. But we are seeing somewhat a repeat initially. That is once again a Terra Steel immediately for the Landorus.
So maybe that just says that Geo is confident that Landorus is the right Pokemon to Terra in this matchup, especially given what Wolf ended up bringing in the back. Even if it is going to be that Incineroar later to be able to deliver a Flare Blitz. Bit of an Icy Wind once again to drop that Flutter Mane speed, and that's going to allow the Landorus on Geo's side to actually get the outspeed. This time with the Sandsear Storm, can it connect again onto the Flutter Mane like it did in that game number 1? And it does. And it's going to do the same amount of damage. Now, this Flutter Mane It is a perfect mirror of the turn we saw for the first turn of Game 1. Gio is okay giving up his Flutter Mane to that Shadow Ball if it means that he was able to drop the speed of this Flutter Mane and put Wolf into a position where he has to make a decision of either removing the Flutter Mane from play so that he can shed that speed drop or just play it out as the board is laid in front of him.
Yeah, so are we going to see the Ogerpon join the field for Giovanni once again? Because it did work out for him, but he did have to get some reads correct in order to get into the good position. So are you opting into that once again? Are you able to outread a former world champion in consecutive games? We'll have to see. The Landorus now outspeeding the Flutter Mane and can threaten the knockout with the Sandsear Storm as we saw before. But of course it can be still the Sludge Bomb into the Ogerpon. Do you see the terrestrialization on the Ogerpon to be able to stop that? Because in the face of the Ogerpon that joined the field last time and might join the field for Giovanni once again, he's definitely thinking about the potential mix-up, and it decides exactly the same thing. Here is the Ogerpon. So, last game, we saw Ivy Cudgel go into the Landorus, but it was just follow me and a switch out with the Flutter Mane, and Wolf didn't gain any ground on that turn. It could be an option to go on the offensive with the Flutter Mane, just stay in and try and get the Shadow Ball off, but that's incredibly risky if the Landorus does target the Flutter Mane, or just goes for Sandsear Storm to avoid any potential follow me that could still come out. It's exactly the same scenario as we had before, but this time we got the extra level of mind game of, well, this is what I did in the previous game. Am I going to do the same thing, or am I going to go for the mix-up?
Yeah, sometimes it is conditioning. If you expect to see the same turn play out, maybe that's where you can try to find the competitive edge by doing something unexpected. But as we enter into this turn, you can just see how much thought is going into making sure you are making the right choice. And it does look like it's going to pay off for Wolf, at least for the Ogerpon. But unfortunately, the Flutter Mane is still going to be able to get a chance to move. But with this trade of blows, Wolf has to lose his Ogerpon in the process to allow this Flutter Mane to actually get any damage down. So with a big Shadow Ball that it's going to be locked into, it targets down the Ogerpon on Gio's side, and in fact is able to get the knockout. A critical hit? We're going to have to go to the calculations for that one, but it is going to be a trade of Ogerpons across the board.
I would suspect that did end up being necessary to pick up the K on the Ogerpon. Given it was able to survive the Icicle Crush and the Chien-Pao, that implies it is incredibly bulky. And Shadow Ball is definitely not as strong as Moonblast can be. We're probably used to the Moonblast count, and that should have picked up the knockout on the Ogerpon. But Shadow Ball, I think, would have probably fallen short, but there was the critical hit to be able to get that KO. At least you've got the Urshifu on the field, and both Pokemon are still outspeeding the Flutter Mane. But with the Incineroar helping support, you can go for a Fake Out into either Pokemon here. But I guess, well, you can't really go for a Fake Out, given that if you Fake Out one of them, the other one will respond with the KO into the Flutter Mane because it's got that speed drop. And that means it has to switch out to be able to mitigate that.
Well, I do like the adjustment that we see here from Wolf in the back. When you think about the fact that this Urshifu, in one way it can get a speed advantage is by going for priority moves like the Sucker Punch. A way that you can negate that is with an Armor Tail from a Farigiraf, but that is not going to hit the field, and it is not going to see any switches because we do have a Terrestrialization on board first, and that's going to be the Terraflying again for the Incineroar. We believe in this Pokemon, and we know that Wolf does too.
Yeah, and we're going to see if it's going to be able to get off and attack this turn, because well, it definitely will. The Landorus is going for the Protect here. Oh, it's just a double Protect, so that's just in the fake. It gets two things done there. It stalls out the potential of the Fake Out from the Incineroar, and it burns the Terrestrialization, or at least you get to see what has happened with the Terrestrialization. And actually, it does a third thing. It doesn't allow the switch in for whatever was waiting in the back. We did see the sneak peek of the Farigiraf, because what I think Wolf was expecting there is that Flutter Mane will be KO'd by one of the Pokemon, and then Incineroar's going to take some damage, get a parting shot out, reset Fake Out, and then be able to go for Fake Out into Urshifu and Trick Room, and Farigiraf will not be stopped by getting that Trick Room. But now that didn't happen. The double Protect didn't allow that switch into the Farigiraf. Trick Room is still not an option. That Flutter Mane is completely exposed now because it's still got the Icy Wind from that first turn, and now you can knock that one out and then get the extra damage into the Incineroar once again. We might still just be seeing the parting shot and try and get that same position as Wolf was going for, but now you definitely will be losing your Flutter Mane if it does stay in.
Yeah, you probably won't see the Pokemon on Geo's side attempt to go for a double protect. Geo knows that he does have that speed advantage, and so the Flutter Mane is going to lose that last remaining bit of HP and bring Wolf down to his final 2 Pokemon in this game. These 2 Pokemon need to be the way that Wolf keeps his tournament dreams alive as the Wicked Blow lands its mark into the Incineroar. Now, we do get the pivot, so Parting Shot is going to drop the special attack of this Landorus and provide Incineroar the ability to switch out. That's going to reveal Wolf's final Pokemon, and with the other knockout on the side, you get to refresh the Intimidate, drop the attack stat of this Urshifu again on the close combats, and then you also have the Fake Out option available.
Yeah, and if you go for Fake Out into the Urshifu, you would be breaking the Focus Sash. And I don't know if then a Hyper Voice would be able to follow up with a KO. It's definitely the strategy that Wolf is going for here is go for that Trick Room, supported by that Fake Out. I guess the only mind game here is, do you protect the Urshifu and just to preserve the Focus Sash and get some extra damage to the Landorus? Well, if that's the case, the correct play is Fake Out the Landorus expecting that. And like, surely you want to preserve your Focus Sash, right? But then, the Landorus should never protect it. The Landorus should go on the offensive, and it's just down to Giovanni. Is Wolf going to try and call, well, it's an obvious protect to preserve the Sash, I'll Fake Out the Landorus to stop damage, or is the Urshifu actually going to be able to go on the offensive? Because if that is the case, it might be able to knock out this Photograph because it can't Terror anymore.
All eyes on this Urshifu and whether or not Geo does decide to protect it, but he doesn't. And so that's going to be the Urshifu losing its Focus Sash. And the Sludge Bomb, not enough to actually pick up the KO on the Incineroar. That Parting Shot really coming in clutch to drop that special attack. Now Farigiraf gets away with this Trick Room for free.
Yeah, absolutely did. And now you've got to contend with the Sucker Punch. No, you don't even need to contend with Sucker Punch. That's exactly what Farigiraf is for. So, yeah, we've seen in the previous game, the Flare Blitz did not KO the Landorus, but helped with a Hyper Voice that will be able to pick up the knockout. So, is the Urshifu going to be able to take this game now for Giovanni? Because I don't think the Landorus is in any position to be able to do that now.
I don't think so, and it's not going to protect itself from this either. And this time around, it is a one-hit knockout.
Yeah.
So the roll confirmed here, since it barely missed out on the KO in that game number 1, but got it this time around without a critical hit. That is important information. Wolf must be pretty disappointed that that KO didn't come through on that game 1.
Yeah, but we actually get the Incineroar knocking itself out to recoil here, and the Farigiraf is not going to get its Throat Spray on this turn because the Hyper Voice went into a Protect instead. So this has to be, at least granted, a single target Hyper Voice, but this needs to knock out the Urshifu. Otherwise, the Wicked Blow should be strong enough with that critical hit behind it to be able to take it. Is this going to be able to pick up the knockout? And no, it's not.
Just barely not. Wolf needed that special attack boost from the Throat Spray to be able to maybe get that damage over the edge of the Wicked Blow in response from this Urshifu. It's a one-hit knockout, and Geo takes the set 2-0, knocking Wolf out of the Europe International Championship top cut.
Taking down his 2 signature Pokemon to be able to do it as well. Taking down Wolf's Incineroar and his signature Farigiraf with the Throat Spray. I think that not protecting the Urshifu and allowing your Focus Sash to be broken was the decider there. Because if you protect on that turn, you can't protect on the second turn. When you have to go for the Wicked Blow into the Incineroar, and then it would be Wicked Blow into the Farigiraf. So just believing in the bulk of the Urshifu there, and then being able to have access to protect on that first turn, meant that the Hyper Voice couldn't hit the Urshifu, get its Throat Spray, and then get a second Hyper Voice. So very, very smartly recognized there from Giovanni. And yeah, like we said, able to take down Wolf Glitch.
So Wolf is out of contention to make it to the top cut of this tournament, but of course can continue to play it out and see if he can get into the top 32 or the top 64. It just depends on how the rest of the tournament plays out for him. But that is our reigning EUIC champion going up against our reigning world champion from 2025, and that was an epic showdown.
Yeah, we saw last season in the EUIC that Wolf was able to win. He ended up facing Luca Cerabelli, our previous reigning world champion at the time, and was able to take him down, but the script has flipped this time, facing down once again the reigning world champion in Giovanni Siski, but instead, Giovanni is able to come out on top here. I think the training on both of these sides were very crucial there. The Parting Shot into the Landorus allowed that Incineroar to be able to survive the Sludge Bomb, but the fact that it was in range of its own recoil at that point meant that the Incineroar went down, and then it was only the Hyper Voice that was not strong enough without the Throat Spray, and of course Wicked Blow is strong enough into that Frigoraph for the one-hit KO, and Giovanni was able to secure it.
Yeah, so we will see Giovanni Siski hope to repeat a top 16 performance at a back-to-back IC after getting top 16 at LAIC just a couple of months ago. And you're right, there is a potential for Gio to take it even further if he keeps this up, but it is a tough road. Being at a 7-8-2 record, an 8-2 record now after that win means that he's still going to need to win out the rest of the day in order to actually get there. It's 10 wins. We need to see our players attain 10 wins today.
Okay, so he's getting like reasonably close now. And yeah, like we said, the X and 2 record is what you need to be able to guarantee your place. Maybe some X and 3s will make it, but you need to get X3 very late. So if you lose at this point, then you're probably not going to be one of those X3 players that will be able to make it. So yeah, Giovanni able to advance here with a slight innovation on what would be considered the balance. Like usually on that kind of team, you've got the Rapid Strike Urshifu instead of the Single Strike, but instead switching for the Ogerpon instead as the Water type, which frees up the Single Strike. And if it was Rapid Strike Urshifu in that endgame, I don't think that Giovanni would be able to take it, because then the Rapid Strike would go for Surging Strikes and not KO the Frigoraph, and it would be allowed 2 Hyper Voices. So Single Strike there, very, very nicely done to have on his team. We saw on the graphic previously, it was over 50% uses for Rapid Strike, and Single Strike was nowhere on the graphic, and then it was the correct Urshifu in that game.
It really was, and I think Gio is showing us why he won the World Championships in 2025, and also why he is still in the running to be able to make it to the top cut later today. Let's go ahead and hear from Gio about how his break has been going, and also how he's feeling about coming back to Pokemon.
Thank you very much. I have the absolute honor to be stood on this stage with our current reigning world champion, Giovanni Siski. Gio, my friend, I'm imagining there's a lot of emotions going through your mind right now. First off, how are you feeling going up against what was, of course, the current reigning EU IC champion, Mr. Wolfglick?
Yeah, when I saw the pairing this morning, I actually thought it was like really ironic, right? Because I played him at NAIC in the same situation where it was like win or go home, right? Whoever loses gets knocked out of the tournament. And I was fortunate to barely get by there. And I kind of like saw his team, of course, yesterday because he played on a stream match. Or actually, no, he didn't play on a stream match, but people were talking about it. And so I had an idea of what he was playing, but I wasn't really sure entirely, and so I had a rough game plan, and I just tried to vibe it out because there's really not much else you can do besides that when you're playing a former world champion, current EUIC champion. You just kind of have to figure it out on the fly and go from there.
And I mean, it makes sense, and I guess going into sort of the specifics of the games as a starter, we saw that not only yourself, but Wolf, you both led the same leads, going from game 1, game 2. It's actually a mirror situation of turn 1 as well. You committed with a Terra steal on the Landorus, and you were okay with your Flutter Mane dropping. So is that because you want to sort of establish speed control advantage for the subsequent turns?
Exactly. I figured out that the only speed control prevention on Wolf's team was the Clear Amulet on the Qianpao, and if he wasn't leading it, well, even if he leads it, I still have Thunder Wave for that, right? And so I can still control the speed on the Qianpao individually, but I figured that as long as I'm getting Icy Wind speed control, I'm able to trade pretty well as long as I hit Icy Wind and Sandsear Storm. So 72% of the time, I get a decent position to play, right? But it's really the best I had to work with, and even if I miss a move there, then I still get a chance to double target the next turn. And of course, he's forced to switch out and then come back in later. And in the game 1, I did expect the Qianpao, and then going into the game 2, I expected the Frigoraph. But partway through the game, the way that he was playing made it feel like it was almost Qianpao still, right? But I figured that he was going to switch to Frigoraph because the Flutter Mane was low early, and it was in Sucker Punch range the whole time. But if he has Frigoraph, then I can't Sucker Punch it in the late game when he switches out. So that's kind of how I felt it was going to go. But when I saw the party shot come out of the game too, I was like really surprised because I thought it was Qianpao the whole time.
That's what you're sort of anticipating there, and not actually the commit of, let's say, the Terra flying as well with the Instant in that particular moment, rather than just for the hard switch.
Yeah, exactly. I thought that it was arguable which terrestrialization was best between the Ogerpon and the Incineroar. Of course, if he terrestrializes the Ogerpon, then my Urshifu and my own Ogerpon in the back perform quite well into that because that special defense boost doesn't matter, and I'm hitting super effectively with the Horn Leech. and so I'm also able to Wicked Blow critical hit through the Intimidate drops on the Incineroar. And if it's Terraflying's there, then I'm able to Wicked Blow the entire team, right? And so at some times towards the end game, the biggest concern was ending up in a 1 versus 1 with the Qian Power and the Urshifu, and it's like, okay, you have to Icicle Crash to get the flinch because close combat would KO anyway, and so 27% of the time I would lose that, right? Because of the accuracy and the flinch chance. But overall, I felt like I just kind of had to play to my highest percentage because I didn't really have a better lead, and I figured as long as I play well enough and I land most of my moves, then I'll put myself in contention to win.
And you sort of like have to hedge your bets as best as you can, especially when it comes to that certain matchup and so many probabilities that stack in the sort of pieces that need to be forwarding your own gameplay. And I guess going back to game 1 super quick, there was I would say, an impressive survival of your Landorus Steel, Terra, from the Flare Blitz of the Incineroar. And that was quite shocking because obviously in game 2, we saw it was able to actually pick up the KO, so it seemed to be a roll. How impactful do you feel that would have been, not only within the game, but also from a psychological point of view when you observe that, let's say from Wolf's point of view?
I'm glad you highlighted that turn because that was actually arguably the most influential turn of the entire match. Like both because it impacted the game 1 result and the following game 2 decision making on our turns, right? Of course, if the Flare Blitz does not KO the Landers there, then Throat Spray is activated, it gets the special attack boost, and then my Urshifu drops to the single target Hyper Voice, right? And so I kind of had to make the decision on guessing which slot that Wolf would target, and then on top of that, does the Flare Blitz KO? And he was very much heavily deceived by the Flare Blitz in game 1, because it normally does much more damage, and it's usually much closer to a knockout, even if it misses the knockout. So I did have that knowledge, and he didn't, and he just kind of got tricked by the game, you know?
I mean, it all comes down to the granular situations of, you know, those circumstances. Could it be a roll, could it not? But when it was sort of like such high-level play, that's sort of the point of why people say every single detail matters, especially with a game that we have, which is amazing. It's sort of like a 4D chess scenario in a way. So, but you have got the win right now. You've still got to go ahead and have a journey ahead of yourself, but you've done such an impressive job already. You started Phase 9 yesterday with a win going into today, and I believe I saw you also were able to defeat a previous international champion, James Bake, too. However, one of your losses were to Heatran. Do you feel like that's sort of the play in terms of maybe a meta rise against the common sort of cause?
I do think Heatran's very strong right now, but also that team in particular had like 5 of the 6 Pokemon collectively as a problem for me. Like when they're all combined. Individually, like I can deal with them, but when they're all together, it was a mess. And then my other loss I actually had against the Porygon 2 Ursaluna team, and I thought I played almost lights out that entire set, but the game 3 came down to the Ursaluna getting a critical hit on my Incineroar switching in, and I had it pinned otherwise, which was tough. So it almost feels like I've only taken 1 loss, of course, respect to my opponents, but I do feel like I've played a relatively clean tournament so far, and I've been fighting pretty tough matchups for the majority of my run so far. I think I've only played like 3 matchups I would consider to be positive for me, not just like neutral and negative. So I'm very proud of how I've dealt with this so far. I did prepare very, very hard for this tournament, but I also wanted to come to Europe because I enjoy this community a lot. I love this community. It's really fun to be here. I missed last year. I didn't come last year. That was really shameful that I missed last year. But I figured I could make up for it a little bit by coming through this time around.
100%, and you sort of did make up in a way for getting the direct invite as well to Worlds for the next season. So I guess talking a bit about that, we did see you go ahead and actually get top 16 earlier this season at LAIC. At the moment, like we've said multiple times, direct invite. You don't need to compete to get that invite because you've got it. So what sort of gives you this motivation and sort of passion to be able to keep on going? Is it sort of to keep yourself up on form, or do you have your own additional personal goals and ambitions?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think just to touch on like prefacing that, for the World Championships, I prepared extremely hard over the entire summer, and by the time that I was at Saturday at Worlds, like having made finals, I was almost completely wiped, like burnt out. And I was kind of dragged across the finish line by some friends helping me prepare for that finals match. Of course, I tried to give it my all. But after Worlds for months, I was kind of struggling to find this energy to compete again, right? Because I had felt like I had accomplished what I set out to do all these years. Still don't have a regional medal, so I think that's a lot of the motivation.
Sort of like the competitive blue or the goals blues in a way where you've met the goal, you're like, oh, what do I do now?
Exactly. I think a big question is people pose like, what's next for you? And I'm like, I don't know, I just want to enjoy this in the moment, right? And it's a lot to process. But I'm just really happy with how the journey has played out so far. And it's a bit weird having only attended 2 internationals and no regionals yet. But I have been playing some locals just for fun with my local scene. That's been fun. And I'm just really happy to be here in London to compete this weekend.
Very happy to hear that as well, my friend. So I'm gonna leave you with very quick 2 topics. As I've just been told, pairings are up, so we want to make sure that you get more cracking onto the next match. So first off, who's your favorite Pokemon and why in tribute to the 30th anniversary?
Cubchoo. It's a polar bear, that's why.
Well played. All right, cool. And finally, any shout outs that you would like to give to anybody in the audience, at home, just tuning into the broadcast?
Thank you to my family, thank you to my friends, everyone who supported me along the way. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone.
There you have it. You heard it from our current world champ, Gio Siski. Wish him good luck as we will be going straight into the next round. So get your refreshments. I'll be right back.
I hope they still have the Pikachu plushie.
Yeah, time to go in.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Eevee! Eevee!
Look who's here.
The first Pokemon game that I played was Black and White for the Nintendo DS. My favorite Pokemon has been changing a lot. I feel like it's probably Mimikyu, but I actually really been liking Serperior. Mimikyu has been my favorite Pokemon for a little bit because when I first started playing competitive in 2017, it was one of the strongest Pokemon and I was putting in all my teams. While Serperior was simply the starter evolved from my first Pokemon game. I think the farthest I ever traveled to get a Pokemon event was probably Australia for the Oceania International Championship in 2020, since from Italy it's I think around like 20 hours of flight. I feel like there's probably not anybody in particular that I look up to, but I really try to motivate myself by seeing also the results that my friends are getting. Like, for example, Luca Ciribelli, that was able to win the World Championship this year, and also Federico Camporesi. My most memorable match that I ever played on stream was probably the finals of OCIC 2020, in which I was able to play Eduardo Cunha and defeat him, since he was one of my first international, and I didn't really expect to win. I actually usually don't eat any type of food like during the event. I simply go like without eating anything, and then after I'm done, I go out with all my friends to eat dinner. My go-to snack is probably a bag of chips, simply because I feel like candy are probably not too healthy, while fruit I just don't really like it unless it's something really specific. My favorite city that ever hosted a Pokemon event was probably, I think, Melbourne of OCIC, but I also really like Toronto. The genre that I usually listen the most is probably hip-hop, but lately I've been also listening a lot to J-pop, so Japanese songs.
Well, good morning, Pokemon trainers. You are here at the European International Championships in London. You're joined on the desk by myself, Lee Provost, and the lovely, wonderful, marvelous Lou Oktash-Kromi, and we are going to be guiding you through Swiss Round 11, which we'll be jumping into momentarily.
I mean, being here on day 2 of the competition is always electric, but being able to kick off the tournament in such style between our reigning world champion and our reigning EUIC champion, you couldn't have asked for a better way to kick off the broadcast today.
I know, right? It's just so perfect, especially after such a great day yesterday, and we had amazing players, we had featured teams, and it just kicked off the whole weekend in such a good fashion. And then to start again like we mean to go on was just perfect, wasn't it? So I'm very excited for the next match as well. I'm sure you will be, which we'll be getting into soon. But yeah, having 2 world champions up on center stage to kick off the day was just a great way to do it.
I was out there in the crowd actually watching it kind of front center row, being able to soak up that atmosphere, and everyone was on the edge of the seat right from the very beginning of the day. You know, we haven't even made it to the top cut portion of our tournament yet, and people are just really ready and waiting to see who is potentially going to be able to be our next champion, as well as the fact that the venue has so many other cool activities for our Pokemon fans to be able to get involved with. You could hear people saying, I'm going off to the programming stage, I want to go meet Pikachu, and so many other really cool things. So the experience so far has been pretty awesome.
Yeah, I mean, when we take it like an overview shot of the venue itself, there is so much going on, there's so much bustle, and everyone's having such a great time as well. And then center stage are all of our trainers duking it out to see who will be the champion, and we're getting closer and closer each and every round, but the tension is heating up and everything is on the line for our players to keep on pushing as hard as they can and try and get to that championship title.
Well, we can take a review at some of the trainers still, as you say, duking it out in contention to become our European International Champion. Look at these undefeateds here, Lee, 10-0. Giuseppe Musico and Francesco Pio Pero. I'm still sensing the Italy theme being pretty strong here in the European region. If you're just tuning in, they have won every single regional of the 2026 season so far here over in Europe, and now we have the international on this terrain as well. It looks like they're going to be trying to get that trophy too.
Yeah, and you know, it's no surprise, both of these players, we had Giuseppe on yesterday on the broadcast and played phenomenally well, making some big calls in a really tough game, and still undefeated at this point is absolutely incredible. And like you say, kind of like doing everything that you expect to come out from that region. We've got a lot of Italians still in the mix as well to go through to the next part of this tournament. And yeah, I feel like Costa's prediction at the start of the weekend, and I'm going to keep bringing it up, where he did think no Italians in top 8. I don't think that is going to be the case, because they are just so strong and putting on such a show this weekend.
Think might be too generous a word there to use for Costa's prediction, because as you can see as well, Flavio Del Pidio 9-1. He's won this tournament back in 2019. Roberto Parente, I believe we were able to showcase Roberto on the feature streams yesterday as well, also at 9-1, as well as Davide Fazio, again 9-1. There's so much consistency coming through from these players, as well as some of the other players that we've mentioned to keep an eye on. For example, Shohei Kimura, the 2023 Pokemon World Champion, has done consistently well at internationals in terms of the top placements last season. Regulation F hasn't always been his favorite format, but looking at it now, maybe he has indeed solved the metagame.
Yeah, still in the mix. Shohei, one of those players that you have to take note of and sit up and respect, because coming into this event has played so well. Grassroots, been traveling around Europe, and yeah, there are a lot of players still in contention, not just those Italian players, but we're going to take a look at the notable match for Swiss round 11. And you can see the match that we'll be covering, which is going to be Giuseppe versus Francesco, but there are so many other games we can dive into and talk about as well.
Turns out there's not room for 2 undefeateds into the next stage of the tournament. There can only be one, and is it going to be Giuseppe or is it going to be Francesco? I'm so delighted we get a front row seat to be able to observe that. Nicholas Khan versus Alex Gomez-Berna as well. That's going to be an incredible match featuring 2 veterans of the competition. Alex, a previous North American international champion.
Yeah, and you know, will be wanting to try and get a second international championship under their belt as well this weekend, and doing everything right to this stage to push themselves into contention for that. We've got Justin Karras as well. Amazing player from NA, going up against a former European international champion in Niels Dunlop, who actually won the last time we had Regulation F in this venue. So a very tough challenge, but if there's anyone that can overthrow Niels, it is going to be Justin. Very cool, calm and collected, had a great regional performance earlier in this year, and hoping, I'm sure, to carry that on.
Yeah, Justin's very methodical in the way that he approaches a matchup. He's always very well versed with his teams, and in the past has been known as kind of a connoisseur of Iron Crown. I wonder if indeed he's still sticking with the Iron Crown, or maybe has shaken things up, maybe been bought into the balance magic that we've seen running around as well. So many other names on there we didn't quite manage to get through, because all the competitors here are worthy of note. So if you're out in the venue, maybe you can check out our feature match on the stream, or you can have a little look around at some of the side streams as well. And for you viewers at home, I promise you, the one we've selected is going to be great.
Yeah, especially after we saw Giuseppe yesterday, and I think we've all seen over the past season or two, Francesco as well put on a big show, especially at this sort of stage at these international championship events. Has had some very strong finishes, never quite got over the line. One of those players that has the potential to win one of these big events, but hasn't quite got there yet. And I would say the same with Giuseppe, always in contention, up and around those top tiers of these events, but not quite got over the line. And both of them are going to put on a phenomenal show for us. We had Giuseppe making huge plays in that match yesterday, and I expect nothing less in this one coming up next.
Me neither. And as you take a look at the venue out there as well, you can see how busy it is. Everybody really bursting with excitement for Pokemon. You've got Pokemon Go as well competing, Pokemon TCG, Pokemon Unite. All of these games are really trying to find out who is going to be rocking it out on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, and I mean, if we were looking back at Giuseppe yesterday, I feel it was later in the day, so they're obviously a bit more fresh in my memory, but it was definitely the match that stuck out to me performance-wise from our players. And I feel like Giuseppe is going to be one of the players that like everyone else is looking at to beat and say, well, that's the standard that I've got to get to and overcome if I want to take this tournament. And we've seen so much phenomenal play this weekend. Was there any other trainers that you saw yesterday that you think coming into today, I really fancy their chances at going that one step further and making it to Championship Sunday?
I really like the way Paul Chua was playing, quite honestly. And again, you could see from the rankings, I think he's only at X and 1 still, so doing incredibly well in the tournament so far. And he's just someone who knows what it takes to be able to go all the way. And taking a look at the team that we got to showcase yesterday, you know, there's a lot of these tried and tested combinations. We've got our Urshifus, our Rillabooms, our Incineroars, Pokemon like that. But the way that they're able to make these little tweaks, you know, Paul had the Rillaboom with the high horsepower, for example, and some trainers have opted to drop that. We've also seen him run that Incineroar that was not running Flare Blitz. And you can see how important it is to maybe have that fire type move on your team, considering there's a lot of grass types running around. There's a few Terra Steels. You know, Giovanni, for example, with the Terra Steel. Landorus was a little bit difficult for Wolf to maneuver around, so you needed that Flare Blitz. And Paul, for example, running one that's a lot more supportive with knockoff and taunt and things like that. So being able to see that Pokemon composition and how it's maybe a unique twist on a Pokemon we're seeing everywhere, I think was really inspiring. So I'm going to keep an eye on Paul Chua.
Yeah, that's a really good shout. And I think another point that you made there, it's the micro decisions that players are making within their teams that are really having a huge impact outside in gameplay. Because yes, something like Taunt on Incineroar is so useful. We've seen players kind of adapt it maybe on
Floodamane or something.
Floodamane, yeah, that's another really good option because of its natural speed. Urshifu's one that you see some players sacrifice the Aqua Jet for and say, don't need that priority, Taunt's going to be more useful, but I feel like it's way more beneficial on something like the Incineroar that generally can come in on the field and be able to soak up those attacks a little bit more comfortably than maybe some of its partnering Pokemon, and then really disrupt the opponent's game plan with that Taunt, shutting things down mainly like those Trick Room setters and a Moongus that has been so prevalent throughout this second phase of Regulation F.
I also really like Christopher Hahn's team with that Roaring Moon, being able to come in and set up Tailwind in a unique way, because we've seen trainers like Shona Hunami running the Whimsicott with that Prankster Tailwind. Obviously, when we think of Prankster Tailwind in this format, we tend to think of the Tornadus, and a lot of trainers are running that. But then being able to have that manual setup of Tailwind, it makes it a little bit more difficult to, activate. But if you're able to position it in the right position, it's a really nice way to still have that momentum up on the field, as well as apply a lot of pressure with the acrobatics, because as we mentioned, there's a lot of grass types out there, and being able to have that super effective damage in the acrobatics. And a lot of these trainers will sometimes go for the Terra Flying on Roaring Moon as well, so then you get an additional bit of damage. Does give you fantastic coverage.
Yeah, it really does. And I think having that powerful knockoff as well can really come in handy in a lot of different situations where we're finding more Farigiraf coming to the field. We're having a lot of Porygon too, and even we can put Ursaluna into that pot where they rely heavily on their items, and you have not only the big damage from the Roaring Moon with that combination, but you remove that really key piece of that Pokemon's kind of ability to run and be effective how the trainers want them to. And yeah, I think Roaring Moon's a great Pokemon overall, and like you say, with that acrobatics, the booster energy, you're kind of utilizing that, getting this
That's true, the synergy's good.
And then doubling the power of that move, and then if you've got the flying terrestrialization on top of that, well, you're not only doing respectable damage, you're doing impactful damage, and you can start to move through your opponent's team. And it's not only an offensive outlet, it's a setup option as well. You support the rest of the team with that Tailwind, which is so crucial. And sometimes not having Prankster Tailwind is more beneficial in some scenarios where, your Tailwind you can get set up after your opponent, and then you have that additional turn at the end. If you can time getting rid of the Prankster Pokemon in a good manner, then you're at an advantage towards the end of the game, and that's where you always start that momentum swing, and then from there you can hopefully close things up.
We definitely had to keep an eye on a lot of those Tailwind turns yesterday, as well as all the setup. We were seeing Swords Dance coming through from Pokemon like Ogerpon to counteract the Intimidate, so we had to make sure we were doing the maths on that. We saw Nasty Plots on Golden Goes, again, taking the drops from the Make It Rain, had to keep an eye on our calculations. But the big one for me was actually our very first game of the day, where we had Victor Medina go for +4 with the Carmine on his Raging Bolt, and his opponent went for +3. So the fact that these Raging Bolts were just let to completely run wild out there on center stage to kick off the tournament, keeping an eye on the boost and how this was going to factor into the damage calculations, was a really wild time to start the tournament.
Yeah, it set the tone almost for the day, didn't it? And yeah, Victor staying tried and true and tested in that moment where saying, no, I'm not set up yet, I'm not ready.
One more, two more.
Yeah, and then it was Tim having to play the catch-up game the whole time, and you saw how beneficial it was and how important, we touched on it yesterday, how important it is for these trainers to get their leads right in this format, because we've seen time and time again, a matchup again, one of the players will have a really advantageous lead, and then their opponent is playing catch-up, and that catch-up is really costly because you lose resources, you're trying to maneuver your board, and the other player is just there, well, I'm just going to keep executing my game plan, and I'm going to keep collecting pieces and getting closer and closer to that finish line, getting over the line, and moving on to the next stage of this tournament, more successful than my opponent.
It's a bit like they all have similar, puzzle pieces, and they're trying to build some kind of masterpiece, but sometimes the pieces don't quite fit, sometimes they click together, and it's almost like when you get the box the first time, you've got to make the corners. And I feel like a lot of the time, that's how these trainers are trying to get their ball position straight away. A lot of the times, the turn 0, where the fake-out's going or where the adaptation is going, can, in the end, determine the match. And you don't always know this right from the beginning, but being self-aware of, thinking where you want to be in 4 turns or 5 turns can really help determine a victory.
Yeah, and it is all those we talk about micro decisions in the team-making aspect, but it's not only that, it's in the actual gameplay itself. It comes layer upon layer, it goes deeper, but yeah, every move is important for our players from the very beginning right until the very end. And you can see our players are center stage getting ready to get into this Swiss round 11. We've got a quick overview of their teams as well.
Yeah, really loving to see these teams. Giuseppe's we've already covered a little bit from earlier, a lot of the standard cores that we're expecting to see, but that Chien-Pao possibly going to cause a lot of disruption, helping out the Urshifu, the Incineroar, the Rillaboom to be able to deal some additional physical offensive pressure. But Francesco Pio Perez, there's a lot of Pokemon I want to talk about here. Urshifu, Chien-Pao, we've heard about you all day. Thunderous, we've got the Dragonite there, we've got the Gouging Fire, and we've got the Ting-Lu. I couldn't figure out what order I wanted to talk about them there. Honestly, my brain was just like, whoo, so many Pokemon. I mean, Dragonite and Chien-Pao is such a winning combination. We've seen that before, but talk us through Ting-Lu and Gouging Fire.
Yeah, well, Ting-Lu is a Pokemon that we've seen in previous formats have a lot of success with that Vessel of Ruin ability that it's got, and that is very useful into a very special, heavy format like this one. But we'll get into that in a moment because we can take an overview of Giuseppe's team. If you're just tuning in, you didn't catch Giuseppe on stream yesterday, then you know he will be running the Landorus Incarnate, the Rillaboom, Raging Ball, Chien-Pao, Incineroar, and the Rapid Strike, Urshifu. And the big player of this team is going to be the centerpiece, that Raging Ball for a lot of time, where it gets that Calm Mind set up. It's got the 2 Fake Out supporting Pokemon in the Rillaboom and the Incineroar. You can cycle Intimidate with the Incineroar, drop attack on opposing threats, and also kind of stall your opponent out with those Fake Outs, allowing time to set that Calm Mind up. But don't ignore the Landorus either, Lou, that has the ability to set the substitute up.
Exactly, and once that substitute goes up, we saw yesterday how difficult it is to break through that and then get the damage on the board, where Landorus with its sheer force and its life orb. We're starting off strong today, folks. Can them still deal devastating damage with Earth Power and Sludge Bomb that has such great coverage into a lot of the Pokemon in the meta. What you can't hit with Earth Power, you can generally hit either super effectively or neutrally with the Sludge Bomb and vice versa. Another Pokemon I really want to call out is the Incineroar. It's got that rocky helmet that makes it really detrimental to potential Focus Sash Pokemon or even Urshifus who maybe want to go for those 3 Surging Strikes. Well, they're going to have to be aware they're going to take 3 amounts of rocky helmet recoil in favor, but it's running that Taunt. We just spoke about Taunt and how important it can be in a match. That is something that Francesco has to be aware of.
Yeah, and the Terra type on that Incineroar as well, boosting the effectiveness if a Surging Strikes come in. If it terrestrializes into that Grass type, then you're going to take negligible damage, and the Urshifu are going to end up taking more damage in turn if it chooses to go there. So a bit of an offset, something for their opponent to think about. Francesco's team, though, we've got that Chien-Pao, the Urshifu Rapid Strike, the Thunderous, Incarnate form that we don't regularly see. Love it. Dragonite, the Gouging Fire, and that Ting-Lu.
Yeah, I love to see Dragonite and Chien-Pao back in action together. These Pokemon really broke out in the meta originally because you have that synergy with Sword of Ruin, lowering the defenses, making Dragonite be able to hit really hard with the extreme speed, the scale shot that it can have more guaranteed rolls on thanks to the loaded dice, as well as having Iron Head with that steel terrestrialization to help you around maybe some fairy type Pokemon that are running around. Fluttermane sound familiar?
Yeah, definitely one of those Pokemon that will have to be a little bit wary of that. But the setup here is the Gouging Fire, mainly going to go for that Howl, boost the attack on itself and its partner in Pokemon. Going to be very beneficial for things like Dragonite, things like that Chien-Pao. So you can stack that with the Sword of Ruin and then become a big, powerful offensive force. And you can't forget about the Urshifu as well. Safety Goggles there, really nice option. So
I love that.
Rage Powders aren't going to be effective, and it's immune to any sleep or spore moves that come into that slot. But the Thunderous, the Incarnate form, Wild Bolt Storm, very strong spread attack, and Eerie Impulse there to lower the special attack of those special threats. Namely, Raging Ball is not going to want to take any of those throughout the match, and the Taunt there, Prankster Taunt, really useful on something like that Thunderous.
Yeah, I think Thunderous could be very interesting, like you say, with the disruption coming through. For me, the Gouging Fire, I want to see that get set up. I want to be able to see the Heat Crashes come through. Pokemon like the Chien-Pao and the Rillaboom, that's going to be a prime target to get that damage down. And having that Fairy Terrestrialization as well can give you a bit of defensive coverage. You have to watch out, obviously, for Landorus and those Sludge Bombs that could come through. But if you can get the Howl up, not only on yourself, but maybe on that Urshifu as well, or even the Dragonite, you can be dealing some formidable physical attacking damage.
Yeah, well, we are going to get into this Swiss round 11 here. Francesco leading out with that Thunderous and the Urshifu, and Giuseppe leading with their tried and tested Raging Bolt and that Incineroar.
Yeah, Incineroar is here to play. It can go for that Fake Out. Raging Bolt is going to activate its photosynthesis thanks to its item here, so it's going to get that boost up, as now you have the option. Who do you go for the Fake Out into?
Well, that's the thing. I think you want to protect your Raging Bolt more than anything. I think doing that, though, you go into the Thunderous, prevent an Eerie Impulse coming into your Raging Bolt. You kind of become susceptible to that Urshifu going for the Surging Strike kind of for free into the Incineroar. You do have the option, though, you could spend your Terastallization if you do suspect that and really kind of capitalize in this moment and get the Calm Mind off. But then, are you in a better position turn 2? Because then that Eerie Impulse becomes active again, and then you can kind of just undo that if you're Francesco. So I don't know if the Raging Bolt here wants to go for setup, maybe a fake out, and then go for the Thunderclap maybe into that Urshifu. And because of that threat there, that's why we're maybe seeing Francesco just reposition their board into a slightly more favorable position.
I like that you avoid a potential Thunderclap, like you say, and you can reset that Intimidate in case you wanted to use your close combat. The fake out going straight into the Dragonite, though, that is going to break the multi-scale, leaving it a lot more vulnerable as the Eerie Impulse comes through and connects into that Raging Bolt. A special attack will be lowered, so this Dragon Pulse will be dealing weaker damage into the Dragonite. Oh, I mean, the multi-scale was chipped. The Dragon Pulse coming through, that could have been big damage if Eerie Impulse hadn't come through.
Yeah, so huge. What a turn there. And, you know, we saw Giuseppe really kind of catch switches yesterday with that Dragon Pulse, effectively doing the same again there, but kind of having that cover of that Eerie Impulse, saying, okay, well, if you do go for it, I'm trying to mitigate this issue as best I can. Eerie Impulse -2 on that special attack. The Raging Bolt not quite hitting as hard as we used to. And the Dragonite in now, probably not in the greatest position. It does have that scale shot. It is putting a lot of pressure on to the opposing Raging Bolt. So that is something that Giuseppe is going to have to react to now, maybe giving a little bit more room to the Dragonite and the Thunderous to go after the Incineroar if you expect that Raging Bolt to either protect or switch out.
Yeah, it can protect, but it also has the potential Terastallization. Not going to be utilizing it this turn on that Raging Bolt, but it could turn into a Fairy type to avoid taking any Dragon type damage. I like how the Thunderous is like, I see you wanting a cheeky Calm Mind because I lowered your special attack. Well, you can't have one. And guess what? You can't have a Thunderclap either. That is going to fail. Depending on its target, either Pokemon was not valid for a Thunderclap to connect. Parting Shot, however, it will be, I think, a very happy Incineroar here to be able to get that down finally. You know, poor Raging Bolt was having a difficult time there, so Incineroar able to finally connect that and get off the field.
Yeah, and you know, I don't think the Thunderous minds too much out of the two targets that are out on the field of getting that special attack lowered or its attack lowered, because it's primarily here to support the rest of the Pokemon on Francesco's side. You can see that Taunt really valuable into the Raging Bolt now, locking it into attacking options, not that Calm Mind or that Protect. So on top of that, the Eerie Impulse, if it comes out again into the Raging Bolt, is going to be even weaker than it was previously, but got a nice supporting option where Giuseppe's got that active Fake Out, again, can fake out the Thunderous or the Dragonite if they so choose to kind of stall out the turns and maybe reposition, get into a bit of a stronger spot, because this Raging Bolt isn't really got the offensive presence that it once had.
Well, we're going to switch out one Dragon for another as the Gouging Fire joins the field. The Booster Energy is going to increase its speed, so that is going to be a very nimble Gouging Fire. It has to take a little bit of a fake out, but that's okay because now Thunderous is free to move with another Eerie Impulse. Obviously, the Covert Cloak, meaning that there's no point going for the fake out into that Thunderous, so it's free to just go for all of these attacks. Unfortunately for the Gouging Fire, though, once again, that Raging Bolt finds its mark with the Dragon Pulse, but these Eerie Impulses paying off.
Yeah, and so many Dragon types on Francesco's side of the field. It's making it almost easy for Giuseppe just to target that slot, even though you're kind of susceptible to those Eerie Impulse special attack drops. You're still getting respectable damage onto the field. You can see even the Dragonite coming in and taking over 2/3 of its health loss there, so really putting it a bit behind where Francesco probably wants it to be. Same with the Gouging Fire. It's not as healthy as it once was when it came in, so it does have to be a little bit careful. Another Dragon Pulse here will put it really close to in range of getting knocked out. And, you know, I think Giuseppe not panicking in this situation, staying tried, true, and tested. Nothing on his side of the field are immediately threatened to be knocked out, so he's not really having to react so much in this situation. Has a nice switch in to potentially Incineroar now to drop the attack on the Gouging Fire that's come onto the field, and the Thunderous not really that effective in this moment, so that's why we're seeing it switch out, and also Francesco kind of readjusting their board position.
Yeah, I mean, Francesco so far hasn't taken a single point of damage off any of Giuseppe's Pokemon. Although Thunderous has been putting in a lot of work neutralizing the pressure that the Raging Bolt can do, it's still at least getting damage on the board, and that's something you have to calculate towards the end game. You said it, Lee, the Incineroar could join the party, and it's here, and it's going to be able to take this Heat Crash so much better than the Rillaboom that was there before. It's able to eat that up. Does take a little bit of recoil with the Rocky Helmet, but that's okay. The Raging Pulse is not coming in your direction, it's going towards the Urshifu instead.
Yeah, I feel like there was an opportunity there for maybe a Howl switching in the Urshifu
Oh, that would have been
there,
cool.
and then you set up the attack, get around and mitigate that, intimidate the just drop. But it is risky as well at the same time. If that Rillaboom stays in and you don't check it with the Heat Crash there, then the Urshifu's way more susceptible, especially in front of a Grass type and an Electric type, how that turn started. So you can see why maybe the play didn't work out. And this is all down to Giuseppe tried and tested, staying strong and not really kind of folding or bending under these really kind of awkward positions that Francesco's putting them into.
I think that's a good point, though. The Urshifu needed to get into a safer environment. Yes, you still have the pressure of something like the Thunderclap coming through, but at -2, depending on how this Urshifu has been trained, it might be able to navigate around that.
Yeah, and now the Urshifu putting a lot of pressure onto this Incineroar, the Raging Bolt. -4 special attack wants to get out of there. Giuseppe wants to reset those drops so when it comes back onto the field, it's a lot stronger. And you bring in a really strong partnering Pokemon in the Rillaboom here. Take advantage of that active fake out and slow down some options on Francesco's side.
Oh, here come those surging strikes. We did say Francesco needs to get damage on the board, and it looks like he's going to be able to get a KO as well. Needs to get one more of these surging strikes to land. The Rocky Helmet damage is chipping away, but I think the trade-off is worth it. You've got rid of one of these dynamic duos. Rillaboom's still in the game, but Incineroar is down and out.
Yeah, it's a really good turn for Francesco to take away one of the options, the switching options for Giuseppe. Now they're only limited to 3 Pokemon rather than the 4, so those options become a little bit easier to kind of guess if they're moving in and out of the field and taking advantage of the fake out from that Rillaboom in particular. The one thing that Giuseppe's got the advantage of is now the Thunderous isn't on the field for Francesco, and come in to reset those drops that they took from the Eerie Impulse. It is now putting a lot of pressure onto both the Urshifu with a Thunderclap and also a Dragon Pulse into either target, super effective into the Gouging Fire, so you have to be a little bit careful there. And have you got the switches in the back? We know all the Pokemon that Francesco has available to them. The Grassy Glide, immediate threat onto that Urshifu as well. So Francesco not in the best of spots, even though they've just taken a Pokemon from Giuseppe. I think the momentum swing is all in Giuseppe's favor right now with this board position of the Raging Bolt and the Rillaboom.
Well, the Raging Bolt definitely was the one swinging that momentum. Once it got off the field, you had that Incineroar in that was kind of almost like candy for the Urshifu to try and grab, and that's exactly the trap that Francesco fell into, because now you've opened up the opportunity for Raging Bolt to come back in so naturally. Urshifu leaves the field and Thunderous is like, okay, I see a Raging Bolt, I see I'm needed back in action, as Terrestrialization is going to take to the stage. So these trainers wanting to shake things up a little bit further. The Gouging Fire will turn into a Fairy type, so this leaves it a lot less vulnerable to that Raging Bolt. Can no longer be hit by those super effective Dragon Pulses. It will now be immune.
Yeah, it's a great terrestrialization to get around that threat of the Dragon Pulse. Faker coming into that slot, don't want to allow that Gouging Fire to even attack this turn, and there it is. There's a key moment Giuseppe's waited for, that Calm Mind, but quite rightly, in response to that, Francesco bringing the Thunderous back onto the field, you said, open the door, I need to come back, I've got a job to do, and this is exactly why the Thunderous is going to be here and causing a lot of disruption, because that Eerie Impulse can be fired off again, and although the Calm Mind has boosted that special attack 1 stage, the Eerie Impulse will be able to undo that and take it down to -1. That Fairy Terror typing on the Gouging Fire, it's not affected by the Dragon Pulse, and you're kind of free to go for a Howl here if you want to, and you're putting a lot of pressure onto the Rillaboom as well at the same time with that Heat Crash that Giuseppe has to be a little bit more careful around, because the Heat Crash will do a lot of damage, super effective into the Rillaboom, and you can't afford to lose another one of those key pieces that you have to have next to something like the Raging Bolt that wants to set up.
Fantastic. And I mean, the Gouging Fire has a big old heart on its head for Valentine's Day as well. It got the memo for today, and it's going to be trying desperately to keep Francesco in at this game. One adjustment comes through on Giuseppe's side. We're going to see the Urshifu coming in from the back as Thunderous does indeed land that Eerie Impulse once again. Like you said, it has to find a way to counteract the offensive pressure from these Calm Minds. Obviously, the special defense boost stays in play, but that's not really going to be valid into this Gouging Fire. There comes the Howl. Now, this is a nice way to start setting up. Gouging Fire is like, okay, Raging Bolt, you can no longer touch me for good damage. I need to now use this to my advantage.
Yeah, and I think that's to the detriment of the Raging Bolt now. The Urshifu comes onto the field for Giuseppe. He's going to apply a little bit more pressure, but in front of an Electric-type Pokemon like Thunderous, isn't really sitting in the most comfortable of spots right now. Has to watch out for Thunder Wave as well. It's a speed control option that Francesco has access to. We didn't talk about in Team Preview, but if the Thunder Wave comes off onto the Urshifu, that's something that Giuseppe wants to try and avoid going forward in this match, and we are in response to this situation right now, seeing the terrestrialization, and it will be into that Urshifu, trying to mitigate that a weakness to electric types that are right front and center in front of it.
I think this is nice, like you say, it's going to give it a little bit more flexibility on the field because it's not going to have to worry about the electric type damage. The Aqua Jet comes through to get a bit of an edge on priority as the Raging Ball follows up with a Thunderclap, and it does get the knockout. The speed is indeed what Giuseppe needed to get the KO on that Gouging Fire.
Yeah, we talked about earlier in the match, every decision that these trainers make from start to finish is so important, and it comes in that Dragon Pulse catch earlier on in this match, doing that initial damage onto the Gouging Fire is so pivotal in allowing it to get knocked out. And like you've just pointed out, the paralysis effect here from the Wild Ball Storm is kicking in, and that Urshifu is now paralyzed. That's going to be beneficial for Francesco to try and catch up in this game because they've lost a real key part of their team just now.
Well, you said that Thunderous would likely be wanting to go for the Thunder Wave to try and slow down that Urshifu, but hey, if you can get it from a secondary effect on the Wild Bolt Storm and get damage for your troubles, that's a really nice way to try and get revenge onto that Urshifu. Fantastic playthrough coming from Francesco, but Giuseppe having that priority to identify a key threat on the opposing side, really nice play. Particularly as you'd gone for the Terra Steel on the Urshifu, you would then be very vulnerable to a potential heat crash.
You would indeed, and I think the thing now is Francesco's resources that they've got are solo health. It looks like the Dragonite might, even at -1 on the Raging Ball, is the Thunderclap going to be enough to pick up the knockout? There's that combination again of just get the chip that you need with the Aqua Jet and then follow up with the Thunderclap, and that's probably enough because of that initial Dragon Pulse damage that it got caught with earlier in this game, making things very difficult for Francesco because the Dragonite comes in here full health. You're saying, well, this is a different game completely, but Giuseppe laying the foundations early in this match and making it difficult for Francesco to get that momentum swing right now. But not over. The Dragonite comes in. It is putting a lot of pressure onto that Raging Bolt. If it can get a scale shot off into that Pokemon, then that is huge. Maybe you could try and protect it here. Go for a Thunder Wave into the Raging Bolt. Well, you can't because it's an electric type and it's also switching off the field.
Yeah, Raging Bolt's like, no, I'm not going to mess around with Thunderous anymore. I'm not going to let you get up to any plans. Let's bring the Grassy Terrain back on the field because my grounded Pokemon can benefit from that. On the opposing side, they're both flying, so cannot get that additional recovery. The Irian Pulse instead will land on the Rillaboom. It doesn't mind about this. A special attack is worthless to it. But the Scale Shot, however, is something it doesn't want to take. Dragonite really trying to utilize these loaded dice to get as many rolls on the board. It's going to be guaranteed 4, but can it get 5 to push the Rillaboom over the edge?
It looks like it's hitting 4 times here, still doing some very nice damage though, but that defense drop not really going to be that beneficial in front of the Urshifu. It is going to fire out a Surging Strikes, and even though it is resisted, it is going to be enough. That defense drop is the sacrifice of that Scale Shot, and what a nice switch there to preserve the Raging Bolt, bring in the Rillaboom, and it's a Pokemon that can come onto the field. It doesn't really care how many Eerie Impulses you fire its way, it's going to shrug those off and still carry on with its game plan.
And even in the end game, if you have a Raging Bolt versus the Thunderous, for example, Raging Bolt's going to have the advantage being able to hit it well with that Dragon Pulse. And so really, I think if you're Giuseppe, you're identifying that it's the partner Pokemon that's really disruptive, because Thunderous, particularly now Urshifu's Terrestrialized, isn't really a threat to any of the other Pokemon. It's just annoying to deal with if you're the Raging Bolt. So let's get rid of everything else, and then we can clean up and focus down on Thunderous for the end game.
Yeah, it looks like it will all come down and rest on Thunderous's shoulders for the remainder of the match, as a Grassy Glide is going to be enough to pick up this Urshifu, and it's a common theme throughout this match where we've seen the initial damage, put everything else in range for these priority attacks that Giuseppe leans into. Thunder Wave coming out into the Rillaboom, so it does have a chance not to attack. Not the case as the Grassy Glide comes out, picks up that easy knockout onto the opposing Urshifu.
Rillaboom too strong. It does get the paralysis landed, but will be able to get the knockout in return as Urshifu also breaks 3 of that potential paralysis chance to get some good damage down onto Thunderous. Even though it's going to, leave itself a little bit vulnerable now following up, I think the fact that Giuseppe still has 3 Pokemon remaining against the final one on Francesco's means he has a good advantage to take this game 1.
Yeah, the critical hit helps speed things up here, but like you say, I mean, both targets paralyzed, but you've still got a full health Raging Bolt in the back, and because of that, we do see the game cancelled and Giuseppe taking game 1 here. And yeah, it didn't seem like it was in that kind of controlling position, but really when you look down a little bit deeper, the foundations were starting to be made at the beginning of the game, and it all started to pay dividends towards that end game where he was in control and made life very difficult from Francesco.
I mean, I think you called it perfectly. We had a beautiful flashback to the way we ended day 1 with Giuseppe's Raging Bolt calling the perfect switch-ins with those Dragon Pulses. Although the beginning of the game, Francesco was able to get some good damage off, remove the Incineroar very early from play, it meant that this Raging Bolt could come into play. And the Raging Bolt was able to get the Dragon Pulse down onto the Gouging Fire and onto the Dragonite, both times when Francesco switched it in, giving it unnecessary damage. Even though the Thunderous was putting in so much work with the Eerie Impulse, the damage kept stacking up. And like you said, Lee, it then enabled enables some priority attacks like we saw the Aqua Jet, the Grassy Glide, Thunderclap, all these moves coming forward towards the end to be able to get KOs.
Yeah, and I think it's a real testament to Giuseppe's game plan there, where, you know, the natural kind of reaction to taking an E impulse on your Raging Bolt -2, you think, it's kind of dead weight at the moment. I need to get off the field as soon as possible to reset those drops. Well, he said, no, I'm just going to stay on the field. I'm not immediately threatened with any sort of knockout here. I can just sit quite comfortably, position my partnering Pokemon to help support me and get that situation where I can switch it out at the right time, but I'm going to get damage on the field when I can, and that was really pivotal. And you can identify in Francesco's team the Dragon types that are there that could potentially come to this game and then pick those off, and exactly what happened in Game 1. So some big adjustments needed from Francesco in Game 2.
Well, adjustments on both sides of the field. Chien-Pao and Urshifu are coming out for Giuseppe, whereas on the opposing side, you still have that Thundurus hoping to catch a Raging Bolt. We've got Ting-Lu by its side.
Well, we talk about how important leads were for our trainers. I mean, the perfect lead here for Giuseppe with that Chien-Pao adjustment here, putting pressure instantly onto the Thundurus here. There's a Dark type as well, so it's not going to have to worry about that Prankster Thunder Wave, and it puts on a lot of pressure on the opposing Ting-Lu alongside the Urshifu now that has that sort of Ruin boost. It can really cause a lot of problems for both of these Pokemon if they're left on the field and unsupported like they are right now.
Exactly, it can leave you in a very vulnerable position. Ting-Lu as well going to be able to utilize the potential Terra Blast coming through from a Terra Poison. That's something that we need to be aware of, with a clear Amulet, meaning it's not going to have any Intimidate drops coming through from a potential Incineroar in the back.
Yeah, and a very threatened position here. We are seeing a Terastallization come out from that Ting-Lu, so caught so well, Lu. Just wants to get rid of that water and that ice weakness that they had. Just put a bit more stability on the field for Francesco going forward in this turn 1, and just wanted to play things out. I'll just see what you're going to do. Protect on that Urshifu.
Well, Thundurus was going for the Thunder Wave down into the non-Dark type on the field, so it won't have its priority blocked. Could potentially have tried to slow that Urshifu down right away, but Chien-Pao is going to try and remove Thundurus from the game. Gets that Icicle Crash down. That's a solid one-hit KO. Removes already such a vital threat, and if there is a Raging Bolt in the back, I'm sure it is celebrating right now.
We talked about it yesterday, Lou. The false sense of security that Giuseppe leads their opponent into.
Yes.
The whole Game 1 said, I'm not really going to touch that Thundurus. It can stay there. It can do what it wants throughout the game. It switched in, switched out. It was not getting attacked this time around, though. Like, I'm going to take the opportunity when it's there. I'm going to go after it and remove it as quick as possible so it's not a threat going forward. Now taking away that paralysis chance. And now you've got the Gouging Fire coming onto the field. Yeah, it's in a not a bad position, but it still has to be wary about this Swords of Ruin boosted Surging Strikes that could come out from this Urshifu, and the Ting-Lu's still not in the most comfortable positions either, and not Vessel of Ruin isn't really paying any sort of benefit right now for Francesco.
Exactly, we've got all physicals out there on the field at the moment. Hal, however, is going to come through and say, oh, you said physical attackers? How about we boost up our attack 1 apiece as well? That's going to obviously happen on the Gouging Fire and the Ting-Lu. So any physical attacks that wants to come through are going to be even more formidable. The Icicle Crash lands on the Ting-Lu, does about a quarter damage as the Surging Strikes follow up, and you may have turned yourself into a Poison type, but with the Sword of Ruin on the field as well, this makes it so formidable. Look at Ting-Lu, so low in HP after this turn.
Yeah, that is so much damage there. And the chance of a flinch from the Icicle Crash actually pays off. And there we go. That makes it so difficult for Francesco to get any sort of momentum here. You think, okay, well, you can take this double up one time only. That amount of damage is, and the flinch there just really slowing and putting a stop to any sort of plan that Francesco had. The Gouging Fire, though, still has that attack boost, so not all hope hasn't been lost for Francesco here. Does still have a chance. The Ting-Lu pretty much dead weight at the moment. If you can get an attack off with it, that's great, but is Giuseppe going to allow you to attack with it? I don't think so. Probably want to target into that slot just to cover it. But this Gouging Fire has to be careful around these Surging Strikes. They're going to hit for critical hit damage. Can you and will you be able to remove the Urshifu? The one thing that you do have is the Breaking Swipe. You can go for that double target attack. It will lower the attack on both of these attackers. So there we go. We do see it.
Yeah, Breaking Swipe also comes through, gets some good chip down onto that Chien-Pao, and is lowering that attack, making them a little less scary. But an Icicle Crash going into a Dragonite, that is always terrifying. But this time, multi-scale was intact, so it was just able to hang on, but not for long, because once again, Giuseppe using the double up, the targeting to be able to get damage and knockouts on the board. He is in such control, Lee.
Yeah, really unfortunate switch for Francesco, but Giuseppe catching that Dragonite with the Icicle Crash, not the Pokemon that you want to come in on that 4-time super super effective move. Now the Ting Lu re-entering the field. It hasn't got that Howl. It's going to go down to a Surging Strikes. Obviously, the Unseen Fist ability, able to hit through even a Protect here, leaving the Gouging Fire against all four. But we lock it in, Lou, and we have our winner.
Wow, Francesco, I think, not wanting any more damage to befall his beloved Pokemon, leaving Giuseppe Musico the winner of that set. Game 1, there was a lot of back and forth, but Game 2, it was all about Giuseppe, it was all about Chi and Pao, it was all about the Urshifu.
Yeah, and what an adjustment. You've got to really give Giuseppe so much credit for that adjustment in Game 2. Bringing that Chen Pao was so impactful, and yes, got a little bit lucky with that secondary effect flinch with the Icicle Crash, but that's part and parcel of it, why Chen Pao is such a formidable threat. It has the chance to be able to do that, and you've got to target into the right Pokemon as well, which is exactly what Giuseppe did, identifying the Ting Lu as a primary target there. I'm going to get rid of that and put pressure on that so it cannot function, because that's where the terrestrialization went. That's where Francesco was putting all of their eggs in one basket.
Yes.
Kind of cut that out. Then Francesco's plan falls apart. You saw there as well. Catching switch after switch and benefiting from it was something that Giuseppe was just able to do time and time again.
That Chi and Pao was outstanding, being able to get the big damage onto the Thunderous that had been so difficult to deal with in Game 1, as well as almost getting the one-hit KO on the multi-scale Dragonite. We understand it wasn't meant to be, but the fact that you then had that synergy with the Urshifu to be able to get the knockout was phenomenal.
Yeah, it was. And I mean, Giuseppe is just playing so well at this event. And it feels like they don't give their opponent an inch to move in battle, because they've got so much control, even in situations where, it looks a bit dicey and they don't look like they're in the best of spots. I think the whole time Giuseppe knows the game plan, knows how the match is going to go, and knows exactly what they need to do next. And not just the next turn, but maybe 3 turns down the line where they've got that board position set up, and then they can dominate, they can press the button and then just close the game out as and when they want.
He's got all eyes on all the pieces moving throughout the field, and I think the fact that we've seen just time and time again, not only today but yesterday, the fact that he calls every switch in and is able to get the targeting so accurate, it really puts your opponent on the back foot. And a lot of Pokemon isn't just about the pieces on the board, it's also a mental game in many ways. You have to stay composed, you have to make sure that you're reading your opponent correctly, and Giuseppe has got the book on every single player out there at the moment. Commiserations, of course, to Francesco. Still incredible run so far, still very much in contention to be able to make top cut later on, but he's no longer our undefeated player. Our undefeated player is Giuseppe Musico.
Yeah, an Italian, and a strong one at that. And like you say, I don't know how you kind of match up against Giuseppe when they're playing like this, because you are taking so much damage, you're not even given the opportunity to get a momentum swing in the game. And I think that's the way Giuseppe's playing this. At the right time being very offensive, but at the right time also being defensive. Getting, like you said, Lou, getting every turn right at every stage of the game. And it has been pretty flawless up to this point. Undefeated so far. How long can they keep this going? Well, Giuseppe is ready and waiting to give us a bit more insight on the stage, so we'll throw it over to Costa and take us through all of these insights.
Thank you very much, Lee and Lou. We have got our only undefeated trainer and our first one to be able to make it through to Top Cut, Giuseppe Musico. Giuseppe, we already had a chat at the end of yesterday where you were undefeated. You are still undefeated. How are you feeling now that you've guaranteed Top Cut?
No, I'm really excited because it's my first top cut at an international. It's one counter result that was missing, and achieving that like in such a way, undefeated for now, is so good, you know.
Yeah, the only undefeated trainer up against the other undefeated trainer, of course, that being Francesco Piopero. It was a tough match, but you both gave it your all. Let's go into the details of it, because when it comes to Francesco's team, he's got a very sustained kind of team where, you know, like he tries to drag matches out. He's got disruption, with that Thunderous being such a key piece. So what we saw your game 1 approach was to kind of ignore it. Was that just part of your strategy and focus elsewhere?
Yeah, like not really part of my strategy. I was forced to do that at this position, like, because yeah, I can really impulse, like reduce my damage on Bolt, but at that point my goal was to weaken all his mons. And yeah, when he actually switched Dragonite turn 1 on the fake out and Dragon Pulse, even if he didn't KO, it is such a good damage that I would have done after the impulse. So there was like the key turn there, the turn 1, then I had to play a bit to win. It was not easy because still Thunderous is dangerous, and there's also Thunderwave, which can win games as well. Could win both Storm, Para, yeah. My plan there, like, first of all, I knew that Francesco likes to play this kind of spicy team that have at least a good matchup against the most common teams, like mine. So I expected him to be 100% prepared for it, know exactly what to do. And I want to take him a bit off guard. So I knew that this Inchy Ball read was really weak to Tinglu, but I was saying, okay, like, he will expect Pau in lead, like, which is the usual stuff, the obvious stuff that Balan players will do. But yeah, then managed to put myself in a good position with Bolt. Still was not that good, but yeah, once I've won the game, I was completely sure it was gonna lead like Tinglu Thunder's game too, because I think I played him like online, and I think it was him. So that's what he did. Like, he lost to Inchy Bolt, and then game 2, like, he lead Tinglu Thunder. So that's what I expected, and the power shift into that is so good because you basically are forcing one of the two Terras, and at that point it's forced to Terra Tinglu because no point to do that on Thundros. Yeah, I didn't want to do that, but in the end I said, okay, he's not gonna Terra Tinglu, but just Icicle Crash the Thundros, get the KO, and then play from there. And it was really good, my position after that. Yeah, I took a flinch on the Tinglu, but I think I won. I mean, probably won, like, not guaranteed, but yeah. And yeah, at the point, I didn't want to risk like him switching Dragonite, so I kept attacking with Icicle Crash the slot. So he needs to KO my Chien-Pao if he wants to switch. And he cannot click Call, which was danger to me, so I kept attacking the slot even if Pao was gonna die, and yeah, that's how I locked the game there.
Yeah, you sort of need to be able to force his hand, right? In terms of the fact that the Thunderous doesn't have Protect, right? It's got Covert Cloak, you've got the Taunt, the Disruption, so you can always guarantee damage into that slot, unless of course there's going to be a defensive terrestrialization or something like that. But it was really cool to see the end of game 1 where you were able to focus down onto the Gouging Fire, the Aqua Jet, Thunderclap to try to guarantee it because it had already got the little heart going with the Terra Fairy because of Valentine's Day, obviously. But the fact that, like you said, you already had some pre-existing knowledge because you, like you mentioned, faced each other before. You're able to sort of make a couple of educated reads based off of his playstyle. But there we have it. I mean, Francesco, one of the best players at this tournament as well. So consistent, but you are undefeated. So, I mean, the team clearly is working for you. We spoke a bit about it. Is this just something, like you've mentioned, that so perfectly fits your play style on your side?
Yeah, it's just comfort pick for me, and it's a strong team as well because it won the last major in Europe. So, yeah, definitely works for me, and the team is perfect for now. For now, let's see.
So far, it is literally perfect. You have not dropped the set. But with that being said, what I do want to sort of ask you as well is, in terms of consistency, you know, like keeping your head in the game, you've had a 9-0, amazing day 1, phase 1 and phase 2, now starting here. Was there any prep that you did during the night or during this morning, whether actually checking data or maybe your own, I don't know, habits or mental prep that you've got personally?
Okay, this is fun because every people will suggest not do that, but I was noticing that all the last tournaments I was always losing or playing bad the round 1 because maybe I needed, I don't know, to get a bit warm in my play. So what I did yesterday and today was playing just game online to get a bit of, I don't know, to wake up my mind, and yeah, that's
it's sort of like light exercise to warm yourself.
Like, for now it worked.
Well, very much so. You are still undefeated. It must be such an amazing feat. Now, obviously, it's not over yet. You still obviously just want to make sure you keep on going, keep the form going, don't slow down and such. But with that being said, we'll probably leave you to it so you can get some rest as well. Do you have any shout-outs that you would like to give to anybody here at home or anybody tuning into the broadcast?
Yeah, shout out to El Server, my team, and also to Stefano Greppi, who made it in first and also had me prepare some matches. Yeah.
Well, there you have it. Thank you so much for your time, Giuseppe. Before we go ahead and feature the next round, we do have a special little treat for you lovely folks around a championship storyline that did take the meta by the storm, quite literally, in Utrecht 2 years ago within this same format. Nikhil Reddy being the champ. Please take it away.
What makes a Pokemon viable in VGC? There are many factors to consider. Fluttermane has strong offensive pressure. Amoonguss has incredible defensive utility. Rillaboom has valuable support with an ability that boosts its damage. And if you're looking for a Pokemon that can do all of the above, then Incineroar has got you covered. These are the skills trainers look for when building teams. These are also traits lacking from legendary Pokemon Articuno. Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. For nearly 2 decades, Articuno was better off left in the Seafoam Islands than it was on the battlefield.
It's going to be Articuno. How much can this Pokemon do?
Oh, that's a miss. That's huge.
The other 2 legendary birds from Kanto had many more accolades than Articuno. In 2019, world champion Paul Ruiz got top 4 at LAIC by using Moltres as a Xerneas count.
The way that he builds his team is just phenomenal. You can see that wonderful Moltres.
Zapdos has a fantastic typing, great utility, and a decade's worth of top finishes to its name. The Paldean region introduced terastallization, giving Pokemon the chance to change their typing and potentially change their fate. Scarlet and Violet also changed Hail to Snow, now boosting Ice Pokemon's defense by 1 stage. Terastallization and Snow were the missing pieces needed for Articuno to finally show us what it's got in VGC. 2 brave trainers were up to the challenge, Amir Abdulovsky and Nikhil Reddy. At the Utrecht special event, Nikhil cracked the code on Articuno, and Amir also saw the potential in this diamond in the rough. The most important teammate was Alolan Ninetales, which set up the Snow, giving Articuno accurate blizzards and helping it take less damage thanks to Aurora Veil. Hisuian Arcanine was the other key Pokemon in this core, with Intimidate to lower attacks and Rock Slide or Flare Blitz to threaten the Pokemon that resisted Blizzard.
Rock Slide there, launched out from the Arcanine.
Nikhil and Amir took Utrecht by storm with one of the coolest strategies we've seen in VGC.
There for a particular point in time in a match where you need that one-hit KO. Body Press does connect through. Articuno able to take that really well thanks to the Aurora Veil.
Sheer Cold though does connect. It's connecting onto the Registeel, and the Registeel is down and out. One-hit KO.
Choice Spec Sheer Cold sent a shiver down the spine of Articuno's opponents.
Wrap up trainers, it's getting cold in here.
Sheer Cold!
It connects!
It's going!
Not every day you see an Articuno taking down an Incineroar, but the king of Pokemon video game has been felt. Exactly, Articuno gets it! The Sheer Cold comes through. All of Registeel's efforts are null and void.
Thanks to this high-risk, high-reward team, Articuno finally had a chance to climb the mountain in VGC.
Amir Abdulovsky is here providing sheer entertainment on stream.
Destiny would pit Amir and Nikhil against each other in top 8. These 2 trainers were completely in sync during this chilling battle, choosing the same Pokemon, clicking the same attacks, and understanding this team like no one else could. We had never seen an Articuno exceed expectations like this, let alone 2 of them.
That's going to wrap up the game for Amir.
Look how much help that hand is doing to the damage count against that opposing Articuno. Critical hit, single target attack.
Often the winner in a mirror match is the one who can use their common information against their opponent and do something unexpected. After losing game 1, on the brink of elimination, Nikhil would leave Articuno on the sidelines to even up the set.
There's the Moonblast guaranteeing that if the Rock Slide connects, it will get the knockout. It does find its mark.
And it is a double knockout for Nikhil, getting Ninetales and Articuno off the board.
This showdown in the snow was starting to heat up, now tied 1 game apiece.
It looked like Amir was on the front foot for the early stages of that game.
I love a game 3.
Nikhil continued to rely on Arcanine in game 3. Knockout after knockout, Arcanine snowballed momentum for Nikhil, closing out the set and securing the title of Utrecht's strongest Articuno.
Let's be honest, the star of the show there, doesn't matter whose team it was on, it was the Hisuian Arcanine.
Articuno's cold front would continue in the finals. Nikhil Reddy proved that all it takes is the right time and place to capitalize on your potential by taking one of the least viable legendary Pokemon in VGC history and turning it into a champion.
And that is going to be Nikhil Reddy, your champion of the Utrecht special event!
Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Are you guys ready for the Pokemon Center?
Yeah, so excited! What are you gonna get at the Pokemon Center? I'm gonna get the Jigglypuff. What are you gonna get? I'm gonna get the Pikachu. Oh, I'm so excited!
Okay, let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Yeah, let's go! Yes, we need to get these.
Oh, this one. Oh, Psyduck.
Tatsugiri! Oh! It's a Pikachu!
Tough choice. Remember, you can only have one.
What did you get from the Pokemon Center? I actually got something for you. Thank you! That's so cool. I actually also got something for you. I got a Pikachu. Thank you!
Oh, let's head to the arena, okay?
Okay! How many Pikachus do you think you have?
Too many, can't count.
What are you gonna name your Jigglypuff? Probably Iggly Biggly Bob.
And we're back here at the Pokemon 2026 European International Championships here on this wonderful Valentine's Day. I hope that you all got your roses and chocolates. I have a rose with me, Rosemary Kelly to be precise, and I don't have any chocolates unfortunately, but I do potentially have a Costa? Almost? No? Well, we've had some really great action so far already. I'm really excited to be getting into the games as we have seen some great games already so far. Two former world champions, and what's going on behind me?
What is going on behind you? A wild Costa has appeared.
Ah, so we do indeed have a Costa.
Hello.
Hello.
I believe you know what my appearance and presence mean.
No,
Oh,
I've forgotten everything that happened yesterday.
So
Please
let me
remind me.
remind you. So, welcome to my segment, because I can't have you guys have all the action on Valentine's Day. I think we want to get another Costa's Cinnabar challenge going. You guys are currently losing against Lee and Lou. You have got 3 out of 6. Is
Four
what I
out
would
of
say.
6. 4 out of 6, thank you.
I wanted to be okay. Well, 4 out of wait, no, you're twisting it. You're losing. You're not winning.
Yes, they are at what, 6?
3 out of 5. We're at 3 out of 6.
Oh, we are at 3 out of 6.
Thank you.
No, because remember we stole one of their points.
Ignore him. So, point is, you need to be able to answer me a couple of riddles in a fun game called Poke Riddle Me This. Are you guys ready?
I'm ready.
No.
Cool.
Were you ready for me not being ready?
No.
Okay.
So, right. The whole point is I'm going to be saying 4 lines, and then you're going to allow me to say a certain catchphrase that I am very, very happy about. And then you're going to try to guess which Pokemon I am referring to. This could be both in a casual manner. This could be VGC related. You're going to have to figure it out, okay?
Okay.
All right, here we go. Riddle number 1. I drop from sky with rocky might. Earthquakes follow in my flight. For years I shaped the battlefield. My scarfed revenge cannot be healed. Who am I?
Landorus. It's Landorus. Landorus Therian.
If it's Scarf, then it's got to be Therian, right?
Yeah.
Because you always see the Life Orb on the Landorus Incarnate.
Lock.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's sure.
100% sure.
All right.
Choice Scarf Rock Slides, Choice Scarf Earthquakes.
Okay. What else is there? Is there something that you may be missing?
No.
No.
Oh, wow, you're that confident.
No.
Cool. Oh, okay, cool.
It has to be Landorus.
Obviously, feel free to join in as well on the action. Okay. Final answer.
Landorus.
Therian.
Wait for it. It is a genie, however. Okay, fine. It's Landorus Therian. Yes, correct. I decided to give you a freebie, okay? I was, Valentine's Day, Boyd's speech about the roses. I was like, okay, it welled me up. Empathy came through.
Of course.
That's not going to happen with my next one, though. So, are you ready?
Okay.
All right, cool. So you're at 4 out of 7 now.
Yeah.
All right. Riddle number 2. I carry weather on my back. The sunlight fuels my strong attack. Ancient past now fights today.
Torkoal.
My boosted strikes will clear the way.
Torkoal.
Does Torkoal strike? I wouldn't call Torkoal striking.
Torkoal.
I mean, I was thinking of something like Solar Beam.
But I carry weather on my back.
Yeah.
So, like, Torkoal's back is a shell. Sets the drought. Ancient paths now, like, clear as day is, like,
Well, then that might be,
Torkoal setting up
but then that may be like Groudon then. Because if it's more ancient.
Here we go.
Oh, strikes. Precipice Blades do strike,
Yeah.
kind of.
If we are sticking with the same rules as yesterday, we get a repeat of the riddle.
We do get a repeat.
I will allow it. I carry weather on my back. The sunlight fuels my strong attack. Ancient past now fights today. My boosted strikes will clear the way.
Okay, so it's either, I think it's actually Koraidon or Photosynthesis Pokemon.
Ooh. I think Koraidon works, because Collision Course.
Yeah.
Flare Blitz.
But then does it have the weather on its back?
Well, I think so, because it says sunlight.
Yeah, yeah.
I really still think it's Torkoal.
I'm inclined to Photosynthesis / Koraidon now.
So then, no, I think you're right. I think it's Koraidon. Lock it. Koraidon.
Yeah, let's go with Koraidon.
Final answer.
Final answer. I'm hoping you have also locked in too, because I can confirm the answer to this Poke Riddle is Torkoal!
I was right the first time! Oh man, because the back!
Can't believe this. No, I'm sick of this. I'm not having this. I'm not having this. I'm using Switcheroo. I'm taking over, Costa.
This is my... Wait! Why'd the graphic change? This is my Cinnabar challenge!
This is now my Cinnabar challenge, Costa.
Not gonna lie.
And I'm flipping the script.
This was unexpected.
We are no longer doing riddles. That is too basic. Instead, I'm going to ask you some questions that have been hiding in plain sight and you have seen thousands and thousands of times.
Ooh.
Interessante. Please, do tell.
I will not riddle you this. Okay. I will just pose a simple question. How many claps happen during the move Helping Hand?
5.
I agree.
Is that an immediate lock-in?
Yeah.
I concur.
I'm afraid you are incorrect.
It's 1, isn't it? Because you consider clapping as like an action.
It is not 1.
This is not correct.
3.
Are we having multiple attempts? This
You've already
is a lousy
lost.
effort.
You have
of a
already
question.
lost.
I really thought it was 5.
Why don't you demonstrate, both of you, Helping Hand?
I did.
Why don't both of you demonstrate Helping Hand?
It's 10.
Because there are 2 pairs of hands that appear during Helping Hand. Both clap 5 times. Therefore, there are 10 claps that happen during Helping Hand.
What?
Bit cheeky.
You are currently at 0% success rate. Let's continue.
What?
I do not like this game.
How many hexagons appear in the Protect Shield?
Oh my god.
You have seen this literally thousands of times.
And we have not paid attention even once.
That, I'm gonna say
You're too quick to lock in. Give more time.
no. Because if I second guess myself, I get stuck with Koraidon as the final answer in our riddle when I got Torkoal right the first time.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm gonna say 36.
We were so committed to Torkoal the entire time.
I'm gonna say 36.
36. Why?
Wait. Because a hexagon has 6 sides.
Point. How many hexagons appear during Protect?
I have just posed you that question.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
But this is my segment.
Do you see the name at the bottom of the screen?
Cinnabar Challenge, of which I introduced, yes.
Do you see the name at the bottom
Cinnabar
of the screen?
Challenge, of
Therefore,
which I have
you will
introduced.
tell me how many hexagons are in the Protect Shield.
Actually, I think it's 6. Wait. 1, 6, 12? Would that be how that works? 12, 1, 6.
6,000
Wrong.
is not the right answer.
Once.
I will give you a hint. 6,000 is not the answer.
That's not helpful. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it
30 seconds.
36.
Was 30 seconds a hint? It was not.
No. It was, I'm just gonna
do
say
not like
36.
Okay.
Do you concur, Costa?
Oh my god. I mean, I'm even drawing this out on a piece of paper and I like can't figure out.
I will let Rose take the lead, so I do not take the full.
Are you kidding me?
Then you are still at 0%.
Rose is, yes.
There are 19 in the hexagons in the Protect Shield because it goes 3, 4, 5, 4, 3.
4, 5, 4, 3. That stacks up. Just like a stack attacker.
0% continues. Another question to continue your entirely losing
I
streak?
don't think you should continue this. You have got 0% win rate.
You two are bullying me. I'm gonna get
Question
one of these
number
right, I
3.
swear.
How many characters appear in the speech bubble of Parting Shot?
Haha.
Again, you have seen it thousands of times.
5.
Okay, describe them.
There's like an exclamation point and a question mark, and I think there's like a pound symbol. It's no, you know what? I might be confusing it with what Canary does when she when she loses.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm gonna 5. I'm just locking in 5. Keep it simple.
Yes.
Are you breaking away from teamwork, or are you locking in 5?
He's never been my teammate.
There never was teamwork, boys.
Yeah, see,
Therefore,
look at
your
this.
answer will be?
Rose, what is your answer?
It's a 5.
Okay. Locking in?
I hate this game.
It is not
Yes.
5.
It is 6.
It is 8.
Plus 2.
There are 3 exclamation marks, 2 question marks, 2 hashtags, and an asterisk that appear during the speech bubble in
Hashtag
Parting
play
Shot.
Pokemon. That means there are 14 characters actually. Plus 2.
I do not follow your
So
logic.
you are incorrect.
What is going on?
Next riddle.
No, I have one final question, and it is the most evil.
God.
Riddle number 3.
I will allow it so that I can play again.
I ride the seas with Spiral Shell. In rushing waves I battle well. Water and fists both strong. With me, I strike like storms upon the sea. Who am I?
Terapagos. Kyogre is too simple.
I mean, the shell initially took me to Lapras, but I don't think it's a spiral. A spiral shell would be Omanyte or Omastar.
Then maybe it is... Oh my goodness. My brain is broken. I don't even know what you said.
Do you need assistance?
I will allow it.
Need help.
I shall allow it. I ride the seas with spiral shell. In rushing waves I battle well. Water and fists, both strong with me. I strike like storms upon the sea. Who am I?
Poliwrath has a spiral.
Water and fists. But it
Poliwrath
says
has
shell.
fists.
A
It
shell?
doesn't have a shell.
30 seconds!
Apart from the shell, I would have gone Poliwrath. Because that would have...
20 seconds!
Spiral shell.
Hmm.
Oh my god, I give up.
You may be hyperfixating. 13 seconds.
Isn't that the entire point of this? To throw us off with our hyperfixations.
10 seconds.
I'm locking in Omastar, even though I know I am incorrect.
You do not know that you are incorrect. 5 seconds.
I've already locked in, thank you very much.
3, 2, 1.
I give up.
Nothing. You give up? Not even one guess? I shall allow it. But it needs to be within 5 seconds. Too late.
I give up.
She guesses Urshifu Rapid Strike.
Very well. If you do get this incorrect,
Oh my god.
it is 2 points you shall lose.
2 points?
Because Boit made 2 guesses. I can confirm.
I said she guessed.
The correct
Oh my god.
answer is Poliwrath.
I'm not going to dignify with that one answer. I was on the right lines, and I regret my decision entirely.
That is what I thought you would say.
Mm-hmm. Where's its shell?
Does it have a shell? I feel like you lied.
Is it a lie when referencing to certain patterns that could symbolize certain objects?
Yes.
Kinda.
I don't believe that that's the case.
Yes. I think you both have horrible games. I'm leaving and going on to the standings of our tournament now and bringing us back to focus for the Europe International Championships, because I do know at least one thing, if I can't get those questions right, is that we have some incredible players that are left here. Giuseppe Musico is going to be our only undefeated player as we head into our next round of Swiss. It's going to be Swiss round number 12. And so this is where we're going to see our 10 and 1s try to earn their ticket into the top cut. Costa, thank you for nothing.
You're welcome.
Really disliked this. I am going to remember this forever and hold it against you. But we will probably see you later. Anyway, thanks. Bye.
Oh, now he's gone. I can go back to normal. Great.
I can't believe this.
I can absolutely believe it. You know what you're letting yourself into when you came over to London. Come on.
That is actually really true. I did know this was going to happen, but I still didn't like it.
But what we will like to see is the matches that we are going to have for these last couple of rounds to determine who's going to be able to make it into the top cut. And we do have yet another world champion to be able to feature. Once again, Shohei Kimura is going to be joining us at a 10-1 record, facing down a previous EUIC champion back in 2019 with Flavio Del Pidio.
And the rest of the matchups you can see here, anyone at 10 and 1 is hoping that this is going to be their win and into the top top cut. We have a couple of international affairs that are going to follow this up. Paul Chua, also a previous EUIC champion from 23, is going to be going up against Francesco Piopero, and that is another one of those Italian legends. And of course, we've already seen what that team looks like. But for the rest of it, we've got Giovanni Sischi still continuing to win throughout phase number 2 and is going to be going up against Spain's Eric Rios. That is one for the ages, especially as Eric Rios is also an EUIC champion. We've got a lot of those in the mix here, so all of these matches are so exciting.
Yeah, we've had plenty of previous champions still proving why they became champions in the first place, whether that was regional, international, or world champion. They're still being able to put on a fantastic performance for us here. And like we've already mentioned, it's going to be world champion versus international champion, and actually regional champion as well in his own right on top of that for Flavio. So yeah, couldn't be more excited to see this match.
And I remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, Flavio Del Pidio ran Pheasantipity.
Yeah, 2 years ago, he did.
Yeah, at the last EUIC
and
in
Phase
Regulation
2.
F, and was the only one player to make Pheasantipity, to bring Pheasantipity to a phase 2. So that's super, super stellar. And I think it doesn't surprise me at all that Flavio Del Pidio is also running the same Thunderous Incarnate Tinglu team with the Gouging Fire. We've already featured a couple of times on stream as they have worked together. But yeah, it's like it's also out there like the Pheasantipity was.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think we said a couple of times, we shouldn't be surprised to see Thunderous Incarnate, but we are surprised to see Thunder Incarnate. But it's been proving itself already, as Flavio was able to be undefeated on the first phase of this tournament and is still only one loss so far and is looking to guarantee his place into that top cut of EUIC, but will have to take down our former 23 world champion Shohei Kimura to be able to do it.
And Shohei has been on an international tour, came off the back of a top 16 at the Birmingham Regional Championships just a couple of weeks ago, and in 2025 got top 16 at both LAIC and EUIC, and also a top 32 at NAIC. So he has proven that it's not just the World Championships that he can take on, he can also keep top cutting at the International Championships. A win here would secure another top cut for him. Now, we take a look at this team once again, as Flavio Del Pidio is going to be bringing his own spin on this team in terms of how he's going to run it. I'm hoping this is going to be a bit of a different affair, as Flavio Del Pidio is going to be facing up against this balanced team from Shohei. We did see Francesco Piopero actually lose the balanced matchup in that last round, so hopefully Flavio Del Pidio has a different way around it.
Yeah, and I think it might actually be the case that Shohei is running the same 6 as Giuseppe was running in that previous round. But of course, these are two completely different trainers, maybe with a completely different approach to the matchup as well. We saw the Thunderous come for Francesco and wasn't able to do the support capabilities that I really wanted to. So is that going to be the same strategy that Flavio will end up going for here? Or is the Thunderous maybe going to be left on the bench and rely on the other support just going for howls immediately from the Gouging Fire? Because you wouldn't really consider anything else supportive on the team. Like, the Thunderous is the support Pokemon, and Gouging Fire technically counts because of the howl. And I don't know, I wasn't so impressed by the Thunderous in the previous round against the balance. I would be inclined to bench it, given how that round went.
I 100% agree with you. The only thing that I'm looking at on Shohei's team is if you are worried about the Raging Bolt being able to set up Calm Minds, do you want to put the onus on the Tinglu to have to carry that responsibility of dealing with it, or do you want to bring that Thunderous anyway to try to get a taunt off into the Raging Bolt? But it's about positioning. So maybe Thunderous isn't something that actually gets brought in the lead. Maybe it's something that you consider bringing in the back. That way you've already cleared the path for that Thunderous to get the target in front of it that it wants to in that Raging Bolt.
Yeah, we saw Francesco lead with Thunderous so often. Leaving it in the back is absolutely viable. And you were mentioning it's all about positioning. Well, that's exactly what this team is all about. The balanced teams are about positioning, getting into the right position. You've got the two fake-out brothers there. No, Pivot Pals, caught myself. Pivot Pals is better, but yeah, we'll be able to reposition very, very nicely.
Got you with that one.
Almost got me, but no. We got the personal preferences. Like, we see this team of 6 together very often, and it does come down to the personal preference. Do you have leftovers or booster energy on the Calm Mind Raging Bolt? Or even just go for Life Orb as well and just do the massive damage. What coverage moves do you have on the Gem Pow? In this case, we've got the supportive capabilities of the Icy Wind coming again, and the Terra Grass available. That's one of the more uncommon Terras on Chien-Pao. We usually see either the Ghost to stop fake outs or one of the offensive ones, whether that's Stellar, Dark, or Ice to be able to boost up the damage output. But here, it's going to be able to help against things like Spores, but that's not going to be too viable for him in this game. But we did see how effective that Chien-Pao was in the previous round when it faced up against this team. It was able to take care of the Thunderous in one shot with that Icicle Crash. And it's immune to those Prankster moves, can't be Thunder Wave to be put slower. So if the Thunderous is led into the Chien-Pao, then that could be quite devastating for it.
Right, and as we saw yesterday with Shohei Kimura making his on-stream appearance, that Icy Wind on the Chien-Pao also came in super clutch. There aren't other options here on this team to be able to get that speed control. No Prankster Tailwind, so you really are relying on the natural speed of that Chien-Pao to help make the speed on your team just a little bit more favorable. Now, when you actually take a look at how these teams are going to function, let's see them in action. Shohei Kimura, 23 world champion, is going to be leading with the Raging Bolt next to that Incineroar, and Flavio is content to follow in his teammates' footsteps to lead that Thunderous Incarnate in the front.
Yeah, I think this might have actually been the leads for both trainers in the previous round when we had this matchup. So both sticking to what they, well, I assume that you've got some kind of game plan against balance, and therefore we're leaning with the Thunderous and the Urshifu here. You can go for the Eerie Impulses pretty safely into that Raging Bolt to be able to put a stop to the damage, but we know how much damage the booster energy allows the Raging Bolt to do, so even at -2, it would be doing some very impressive damage. Yes, you can go for the Thunderclap into the Urshifu on this turn to try and do some really good damage, but if the Eerie Impulse would out-prioritize that, and then the Thunderclap would not be able to pick up the knockout on the Urshifu. That might be why we got the Incineroar here with the Raging Bolt to provide that fake-out pressure, be able to fake out the Urshifu, obviously not the Covert Cloak on the Thunderous, but yeah, like we're going to be seeing that straight up, the fake-out, stop that Urshifu.
And we will see the Thunderous get what it wants. It's going to be in front of the Raging Bolt. I think this is where we saw Francesco have a little bit less utility with this Thunderous, is the fact that it didn't get a chance to Eerie Impulse drop with the Raging Bolt, doesn't get a chance to taunt it to shut off something like that Calm Mind. But I think this is a position that Flavio is okay with. You got a -2 drop on this Raging Bolt. Look how comfortably that Thunderous actually took the Dragon Pulse.
Yeah, very, very comfortable there, and you can just spam Eerie Impulse. That's one of the nice things about it. You could potentially put this Raging Bolt down to -4, and then it really won't be able to do the damage. Of course, the Incineroar was threatened by the Urshifu now that it no longer has access to its fake out, so Surging Strikes could have easily gone into that slot, and that's probably why Shohei has switched in his own Urshifu.
And this Raging Bolt is going to take another special attack drop that is now -4 stages if you factor out the booster energy, and it will look so sad in the amount of damage that it does. Usually those booster energy Raging Bolts with that special attack boost are able to get those one-hit knockouts into the Urshifus, but this one is around to just continue to start stacking up the damage here for Flavio as Shohei switches out that Incineroar into the Urshifu.
Yeah, that's not too much damage for any of the trainers here. Like, it's going to all add up, but the -4 Thunderclap, that just was not the damage you were expecting. Booster Energy Thunderclap is usually able to one-shot an Urshifu, so very comfortable survival. But of course, the Urshifu switching in is going to be able to soak up the Surging Strikes as well, but is now open to a potential Wild Bolt Storm coming from the Thunderous. And given that it's the Mystic Water variant of the Urshifu, we'll have to see the training of whether the Thunderous has invested completely into its bulk, or it's going to be able to outspeed the opposing Urshifu, because if it does, then it's threatened by that Wild Bolt Storm straight up.
Look at this. I mean, Thunderous takes another... Oh, yeah, I mean, the Wild Bolt Storm actually does just outspeed. And so that is a knockout onto the Urshifu from Shohei. This is already off to a much better start here for Flavio. I mean, yeah, that Thunderclap was pretty pitiful into the Thunderous. And the fact that it was able to survive, you're going to be able to get a lot. I mean, speaking of pitiful,
Yep.
Raging Bolt is still very good at taking damage.
Yeah, it's one of the best counters we have to Urshifu. It didn't look like it based on the damage of the Thunderclap, but you can see there it is soaking up those Surging Strikes pretty comfortably. But then this is one of the downsides of having that booster energy instead of leftovers, because the Raging Bolt's been sat on the field since turn 1, and it would start to be able to recover off all that damage if it had leftovers, and because of all the area impulses, that's kind of negated the booster energy. You can switch out the Raging Bolt to reset those drops, but of course the booster energy boost will go with it. Qianpao is a good Pokemon to switch in here against the Thundurus though, because you do threaten the KO onto that Thundurus with the Icicle Crash, but you're not really threatening the opposing Urshifu too much. Just based on the damage that Thunderclap did, it would be quite close if a Sucker Punch and Thunderclap was able to pick up the knockout there.
And I don't like the opportunity, the potential that Shohei can take out the Raging Bolt to shed those drops, but then Incineroar has to come in, and that's something that I think you can read if you're Flavio. Very safe to just keep going for Surging Strikes into that slot. But there's not going to be a switch
that's
here.
Going to be close
it
if
is
it's
just
Thunderclap.
going to be a Sucker Punch and the Thunderclap to follow it up. The Urshifu has a 1 HP survival, and that is going to keep it around to go for additional damage on this turn as the Wild Bolt Storm connects onto both. It's the close combat, and I think this Urshifu has done more than enough. It deserves a very big sandwich after this.
Oh, absolutely. I said it was going to be close. I didn't realize it would be as close as it could possibly have been. Wow, what a well-trained Urshifu coming out from Flavio here. Because now, yeah, the Incineroar is going to come in, and it's going to be threatened by the Surging Strikes, of course, but you have to commit another Thunderclap to be able to KO it now. And that Raging Bolt, because we're down to the last two Pokemon, can't switch out now. It's stuck at -4 for the rest of the game. And Flavio hasn't even revealed his back two Pokemon. It's just been the Thundurus and the Urshifu taking care of Shohei's team. Very, very nicely done here. Of course, we've got that Protect because you want to keep yourself safe from the Fake Out and then force the Thunderclap into the Urshifu. So that's exactly what we're going to be seeing here.
Yeah, the Thunderclap will happen on the next turn because you want to deny the Urshifu from being able to get a chance to move. But Flavio knows with this Raging Bolt stuck at that -4, the only way that Shohei can get around those special attack drops is by going for Calm Mind. So the taunt is there to shut it off, and this Dragon Pulse is going to be a 4-hit knockout with how much damage it just took there.
Yeah, that's not much damage at all. Yeah, we got through the Fake Out turn. Of course, the Urshifu is going to be felled to a Thunderclap if the Raging Bolt does go for that. But then you've still got some pretty good damage coming out from Wild Bolt Storm, and you do have access to whatever's in the back. Aqua Jet is going to be able to bypass that Thunderclap very nicely, though.
Yeah, and so that is, if Thunderclap was picked, which it will not be able to actually connect on its mark. So Wild Bolt Storm is going to be the next follow. A little bit of a critical hit there, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day because both these Pokemon are going to be pretty bulky. Thundurus, you also deserve a well-earned rest after all of the support you were able to provide to Flavio's game in this game #1, and you can see a preview of what we have in the back. I think either of these options will get Flavio the win.
Yeah, it definitely should. I don't think it really matters at this point which Pokemon Flavio decides to go into, as we can see either the Gouging Fire or the Dragonite. So we do have Terrestrialization still available, so that could be a potential way back into the game, but I think there's just been way too much damage here. You can very safely even go for something like an Aqua Jet and an Extreme Speed into the Incineroar if you did want to. That would bypass any of the Thunderclap that could come out from the Raging Bolt. And I think that the Dragonite just itself is in a very comfortable position. Yes, Dragon Pulse is super effective, but that doesn't particularly matter when you're -4, and the Incineroar won't be able to do too much damage to that Dragonite either. So it seems like a pretty comfortable position for Flavio. Just playing it safe, though, on this turn. Just protecting the Dragonite.
Yeah, I think you want to keep that Dragonite with the multi-scale available. You are going to lose your Urshifu at this point in time because the Thunderclap is finally able to knock it out. And the Incineroar does its best to be able to get some amount of damage into this Dragonite, but you kind of given yourself this potential of bringing in the Gouging Fire, setting up a Howl. You were maybe hoping to see if this Raging Bolt would have had the Terrestrialization so you can pick your next move effectively, because this is now where you kind of have to make a choice. Is the Raging Bolt going to Terra? So do you need to actually click Iron Head, or can you click Scale Shot and knock it out that way?
I mean, you always want to try and avoid clicking Scale Shot if you can help it. If we're in this endgame where it seems like Flavio should have a path to victory, and you want to try and get it as 100% accurate as possible, Scale Shot will do it. If a Scale Shot connects, that's going to be the game. But you have to risk that shaky accuracy. Is there a way that Flavio can find that potentially doesn't rely on that shaky accuracy? You do have access to Extreme Speed and Iron Heads that are 100% accurate. You do have access to the Breaking Swipes that can still do some reasonable damage. Heat Crash will not be the one that the Gouging Fire needs to go for. It could just even be content to maybe just howl up the Dragonite, because the Dragonite could be doing some really good damage here as well.
Well, at bare minimum, Flavio knows that going for the Terra Fairy on this Gouging Fire is going to make it invulnerable to the Dragon Pulses from the Raging Bolt. One way that the Raging Bolt can get around its lack of damage is just by being able to get a critical hit. But now I think that even that potential is completely off the board here. Raging Bolt is going to be on its final drudges of HP with the Dragon Pulse into the Dragonite with that multi-scale intact. That is exactly why we saw that protect earlier on. It's just going to be a double damage here into the Raging Bolt to pick up the final KO.
Yeah, this will be just extreme speed and a heat crash potentially, or even a breaking swipe if you're concerned about the Terra, but you shouldn't be at this point. The Raging Bolt is pretty dealt with. It's not doing the damage. Like, that was supposed to be super effective into the Dragonite, right? And it did very, very little. So we were saying before, the Thunderous didn't seem to do much in the previous round against the similar team, but it did a lot of work in this one because that -4 on the Raging Bolt, it just sat on the field the entire time and didn't really do too much. So yeah, that's going to be the first game win for Flavio.
One more game win, Flavio Del Pidio gets a chance to move on to the top cut at the Europe International Championships. But Shohei, with a loss here, would still get another opportunity in our remaining rounds of Swiss. It does just get harder when those losses start to stack up because you can only afford 2 in this phase of the tournament. So let's take a look back on some of the highlights, and I think right away we just saw the power of that Thunderous. We love talking about roll compression with a lot of these Pokemon, and the fact that you can help with the damage, mitigate the damage output of the Raging Bolt while also being able to lay down damage over time with those Wild Bolt Storms. Yeah, this Thunderous looked very impressive in this game.
I think the fact that it outsped the Urshifu was quite crucial as well. You tend to run the Thunderous very bulky if you're going for the supportive set, and then it's not guaranteed that you'll outspeed an Urshifu. Yeah, you're way naturally faster than an Urshifu, but then the training is quite important. Outspeeding there was crucial, and I think the biggest thing was the 1 HP survival on the Urshifu as well. I was expecting it to be pretty close with the Sucker Punch and Thunderclap. I don't have my -4 Thunderclap damage counts in mind, but yeah, that 1 HP survival, that's always what you want to see as a trainer, because then that proves that you did actually train your Pokemon perfectly.
And you knew that you have the high friendship with them too. So very trusty partners to be able to rely upon. But yeah, in this game number 2, I kind of wonder if Shohei can play around that a little bit differently. You know, I look at this team and I think, obviously having a Raging Bolt, but not really having the best defensive switch to be able to shed those special attack drops meant that Shohei was in a really difficult position right from the get-go. So as we enter into this game 2 and we see run back of the leads here for both of our trainers for the second game, this first turn does have to go differently.
Yeah, well, you can't fake out the Thunderous once again. It can still be an Eerie Impulse into that Raging Bolt. And even if you do go for the Thunderclap into the Urshifu, it didn't protect in the first game, then the Eerie Impulse still out-prioritizes that Thunderclap because Thunderous is just naturally faster, so its Prankster will go slightly before the priority of the Thunderclap, and then you still won't be able to pick up the knockout. We saw the -4 was doing about a third, so that means -2 would not be able to pick up the KO on this Urshifu. I still wouldn't be surprised if we see the fake out into that Urshifu, because if you don't go for that, and you get the Eerie Impulse into the Raging Bolt, then you get a guaranteed Surging Strikes into the Incineroar, and that's going to be doing some very, very good damage. Maybe not a KO because of the Safety Goals item choice on the Urshifu rather than the boosting item of Mystic Water, but yeah, it's still, I think, still quite an awkward position for Shohei, and that might be why he is repositioning that Incineroar.
Yeah, instead of leaving it on the field, it is just going to be a Rillaboom. So nice adjustment here to be able to bring that in. You do have the Assault Vest. It's going to help out versus that Thunderous's special attack, but you also just have great natural typing that will help to deal with the Urshifu and this Thunderous. Now, the Eerie Impulse is going to drop the special attack of this Raging Bolt again, and it is just so abnormal to see this Raging Bolt do as little as it is.
I mean, in phase 1, we were seeing it pick up 1-hit KOs.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just not doing the damage, but what was really nice there for Shohei, pivoting in that Rillaboom in for the Incineroar, means that Fake Out is once again active if he does want to go for that. And you're also threatening the Urshifu with those Grass-type attacks. Granted, a Grassy Glide is not usually enough to get home the Urshifu, but I reckon that with the -4 Thunderclap, that should be able to get it as well.
I think with the double up, that would be a KO onto the Urshifu. I agree with you, but there was a way that this Urshifu could maybe get around that, and that is going to be with a Terra. It was the Terra Fairy for the Gouging Fire in that first game, but now Flavio is committed to keeping this Urshifu up so that he can actually get something going. Whether it is going to just be like a close combat, he has a lot of different options at his disposal. Surging Strikes will cover beautifully for any sort of switch-ins as well. Another Eerie Impulse drops this Raging Bolt to -4 without that booster energy. And it's actually just going to be a target into the Thunderous. And so with the Wood Hammer, you do get a chance to deal with that HP just a little bit, but I don't think the damage is going to be able to be followed up here by that Raging Bolt. Even a Dragon Pulse, you gotta hope for a crit here to be able to knock it out, and that is just not going to come through and not going to cut it.
Yeah, -4 once again on the Raging Bolt, showing why Flavio is going for that strategy. That's just not the damage that we want to be seeing from a booster energy Raging Bolt. Granted, the Thunderous is probably in range of Grassy Glide, but again, Thunderous is way naturally faster than Rillaboom. If it wants to do one more Prankster shenanigan on the way out, it will be able to do that before that Grassy Glide could hit it and knock out, pick up the knockout there. Urshifu is still reasonably in a good position here, but you got to contend with the fact that it's just dropped its defenses from the close combat. So you can do extra damage, but at least with the Steel typing, you're in a pretty comfortable position against this Raging Bolt and Rillaboom.
Flavio knows that Thunderous is Shohei's #1 priority to try to get rid of, since it has already been such a nuisance to this Raging Bolt. Flavio is going to preserve it for later. But with the Gouging Fire now being the switch-in, it is going to be the one that tanks that the U-turn. And with the U-turn, you get a chance to pivot back out into something else, but it's risky, because if it's that Incineroar, you could just get knocked out, but it's the Urshifu.
No, it's the Urshifu instead, and the Rillaboom moved before the Urshifu as well. That's quite uncommon for that to be able to happen. Again, we're seeing why Raging Bolt is a very good counter to the opposing Urshifu. But yeah, the Rillaboom U-turn before the Surging Strikes there. That can be trained to be the case. If you run Rillaboom as fast as possible, you can do that.
That's why I thought it was a Grassy Glide at first until I realized that it had pivoted out. Because Rillaboom, it isn't usually faster than the Urshifu's there, so it must have a lot of speed investment, which I guess maybe the Assault Vest is going to be picking up some of the lack of special defense investment that it might have.
I mean, it might have also been the fact that the Urshifu sacrificed all its speed to get the bulk that allowed it to survive on that 1 HP in the first game. That could be entirely possible as well. And the Gouging Fire switching in here, it had to take a Dragon Pulse on the way in, and we saw again in Phase 1, catching the Dragon on the switch in is usually a one-hit knockout, but the -4 coming into play again, that didn't even do half with the super effective hit into that Gouging Fire.
And Shohei is still maybe going to keep this Raging Bolt here. First return is going to be this Dragonite, and no other switches come through. It's just Howl. It's going to help boost up this Gouging Fire and the fresh Dragonite that just switched in. It's not under any threat from this Raging Bolt, because we saw how little that even just that Dragon Pulse was doing. The multi-scale is going to get broken, though, by the Surging Strikes from the Urshifu, but I think even then, this Dragonite is going to be able to stick around, even if it is going to be a Dragon Pulse. Let's find out, though, and yeah, it's just not even close.
Yeah, it's not. I would consider at this point switching out the Raging Bolt. You're doing some reasonable damage just because of the fact the Dragon Pulse is a super effective hit. But if you switch out, you've reset all of those drops. You've sacrificed your booster energy. That's worth it, because then you'll still be doing way more damage than you would do coming back in at neutral with no item.
I will say, though, if you caught a quick glimpse there are 3 Pokemon on Flavio's side that have taken a considerable amount of damage at this point. And Shohei still has 4 Pokemon remaining. Shohei is definitely in a much better spot in this game, too, than he was in Game 1.
Yeah, his Pokemon are way healthy. You can see the Raging Bolt's barely taking any damage. The Urshifu is still at full HP. It might be close if the Gouging Fire is in range of a Surging Strikes. I would suspect with its great defenses, it should just about be able to survive. So maybe you consider a Thunderclap as well, just to get that tiny bit of extra damage. But there we go. That is the switch out. The -4 is gone.
-4 is gone, booster energy consumed, but that Raging Bolt gets to come back in very healthy thanks to all of this grassy terrain recovery that the Rillaboom has laid in front of it. But the Gouging Fire is just going to keep going for these cute little breaking swipes. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but the fact that you've got 2 physical attackers in front of you is going to help. Not when it's Surging Strikes with those critical hits, but even if you if you pick something else, then it will definitely matter.
Yeah, the Urshifu outspeeding the Dragon Knight there is quite crucial. It doesn't have to be that way around. We've already seen the Urshifu underspeed the Rillaboom, but it seems like Shohei has prioritized a bit more speed in the Urshifu here, because the Scale Shot Dragon Knights are run pretty fast. So Urshifu can naturally outspeed that, and it has worked out very, very nicely here, because you've got that Incineroar to get the Intimidate on the Gouging Fire. That reactivates your Fake Out pressure, and at this point, I think Thundurus is probably even in range of Fake Outs. Yes, you don't go for the flinch because of the Covert Cloak. You might just even be able to pick up the knockout, and then that just frees up the Urshifu to go for the Surging Strikes into the Gouging Fire.
But I don't know if that is the case with that Breaking Swipe attack drop that the Incineroar just took. I think it will be very close, and that means that Thundurus might be able to stick around. The problem, though, is that Shohei could just invest Fake Out and Aqua Jet into the Thundurus. Make sure that you're going to be getting around any sort of issues with that, but I think Shohei just decides to play it a little safe. Going to protect the Urshifu just in case this Thundurus is going to be a bit faster. And you saw there that Thundurus was trying to go for a Prankster attack. Another Breaking Swipe, though, and or just a Howl, sorry, from this Gouging Fire is going to boost up its own attack stat here, as the Incineroar plays no games, doesn't want to take any risks with the Fake Out not hitting the KO. It is just going to be the Flare Blitz to finish the job.
Yeah, that was much safer for Shohei coming out there. Because the Incineroar was so healthy, it was not at risk at being knocked out, even if it had been something like a Breaking Swipe and Wild Bolt Storm. So that was basically guaranteed to get rid of the Thundurus and therefore keep the Urshifu safe from any of the Prankster shenanigans that could have come out, and also from the Wild Bolt Storm that would have done some very good damage. Now you can still go for the Surging Strikes pretty comfortably. Nothing's really threatening this Urshifu anymore. Like, you got the close combat, I guess, from the opposing Urshifu, but given that the Rillaboom outsped, I would assume that the Urshifu on Shohei's side of the field is surely going to be faster, and even if you can get a Breaking Swipe in close combat to potentially KO, which it probably doesn't given its safety goggles, you'd still be able to do some great damage, but not on this turn though. The Urshifu switching out instead.
Going to switch out, and it is going to be a return of the Rillaboom. Makes a lot of sense when you are going to be looking at the Surging Strikes as a potential option for the Urshifu, and in fact going to just be a double switch. Okay, so Shohei has decided that he's going to bring back in the Rillaboom and the Raging Bolt. Yeah, there really isn't too much that's going to be threatening either, but it actually switches into a Breaking Swipe, and that does look like a pretty big critical hit there. Definitely matters to see if it's going to actually shore this up. Rillaboom takes the close combat, does drop its defenses here, and that might end up being crucial for the Pokemon that are going to be left, but I think Shohei actually makes a pretty big misstep here with that Raging Bolt taking so much damage on the return.
Yeah, there's been a couple of howls on the Gouging Fire, so even though Breaking Swipe is usually there for the supportive capabilities of dropping the attack, Gouging Fire still got some pretty good offense behind it. You can see there it was at +1 after the Intimidate howling twice. So yeah, really good damage into the Raging Bolt, and it's going to be in range of another one thanks to the critical hits. So you got to be a little bit wary now on Shohei's side of the field. I still think that the Urshifu on his side is in a very, very comfortable position, especially so now that we did see the close combat come out from Urshifu on Flavio's side of the field, dropping its defenses. So now the Surging Strikes will do even more damage, and because it's turned into that Steel typing, then you can safely go for, or even just something like a close combat should be able to pick up the knockout, and you can't protect from that. Yes, you could Breaking Swipe and potentially reduce that, so it just depends. Do you want to go for a -1 close combat, or do you want to get the critical hit on the Surging Strikes while sacrificing the super effective hits?
Well, the Raging Bolt is going to once again return to its Pokeball, retreat in the face of danger. This Gouging Fire still has that booster energy speed, so there isn't really another way for this Raging Bolt to get around that outside of going for Thunderclap, which isn't going to threaten a KO onto either Pokemon. Incineroar switches in, gets a nice Intimidate drop onto both the Urshifu and the Gouging Fire, but the close combat is plenty. You are right, that Urshifu is faster on Shohei's side. Getting the outspeed means the one-hit knockout onto this Terra Steel Urshifu, and Flavio just has that Gouging Fire left. So maybe the health on that Raging Bolt, a worthwhile sacrifice for the greater good of this second game for Shohei.
It did end up being for sure. You can very safely now go for Fake Outs and Surging Strikes, and of course we know what Urshifu can do. It can break through a Protect, so you can't even stall out that extra turn. And even if you could, the Breaking Swipes were really good damage into the Raging Bolt, but they just won't be into the Urshifu or the Incineroar, thanks to the Intimidate, putting it back down to neutral. So very, very nicely done from Shohei there. just allowing the Raging Bolt once again go down to -4, but then it was allowed to go for those super effective Dragon Pulses. And I think that was probably what allowed the momentum to build up on Shohei's side of the field, because it seemed like Flavio was in control most of that first game, but the fact that the Dragon Pulse hit for reasonable damage, we were like scoffing at it because we're so used to one-hit knockouts, but the fact that it was a third damage, oh, and then another one, and then another one, then it started to really build up.
It did, for sure. And I think that was where, you know, we got a glimpse at Flavio's Pokemon's HP, and we said, yeah, actually, these Pokemon are quite low.
Yep.
They don't really have a lot of staying power left in this game, so if Shohei can just hang on, actually utilize that HP as an additional resource, like he did in that game number 2 with the Raging Bolt, sacrificing that with that Breaking Swipe, then it will be able to get him the victory. So we are tied 1-1 in this best of 3, and it's going to come down to a third game to decide who will make it into the top cut of the Europe International Championships.
Well, both will be absolutely deserving based on how they played. The adjustment from Shohei ended up working out very nicely, but the game plan coming up from Flavio was very effective in that game 1. So are we going to see any of the adjustments coming out from either of these trainers? I think that the adjustment is more likely to come from Shohei's side, given the fact that, well, Flavio, you'd probably consider it maybe an anti-meta kind of team, so surely you know your matchup into the balance. So we'll have to see if there's going to be those adjustments.
I do think Flavio did use terrestrialization maybe a bit too early in that second game.
Yeah, I think so.
Kind of saw how the Terra Steel came back to bite him in the end with that close combat being a one-hit knockout from Shohei. And I wonder if you had the Gouging Fire with the ability to go for something like the Terra Fairy just in the face of that Raging Bolt, or just even saving it for like the Dragonite, for example, just to be able to get Terra Steel there, and maybe that would have been a bit different.
Yeah, I think that Terra ended up being completely wasted. It made sense in front of the Raging Bolt, but then, as we saw, it was just close combat and a KO. And that wouldn't have been the case if, for example, you hadn't dropped your own defenses to close combat, because the Breaking Swipe should have saved you. So yeah, just holding on to the Terra might be more effective for Flavio here. Depends. We're going to see if the Urshifu is going to lead into a Raging Bolt once again as we get into this all-important game 3. And there is an adjustment from both of these trainers.
Yeah, Qianpao here for Shohei next to the Urshifu. It's going to be Tinglu now making an appearance for Flavio in the third and final game.
Yeah, and this has surely got to be advantage to Shohei, because as we've established, the Qianpao is immune to the prankster moves that can come out from Thundurus, and it's able to pick up a one-hit knockout onto that Thundurus with the Icicle Crash. And you've also got the Urshifu threatening that Tinglu. Granted, you need to probably protect on this turn just to keep yourself safe from any of the prankster moves or the Wild Bolt Storm that could come out from the Thundurus, but then after that, if you've got the Icicle Crash KO into the Thundurus, then you'd be able to follow up with massive damage with Surging Strikes. You might need to consider a Terrestrialization on the Thundurus here. That's the only way to keep it safe on this turn. Of course, you could switch out, but then you're taking an Icicle Crash on the way in, because I would be very surprised if Icicle Crash doesn't go into that slot.
I would be as well. I think this Qianpao is threatening a lot for both of these Pokemon. So Terrestrialization, a necessary resource to expend on this first turn for either Pokemon. It is used on the Thundurus to be able to give it that Terra Water, which gives it a better matchup into both the Qianpao and the Urshifu. But this Icicle Crash still has a secondary effect, and that is a potential to cause a flinch. Doesn't. Thundurus breaks through. Gets a Wild Bolt Storm onto both Pokemon. But the Urshifu can come back with these Surging Strikes. 3 hits for Surging Strikes. It might just be a one-move knockout. One more, and the Tinglu goes down. Flavio does not get a chance to get any damage off with his Pokemon, and it was just a bait.
Yeah, that's really nicely done from Shohei. Like we just said, the Protect could have happened to keep the Urshifu safe as you attempted to KO the Thundurus, but Shohei reading through that absolutely perfectly, and I think that was like a perfectly trained Urshifu to be able to pick up the knockout on that Tinglu, because that was incredibly close if the 3 would have done it, but it has done it, and that's the crucial part. And actually, the Wild Bolt Storm did way less damage than I was expecting it to do as well. So that's probably a reasonable amount of bulk into the Urshifu, which is still impressive given it's able to outspeed some Pokemon on Flavio's side of the field as well.
I do think this is a very critical turn. You know, you do have both of the Pokemon on Shohei's side very low. The Wild Bolt Storm would be a knockout onto the Urshifu, but you would barely miss it on the Qianpao. The Gouging Fire is very fast, though, so I think it can help to kind of pick up the pieces there.
Yeah, the Breaking Swipe can come through first, and of course, now that there's a Water type on the Thundurus, it's not weak to any of the Icicle Crashes. You could potentially follow up with the Wild Bolt Storm. Breaking Swipe and Wild Bolt Storm would be a double knockout here. So maybe you do need to be repositioning on Shohei's side of the field. You could maybe switch in one of the pivot pals and protect either the Urshifu or the Chien-Pao. There wouldn't be too much that could punish that. Rillaboom's a perfectly reasonable switch into a Wild Bot Storm and a Breaking Swipe. So would Incineroar be. So I wouldn't be surprised if that is one of those pivot pals.
I mean, you saw that there was the consideration of just going for a Heat Crash into the Urshifu just to kind of cover for if that Rillaboom had made an appearance. But it's just going to be the Incineroar Sucker Punch to ensure some damage, and the Heat Crash into the Incineroar is definitely not the target that you would have wanted to see. And I think Flavio is going to be a little bit upset that the Wild Bolt Storm did not actually pick up the KO onto that Chien-Pao.
Yeah, it also didn't get a paralysis. That could have come through and would have put Shohei in a very uncomfortable position. But now it's a little bit more reasonable. You've got fake out pressure into that Gouging Fire, which you probably do need to go for to be able to keep your Chien-Pao safe, to be able to go on the offense. Granted, it could just go for the Sucker Punch into the Thunderous to try and pick up the knockout, but then that's incredibly risky given that it can just go for a Prankster move to try and bypass it, or it can switch out instead. And that's probably the preference given you've got two Dark types on the opposing side of the field, so the Prankster would just be to avoid the Sucker Punch. So, yeah, I think that Chien-Pao surviving, we did see that it was probably going to survive the Wild Bot Storm based on the first amount of damage, but that is going to allow another nice chunk of damage into this Thunderous. Well, maybe not the Thunderous, but whatever's switching in.
Let's see. It is going
doesn't want
to
to switch in on Icicle Crash.
Dragonite, and yet it certainly does not want to see that. Incineroar is first to go for the fake out, so we know that that priority increase is going to give it the bracket, and the Icicle Crash into the Dragonite. The multi-scale doesn't save it from that 4-time super effective hit, and it gets one hit knocked out.
Yeah, that's a fantastic play from the Chien-Pao there. The Thunderous was surely in range of Icicle Crash, even if it's a water type. So that just covers for the Dragonite switching in. Very, very nicely done now. And we already established there's two Dark types on the opposing side of the field. You have to go for Wild Bot Storm because otherwise your moves are useless, but that opens up the potential to Sucker Punch. So do you consider just doing nothing with the Thunderous if the Chien-Pao is going for that Sucker Punch? No, it went on the offense and it is KO'd.
Two KOs for this Chien-Pao back to back as the Thunderous also goes down. And it's just the Gouging Fire left for Flavio Delpidio, but the writing is on the wall. The Breaking Swipe does get the KO onto the Chien-Pao, but Shohei still has 3 more Pokemon in the back that can stand next to this, just to be able to deal with this game. It's going to be a taunt as well into the Gouging Fire, so no more utility moves. It cannot go for Protect, it cannot go for Howl, and the Raging Bull is ready to feast.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Like, even if there wasn't terrestrialization preserved, I think that this would still be curtains for Flavio, and he has realized it. He has thrown in the towel, and Shohei Kimura is going to advance to the top cut of EUIC.
Congratulations to Shohei, 2023 World Champion and International Superstar, top 16 at all of the ICs last year, except for any IC, which was still a top 32, an incredible result. So Shohei gets to add another top 16 to the collection with this win.
Yeah, and that's another Japanese player in the top cut of an international championship. We've said maybe this is their year. Could they do a clean sweep? Because they got LAIC.
With Yuma, yeah.
And now Shohei has the potential to be able to take EUIC as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if he does. He's one of the favorites going into this tournament for a very, very good reason. He's been proving that. He's now 11-1, and it's absolutely deserved based on how he played that game.
Yeah, and it all goes back to just kind of how he was able to play out these first couple of turns. Guaranteeing the knockout onto the Ting-Lu with that Surging Strikes just meant that you had one of those big right bosses out of the way. And then this was just disastrous.
Yeah.
Having that Dragonite switch into the Icicle Crash, nothing was going to save it from being knocked out by that Chien-Pao, especially with that Sword of Ruin activated. And Chien-Pao, it was able to pick up with such a sliver of HP.
Yeah, and then the Gouging Fire, of course, was not able to do it. I think Ting-Lu dropping immediately was probably what gave so much momentum to Shohei on that first turn. Yes, that was a good Terra. It was a good use of the Terra to be able to survive the Icicle Crash, but then Sucker Punch put it in range of Icicle Crash, allowing that coverage of the Dragonite switch in, and then, of course, picking up that one-hit knockout. So, yeah, congratulations once again to Shohei, moving on to the top cut.
And can we marvel for a second? that Shohei managed to win that match without using Terra a single time in any of those 3 games.
Yeah.
When terrestrialization has been the key mechanic in Scarlet and Violet, and you can see how it can swing matchups or maybe even be a detriment if you use it at the wrong time. Shohei just said, I don't need it. I can win without it because I know how this matchup is going to play out.
Yeah, well, you say that, but I think the team that Flavio brought, you probably didn't prepare for too much. So most of the game plans would have had to come at the time. Maybe making a note of what happened in the, maybe making a note of the previous rounds when we had Giuseppe versus Francesco, where it was a very similar matchup. So yeah, just really, really nicely worked out. What pieces need to come? Like the fact, I didn't think that the Raging Bolt allowing itself to beat Eerie Impulse so much was going to be very effective. But then it obviously didn't work out in the game 1, but in game 2, it just really started adding up. And in the 3rd game, didn't even need it. It was just waiting in the back just to land on the field and say, yes, we've won this game.
Yeah, absolutely. It was there to be the biggest cheerleader at the end, but it is just so incredible. And that's one of the reasons why we look at Shohei as a favorite. To be able to make those in-the-moment decisions against a team that... Who would have had that, I think, coming into this event? Thunderous and Ting-Lu next to each other.
Yeah, well, again, shouldn't be too surprised, but we are. Like we just haven't really seen Thunderous Incarnate. Ting-Lu a little bit, but that's been like on the fringes. So yeah, that was a really nice team coming into this. But of course, the balanced team was also something that was going to be on our radars. And as we said, Shohei Kimura was absolutely on our radar and prove why. Let's throw it to Costa to see how he's feeling getting into the top cut of EUIC.
Thank you very much, Jamie and Rose. We have got a world champ amongst us, Shohei Kimura, locking himself through into the top cut. Shohei, my friend, it must feel so good. Tell us, how are you feeling at this moment?
トップカットに進みましたので、今の気持ちを教えてください。
あと2勝でワールズなので頑張ります。
2 more wins, 2 worlds, so he's going to continue doing his best.
That's it, that is the spirit, that's the name of the game. So it was up against a very tough opponent, Flavio, in what seemed to be a very, I would say, complicated matchup because of the Flavio, sort of Ting-Lu, Thunderous as well, which could be quite tough. So what I'd want to say is, do you have a line, so let's say an expected way to approach the game? Because we saw game 1, it was, I would say, quite back and forth, and it seemed like Flavio was able to get the advantage, just barely.
フラビオさんは厳しい相手でしたね。で、ゲーム1はちょっとバルトラスのところで厳しかったんですけど、で、電流ホムラ相手に決まった計画とかありましたか？ってゲーム2はもっとなんか良くなりましたね。
ティンルホムラはチェンパをシーフで倒すつもりだったんですけど、その相手のボルトロスウルラオスが少し厳しくて、でゲーム1は勝てなかったんですけど、ゲーム2は切り替えてボルトロスウルラオスに強い出し方をして、ゲーム3はボルトロスウルラオスが絶対に来ないと思ったので、チェンパをシーフに変えて勝ちました。
So in game 1, he was prepared for the Ting-Lu gouging fire, and then the Thunderous kind of crossed his plan there. So in game 2, he prepared for the Thunderous, and then in game 3, he thought Thunderous surely isn't going to come, so he prepared for the Ting-Lu again.
Okay, that makes sense because you go into the mind games as well in that scenario, but you've done such an amazing job. I did want to ask, now that you got top cut, such a huge result, like you said, 2 more wins, but what inspired you to bring the team that you did? Did you feel like it's just generally you got enough answers into this and maybe it fits your play style as well?
ね、このチームの選んだ理由についてなんですけど、まあ木村さんの強いポイントのチームですかって、この今のチームに対して強いチームだからとか、理由を教えてください。
今日使ったチームは全てのチームに勝てると思って持ってきました。ちょっと厳しいセット、例えばシニスチャーとかはちょっと厳しいんですけど、それ以外は全て有利だと思ってます。
So this is a very balanced team, so he felt like it has tools into everything, and even if there's like some opponents, like for example Sinistra, that could be a problem for his team, he felt like even then he could win everything with his team.
I mean, it makes sense. It is one of the most popular cores, of course, and I do like the call out of Sinistra there, because normally, let's say, in the team that Flavio and also Francesco Piobetto have brought, sometimes it could be a Sinistra there too, which could complicate stuff. But with that being said, we'll let you get some rest as we're preparing for the next round. Do you have any shout-outs that you would like to give to anybody, all these lovely people in attendance, or anybody at home?
ここにいる人、配信見る人、何か感謝の気持ちを伝えたい、挨拶したい人いますか？
挨拶したい人、昨日も言ったんですけど、ファミリーで優勝します。
Just like yesterday, it is his family and he promises he's gonna win.
That's it, you heard it from Shohei Kimura, giving all of his love, as we should all give the love to him as well. As we're going to be going ahead, cutting to a short break before we come back with more, as we're looking to close up phase 2 so soon before Top Cut.
Hey trainers, welcome to Pokémon Championship History, the series where we take a look at some of the most epic and memorable matches in the history of competitive Pokémon. This is the 2015 World Championships.
Here's Super Scoop Up, this is huge! He flips tails, I mean there's just too many targets for Lysander. Yep. Mace concedes, Jacob Van Wagner is your 2015 Pokémon TCG World Champion.
You have just witnessed the end of one of the most exhilarating grand finals in Pokémon history, where a relatively unknown deck toppled the big bad bully of the format. But how did we get here? Let's go back to the beginning.
The 2015 Pokémon World Championships are about to begin, so players, get ready to battle. Good luck, everybody!
Greetings, Pokemon fans. I'm Josh J. Woods Wittenkeller. I'm here with Kyle Pukasukovich, and we are finally ready to start getting on with some Pokemon TCG action.
The metagame is always changing, the cards you use are always changing, so a lot of these players came up with something new, brought it to this tournament. It's a big risk to show up with something that's a little untested or very matchup dependent.
Seismitoad has the attack Quaking Punch, which would deal 30 damage and stop your opponent from playing any item cards next turn. This was completely devastating since the format ran on powerful item cards. Not only that, but that low 30 damage could be pushed up with a combination of Muscle Band, Hypnotoxic Laser and Verbank City Gym. In ideal circumstances, this would make Quaking Punch deal a colossal 80 damage and leave your opponents active asleep as well.
Stays asleep. The Dawn fan is not going to be able to wake up this turn.
Simon gives the shrug to the crowd, like, what am I supposed to do about that?
This meant Seismitoad had a ton of partners, all with unique offerings, like Manectric EX, Garbodor, and the Crobat line, which would chip in extra damage via Sneaky Bite and Surprise Bite ability.
Put the Zubat down, put a Crobat down, and oh man.
Surprise.
That Shaman just went from 0 to knocked out, basically through Golbat and Crobat damage.
How could anyone avoid Quaking Punch from grinding them down and running them over, especially with Crobat's extra pressure?
And I'm here with the player just won in top 4, making his way to the Pokemon World Championships Finals, Maze Brennickmeyer.
With 3 in top 16, 2 in top 8, and Mies Breckenmeyer making the final, Seismitoad Crobat was definitely the variant to beat. In steps Jacob Van Wagner with his answer in Archie's Blastoise.
Jacob, on the other hand, coming back to us with Blastoise? What's going on here?
Jacob would aim to get Blastoise into play turn 1 with Archie's Ace in the hole. A hard supporter to use, but if you pulled it off, you could grab any water-type Pokemon from your discard pile and put it straight onto your bench. Blastoise was the target, since now, thanks to its Deluge ability, you could attach as many water energy as you like to your Pokemon. It worked well with Keldeo EX, who would deal more damage for each water energy it had attached. This led to flashy turn 1s, as seen by Jacob's opponent's face here.
4 energy, 5 energy, deluging them all.
So many
You
cards
don't even
lined
need
up.
that many. Joltik only has 30 HP.
And there we go.
Have some mercy, Jacob.
Lysander for the game. Shaman EX comes out in Secret Sword. Just like that, 2 incredibly quick games. Jacob Van Wagner advances to the finals.
How do you feel about the finals matchup? Do you know who you're playing?
I'm actually not sure.
It's the Blastoise deck. How do you feel about that one?
When I tested that, it was horrible.
This powerful Blastoise play secured Jacob a place in the final, where he would have exactly 1 turn to get that Blastoise out. If he failed, Quaking Punch from Mies would immediately dash any hopes of a win. Jacob had 0 room for error, and the tension in the room rose to breaking point.
All right, it looks like both players are ready to go. Let's kick it off to the match, and let's make some noise for your Masters Finals.
Game 1 began.
Jacob looks like he has a perfect combination of cards.
And you can hear the crowd's relief as Jacob pulled off the Archie combo.
Yep, there's a superior energy retrieval. Plays down the water versus Seeker for the Archie's ace in the hole. Turn 1 Blastoise.
And won the game in less than a minute. Mies never even issued a response.
Turn 1, we are going to see that Secret Sword.
Oh, look at all those waters. Combo wombo. That's the kind of turn that you need
Oh,
to
and
become
Maze
world
scoops
champion.
the game. He concedes immediately.
Whoa!
Just like that.
Game 2 wouldn't be as straightforward, since Jacob was on the ropes.
Maze will put on some pressure right away. So there it is, Hypnotoxic Laser.
And it looks like he did get the sleep flip, so Jacob flipping for sleep tails.
Oh,
that could be a big deal.
But 3 cards from Shaman EX's setup ability bailed him out with computer search, making the Archie's ace in the whole combo possible.
Another Shaman drawing, why not? Digging even deeper, computer search,
oh,
Ultra
no.
Ball. Whoa, wait a second.
I spoke too soon. He's able to play his hand down to 0. We will see a Blastoise.
Time to give them what they came to see.
Which led to a monstrous turn 1 Secret Sword KO.
5 energy, plus a muscle band.
Kidding me? He's gonna knock out an EX on the first turn with Secret Sword.
Oh, look at all that energy. It's pushing the Mewtwo off physically just because there's so much energy attached to it.
Goodness.
All Mies can do is hope that Jacob didn't have another KO.
And you could see him shaking his head.
Oh my goodness.
What do I do now? I have no way to respond to that Keldeo EX.
But he did, making a 6 energy Keldeo monster.
And there it is. There's the water energy and the Secret Sword knockout.
Mies was on the back foot.
And here we go. This is the last turn for Maze. Can he put up a fight here?
And Jacob was able to win on turn 4.
There's just too many ways that Maze concedes.
Resulting in Jacob becoming our 2015 world champion. Thanks for watching. And make sure to let us know your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Back, Pokemon trainers, to the European International Championships here in London. You are behind the desk with myself, Lee Provost, and again joined by the lovely, wonderful Lou Actoscrummy. What a way. I can't believe we're getting into Swiss round 13 already, Lou.
I honestly feel like day 2 and phase 2 of the competition is rolling through at such a formidable pace. Match after match has been absolutely incredible. And these trainers, I think, are just ready. They want to know who's going to be in the top cut and then in the knockout rounds to determine our European International Champion.
Yeah, this is the last round of Swiss before we do get into the top cut, and then it is crunch time for our trainers. I mean, it's crunch time right now because we've got a lot on the line for our trainers to make sure that they can progress into that next stage of the tournament. So everything on the line, everything to play for, but we're not quite done yet. We've still got a little way to go before we get to the point of knowing a little bit more who our champions are. We can take a quick overview of the Swiss rankings so far, the standings here. Paul Chua out front and center.
That's the thing, we no longer have any undefeated players in the rankings. Paul Chua, however, like you say, only has 1 loss, as does Nicholas Khan, Frederick Nielsen, Giuseppe Musico, Davide Fazio, Shohei Kimura. Those are the trainers currently the favorites to go all of the way, and they've been able to kind of lock in their top cut for the next round.
Yeah, phenomenal show from all of these trainers so far to be able to kind of lock that in. And what a relief when you get to this stage of the tournament to think I can go into this next round of Swiss and not really have to worry so much. You want to make sure that you're carrying on that momentum for the rest of the tournament that's remaining, but knowing that you're going to be guaranteed in that next stage is such an accomplishment in itself. So amazing, amazing to do. But the rest of the player base do have a lot to make sure that they have that momentum to take into this next round, because it's all important to progress further in and kind of join the 6 that are already locked.
And we spoke a lot about which region could be the favorite to take the title, and Italy have been making a name for themselves across the regionals in the 2026 season so far. And as you can see, there are a plethora of Italian players here in our top rankings. We already mentioned some: Giuseppe, Davide, Flavio Del Pidio, that we were able to showcase previously, still very much in contention to be able to go all the way and try and win this tournament. Again, Francesco Piopero, to name a few. Incredible matches. But speaking of the actual games, we've got our pairing up. The match we will be showcasing for Swiss Round 13 is going to be the winning in between Yuto Kimura and Gabriele Gatti.
What a match we've got, and we can't overlook any of the other featured matches that we've got this round as well. Eric Rios going up against Alberto. It's going to be an incredible match in itself. Two players from Spain going at it head-to-head to try and get that place in the top cut. But as you go down, the names are so familiar, and just the amount that is on the line for these players, just incredible.
Exactly. You've got Zachary Reed versus Flavio Del Pidio again as well. This is going to be a good match between these trainers, as well as Roberto Parente and Andres Escobosa. I mean, these two trainers, again, are veterans of the competition. They know what it is to be able to battle through these long, enduring days, and they're just one match away from determining who's going to be in the top cut.
Yeah, it's very exciting, and, you know, we've already said, like, what an accomplishment to get to this stage of the tournament, and even further. But you've got to say, you know, getting here, when you look at the players that we've got coming into this event this weekend, over 14,000 masters.
I know,
started the
wild.
weekend, and then you're in this small group of trainers that are right here at the end, nearly at the cusp of becoming champion. It's just incredible, and what a show they've given us so far, but we've got a lot to look forward to as we get through the remainder of the tournament, which is just incredible. But very excited to be able to feature Yuto and Gabrielle in this next match.
I mean, Gabriele Gatti has been in the grand finals of the European International Championships before as well, with a really innovative team. I remember this kind of Baxcalibur match that we were able to showcase. Nobody was thinking about Baxcalibur, and it could have become the European International Champion, but instead had to settle for second place. And Gabriele Gatti, I think, is going to be able to try and go one step further this weekend.
Yeah, I think he would fancy his chances, especially at this stage of the tournament with how well they've performed so far. One little hurdle to get over before that top cut, but got to be feeling good, I think, coming into this next match, and confident with the team that they've brought to this tournament. It's obviously been doing the job so far, but like you said, getting so close a few years ago in that final against Paul Tuer and just falling short must be something that does kind of have a bit of an itch where you want to get that. You want to make sure that you can kind of get that redemption arc, and maybe this is the weekend that Gabrielle can do it. Such a top player and capable of winning this tournament, so it will be no surprise to see a Gabrielle move on. But their opponent, you cannot underestimate them either, because Yuto has been playing phenomenally through the tournament so far and will be a formidable foe for Gabrielle to try and overcome.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing a little bit more about what Yuto is bringing and whether that combination is stacking up with what we're seeing emerging as the dominant Pokemon choices here in Phase 2 of the competition, or whether there's going to be some interesting choices in there. We are seeing a lot of different regions doing incredibly well on this international platform. Again, the title has never been taken in Europe from anyone from Latin America or from Japan either. I believe it's always been a European or a North American.
Are you willing this into existence now? I think it might happen, you know, and there's so many
Italy might try and
players.
stop me, but it's possible. Anything is possible.
Yeah, I think Italy are definitely the ones that could stand in the way. There's a lot of other regions from Europe still in contention, though. Frederick Nielsen having a very good showing so far this weekend. And then you've got Eric Rios as well, Alex Gomez, another player. They're very strong and have had very good success in previous international championships. But, like you say, Japan and Latin America haven't really had the success here, and this could be the time because of the plethora of players that they've got still in this tournament that are going to be going for that championship. And I think, yeah, when you look at Gabrielle as one of those players from Latin America, can come in and has the ability to do it, but there are so many Japanese players that are hot in this format and having a great weekend so far. We've just had Shohei on there. Just seems unstoppable time after time. Hasn't got a perfect record, but no player has a perfect record so far in this tournament. So, you know, it just shows the level of competition here, and these trainers are doing everything they can to try and get that title and take it home with them.
Yeah, even Giuseppe and his, delightful Raging Bolt have not been able to remain undefeated in the tournament so far. But again, on such a formidable streak of dominance, being able to see the way that our trainers are bringing these Pokemon and making the right calls, making the right reads, and just opening up windows of opportunity to close out win conditions has been incredible so far. I think as well, we spoke about Flavio Del Pidio a lot, but Eric Rios, we sometimes just forget, he's also won the European International Championships back in 2022. So he also knows what it takes to be able to win on this stage, literally the stage in this, no, that time it wasn't. He was in a different location. It was Flavio who won here. But in a way, then Eric's like, I won the European Championships when it was over in Frankfurt, Germany. Now it's back in London, England. Then maybe that's where I can take the crown again as well.
Yeah, 2 different locations. I can win it in both of those. I'm sure he's feeling confident. And Eric's one of those players that has such a methodical play style, very slow temper, doesn't take too many risks in game, and it always serves him very well. And he can kind of manage the game board very, very well, making it extremely difficult for any opponent to get that kind of leverage in the game, because he can shut it off at every single angle that it can be possible in, and then he times his moments so perfectly to strike and then take the game, and then that's his momentum swing, opens the floodgates, and then it can sometimes be a bit too much for their opponent to kind of make any sort of comeback. Eric playing extremely well this weekend, and like you say, with that experience from prior international championships, world level caliber player as well, just to say that, has every chance of getting to the finals and potentially becoming our champion this year.
And thinking ahead for our current competitors at that X and 2 position, they need to maintain that X and 2 record to be able to advance into the top cut. And this is their last chance to keep that pristine that they need. So as the competitor coming into this match has almost everything on the line. You've battled it out through a very intense day 1. Phase 1 of the competition. We're now here in the phase 2 part of day 2, and it's just at the stage where all of that effort, you're in touching distance of being in the knockouts to say, I top cut an international championship, but there's one game standing in your way, and not every trainer is able to cross that line.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing. You want to kind of celebrate all of these trainers at this stage of the tournament, but unfortunately, half the field are going to be kind of leaving the tournament soon. But that's just the nature of these tournaments. Not everyone can make it further and deeper into the tournament, and that's why we have to kind of celebrate each player as we get to these stages of the tournament and congratulate them for getting here, because maybe they don't progress to that next stage, but it's all part of their, their journey in competitive Pokemon, and that's the beauty about this game. This tournament isn't a standalone. We have a full season. This is just one picture that paints the rest of the season, and this sets up the experience for our players. It grows them. It gives them that experience to go on and potentially reach the heights that they're trying to aim for.
And we've seen that a little bit throughout the 2026 season, where regional championships have happened in this Regulation F format, and trainers have maybe brought teams there as testing grounds to scout out what they maybe want to bring, what they're confident with, or maybe what they're not confident with ahead of the international championships. And seeing the adaptations from some trainers from maybe Birmingham regionals or Toronto regionals, all these little changes that they've made, being like, I've refined my team, or maybe this archetype is rising up in popularity, I need to adjust accordingly, has been very interesting that they've been able to use that experience, as you said, Lee, and bring it to a meta-worthy team.
Yeah, and it will be that trainer that kind of makes those really brave calls, those decisions in-game and in team building that comes out on top at the end of the weekend. But it always comes back as well, I think. It's good to point out that, you might have these household names that we know that perform consistently well time and time again, but, everyone does have a bad day. It doesn't make them have a bad season, though, So sometimes you can come to a tournament and probably not perform as well as you would like.
It does happen.
It is part and parcel of playing competitive Pokemon, You have to take the rolls with the punches, and it's the players that get up after those kind of setbacks that are the ones that kind of keep coming back and keep trying, keep progressing, keep wanting to better themselves.
Yeah, every single time.
Achieve those great things in this format, and it's really great to see those stories when they do end up unfolding.
I mean, that's Pokemon at the end of the day, right? There are some things that are completely not within your control, with, some of those secondary effects and things like that. Critical hits, we all know, can sometimes absolutely change the forecast of a game. But at the end of the day, you can only work with what you can control and learn from those errors. I do have to always wonder, though, when I see a trainer who's brought a team to maybe a regional just before and then completely throws it out the window, picks up something different for the next tournament, I always want to ask, what happened?
Yeah.
Well, did something go wrong, or did you see a team and were like, nope, that's the call, that's the ticket, that's the one I want? So it's always interesting seeing how they change things up. And then again, if it's a new team, how have they been able to refine their experience with it if they haven't had as much time invested?
Yeah, because it's not only the story that we can paint on the broadcast, there is a whole narrative that's painted behind the scenes, these players preparing for the events and coming coming in, you know. You don't
Sometimes
know
in
what...
their groups as well,
Yeah,
right?
the decision-making there is, we don't really get to see that so much. So it's great when we do have the opportunity to have them on stage. We can kind of delve a little bit deeper into those decisions. What happened in your preparation coming into this event, and why is it paying dividends when you're here at the event itself? Yeah, so there's a lot kind of goes into a success story. And like you quite rightly mentioned, Lou, I think it's not about the individuals always.
About the team.
It's about the team, the friendships you make along the way, the groups that you have, the people that support you here at the venue when you're playing, and the people behind the scenes that help you with that team building, the most crucial parts of getting ready for these big tournaments and events.
Well, we've seen that, for example, with Flavio and the other trainer, Francesco Piopero. I remember the surname, but not the first name there, that had, you know, the Ting Lu. I wonder what inspiration encourage them to pick up that Pokemon. But let's focus in on the stage. The trainers are ready for Swiss round 13. They've built up our anticipation and we are raring to go. Gabriel Agati running a really interesting team here. We've got the Ogerpon, the Rillaboom, Incineroar, Urshifu, the Fluttermane, and the Farigiraf. That's a Pokemon that we've seen a lot in previous formats, but I haven't seen too much of here at the European International Championships, along with an adorable little Squirtle. Love to see that first partner Pokemon on the stage with Gabrielle.
Yeah, not only a top competitive Pokemon player, but also a fantastic artist as well. Thank you, Gabrielle, for checking that out. But yeah, interesting teams coming into this last round of Swiss here. Gabrielle got some odd choices that you would kind of not expect to see together. The Farigiraf there you would normally see paired alongside a really big, powerful Trick Room abuser, maybe.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the thing that we've seen a lot frequently in Regulation F, but we don't have that here. Maybe the Farigiraf there used as a tool to control the dimensions as and when it suits Gabrielle, acting on the fly, and that's really a good tool if you can play that way. To maybe say, okay, I've got to wait to reverse a Trick Room if it's set up in a non-preferable situation right now, or if the Tailwind goes up on my opponent's side, if that's an option for them, then I can flip the dimensions, turn that speedy situation into my favor. But got some big hitters here, and that's the most important thing. I think you look at the Choice Scarf, Urshifu, so...
With a wild set, no less.
Absolute wild set. So the Ice Spin is really interesting. We've talked about being able to remove terrains, how important that is, especially with Side Spam and how big and popular that is. Getting rid of that early on is a crucial part of being able to kind of function against those teams. Not only that, grassy terrain, if you don't want it on the field at a certain time, you can remove it from your opponent as well. But preferably, and Gabrielle probably wants that grassy terrain set up as much as possible when you look at the grassy glide on that Ogerpon and that Woodhammer.
Yeah, and I like the kind of offensive Farigiraf there as well with the Throat Spray. After using the Hyper Voice, it's going to be able to get a boost to its special attack and make those damaging attacks deal even more. So it does keep itself in the game as a support and an offensive pressure. Moving over to Yuto's team, however, we've got that classic combination of Porygon 2 with the Ursaluna, rounded off by the Fire Water Grass Core of Incineroar, Amoonguss, and the Urshifu. And then for that all-important speed control, you have the Tornadus that can go for those Tailwinds. Additionally as well, this Tornadus has the utility to go for that Rain Dance. That's going to help boost up the Urshifu with its Water-type attacks, as well as maybe give Amoonguss a bit of breathing room if there's any potential Fire-type users on the other side, like the Ogerpon and the Incineroar that Gabrielle is running.
Yeah, this is your kind of standard Tail Room team that we've been seeing a lot in Regulation F, and Yuto having a lot of success with it. It gives opponents a lot of hard time coming into these matches, because are you guessing that they're going to go with the Tail Room mode, or they're going to go with the Tailwind? If you guess that wrong, and we've emphasized how important leads are in this format, then it can go south pretty quickly. So you two got that flexibility there, but the big powerhouse on the team is obviously that Ursaluna. You want to get it into that environment where it's preferable. You've got to get that environment perfect, though. You've got the Trick Room there with the Amoonguss to really kind of put that offensive pressure on with the Spores, the Rage Powder to support something like the Ursaluna, but you've also got the Tailwind with the Tornadus, and that mode there where you can set the Tailwind, you can probably get the Ursaluna into some nice situations against odd opponents, but also supporting that Urshifu there with that Surging Strikes and the Life Orb.
I like that call out though about the hybrid energy that this team is bringing. You have that slow Trick Room mode, but you can also completely flip the script and go for the speedier offensive variant. And sometimes the call of that turn 0, you know, which one is Yuta going to commit to? If Gabrielle can get that right, he can adjust accordingly, but otherwise it could be devastating. We've got a little bit of a contrast out there on the field with the Amoonguss and the Tornadus. You know, one's fast, one's slow, but then for Gabrielle Agati, it is the Urshifu and the Incineroar.
Yeah, the Incineroar is nice here. It can provide a little bit of fake-out support here against specifically the threat of Spore from the Amoonguss that can threaten sleep onto either the Incineroar or the Urshifu this first turn, especially when supported by that Tornadus that can set the tailwind. If that does go up, depending on how the Amoonguss has been trained, could even surpass the Incineroar here and bypass an attack and just put it to sleep, which is something Gabrielle wants to probably try and avoid this first turn. But is it likely the Incineroar does have that grass terror typing there? It can get around that, but if you go down that route, then the Tornadus can just threaten with a Bleak Wind Storm, super effective damage into not only the Urshifu that's threatened from that right now, but also that Incineroar. So we'll see how things play out. Not preferable to keep that on the field here, Lou, just switching out from Yuto.
Yeah, Tornadus not wanting to make that call. It is running the Sharp Beak, not the Covert Cloak, so it would have been vulnerable to the potential fake out. So an adjustment here on Yuto's side, and actually an adjustment apiece. Amoonguss is going to get out of there as well. Yuto wanting to completely shake things up, bringing his own Incineroar into the fray. This Intimidate is going to be really nice down onto both these physical attackers, and then he has that fake out advantage going into the next turn.
Yeah, and that's it. I think Yuto not feeling super comfortable with what they brought out onto the field and going to the match exactly what Gabrielle's got. And Gabrielle, we've said it before, when an opponent tries to play that catch-up game, they can be maybe sometimes on the back foot. We'll have to see what decisions Gabrielle's went with and see if it actually is something they can capitalize with. Fake out into that Incineroar there, followed up by a Terrestrialization into Urshifu, boosting their Surging Strikes, but a good catch by Yuto. Nice switch in, probably the best potential switch in that they've got, considering the Amoonguss was out on the field at the time.
Yeah, the Urshifu really embracing its water-type potential, going for the Terrestrialization here to make these Surging Strikes hit as hard as possible, but a fantastic adjustment on Yuto's side. I'm sure Gabrielle would have much rather liked to have seen that go into the Incineroar.
Yeah, definitely into that Incineroar slot. Now Yuto has the access to that fake out, so can slow things down on Gabrielle's side of the field and prevent the Incineroar from taking too much damage. And the nice thing that Yuto's got as well is that switch into the Amoonguss in the back that can come in, soak up the Surging Strikes. But also Yuto has the ability to put a lot of pressure onto Gabrielle's Incineroar, maybe force a switch out there, because Surging Strikes into that slot is going to do a lot of damage. You've got to be careful around the Rocky Helmet, especially if we do see Gabrielle lock in with, well, they cannot lock in with the Terrestrialization. Now that has been spent so early on in this game, so that Incineroar is going to be very vulnerable this next turn, and why we're seeing Gabrielle switch that out.
I mean, Gabrielle has the utility to support it. You have Incineroar and you also have the Rillaboom. Both of these Pokemon love to pivot in and out and support its partner with the fake out, slowing down the pace of play and enabling the Urshifu in this situation to get damage on the board. The fake out, however, was on Yuto's side, so it is going to be able to shut down that Urshifu. It is Choice Scarf, had no utility to protect, and it's going to have to take the follow-up close combat that gets the knockout. So no matter how hard Urshifu tried, no matter how hard Rillaboom and Incineroar tried to support, it was all in vain.
Yeah, and you can see the power boost that the Life Orb gives the Urshifu on Yuto's side. Hasn't been intimidated either, which is a really good play. He switched in after the Incineroar was out in the field, making sure you can get full power from that close combat. So the combination there, knowing that the Urshifu, if it stayed on the field, wouldn't be able to protect, easy target to go after, shut it down with the fake out, and then follow up with that close combat, and knowing the power that you're going to get extra from that Life Orb, enough to take it down. Not something that we commonly see here. Gabrielle losing a key piece of their team. Terrestrialization gone as well. Yuto looking in a really good position, even though there are two grass types on the field now, and the Urshifu on Yuto's side, not in the most comfortable position, but has an easy switch in the back. You can bring in the Amoonguss if you suspect a Wood Hammer. You've got to be careful around the Ivy Cudgel that's active though, because if that goes into that Urshifu slot and Amoonguss switches in, things could even up quite quickly.
But also now that you've got rid of the Urshifu, I feel like Yuto with the Tornadus in the back can quite freely almost click a Rain Dance here. The Rain Dance is going to stop the offensive pressure that Ogerpon can deal with the Fire-type Ivy Cudgel, for example, or that Incineroar with the Flare Blitz, as well as boosting up the accuracy of its very own Bleak Wind Storm. And as you said, there's two grass types out there. It's going to be able to hit well with that flying type attack. So if Yuto can maybe pivot that in, it could be an opportunity to open up an end game. Fake out, however, just comes straight down onto the Incineroar, and it's going to have to take the double up of the Ivy Cudgel. Not a huge amount of damage, maybe thinking a switch was coming through, but the damage comes through from that Urshifu once again. That is a solid one-hit KO, Lee. Wow.
That is huge here, and you can see what Gabrielle was trying to do, maybe fish for that switch on Yuto's end, because maybe you want to get that Tornadus onto the field, but not falling for it, staying tried, tested, and true. Yuto saying, I'm just going to keep my Urshifu on the field and take advantage of maybe a position, because I'm so threatened, it's so obvious I have to switch it out. I'll protect it in this scenario, that you're probably not going to attack into it and waste a turn. Let's focus all the energy onto the Incineroar, and that's exactly what played out, taking that close combat when it was presented and knocking out another key pivotal Pokemon from Gabrielle's side of the field.
Oh my goodness. I mean, the Urshifu is running that life orb, not something we see every day, so that's going to add a little bit more momentum to the calculations. And looks like Gabrielle's saying, let's just close up this game 1, move on to game 2 as quick as we can, please.
Yeah, and no surprise there. I think you're left with your Incineroar and the Rillaboom on Gabrielle's side of the field, so your big kind of physical offensive threats have both fallen very quickly in that game. I think all the reliance after the Urshifu went down was on the Ogerpon, but then at that stage, if that goes down, then it's going to be really difficult to come back against 4 Pokemon that were remaining. And the big turning point here was this close combat into the Urshifu. You got the switch in, the double switch turn 1, and put yourself into a position where you could activate this turn and then just remove the big terrestrialized threat in the Urshifu. Made it just so, and then being so bold in front of 2 grass types here, you know, saying, nah, I don't think you're going to attack into this, and if you don't, I'm going to punish it, and it's exactly what happened. Yuto being so brave in their decision there and making life very difficult for Gabrielle. Got some big adjustments coming into this game too.
And that water terrestrialization as well, as you say, it was committed very early on by Gabrielle, and I don't think he was able to get the payoff needed. You went for the surging strikes, but it went down into the opposing Urshifu that was just able to eat them up, so you were not able to get the extra damage that the terrestrialization gives you and have it give you momentum.
Yeah, and the thing I'll roll back to as well, we were talking about how the importance of leads, right? And if you're playing catch-up then, it looked at the start of that turn, before things played out, that U2 was playing catch-up, but it was all part of the plan. Getting the Urshifu onto the field, knowing that the Intimidate had already been active, so you can get the Urshifu in, take full advantage of the Life Orb, was perfect, alongside that fake-out partnering Pokemon as well, and really catching Gabrielle out with a play that probably wasn't expected right then and there.
Well, looks like our trainers are getting ready for game 2. Remember, this is their win and in for top cut at the European International Championships. Incineroar and Urshifu take center stage, a piece for both Yuto and Gabrielle.
Yeah, I think Gabrielle coming into this game 2 is a bit more aware of the threat of that Urshifu and wanting to really prioritize dealing with that as soon as possible. Nice lead there with the Incineroars on both sides, just being able to reduce the attack on both of these Urshifus. The one advantage that Yuto has, they can protect here if they want to. It's risky in front of another Urshifu, but with it being intimidated, the close combat not going to hit as hard, but it can pivot out. It can go for the U-turn if it wants to maybe readjust, because I think if you are Gabrielle, or you probably want to get the Rillaboom onto the field as soon as possible to try and help deal and alleviate the threat that was so prevalent in that game 1.
We'll have to see what the fake out lands as well from both these Incineroars. First move is going to be Yuto's going down into that opposing Urshifu, and it's a cross again from the Incineroar into the opposing Urshifu. So just a little bit of chip here, no focus sashes to have to contend with, but Urshifu on Gabrielle's side running that choice scarf is now free to be fast.
Yeah, stalemate here from both players with the same play, just wants to shut down the big threat that's in front of them. But the option that Gabrielle has here as well, that we talked about in game 1, if now the terrestrialization is available, you could terrestrialize your Incineroar if you want to keep it on the field. It's that grass type. So if the Surging Strike comes into that, then Rocky Helmet's going to play a pivotal role in being able to get extra damage onto the opposing Urshifu, which is an option. But you also need to try and get that Rillaboom onto the field as soon as possible before the Tornadus or the Amoonguss come out, so you can function as well as you want in front of this big threat.
Well, both the Incineroars leave, but only one has an Amoonguss. Both grass types, however, seem to be the trend. Gabrielle bringing in the Rillaboom to face down against the Mushroom that Yuto has brought in as the supportive pivot. Urshifu does go for the Surging Strikes, finds it onto the Amoonguss. There is no Rocky Helmet to have to contend with. It is running that Citrus Berry, but still not the target you want to find. This damage is so minimally.
Yeah, it is really, and it'll be interesting to see where Yuto goes with their Urshifu attack choice. Is it going to be a close combat again? No, it is a Surging Strike, and into the Urshifu this time. Maybe expecting a switch there, maybe a U-turn pivot out is what Yuto's playing for. So staying on the field, but now both players have their grass type of choice on the field. It's going to be a bit awkward for both of these Urshifus now. Namely, the Amoonguss can go for a Rage Powder if it wants to pull in those attacks, knowing that Gabrielle is locked in to the Surging Strikes. So it kind of forces a situation where Gabrielle probably wants to switch it out. But it's a great opportunity to do that because you do have active Fake Out. You're not threatened by a Spore on the Rillaboom that has to stay on the field and kind of support that this turn. So Gabrielle in a situation where they can adjust a little bit easier than maybe Yuto wants to do this turn. But Yuto has access to protect, not being locked in with that choice item.
And now the Rillaboom actually in an interesting situation. It has that potential priority Glassy Glide that can go down into the opposing Urshifu. The Rage Powder, obviously, Amoonguss not going to be able to utilize that strongly in this position, unless against the Urshifu. Yes, you can draw in the Surging Strikes, but at the end of the day, you need to make sure that your partner Pokemon can get damage on the board too.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. I think the damage has been kind of like, it's been mitigated a lot better by both trainers here. We are seeing the turn play out with a Rage Powder from that Amoonguss, so we'll draw in this Surging Strikes, but not the Grassy Glide. It will do some big impactful damage, not quite enough to pick up the knockout onto the opposing Urshifu, so that is going to be there left alone. And it can lock in with the close combat here, knowing that there is no Rage Powder on Gabrielle's side. If it goes for that, it's going to be able to pick up the knockout on this opposing Urshifu and remove a big key part of Gabrielle's plan.
This is the thing, we're not seeing KOs until this particular moment, but a lot of incremental damage is being stacked up. Those Surging Strikes into the Amoonguss could be very devastating in the end game, but of course Amoonguss has the trick up its sleeve where if Yuto wants to switch it out, it can use that Regenerator ability to get a lot of that HP back.
Yeah, and now Yuto doing so well here because now the Urshifu on Gabrielle's side of the field is fallen. It makes life so much easier for that Incineroar to pivot back onto the field and not have to worry about a potential knockout from the Surging Strikes. So it can come in, it can drop an all-important Intimidate onto two physical attackers that are now on the field. The one thing that you would say that Gabrielle still has a bit of an advantage with is the fact that the Ogerpon can Terastallize, get that attack boost if it needs to, and it is threatening the Amoonguss on the opposite side. The Amoonguss going for a Fairy Terastallization isn't going to be able to have any sort of defensive capabilities against being able to resist that attack either. So it's an easy slot for Gabrielle to go into because that Grassy Glide is still active, still going to put a lot of pressure onto the knockout onto the Urshifu. It's a likely slot that will switch maybe this turn, but we said that game one. Is Yuto going to switch, or are they going to just say, I'm happy just leaving it on the field to get an attack off?
Ogerpon says a cheeky hello and a quick goodbye, leaves the field in favor of this Incineroar. Now, neither of these Pokemon necessarily wanted to take a Surging Strike. At least you get the Intimidate coming down if it's a close combat, but we know Surging Strikes has that guaranteed critical hit chance. Oh, okay. Incineroar surely relieved to see this Pokemon leave the field. It's able to be an adjustment on Yuto's side, revealing the Incineroar once again to throw an Intimidate down against both these physical attackers. I think both trainers are very cognizant of where their Incineroars are and where they want them in play.
Yeah, and Amoonguss not wanting to contend with any potential Fire-type attacks that were coming out from what was the Ogerpon. So just protecting this turn, but a nice pivot here from the Rillaboom. Going to be able to go off the field and get the Ogerpon onto the field and not have to deal with that Intimidate that has just been introduced by Yuto, but will have to contend with a Fake Out this next turn round.
And in the first turn, we saw that it was Yuto's Incineroar that was the speedier. So if we're going to see two Fake Outs come down, we likely will see that happen again. And I think going down into the Ogerpon and then a Fake Out down into the opposing Amoonguss, or even, that said, if you're Gabrielle and thinking the Fake Out's going to come down into Ogerpon, my Incineroar is free to just go for that Flare Blitz and try and remove the Amoonguss from play.
Yeah, that is definitely an option here. The play that you could do is maybe switch your Incineroar out, keep that Intimidate in the back, and then bring your Rillaboom back onto the field. So you've got that kind of line of support. Knowing that you have a slow Fake Out here, you could then leverage a Fake Out the next turn. And the problem with if you leave your Incineroar, it gets faked out. The Amoonguss has a free turn to maybe go for a Spore here into the Incineroar and Terastallize here. So it depends where Yuto wants to put their eggs this turn. But there are some options here. But like you say, the Flare Blitz is an immediate threat, and maybe why we're seeing the Amoonguss switch out.
Yeah, Amoonguss just getting out of there in the face of two Fire-type Pokemon, being replaced by that Tornadus that's been hiding in the back. This could be the opportunity, as we were saying earlier, for Tornadus to try and get that Rain Dance up, either to just neutralize some of the offensive pressure the Fire-type moves can deal, or you can even maybe try and go for a Tailwind, get yourself a little bit of speed up. I think the critical thing here, however, on Ogerpon's side, it has got that Embody aspect. It is trying to bring its attack stat up higher as the Fake Out finds its mark there. Incineroar still in play if it does want to go. I was going to say, if it did want to go for something like the U-turn, this could be a great opportunity to do exactly what you said and bring that Rillaboom in, but instead was just going for that clean Fake Out.
Yeah, and now the Ogerpon not in a bad position, right? The Intimidate is already active on the field, and so Yuto to get that onto the Ogerpon is going to have to switch that out and then bring it back onto the field. So that's a bit of a clunky situation to slow that down. You do have the Tornadus, though, that can provide Tailwind support here, which is going to be really instrumental once you can get your own Urshifu back on the field. And the nice thing that Gabrielle's got in their back pocket is they're no longer part Grass type. So it's good in one way that you're not weak to those Bleak Wind Storms that can threaten. But the Rain Dance is going to be a bit of a detriment to you if that does come out from the Tornadus with one of the supporting options. But saying that, at the same time, you don't really want to bring the Urshifu onto the field anytime soon before that Tailwind, that Rain Dance is set up because of the threat of that Grassy Glide that the Ogerpon on Gabrielle's side has.
Exactly, and the rain is now in the sky. The Ogerpon goes for the Ivy Cudgel. thanks to the rain being present, it is not going to be able to get the knockout here as Incineroar goes into its opponent with a U-turn. So positioning up on Yuto's side, this could be an opportunity to bring that Urshifu in from the back with the rain in the sky to boost up its water type attacks.
Yeah, and this would be really good positioning here, because I think then with the Tornadoes being able to take that initial Ivy Cudgel that's still in the field active, it's going to be able to set up that Tailwind the next turn and put that Urshifu in a prime position to take advantage of the rain it's set with the Life Orb and those Surging Strikes that are going to be so formidable for both the Ogerpon and this Incineroar to have to deal with.
Exactly, and Yuto taking every second to think, which Pokemon do I want to bring? It's going to be that Urshifu. It doesn't have a lot of HP remaining, so it needs to be able to move fast, and it's able to hang on despite the knockoff coming through. Fantastic play from the Urshifu. It knows that its trainer is just one game away from looking up the top cut. You have to bear in mind, however, this is the Life Orb Urshifu. If it deals out damage, it's likely going to KO itself in the process.
Yeah, it will do, and the Grassy Terrain ending now, so the threat of Grassy Glide kind of just miraculously disappearing. But the one thing that Gabrielle could do this next turn is simply, even if the Tailwind is coming out, if you expect that, just go for the switch to the Rillaboom, get your Grassy Glide activated once again, and go after that Urshifu, so cannot take advantage of the Life Orb that it's got access to. By doing that, though, you potentially are putting yourself in harm's way of a Bleak Wind Storm, and that is not something that you really want to take unnecessary damage for, but it isn't worth the risk.
An adaptation coming through. Rillaboom takes to the stage and sets up that grassy terrain. That could be to its detriment, however, if the Urshifu on Yuto's side is going to be able to benefit from that in future turns. The Tailwind goes up, so it's fast and it's ready. The Aqua Jet priority, however, bypassing all of that into the Rillaboom. A smile from Gabrielle, knowing that that was a fantastic switch in, and Urshifu has gone down. The knockoff the second time around gets the KO.
Yeah, it's a really great way to deal with that huge threat on Yuto's side. And now things are looking a little bit brighter for Gabrielle, despite the rain on the field. You've got the Tailwind set, but you've got Fake Out support with that Rillaboom. We've already mentioned, Lou, that there's no cover cloak on the Tornado, so you can just shut that down for a turn, prevent a Bleak Wind Storm coming out. And the Incineroar doing a lot of work here. There's nothing that really immediately threats it. I mean, the Amoonguss can come in, it can threaten with a Spore, but again, you're going to pressure with Flare Blitz, and you've also got your Ogerpon kind of waiting in the wings to come in at the time when it's right. I think that now the thing that Gabrielle needs to do is get rid of that Tornadus as soon as possible, and knock off into that slot will be enough. And Rillaboom, if it can just prevent the opposing Incineroar from faking out this turn, it will give you the room to be able to do that. And even then, the Bleak Wind Storm, because you've got the Assault Vest on your own Rillaboom, will be able to take that quite comfortably.
That's the thing, the Tornadus is going to be a problem if it can get those sharp beak Bleak Wind Storms off, particularly in the rain. It's going to have that 100% accuracy. At least the Rillaboom is carrying that Assault Vest, so it is going to give it a little bit of special defensive coverage, and that Tornadus is at low HP. So I think a little combination here could be able to get the knockout.
Yeah, and the Ogerpon is going to struggle against the Incineroar in general because it doesn't really have an offensive move to hit it for super effective damage. But I think if you can remove all of its partnering Pokemon around it and then concentrate down on it at the end, it might make things slightly a little bit easier.
Well, there's the U-turn, just getting a good amount of damage into the Rillaboom. Remember, the Tailwind up is on Yuto's side, so Yuto wants to try and maximize the potential from these turns. It does give him the opportunity to now bring in from the back that Amoonguss once again. Rillaboom doing the exact same thing, going for a U-turn, pivoting off. We're going to see the Ogerpon rejoin the field.
Yeah, I think Yuto being very smart here, very composed, wants to keep that Intimidate in the back to bring in whenever the Ogerpon does reappear on the field, and doing it quite well here where it is going to get the attack boost, so it is threatening a lot more. We've seen the damage in the rain from the Ivy Cudgel, so we'll be in range for taking down that Tornadus the next turn. And when you do a play like this as well from Gabrielle, where you do a double pivot, and this is why the Fake Out combination with these two Pokemon is so useful here, where you can now bring in the Rillaboom, have active Fake Out this next turn, and either go for the Tornadus that has just protected. It's either going to have to, well, yeah, this is the thing. I think you go after the Tornadus here, but does that force a switch? So you can maybe say the Tornadus is so threatened here because it's an easy Fake Out, Ivy Cudgel going to take it down, or do you expect the switch, the Incineroar, to come in on the field and maybe Fake Out the Amoonguss and go for the Ivy Cudgel there? But then Yuto could kind of get around that by protecting the Amoonguss and get the Incineroar onto the field. So there's some big decisions to make for both of our players this turn, and whether or not you want to stay on the field fixed with these Pokemon here, if you're Gabrielle expecting the Incineroar to come out, or if you want to pivot and position again, that is another question altogether.
I think as well you've got the Incineroar and the Ogerpon refusing to fall to the fate of Ophelia here in the storm, constantly switching out, maybe allowing the Rillaboom to try and deal with that Tornadus before the Rain Dance can get set up again. We know that the Ivy Cudgels on the Ogerpon want to come through, want to connect onto that Amoonguss. Rillaboom goes for the Grassy Glide, but it's not enough. The priority trying to get around the Tailwind does not fell it. The Bleak Wind Storm comes through, again, doesn't get the KOs here. They are resilient. They are here to try and get Gabrielle through. Ivy Cudgel will come through. It will connect down onto this Amoonguss, and it gets the KO! Gabrielle looks up to the skies. He knows that was what he needed to stay in this game.
Yeah, that's a huge critical hit. Enough in the rain to take down the Amoonguss there. And the Grassy Glide just missing. You thought if that picks up the knockout onto the Tornadus, it's easy street from here on out. But the Bleak Wind Storm, the Rillaboom managing to just barely hang on, and things looking a little bit better for Gabrielle going into this next turn. The Grassy Glide is going to pressure and knock out onto the Tornadus, but you've got to contend with this fake out here. But you've got an easy play. You can spike your shield with your Ogerpon. You can switch in your own Incineroar here. And Incineroar healthy enough in the back for Gabrielle where it can take a Bleak Wind Storm and then pressure at that fake out the next turn.
This is exactly what we were talking about. Ogerpon not wanting to play by the rules that Tornadus has set, going for that Ivy Cudgel in the rain and getting that really critical knockout. Now both trainers in a position where Yuto is down to his last two remaining Pokemon. You do at least have the Incineroar, like you say, you have the potential to have that fake out, but is it going to be enough? The Tornadus is really on its last little clouds.
Yeah, it is, yeah, and we're going to have a big Bleak Wind Storm coming out. Is the fake out going to be into the Ogerpon? If you don't go for that slot and then Gabrielle hasn't protected it, could be over a lot quicker than what we think here, but we're going to see Terastallization finally locked in from Yuto. Which target will be into? It is going to be into that Tornadus, and it will be into the Steel Terra typing.
Oh, we've seen this be dangerous before when one of the genies takes to the skies and embraces the steel typing, puts itself into a position as Ogerpon goes for the spiky shield, just playing defensively, playing around the rain, maybe hoping that the Incineroar is able to get the job done. The fake out was indeed going down into the Ogerpon, so now Incineroar on Gabrielle's side is free to utilize an attack.
Yeah, and we're going to take a Bleak Wind Storm for its troubles, 100% accurate in the rain. It'll be interesting to see how much damage this does to the Incineroar. Will it be able to take two of these? Yeah, more comfortable enough, even though that Sharp Beak is on that, boosting the move, but the rain has stopped. And this Terastallization not looking as strong in this situation against two fire types that are going to be hitting it for super effective damage. But the one thing that that steel typing does do is probably give you enough legs to take a Grassy Glide that's going to be active here. You would imagine a Grassy Glide from the Ogerpon. Oh, it's going to be close. It's going to be close, but there is the possibility of it taking it down. If it hangs on, it's going to be able to get another Bleak Wind Storm off. Or what do you prioritize here? Do you prioritize maybe another Rain Dance here to support your own Incineroar? Things aren't looking great for Yuto, but Gabrielle's still got quite a bit to do here. The main priority now is getting rid of that Tornadus so it can stop supporting, stop being a threat with those Bleak Wind Storms that are only spread type attack on their side of the field at the moment.
This is what I meant earlier. The Incineroar now free to go for an attack. We saw how little the Bleak Wind Storm did. There's not a lot I think a double up could do to fell it. Had the utility to go on the offensive.
That is enough.
It does manage to get the KO with the Grassy Glide. A sigh of relief with that critical hit. Honestly, this Ogerpon is unstoppable as the Incineroar was able to utilize the fake out in that turn to make sure that the Ogerpon had room to shine.
Yeah, there we go. A critical hit. It would have been interesting to see the damage without. I think it would have been close either way. It would have been a fraction of a hang-on, but it might have just been enough to get Yuta into a position where they were able to go a little bit further forward. Now, the Incineroar versus the world, it's got the Assault Vest as well, so it's going to be an easy target for just doubling up into it with the remaining Pokemon Gabrielle has left on the field, and should be tying this up and taking us to a Game 3 for deciding which player is going to progress in this tournament.
This is what we absolutely love to see, a Game 3 here at the highest stakes we have at the European International Championships. Gabrielle really playing marvelously in that second game to be able to even out the score.
Yeah, and a lot to do for both of our trainers here. You can see there wasn't really too much of a change-up with Pokemon selections from our trainers in that last game, from Game 1 to Game 2, but I wonder if we'll see slightly different change-ups going into Game 3. Yuto does have the ability to maybe go for a different mode, in the Trick Room mode, thinking, well, Gabrielle's not bringing the Ferrograph here. I've got a pretty easy way to set my Trick Room up. I can maybe take advantage of the Amoonguss under the Twisted Dimension, start putting things to sleep that are going to be vulnerable to that, and then utilize maybe my Saluna that can put on that really offensive, powerful damage. against these fire types that have been so bothersome to me in game 2. And, you know, the Scarf Urshifu is not going to enjoy a Trick Room environment. That's one thing that you would say. So maybe Yuto could look down that avenue and go that route, which could throw Gabrielle off. But Gabrielle, a very smart player, probably aware that that is an option as well and will adjust accordingly.
It's not going to be easy coming into Game 3, however. I mean, Yuto still played that Game 2 incredibly well. The Urshifu, I felt, was constantly in a strong position. It was still applying a lot of pressure with those close combats. It was able to get in when the rain was set up by its partner, Tornadus. The issue, however, I think was Gabrielle's Ogerpon was just so relentless, as well as the Rillaboom with the Grassy Glide constantly stacking up that damage and working around the Tailwind that Yuto had sacrificed a turn to set up. It almost made it a little bit null and void, and possibly if, in hindsight, Tornadus had gone on the offensive in that turn, the little bit of incremental damage would have stacked up in the end. We saw how many clutch hang-ons there were in a lot of these turns.
Yeah, it's a really good catch there, Lou. And I think the other thing that Gabrielle needs to really hone down on going into this Game 3 is removing that Urshifu a lot quicker, a lot better than they have done in these first 2 games, because anytime that does attack with that Life Orb, it gets onto the field and the Intimidate's not a thing, then it is doing and removing pieces of Gabrielle's puzzle, and he doesn't want that to happen.
I wonder if we're going to see a shake of momentum. Wondering if maybe Porygon 2 or Ursaluna could join in, but Yuto is sticking with the Urshifu and Incineroar. It's exactly what Gabrielle is doing as well. This is a run back of Game 2. This is the last game, determining the winning in for Top Cut.
Yeah, it is, and here we go. One of these trainers will be moving on. One will have their end of the tournament right here. It all comes down to this match. What will our players do? Are we going to see a repeat of Game 2? Fake out a piece, just stopping those Urshifus in their tracks, making some adjustments. Are we going to see the Rillaboom come onto the field for Gabrielle? You feel like if you don't go for the fake out into the Urshifu on the opposite side, then your own Incineroar is going to be susceptible. Straight switch here from Gabrielle.
Yep, straight away an adjustment in that ball position, wants to bring the Rillaboom in instead, making sure that Urshifu is not going to have to take the Intimidate, and Rillaboom now joins free of it as well. The grassy terrain as well, going to enable it to access that Grassy Glide to apply pressure to the Urshifu in the following turn. Looks like Yuto's also making an adaptation. Instead, it's going to be the Incineroar on his side to maybe Intimidate a little bit later on as Amoonguss joins the fray.
He's caught it!
Oh my goodness, a shake of the head from Gabrielle Agati as the Urshifu finds its mark onto that Incineroar. The Incineroar is going to go down.
Yeah, that was a risky play from Gabrielle, going for the parting shot there, saying, okay, well, you might expect the fake out. Unfortunately, leaving the Incineroar in harm's way, and Yuto capitalizing on that from the get-go here. Now you've got your Rillaboom on the field. It is going to put a lot of pressure onto that the Urshifu here with the Grassy Glide that's active. You can get your Urshifu out as well, and that can kind of pivot out if it wants. It's got the Ice Spinner as well, but do you really want to get rid of the grassy terrain when you know there's an Ogerpon in the back that's going to really benefit from that? So the big thing and the hard thing now is going to be getting the Ogerpon onto the field in a position where it can function like it did in that Game 2. Right now, you don't really want to switch it in the face of an Urshifu with that Life Orb that can really start throwing out those surging strikes that are so threatening. But the Rillaboom is in a position where, like we've said, it is going to threaten, but it's an easy switch right now to maybe the Incineroar to get that Intimidate onto the field, and you've got the support of that Amoonguss to Rage Powder any of those threatening water type attacks to get that seamless switch in.
We have to assume as well it is that Tornadus in the back for Yuto, and that could always come in, get that Rain Dance set up and help the Urshifu on the other side a little bit more. But it looks like Gabrielle is going to start already trying to apply some pressure into this game. The Terrestrialization is coming through on the Urshifu, so it is once again embracing its water typing, going to be adding an extra bit of punch behind the potential surging strikes as the fake out goes through into the Amoonguss. You don't have to worry about being put to sleep as Urshifu tries its best to get damage out on the board. It goes down into its counterpart, but it is not going to be even nearly enough.
No, nowhere near enough. Unfortunately, just predicting a switch out there, not getting any joy. Once again, Yuto saying, I'm keeping this on the field. I feel comfortable where it is. I'm going to take advantage of this Life Orb when I've got the opportunity to. Close combat into the opposing Urshifu. Some valuable damage there, putting it in a position where it is not going to be getting as much value for Gabrielle going forward.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a parting blow from the Intimidate that Incineroar set right at the beginning of the game, making sure that Urshifu was kept in the game. But of course, if the Urshifu on Yuto's side switches out, that Intimidate cannot be reset up because the Incineroar is gone.
Yeah, expecting probably the switch to the Incineroar there, so you can see exactly what Gabrielle was trying to do, tie up this game. Unfortunately, Yuto saying, no, I'm not giving my Incineroar up as easy
not
as
doing
that.
what you did.
No, we are staying tried, true, and tested, and I'm going to go for this close combat like we did in Game 1 and getting some real value out of that. Now it is pressure. They can go for a protect here, of course, and then let the Amoonguss disrupt with the sludge bombs or a spore, more importantly, into the opposing Urshifu. So there could be an opening here where the pressure on the opposing Urshifu gives Gabrielle the opportunity to maybe get their own Ogerpon onto the field, and then that allows you a bit more offensive pressure against the Ogerpon and that Grassy Glide threat into the opposing Urshifu if it sticks around.
Yeah, I like this switch out here. You are Choice Scarf locked into that, and we know that the Amoonguss can just go for the Rage Powder and redirect it, opening up the opportunity. Yes, in a way you could go for the Grassy Glide, but Yuto could easily try and protect around that. It is, not protecting, however. Instead, it's just going to go straight down and connect. The Urshifu will fall down to the Rillaboom, but Yuto now can bring in a Pokemon from the back, possibly even that Incineroar, and throw an Intimidate down against these special attackers. Amoonguss, where did that come from off left field? The Amoonguss showing that it's not just a supportive little Pokemon, it's able to deal with the big Pokemon too.
Yeah, Amoonguss showing why it's here and showing that it wants to take and carry Yuto into this next stage of the tournament. The problem now with spending that Terrestrialization on the Urshifu from Gabrielle, though, as well, is that you don't have the ability to remove that flying type weakness that the Ogerpon carries alongside that Rillaboom. So quite rightly, like you've mentioned, if the Tornadus is lurking in the back for Yuto, can quite easily come in. It threatens not only the Ogerpon, the Rillaboom, but that Urshifu as well that's in the back. And with that instant automatic ability to set the Tailwind up, you surpass the Choice Scarf. So all to do for Gabrielle here, and time is running out, ticking down every turn. Has to get everything right from here, everything on the line to take him through to this next stage, and Yuto is playing marvelously.
And the Urshifu on Gabrielle's side has locked in the Terrestrializations. Both Rillaboom and Ogerpon have to keep their Grass-type weakness to the Flying type that Tornadus could have in the back, so they're not going to be able to get out of the way of that, and that additional damage from the Sludge Bomb could easily put it in range from a KO from one Bleak Windstorm. Yeah,
and that's the problem. I think Gabrielle's got to keep that in the back of their mind as they progress in this game and not really overextend themselves unnecessarily, but at the same time, they need to start playing catch-up. We are going to see the Terrestrialization celebrating Valentine's Day in the full force. Amoonguss saying, I'm here, I'm ready to go. Let's get this going.
I love to see this from the Amoonguss. It's maybe showing that it can be an offensive pressure as well, so it's wanting to keep itself in the game, losing its Fire-type weakness. The Wood Hammer, however, comes down, does a respectable amount of damage, but Rillaboom obviously taking a little bit of recoil as the knockoff follows up. So Rillaboom now going to be exposed. It loses its Assault Vest, so potentially we could see Amoonguss getting a KO in the next couple of turns if it's able to find its place on the Rillaboom.
Yeah, that Terrestrialization probably not... it takes away the fire threat from the Ogerpon, which is great, but you open yourself up to taking just neutral damage from these grass-type attacks, especially with this grassy terrain on the field. So really valuable, the Incineroar can come in now. It can support with Fake Out, but more importantly, it can drop that Intimidate that makes these physical attacks not hit as hard. The Amoonguss as well, I think, doesn't really have the benefit now of being able to sit as comfortably in front of the Urshifu. Gabrielle can position that, so there is a world where we could see the Urshifu come in and be a bit more impactful. It is all key for Yuto, if that Tornadus is in the back, to try and get that in safely. I think you've got a really good way with the U-turn on the Incineroar right now to be able to get that slow pivot off, avoid any damage, get the Tornadus onto the field, and then get that Tailwind, that Blink Windstorm, that maybe even Rain Dance setup.
Oh, that's not what Gabrielle wanted to see. The Amoonguss going for the Protect, maybe trying to draw in these attacks. Ogerpon was going for the Wood Hammer down into that slot, and if Gabrielle has doubled up into it, then he has left his Pokemon vulnerable to have damage taken from this Incineroar. It is the double. Both Wood Hammers coming through, trying to utilize that grassy terrain to get the KO, but instead are not getting any damage on the board. The knockoff comes through. Ogerpon at least does manage to hang on because you cannot knock that mask off.
Yeah, that is a huge survival here, so you can kind of have a repeat of that last turn here onto the Amoonguss, and double Wood Hammer supported by the grassy terrain that has just left. Unfortunately, the wrong time for that to fade. Still, Wood Hammer gonna be a big threat because it's a powerful move even without the terrain boost. Still gonna threaten that Amoonguss now that it is a fairy type. So something that Yuto has to contend with, although it won't be hitting as hard and not as threatening. But all the time you put all your concentration onto the Amoonguss, it's leaving that Incineroar just open to allow it to do what it wants. It can just fire off these knockoffs. It can go for a U-turn if it wants to. And now a U-turn into the Ogerpon looks quite desirable, right? It's gonna pick up the knockout. It's gonna allow you a free switch into something else like that Tornadus that could come in and really put the pressure even more on Gabrielle from where it is right now.
The thing is, you really need to deal with that Amoonguss because Urshifu can easily clean up against the Incineroar on the opposing side, but while you've got the potential Rage Powder, it's impossible. Ivy Cudgel may be trying desperately to get a critical hit, but instead it's actually going to give Amoonguss more recovery, giving it the opportunity to eat up its Citrus Berry. The Wood Hammer will come through from Rillaboom, but without the terrain in play, it's not going to be as powerful damage as Gabrielle was hoping in that previous turn. And the U-turn, as you mentioned, Lee, can come through. It's not able to get the KO because it's gone into the Rillaboom and not the Ogerpon, but critically it gives Yuto the opportunity to switch up the ball position, and you can guarantee when that Incineroar is back, the Intimidate's going to pay off, and the Fake Out is going to potentially spell disaster for Gabrielle.
Yeah, and here we go. There is that Tornadus. It finally makes its way onto the field. Followed up with the Sludge Bomb now from the Amoonguss, saying, okay, well, I'm going to take care of this Rillaboom. I'm going to take away that option for you to get the Grassy Terrain back in effect. I don't want that to contend with anymore. Now, you've got a situation where the Tornadus is going to be able to set up that Tailwind, put itself ahead of the Urshifu. The Rain Dance is a bit of a double-edged sword, right? Because the Terastallization on the Urshifu is going to boost those Water-type attacks even further. Now, you've got a turn where you can utilize this Amoonguss to give you that free turn on your Tornadus, so it doesn't take any damage. Tailwind's probably the most preferable thing to do here, and then just hope that your Bleak Wind Storms hit without the rain being active. If they do, they're going to be able to hit the Ogerpon for super effective damage. With the Water Terastallization, it's taken away that flying weakness, but the Urshifu pretty low health as it is.
Well, Amoonguss is angry. It's going for the Rage Powder as the Urshifu locks in with those surging strikes. It is going to come down onto the Amoonguss. It will be enough to get the knockout, particularly after this second hit. Doesn't even need the third one. But as you said, Lee, it opens up this Tornadus to attack. And considering we did not see a priority Tailwind come through or a Rain Dance, we can assume it is going for that Bleak Wind Storm. If it's able to find its mark, this could be it.
Yeah, it could be. It all comes down to what speed this Tornadus is. Is it going to take an Ivy Cudgel first? It will do. There's a chance of a critical hit not landing here, and that Bleak Wind Storm chosen, but it has missed a target. Which one is it going to be? It's the Urshifu, so it's going to stick around, but that Ogerpon is going down.
That's the thing, Ogerpon goes down. You're now remaining with your Urshifu, but you got rid of the Amoonguss, meaning that Incineroar can come straight back. Your Choice Scarf, you're going to have to take a Fake Out. And if you're Yuto in this situation, you can always try and go for something like the Fake Out, maybe even the Rain Dance to increase your chance of getting the guaranteed hit, but you've got to contend with the Choice Scarf, so it's going to be dangerous. Maybe just go for the Bleak Wind Storm.
Yeah, you Fake Out here. You can Bleak Wind Storm or you can Tailwind to guarantee a turn next time round, but no.
This is
Rain Dance
risky.
coming out here. But the thing is, the Urshifu can only target one of these Pokemon. It's probably more likely to go after the Tornadus, and that's where the threat is. Okay, now you set the Rain Dance up for me. I can Surge and Strikes into that. Has Incineroar got anything that it'll be able to take this Urshifu down with, though? That's the thing.
Knockoff, maybe?
What it was relying on the knockoff. Is it going to be enough, though? It's going to be a neutral hit. With the item there, you probably say the knockoff is going to be just enough, but taking it right down to the wire here on the decisions these trainers make this next turn. I think things looking more likely in Yuto's favor just because the knockoff is neutral and like it would be into a normal Urshifu before it terastallizes.
It's not like you can even protect either. The Unseen Fist is going to be able to break through this. Urshifu has found its target. It's embracing all the power it has to keep Gabrielle in this tournament. It's targeting down into this Tornadus, but now the question is key. Is knockoff, U-turn, or Flare Blitz going to be enough to get this Urshifu down? If not, Gabrielle is in a position to take it.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It's all going to come down to this knockoff. I think if this knockoff is enough, Lou, it will be the end of the game.
There we go. The KO is down. Yuto Kimura is able to take down Gabriel Agati and will be locking in his top cut at the European International Championships.
Wow, what a way to end that game. What a way to end Swiss there in such style. Congratulations to both our trainers, but a massive congratulations to Yuto, who will be moving on in this tournament, continuing their road, hoping to be crowned the champion at the end of this event.
I'm a little out of breath there, Lee. I'm not going to lie. There was a lot of back and forth throughout that set. I feel like Yuto constantly had so much offensive pressure with that Tornadus, but Gabrielle brought him right down to the wire in that, particularly that game 2 and that game 3. If the knockoff had not been enough, then we know that another Surging Strikes would have been able to come through with that Incineroar. The Pokemon that Gabrielle lost very early doors in game 3, but that Yuto was able to keep nice and safe in the back, turned out to be the key and the ticket needed for victory.
Yeah, you feel if that turn had went any other way where Gabrielle was able to preserve that Incineroar, I think it would have been so much closer here. But losing that critical member of his team on turn 1 and getting punished for that play where you're not going for the Fake Out because it's so obvious. You think, I'm going to try and get some leverage here with a parting shot, and it just didn't work out. But all credit to Yuto for punishing that and saying, if you go for this and you don't fake me out, I'm guaranteeing you that you're going to lose that Pokemon. And that's exactly how it played out. And things made it very difficult for Gabrielle after that point. So full credit to Yuto for saying, you know, you can easily pull the switch there like Gabrielle did, switched out their Urshifu. Like, I want to get rid of this Intimidate. I don't want to have to contend with this going forward in the game. So Yuto, we've seen in game 1, didn't do that. Stood strong with that Urshifu, even Intimidated, said, yeah, I'm pressured, but I'm going to get these close combats off. And in that similar situation, got the Surging Strike off and paid dividends there.
And it's even more impressive when, according to our records, this is Yuto's first tournament with direct Worlds qualification on the line from EUIC. So a newcomer out in at least the European side of the game is just taking down some incredible names of competitive Pokemon history. So commiserations, of course, to Gabriel. It was fantastic to be able to watch him play once again, and hopefully we'll be able to see him back here next year.
Oh yeah, it won't be the last we see of Gabriel. You know, such a top player and always puts on a great show for us, and just an incredible competitor overall. We'll be back and stronger the next time out, and we've got plenty more events throughout the season leading up to the World Championships, so plenty of opportunities for Gabriel to capitalize on those and take some wins and do what Gabriel does best. But Yuto, first time out, big tournament like this, that's incredible. We love those fairy tale stories, and Yuto just making I think a really good example for everyone at home. We say this over and over again. We said it with Dill last year. If you're watching this and you've never been to one of these events and you kind of want to try a hand at competitive play,
do it.
These are the players that inspire you to step out your door, come to these events, try a hand. Don't listen to the voice that might be saying, how can you compete with these big names? Well, Yuto proved it. They're doing it this weekend. Dill proved that they could.
And Tim Edwards the year before.
Tim Edwards, we have these over and over. Justin Tang is another player, and look where Justin is now. You've got to make that first step and do it, and what a phenomenal way to do it for Yuto. Hopefully this is not the end of the road. They are progressing. It's exciting. I can't wait to see more from them.
I mean, what a stage to make an impression on here on the international side of things. And I want to talk about that little Amoonguss as well, because Amoonguss is a Pokemon that we often see just being supportive. You know, it's really often drawing in attacks, taking a lot of the heat so that its partner can shine. But that Amoonguss was bright up on the stage with its terrestrialization, as well as doing a lot of damage with those sludge bombs. So I think I want to hear from the pilot of that very inspirational Amoonguss. Let's kick it over to an interview with Costa.
Thank you very much, both. And we have got yet another trainer ready to go into Top Cut, Yuto Kimura. What a way to go about it as well, Yuto. Huge congratulations. You are actually a player that has had quite a bit of online tournament experience. This is your first international tournament. How are you feeling? You are so close going into a direct invitation.
まずは勝利おめでとうございます。普段オンラインの中で初めての IC だと思いますが、率直に今のお気持ちいかがですか？
そうですね。本当に嬉しいです。まさかここまで来れるとは思っていなかったので、もう嬉しい気持ちでいっぱいです。
I'm very happy because I can't believe it. I can come here, he said.
And you've done such an amazing job as well. There were so many back and forths. There was Gabriel Agachi as well, such a well-known player. But you seem to have such a good way to sort of handle him with your team and strategies like Life Orb, Urshifu and such. But I wanted to ask you, how much practice have you put in with this team? Is this something that you've been playing for a long time, or is it new for this tournament in particular?
相手のガブリエル選手は有名な選手でずっとプレーしてきた選手だと思うんですけど、今回の使ったチームっていうのはずっと長く使われてきたパーティーを使ったのか、今回のために初めて使ったのか、いかがですか？
この大会に参加するって決まってからもう2ヶ月ほど同じ構築使ってて、そうですね、すごい練習してきました。
When he decided I joined EUIC, he practiced a lot for 2 months. So that で最後なんておっしゃいました？
ずっと練習してきました。
He had practiced very hard.
It definitely shows you were so comfortable with it, and there are so many back and forths, especially in the game 2. We saw Gabriel go for the critical hit, force the game 3, but you did such a good job to be able to bring it back the way that you did. So I then just wanted to ask you, you're so many steps closer now, 2 more wins in order to get the direct invitation, but we want to make sure you get some rest as well. So just 2 questions left. One being, do you have any shout outs that you would like to give to anybody in the crowd, at home, family, anybody that's supporting you?
あと2勝で世界って言ったところだと思うんですけれど、ここで今感謝を述べたい人は家族だったり友人だったりいますか？何かあればお願いします。
やはり仲間のみんなにはすごい練習一緒にしてもらったこともありますし、やっぱりここまで来れたのは仲間のおかげもあると思うので、感謝しています。
He appreciated his teammate, so his teammate practiced hard with him, so he appreciated his teammate too. His teammate.
Amazing, amazing stuff. And one final question, of course. It's the 30th Pokemon anniversary coming up. What is your favorite Pokemon and why?
ポケモンが30周年を迎えるんですけど、一番好きなポケモンとその理由を教えてください。
そうですね、ポリゴン2です。理由としては、ソードシールドの頃からこう結構ずっと使っていたこともあるので。
So his favorite Pokemon is Porygon 2 because he used Porygon 2 from Sword and Shield. He used it for a long time.
I mean, it's one of the best Pokemons and for good reason as well. So, with that being said, thank you so much for your time, Yuto. Huge congratulations. And what we're going to be doing is cutting to a short break before we progress the rest of this tournament here in London. So, get your refreshments as we'll be right back for the continuation of EUIC 2026. You won't want to miss it.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Will Dunphy, and let's take a trip back to the first Pokemon Go World Championships in London, England in the summer of 2022. Dancing Rob from Germany and Godon Hada from South Korea took their seats at center stage for the Masters Division Grand Finals. What happened next was more exciting than anyone could have ever predicted. This was Pokemon Go's inaugural season in the Pokemon Go Championship Series, and only one of these trainers could become the first world champion. Pokemon Go's 2022 competitive season was characterized by the nearly unbreakable core of Walrein and Trevenant. This pair's synergy made them almost irreplaceable on a team of 6. But as Pokemon Go established its own unique identity within the championship circuit, so did its trainers. Unique Pokemon like Air/Mandibuzz, Ember, Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, and Obstagoon claimed regional and international titles around the world. Dancing Rob competed earlier in the year at Pokemon Go's first ever live-streamed event, the 2022 Europe International Championships. Dancing Rob made a powerful run through the losers bracket in Day 2, before being defeated by the eventual runner-up, Freaka. With that, Dancing Rob had qualified for the World Championships in London. That August, the World Championships began. After a promising 2-0 start, Dancing Rob was defeated by Lurgan Rocket, Pokemon Go's first ever regional champion, in just the 3rd round. This loss set Dancing Rob down into the losers bracket. What happened next is something that may never happen again in competitive Pokemon Go. Dancing Rob would go on to win the next 7 rounds, including a rematch against the Liverpool regional champion as he completely swept the losers bracket. With a combined record of 9-1 and everything on the line, Dancing Rob took the stage, head-to-head against Godon Hada for the Grand Finals. As a result of Pokemon Go's double elimination format, Dancing Rob needed to win not 1, but 2 best of 5s against his opponent to claim the championship. The Grand Finals began, and Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales, Medicham, and Shadow Swampert secured him an early 2-0 lead. Then, Godon Hada and his Shadow Kanto Ninetales fought back.
You have the opportunity to close this tournament out right here, and right now, you might as well just go for it.
Godon Hada claimed victory in games 3 and 4 and tied the series 2-2. In Game 5, the world held its breath as the matchup between the final Pokemon on the field was decided by just a half-second Dragon Breath.
Galarian Stunfisk gets to the rock slide first, and we have a bracket reset.
Dancing Rob's Galarian Stunfisk reached the rock slide, and Dancing Rob had successfully forced the Grand Finals reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales met Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales in the lead. Game 1 belonged to Godon Hada, but Dancing Rob struck back in Games 2 and 3. Godon Hada would even the series yet again with a Game 4 victory. Now, tied 2-2, both trainers were just 1 game away from becoming the first Pokemon Go World Champion. Years of hard work, dedication, and practice boiled down to one final matchup.
This is my moment. This is my opportunity. I'm going to seize this championship, this victory, this glory. This is it. This is my time to become the first champion. And we are queued up here for a decisive game number 5.
Dancing Rob and Godon Hada's decisive battle began, and dragon, steel, fire, and ice attacks erupted from the field. Dancing Rob positioned his Alola Ninetales to overcome Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and the crowd roared as Dancing Rob finally defeated Godon Hada. History was made. Dancing Rob had just become the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. Dancing Rob is proof that you need hard work, determination, and belief in yourself to become the best. Thank you so much for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Kind of hard because like most of my family knows already about it, but I know there's some that like usually don't travel with me, so I'll probably just let them know that I won Worlds. My favorite Pokemon, it's a tie between Mousehold and Tatsugiri. I just think they're cute. The farthest is probably just Japan for the World Championships in 2023. Honestly, not really. I've been playing for a while, so you know, it's like I feel like I'm equal to like most of the people. I don't really like to view people like above me or below me, so everyone to me is just like equal. I think I'm usually just a morning person, just because usually nowadays I just like wake up like really early, so it just allows me to just do whatever in the morning, you know, just an early start to the day. My favorite food is usually just like any kind of sandwich, like a ham sandwich or something, and then like French fries usually. I would not want to face off against Smeargle because I feel like whenever I face one, I always have a hard time with it. And I feel like I have a pretty negative record against it. So I think my favorite city I think it's still like the Yokohama in 2023. I definitely liked how like the whole area was decorated Pokemon too, so I think that also helped to making me like it a lot more. Honestly, I don't really have like a certain type of music I listen to. Honestly, I just like let the playlist play and just whatever goes on, I just listen to. So I'm not like too picky with the type of music I listen to. That's a hard one. I think I like Mew just because I like the fact that I can learn like almost every move.
You don't want to be unprepared. Definitely study the venue, definitely study the game that you're playing, watch past streams. Don't just decide, hey, I'm gonna book a flight and fly and not know anything.
God, one thing not to do before a tournament is second guessing yourself and changing your team at the last minute. You gotta trust your instinct and hope that the practice pulls you through.
The big advice that I got whenever preparing for this event is to not change your deck last minute. You want to go with something that you're comfortable with, that you know the matchups with. You've been practicing with it for a while, so if you're going to switch your deck, then it's going to be probably last minute, and you're not going to know your matchups really well, because at the end of the day, TCG, this is a card game, and we're all here to have fun. So go with the deck that you're most comfortable with, and the one that you're going to have the most fun with.
Two things not to do before a tournament. First, don't leave packing your bag or packing everything up to the morning of. You're going to forget something, you're going to be rushing, you don't want to do that going in. And the other piece is don't go in without any prep. You got to make sure you're prepping, you're taking your time, trust your gut. Also, last minute changes don't always work.
I would say just don't stress yourself out, don't psych yourself out, do your prep, but don't be too nervous. Always show up to have fun, have a good time, just go out there, do your best, and yeah, just don't be too stressed.
Something not to do before a tournament is not check your deck size. Make sure you have 60 cards, make sure all your sleeves are fresh. I've heard so many horror stories about people forgetting cards before their round, getting deck checked, and getting penalties from not having correct sleeves. So just be really careful. I don't want it to happen to me. I don't want it to happen to any other players as well.
Pokemon trainers, we are back at the European International Championships here in London. I am back on the desk, Lee Provost, joined by not just one lovely lady, but two. We've got Lou, the Wiser Chromie, and Roz, how are you doing? Great to have you here.
So good. Thanks for having me. I got bullied super hard by Costa and Jamie.
Well, you're with us now. It's safe.
But that's a bonus for us. Yeah.
No, I'm so excited to be here, especially because we have approached the portion of the tournament where the stakes could not be higher. Our top cut is just about to be here, and yeah, it's gonna be an electric one.
Yeah, that's the thing. Top Cut is that part of the competition where it becomes knockout rounds. And all of our trainers have been battling out over the course of yesterday and of course of today to be able to try and get into those very coveted spots.
Yeah, this is the crunch time of the tournament, isn't it? This is where it all matters. Everything that has mattered beforehand, they've done the work to get to this stage. So this is where we really get closer and closer to crowning our champion and celebrating our players even further as we get deeper into the tournament. Very exciting as we approach the end goal.
Yeah, and this is going to be the first type of top cut of its type because we are at the Europe International Championships breaking records in terms of player attendance in the Masters division. And for the first time in this season, we have reached a player threshold where we are playing an additional round of Swiss in Phase 2. So that actually comes with some very unprecedented territory based on how our standings have shaken out. We currently have 17 trainers that do have an X2 record or better, but our top cut only allows for 16. So we will have to wait to see who those trainers are that will make it forward. But yeah, some exciting times upon us where we do have a lot of trainers competing at the international championships.
It's a bit of swings and roundabouts, right? Because in one way, that makes the anticipation even more exciting. And our 16 players are obviously going to be very excited to lock in those spots. But for one player, it may not always be the fairy tale that they wanted. But breaking records, making history, that's what the European Championships seem to always be about.
Yeah, I mean, over 14,000 players started the weekend in the Masters division alone. It's incredible to think that we've had that many players turn up to this event, and then we're down to the few remaining now. But like you say, 16 will be progressing through. It will be heartache for maybe one. We haven't got the definitive answer yet, so it might not happen, but there is the possibility, just because of those numbers, that extra round of Swiss, that could end up being how things play out. But overall, we've had a great event so far, and I'm sure we've still got a lot of great action still to come.
Well, let's go ahead and talk about some of the players then that we know for sure have made it through because they had phenomenal records at the top of the day. And I think that turns our attention to one of the players that we know got and started today with an undefeated record, right?
Yeah, Giuseppe.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Giuseppe has absolutely crushed it and knocked it out of the park, and I feel like for amazing reasons. I mean, you two have been following Giuseppe Musico the entirety of this season, so kind of what makes this trainer so special?
I think it's the Raging Bolt. The Raging Bolt is absolutely incredible, and particularly the way that Giuseppe is able to, I think, almost share a brain cell with that Pokemon, because every single decision that he's making is so in tune with what it is targeting. It's been able to catch Dragonite, it's been able to catch Gouging Fires, it's been able to catch other Raging Bolts with so much damage, and I think the way that Giuseppe is so in tune with the fluidity of his Pokemon, the flexibility of his team, honestly, I know I'm saying Team Italy are going to take it all the way, but I think it's going to be Giuseppe raising that trophy at the end of Championship Sunday.
Yeah, Giuseppe does feel like the player in form at this event this weekend, and you would say if anyone's likely to take it on form so far, Giuseppe's definitely that player. And I think the aggressive nature that Giuseppe's been approaching games has really paid off here, where he's able to identify opportunities really well, better than their opponent, to capitalize in situations where switches are potentially going to happen, and then catching their opponent and making sure that they get the damage at the right time, which really adds up at the end of the game for them to close it out pretty seamlessly. And it's happened in both of the broadcast games that we've been able to feature Giuseppe. It doesn't feel like there's a player out there that's able to stop them, even though there is no undefeated record in the tournament so far. Giuseppe's only taken one loss to Christopher Khan, and you know, one loss at this stage in this field of players is nothing to be ashamed of, especially because of the way that you're playing. You're going to probably have a bit of a hiccup along the way, but if that's the only hiccup, then Giuseppe looking in fine form to take this whole tournament.
Well, speaking of Nicholas Khan is also going to be entering into our Top Cut bracket at a 12-1 record.
Wow.
And Nicholas Khan is one of our 4 world champions in the juniors division from 2017. And it has been so inspiring to watch Nicholas Kahn go through the age divisions, now in the masters division, finding himself in a top cut at the Europe International Championships at the largest tournament ever.
I think this is the thing though, it's not easy to level up through the divisions. A lot of the time our trainers have success in juniors or seniors, but then when they level up to masters, it's a different playing field, often a different meta game sometimes, and it can be really difficult to keep your skills at that level. But Nicholas Kahn has surpassed everybody's expectations time and time again, also being a regional champion in Brisbane back in 2024, so he knows what it takes to be a champion on so many different levels. And with this team as well, I've really enjoyed seeing the power of Landorus across this whole weekend. There's one of those Pokemon that if you haven't prepared for, it can absolutely steamroll through your team. So hopefully Nicholas is going to be able to utilize it successfully in Top Cup.
Yeah, we talk commonly about, you know, the Rillaboom and Cineroar combination, how it really supports and kind of allows the Urshifu to function so well in this format with that fake out support and then the Unseen Fist ability able to kind of get through those protects. But that fake out support not only supports the Urshifu here, but it really supports that Landorus in situations where we've seen time and time again the substitute is an option there. And once you get that up, it makes that Pokemon so difficult to deal with, because then it kind of makes all the emphasis on that. It takes a little bit of distraction away from the partnering Pokemon, but it hits so hard with that sheer force and the life orb that it always seems to carry.
And on the stream, we've already seen a couple of different terrestrializations as well. You know, we've seen the Terra Steel as a defensive type, which has led to some very unique situations as well in terms of now you're taking super effective Flare Pluses from an Incineroar, which is definitely not what you would imagine that the script will be flipped in that way for that matchup. But we've also, of course, seen the Terra Poisons to help out with those sheer force sludge bombs. And so there are definitely, I think, a couple of different ways that people have looked at Landorus to be that multifaceted threat.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. We've seen a few interesting terrestrializations as well across the board, you know, poison terrestrialization. Occasionally as well, obviously, we're seeing that fairy come through for a good defensive coverage. But I think, guys, we might almost be done with the waiting period for our Top Cup.
Yeah, I think we've got the bracket ready. We can take
Here
a look
we
at our
go.
top 16, our players that will be progressing, and the route that they've got to take to get to this finals.
Exactly, this is our top 16, the final 16 remaining competitors here battling out to become the champion at the European International Championships. Unfortunately for Yuto, it looks like they were the player in 17th place and will not be advancing into the next stages of the competition. Commiserations, Yuto, but I can definitely confirm that he gave us a fantastic show in our match we featured moments ago. If you missed it, if you're just tuning in, do make sure to go back and give Yuto the recognition he deserves.
Yeah, it won't be the last time we see Yuto. I think this season showed this weekend alone why they're up there and can mix amongst the best, and I'm sure they will be back stronger, better than ever in the next time out, and looking forward to seeing more of them this season.
Yeah, but Japan is not going to go without representation in this top 16. Ko Tsukire is a world champion in the seniors division, and of course we have Shohei Kimura, our 2023 world champion, and he is going to be facing off against a junior world champion there, Nicholas Kahn. I mean, honestly, when you take a look at this top 16, it is absolutely stacked with previous champions at the world international level and the regionals level. And so I can't wait to see who it's going to be that actually ends up winning the whole thing.
Well, that's how we started off our day today, right? We had Wolf versus Giovanni opening the show here on Saturday. And now we have you said, Rose, a plethora of different champions. We also have 6 Italians here in the top 16. That's incredible from a region that has been already getting a lot of championship wins in Europe over the course of the 2026 season.
Yeah, Costa not looking so good on our prediction now, are we? But I think, no, it just shows how strong that region are, Luke. But, you know, some blockbuster games that we've got in this top 16, and we're not even close to that kind of finale yet that we're getting closer to. But, yeah, massive congratulations to all of our players here. There's an array of different teams as well, which is quite interesting. But you can see the champions that are amongst the mix to progress in this tournament, just phenomenal. Just shows the sheer caliber of players that we've had at this tournament over the weekend.
Talking about previous EUIC champions.
Oh yeah,
we have several. We've got Paul Chua. We also have Eric Rios. I mean, this is just so cool to be able to see the two of them in this top cut bracket. Could you imagine a world where they join the elite few? Wolf Glick, Ashton Cox, Marco Hamanta Calidor Silva as a multi-time international champion. And I mean, Alex Gomez also comes in as an NAIC champion. So he could also actually add an additional IC title to the trophies.
Yeah, and what makes this really exciting is the fact that Eric and Paul are on opposite sides of the bracket. So there is the possibility of them meeting in finals, which would be incredible. So this is why you need to stay tuned, keep up with the action as it goes, and see which players are progressing, because we could have some repeat champions, like Rose has said. But the fact that we've got players here that have won this tournament before, got that experience, can carry that into these next few games, knowing what to expect, is going to be so beneficial for them.
Honestly, I'm running out of fingers to count like how many accolades all of these top 16 trainers have between them. I might need to utilize some of yours as well, because every single one of these trainers has accomplished so much on their Pokemon journey, but there's still so much more that they have yet to potentially achieve. Battling it out now in the top 16 as well. You know, we're out of our Swiss rounds. It's going to be the make or break for every single best of 3 set they play. The winner will advance to the next stage. The loser will be knocked out of the competition.
But we only get to our top 4s today. We get through those, and then we've got Championship Sunday. So that's all we have ahead, is going to be the first part of this bracket, and we leave the best for last on Sunday, where we get to crown all of our international champions at the Europe International Championship. So it's going to be a good time.
And it's not just the Masters on Championship Sunday as well. We get to see the future of competitive Pokemon with our juniors and seniors division, who will be showcasing their grand finals as well. And I always like seeing, you know, how they've interpreted Regulation F, and particularly on the international stage, because sometimes you see teams that are kind of similar, sometimes you see some that were not on your bingo card.
I mean, there's great examples. Kevin Hahn, that last season was just incredible to watch. I mean, the past 2 seasons have been incredible to watch. So you get those stories, and that's what makes those divisions, and being able to kind of broadcast them as well for everyone at home, just such a joy to do. So something else to look forward to on top of our Masters final tomorrow.
I know, the juniors are so cute.
They are, and so inspirational, and they're so tough. Being so young, you know, being up on a stage in front of a lot of people, in front of the world, watching the broadcast, that's an intimidating thing, and they're just so strong and resilient.
But I wonder, actually, if you're not used to it before, maybe you actually don't feel the nerves the same way as having the wisdom of being a little bit older in the seniors or the Masters division and knowing the stakes. So who knows? I feel like sometimes you see some of those juniors, they don't show much emotion at all, but sometimes they are just like, oh, this is fun. You know, I'm having a good time.
Yeah, sometimes it's the other way though, and you see all the emotion in such an endearing way, and you can see what it means to them, so young, to have such an incredible accomplishment, and the families and friends that have helped them along the way. It's just always a beautiful part of competitive Pokemon, and it's one of the best reasons to play this game.
It is, yes, and then you can follow their journey on and upwards as they graduate into seniors and masters and on from there, and see where their journey takes them. That's it. Rose, we've got you on the desk with us, so I do want to ask you, you've not had really the chance this weekend. Is there a player in this top 16 that you've been able to maybe feature when you've been on with Jamie that's really stood out to you?
Who's caught your eye?
That's caught your eye, because Giuseppe's the one that we probably are going to lean to a little bit, yeah?
Yeah. we have to choose the same. Lee and I aren't allowed to pick different Pokemon or players, apparently.
Well, Boy isn't here then. I do get to pick someone different, right? Well, I actually think that maybe I'd like to give a little bit of a shout out to Zachary Weed. He's actually one of my locals. He is also a recent age up from the seniors division as of 2 years ago, and I feel like there's something about the seniors from that particular class. They have come into the Masters division, completely just focused and ready to play the game. And I think we've seen this already with other players that have aged up, like Aurelian Sula, Teotim, Masao, right? They are coming in as just hungry and passionate for these wins. Zachary Weed got so close to getting a regional championship win in the Masters division in Vegas just a couple of months ago. And now that we've entered into a new format, he has now cut the largest international championship ever. And so I think that's the player that I'm looking at. Maybe he can get some redemption after that loss in Vegas, and he wants that title.
Definitely one to keep an eye on. Lou, anyone else other than Giuseppe that you think has caught your eye this weekend?
I mean, Shohei Kimura always is one of the trainers that I'm rooting for. I think being able to see a previous world champion keep that consistency up, a couple of years later, just showing that, not only was their win such a prestigious one, but as a trainer, their caliber hasn't faltered, it hasn't dropped. And to be able to see Shohei recently throughout 2026 competing at some of the European regionals as well, I almost feel like that was kind of an insider scoop, testing out how the Europeans are feeling, anticipating being on the European stage, and maybe trying to get a feel for that metagame. And I think that hard work has paid off, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he's going to fare throughout our Top Cup.
Yeah, I really like that.
Oh yeah, what about you, Lee? Sorry, forgot about you there.
I'll stick with Giuseppe.
Oh, okay.
Now. I do. I love the picks from both of you, though. I think like they're nice ones for also to keep an eye out for. Going back to Shohei, though, I think it's nice to see Shohei won the World Championships when it was in Japan. Has had good success since, but never really reached those heights again. But I love the fact that he's come into this season really showing that hunger and wanting to make the commitment to travel outside of their region, come to Europe, come to the US, and then kind of come into this event feeling really ready. Almost it felt like they were the hot trainer coming into this. From even the grassroots tournaments that have happened leading up to this event and that performance that they've had, back-to-back wins in those, you really feel like Shohei is on top form and is ready to kind of maybe get that big title once again.
It would definitely put him into the conversation of one of the best players of all time if he isn't there already. But there's only one way to find out who will be the best at the Europe International Championships, and that is going to be to get through our Top Cut bracket when we come back from this break.
Welcome to the 2025 Pokemon World Championship!
This is what Pokemon dreams are made of.
to the 2026 European International Championships. We are live here from the London Excel Center, where we are in the midst of our first top cut in the largest tournament ever. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined once again by Jamie Boy. And before we get into our top cut action, I have a question for you.
Really?
Ooh,
Okay.
no reverse card. Now, if you
no.
take a look at this lower third, I want you to tell me what these 4 Pokemon have in common.
Okay, I was not expecting this. Okay. Well, they don't share a typing. Pyukimuk is a standalone Pokemon, whereas the rest can evolve. Is it one of their base stats that's the same?
No.
Because they've all got very low base stats.
No.
Okay. No, it's not about friendship to evolve.
No.
Because obviously Pyukimuk does not do that. Chat, help me out. Send your psychic vibes to me.
I feel like he's not going to get this, and that's on purpose.
Yeah, I assume that this was intentional payback for me,
Yeah,
yes.
it is. Yeah, after the impossible questions that you gave us, I have an impossible one for you. I'm going to give you 15 more seconds to think of an answer.
I'm not seeing a connection there.
All right. Is that it then?
I thought you said 15 seconds. I surely have 10 more.
True. 8. 4.
Maybe like a move that they all learn.
Ooh, a move. A move.
Splash. Do they all learn Splash?
Nope.
Okay.
They all learn Helping Hand, and they don't have any hands.
Okay, that's a good one. I like that I lost to that one. That's good. Really like it.
I believe that I should earn a point for
Yes.
saying 5 claps when none of those Pokemon have hands.
Yes, that is. I will accept that.
Yes!
Yes.
All right.
Very
Okay,
good. Well done.
Good vibes going into our first top cut match. Let's go ahead and show you what we've got on the docket for you. We are so excited to be able to bring you the match between Frederick Hoy-Nielsen and our senior world champion, Ko Tsukide.
Yeah, it's going to be an incredible game here. We've been seeing how these trainers have been developing over the course of the season. Frederick Hoy-Nielsen, with his brother Nikolai as well, both are a force to be reckoned with, especially when they've got the Ursaluna helping them out. They've been using the Blood Moon very consistently, but it seems like in Regulation F, they'd like to go back to the regular old Hisuian version of the Ursaluna paired with Cresselia, a pairing that we, I think, hyped up right at the beginning of the Regulation F format 2 years ago, and then it became a Porygon 2 instead of Cresselia. But Frederick is really backing that duo once again.
There is a reason why I feel like Cresselia has been such a good partner for the Ursaluna, and I think a lot of it has to do with Lunar Blessing. There have been a couple of different variations of the Cresselia, but the one with Lunar Blessing does give you the ability to help kind of give some additional healing to the Ursaluna, and then also like you get your burn back from the Flame Orb at the end of the term, even though Lunar Blessing is supposed to get rid of all of those status conditions.
Yeah, and as we can see, Frederick is sticking with that Cresselia, whereas Kosugade, I mentioned, the Cresselia turned into a Porygon 2, and that is what Ko is going with. It's what ended up winning EUIC 2 years ago when we had this format, and we can see the accomplishments on the screen. As you mentioned already, Kosugade was able to take that Senior World Championship victory with that Togedemaru. I remember that turn. That was one of the best turns, I think, that has ever existed in Pokemon. It was incredible.
Agreed. Yeah, that was a definite standout to me. I feel like whenever we get the unique Pokemon like that, those are really the ones that end up going down in the history books for competitive Pokemon. But let's dive in a little bit deeper into the team compositions that we have here. You talk about the Lunar Blessing. This Cresselia is actually going to have another trick up its sleeves, Helping Hand. And the reason why I didn't include this Pokemon in that list is because I'm going to curse everybody with this, but you see the 2 little attachments to the Cresselia from the little arcs? Those are actually hands.
I didn't actually know that, and I've seen Cresselia use Helping Hand many times across the decade or so that I've been beating, so yeah. And we've said it makes perfect sense as a partner with Ursaluna. You're able to beat off the ground with Levitate, so you can Earthquake next to yourself. Porygon 2 has to Terastallize to be able to do that. Cresselia is just going to be able to do it regardless. And then we've got the Lunar Blessing to be able able to help it out. It's got Swords Dance instead of Headlong Rush on the Ursaluna as well, so it's going to be able to set up and sweep very, very comfortably. And speaking of setting up and sweeping, you can do that immediately with a Dondozo and when you switch in the Tatsugiri. So for the way that Frederick and his brother Nikolai seem to like to play the game is, here's my lead, I'm going to do a load of damage, and now you need to deal with my second mode in the back. So the way that I see this team, specifically because it is Frederick, is it's likely he would like to lead with Dondozo, to spread a load of damage, and then when you've managed to deal with Dondozo, well, now can you deal with the Cresselia Ursaluna that's waiting in the back? And then, of course, the Ogerpon and Incineroar is going to round that out so that if you don't want to go with the Dondozo mode, you got Redirection to be able to set up Trick Room with Ogerpon. You've got Fake Outs to be able to set up Trick Room, and you got the ability to just immediately U-turn and Trick Room into the Ursaluna, get that Guts going immediately.
And I'm looking at Frederick's team, and I see the Amoonguss on the side of Ko, and I feel like Frederick actually has a couple of different options to be able to deal with that. There is the Grass-type Ogerpon, there is a Grass Terra on the Incineroar, and when you take a look at just being able to have the Flame Orb activate on the Ursaluna as well, you aren't going to be able to spore any of those Pokemon. And so Ko, I think, does have the option to use the Amoonguss in the Trick Room environment, but there's an additional way that Ko can actually play this outside of that Trick Room mode with the Porygon 2 and the Ursaluna, and that's with looking at the Tornadus and Urshifu Rapid Strike.
Yeah, because there's the dual mode of going for Trick Room and Tailwind on Ko's side of the field, you've got to assume that the Ursaluna on Ko's team is going to be the faster of the two variants. There's no speed control outside of Trick Room available on Frederick's side, whereas Ursaluna, it wants to be able to benefit from Tailwind if it can help it. It wants to benefit from the Icy Wind support as well from the Tornadus. So I think that if we get into Trick Room, if the Amoonguss is in Trick Room, that's going to be a good time for Ko. But if Amoonguss is out of position in Trick Room, then potentially the advantage could go to Frederick instead.
Yeah, I think it does come down to kind of what type of style do we end up seeing Ko go for in this game. And it is going to be a best of 3. So that's, I think, another level of difficulty that comes into play in terms of, well, you will have an idea for game number 1, but if you choose incorrectly, do you try to stick to that game plan for the second game, or do you think ahead and go, well, maybe, actually, I want to try to go to my third game plan for game 1?
Yeah, well, but both teams seem like they have the flexibility to be able to completely adapt their game plans. You've got the Dondozo Tatsugiri, that is one of the twos of a potentially 2-2-2. Cresselia and Ursaluna, I would consider also a pretty prominent duo that would allow basically Dondozo Tatsugiri with Cresselia Ursaluna in the back, or Incineroar/Ogerpon with Cresselia and then Ursaluna in the back. We'll have to see if that is going to be what has been chosen for both of these trainers, and I was completely wrong. It's Ogerpon paired up with Ursaluna instead for Frederick, which is going to be intimidated by the Incineroar immediately that's been led with the Urshifu.
So there are, I think, is still an option actually for the Ogerpon to just kind of go for something like the Follow Me, use the Water Absorb to actually redirect away a Surging Strikes, which will otherwise be super effective into the Ursaluna, and you don't even need to set up the Trick Room for the Ursaluna to go wild.
Yeah, but a Life Orb Close Combat's still going to do a lot of damage to the opposing Ogerpon if you do go for that redirection. We do have the access to the Terra Ghost on the Ursaluna that would make it immune to the Fake Out, but it doesn't have its Guts activated just yet, so it's not going to be able to do too much damage. And looks like what Frederick is committing to immediately. Try and get that Swords Dance so that you can do the absolutely massive damage that Ursaluna can do.
And I guess the other added benefit of having that Ghost Terra is you can also deny a close combat from that Urshifu. So a couple of different ways that this terrestrialization can really play a role. But Ursaluna is not the target of that Fake Out. It's going to be the Ogerpon with the Surging Strikes connecting into the Ursaluna. But take a look how well it takes that because of the natural bulk that this Pokemon has.
Yeah, and I think the Terra Ghost there had two benefits. It made it immune to Fake Out if the Incineroar did go for it, but of course, it got rid of that weakness to the Water-type attacks and is able to survive and get this Swords Dance set up.
But now, this is actually, I feel like, a pretty good position. You got a Swords Dance boost, you get the Flame Orb to activate the Guts, and your Ogerpon is still really healthy. Yeah,
it seems like the advantage did swing in Ko's favor just because of all the damage on the Ursaluna, but now you still have the Ogerpon that can keep that Ursaluna very, very safe indeed. You can't safely go for a Surging Strikes on this turn. It has to be close combat into the Ogerpon if there was a Follow Me, but at the same time, of course, there is that mind game. Do you go for no Follow Me? Because, of course, they can't go for a Surging Strikes, because you can't close combat the Ursaluna, so that's a really nice combination of typing that Frederick has already got on his side of the field that's put that Urshifu, the Pokemon that needs to be doing the massive damage with its Life Orb, in a really, really awkward position here.
Ogerpon's actually just going to retreat into its Pokeball from now, making that pivot. And so you'll see maybe Incineroar and Urshifu a little bit happier about that, but who knows, as on this following turn, we are going to see this Intimidate drop take effect. Close combat into the Incineroar is still going to be a one-hit knockout despite the Intimidate attack drop.
Yeah, the Life Orb pushing that KO over the edge there. Incineroar's usually able to survive that attack when you Intimidate an Urshifu, but no, that's not going to be the case here. Really nice item choice for the Urshifu, and it was not a knockoff into this Ursaluna, which it could have been. Instead, it's going to be the U-turn into the Ursaluna, so pivoting something out, but that means the Ursaluna has survived this turn. Sun's going to have to take a huge hit.
Yeah, and there's not many things that can actually survive a Facade from +1.
+1. It's usually neutral.
+1 Guts boosted Ursaluna. I don't know if I can name any Pokemon in the format right now that really are able to take that. But it is going to be an Ursaluna on the other side, and so hopefully this is going to be able to stand tall. Facade ends up angling into the Urshifu for a knockout. But Ko actually, with this Ursaluna now coming in, you do get the Flame Orb to activate on this turn.
Yeah, so this is actually a reasonable enough position for Ko, even though they did end up losing the Urshifu. Because, well, we have to find out in the game, but there's a reasonable assumption that the Ursaluna on Ko's side of the field is going to be speedier because it wants to make use of Tailwinds that may not have been brought to this game, but still probably has been trained faster. They've got the Incineroar waiting in the back, and be able to get that fake out pressure into whatever switches back in, whether that's the Ogerpon or we would assume the Cresselia at this point. It'd be very, very strange to be able to bring either just the solo Tatsugiri or the solo Dondozo to this match. So got to assume there is that Cresselia waiting in the back as well.
Very possible, and so Ko is going to have to think about, do you actually try to go for something like the Headlong Rush, because that was the one difference between these Ursalunas for both Ko as well as Frederick. And it's going to be the Porygon 2, so there will at least be one Trick Room user on the field right now as that Ogerpon comes in.
Yeah, now we have to see the speeds between both Ursalunas and also the Porygon 2. If the Ursaluna on Frederick's side is trained as slow as possible, it will for sure underspeed the Porygon 2, and we'll have to wait and see for the Ursaluna on Ko's side of the field for confirmation. But you can keep it safe with the Ogerpon now. You've got the redirection once again. It didn't end up taking a Life Orb close combat, so it's still incredibly healthy. It's only taken the chip from the fake outs, so it should be able to survive anything that the Porygon 2 would want to throw out. It probably can't survive the Facade, although I've been very surprised of some Ogerpons that have been trained very physically bulky. But yeah, the Ogerpon here is going to be able to keep that Ursaluna pretty safe if it does so choose to.
It is tough with the Incineroar off the table for Frederick, but you still have terrestrialization available here for Ko. It is going to take that Ghost Terra, so it can no longer be affected by Facade. And it also doesn't take super effective hits from the Ivy Cudgels anymore. Frederick plays it safe, goes for the Protect on his own Ursaluna, knowing that it does have a lot less HP to play with. As Ivy Cudgel comes out, it is going to do just about half. There's no critical hit, and there's not one needed to get the knockout onto this Ogerpon.
Yeah, and Porygon 2 is going to be able to do whatever it wants this turn. It's just going to be an Ice Beam. I was going to say, if it was a Trick Room, then that could have been a potential misstep, but still keeping his Pokemon assumedly faster than this Ursaluna on waiting on Frederick's side of the field that has just gone for Protect. And if that is the case, that the Ursaluna is the slower of the two, then there wouldn't be much stopping the Ursaluna being KO'd here on Frederick's side of the field outside of a double Protect, because as we now confirm, that was the Cresselia waiting in the back to probably try and set up Trick Room ready when the Ursaluna had set itself up, but it's gone for the Protect on this first turn, so it's got to go for that double Protect. If it does get it and Trick Room gets set up, that's a fantastic position for Frederick, but if it doesn't, then it's surely going to be KO'd in game one for Ko.
It is a bit unlikely for this Ursaluna to be able to get the double Protect on this turn, but you are right. If Trick Room gets set up, Frederick seems to be very confident that the Ursaluna would be able to have the speed advantage under Trick Room conditions. But has Ko read into that? Doesn't even matter though, as this double Protect fails from Frederick, so it is susceptible to this Headlong Rush. Doesn't even need a move that strong to be able to pick up the knockout there as the Ursaluna is felled. Now Frederick is down to just this Cresselia, and it will be a very easy task here for the rest of Ko's Pokemon to get through.
Yeah, Cresselia is so not offensive on this team at all. Like, even though that Ice Beam did basically nothing, there was that Trick Room attempt with the double Protect, but Cresselia is not going to be able to do this one in the slightest.
No, and even though this Ursaluna is on the timer, I think we've got to be using this time to be thinking about what is going to happen in this game too. And for Frederick, maybe it is just going for Trick Room sooner. I think that may be an option, but it's tough when you know that Ko does have a couple of different ways to kind of play with the speed advantage outside of the Trick Room mode too.
Yeah, well, we do have that potential Dondozo and Tatsugiri mode for Frederick, and the Among Us was not brought to that game from Ko's side of the field. The Pokemon that were brought do seem reasonably susceptible to that Dondozo. Yes, you do have the Intimidate available on the Incineroar, but I don't think that's going to matter in the face of the Oblivious Dondozo. So then that doesn't even particularly help you. It kind of has to be the Among Us as the main Dondozo answer. So it was really smartly done by Ko to leave the Among Us and calling that it wasn't going to be Dondozo Tatsugiri, but that could be a very, very reasonable mix-up for Frederick.
But Dondozo does have Terra Grass. Is that something that you feel like might dissuade Ko from bringing the Among Us if he suspects that Dondozo is going to make an appearance?
I'm struggling to see what else Ko would really have for that Dondozo. You could, I guess, potentially set up Trick Room with the Porygon 2, and then you can slowly chip away at it, especially because it's Covert Cloak and not leftovers, so every bit of damage that would go onto the Dondozo would be permanent, so then you can eventually break through it. We'll have to see if Ko does stick with the same strategy, because if Frederick still goes with the 4, not the Dondozo Tatsugiri mode, like you said, get Trick Room up sooner. Whether that's going to be, well, maybe I do actually sacrifice the Ogerpon by going for the redirection, and then when it's KO, well, suddenly here's Cresselia, and you haven't dealt with my Ursaluna quickly enough. So I can just go for a Protect and Trick Room, because the Pokemon that Ko had, well, if it was the Incineroar and Urshifu, I don't know, actually, maybe that would be pretty close into the Cresselia if it would have been able to pick up KO, maybe because of the Life Orb. We saw how strong that close combat was. It one-shot the opposing Incineroar, even with the Intimidate.
Yeah, because I guess, like, when I think about the Urshifu, like, usually it's Mystic Water. So that is only an item that is going to boost up the water-type attacks from an Urshifu, and otherwise I think close combat is pretty heavily affected by an Intimidate drop. But the Life Orb, definitely a great item to have in this situation. Ahead of this game number 2, Ko Tsukide is going to be leading the match set with a game win. A win here means he moves on to the top 8 of this bracket. Frederick Coyne Nielsen does not have a World Championship win or an event win under his belt. He's really hoping that he can keep the dream of the EUIC Championship alive, but he needs to win these next 2 games to do that. A reverse sweep. And with this second game, we do see an adjustment to the Dondozo.
Yeah, and of course, you should never ever lead with your Tatsugiri with the Dondozo. You should always lead with something else and then switch into the Tatsugiri, unless there's a Gothitelle. But of course, there's no Gothitelle. So yeah, the Amoonguss switch up though, called the Dondozo. Amoonguss was left on the bench in the previous game, calling that there would be no Dondozo, but now it is here. And it is probably forced into the Terra Grass immediately in the face of the Amoonguss. But the nice thing about the Amoonguss against the Terra Grass Dondozo, yes, you threaten the spores, but as soon as you go for the Terra Grass, well, here come the Sludge Bombs that could potentially get the poison and do super effective damage and really, really add up as well. And then you to make yourself susceptible to the Flare Blitz also.
There are just so many different options that Ko can actually get around this Terra Grass, and especially if he calls this correctly with the Dondozo going for terrestrialization, then you can start chipping away at this Dondozo no matter what. You could also even just go for something like a knockoff if you want to just play around the potential for that Terra. But we do see the combination of the Dondozo and the Tatsugiri alongside that terrestrialization. So I think what's next to follow, we'll have to see how long this Dondozo has in this game.
Yeah, it's one turn of prediction with the Amoonguss. Like every single turn after this is going to be a Sludge Bomb. But do you Sludge Bomb immediately calling the Terra Grass, or are you going to go for the Spore? Because there wasn't a Fake Out here. Of course, the Covert Cloak was going to keep it safe there, and the Terra Grass makes it immune to Rage Powder, so that's just a very clean knockout into that Incineroar. So is the Amoonguss going to call it with a Sludge Bomb or Spore?
If it's a Spore, it will not
Spore,
be
okay.
effective, and that is exactly what it is. At least Dondozo was able to get 1 knockout here for Frederick. This Dondozo still has 2 more Pokemon to get through on top of this Amoonguss, but it actually did a pretty considerable amount of recoil to itself because that Wave Crash was a 1-hit knockout.
Yeah, and if it goes for the Porygon 2, it would still do a lot of recoil. Of course, Porygon 2 is one of the bulkiest Pokemon that we do have in the game when it is carrying that Eviolite, and therefore it should be able to survive the +2 Wave Crash pretty comfortably. But I guess the awkward thing here is you surely want to Trick Room against the Dondozo. But then if you Trick Room to be able to deal with the Dondozo, well then that opens up the Ursaluna that could be waiting in the back.
Yeah, it is a kind of catch-22, isn't it? Because you really don't want to give that speed advantage up. But at least you know that the Ursaluna can't come out for a couple of turns until the Dondozo has been knocked out. So maybe you just have to think about this a couple of turns in advance. Order Up is going to do a little bit of damage here to this Porygon 2 and also give this Dondozo a nice, tasty attack boost. So that's going to be +3 with the Commander boost on top of it. Ko does opt to set up the Trick Room here, and with the Sludge Bomb and also being able to pack something like the Ice Beam or even a Terra Flying Terra Blast, there are ways that Ko can try to manage expectations and manage the timing of which this Dondozo gets knocked out.
Yeah, I think the Sludge Bomb just didn't do enough to be able to pick up the knockout on the Dondozo. A Poison would have been able to put it in range. And of course, every single time you face the Dondozo, the most ideal situation is you KO the Dondozo with your first attack so that the second one is redirected into the Tatsugiri. I'm not sure, unless the Sludge Bomb is able to pick up the knockout, I'm not sure that's going to be able to happen, because yeah, the Dondozo did survive.
So close, but the Terra Blast is definitely going to get there. And so now that the Dondozo is knocked out, Frederick has also lost access to Terrestrialization for the rest of this game. Tatsugiri pops out a little bit more on the speedy side of things, so it is going to be an easier target for the Amoonguss and the Porygon 2 to get through, but that's also if they can attack it. Ursaluna switches in and doesn't have that Guts activated just yet.
Yeah, I think one of the nice things that can happen here is that because this Tatsugiri both has safety goals and therefore is immune to the Amoonguss, and has access to Taunt, you can taunt the Porygon 2 and stop a reversal of Trick Room to be able to get out of that, ready for your Ursaluna waiting in the back if you do want to be able to go for that. Of course, the Ursaluna, it's not burned at the moment, and it surely has to protect on this turn, because otherwise it is susceptible to a Spore coming out. So we'll have to see if that's going to be a potential risk that Ko could take, because you gotta protect, right? But because you've got to protect, do you go on the offensive?
I wonder if Ko is going to read this Protect and just bring something out so that you can get, yeah, I mean, like Ursaluna can definitely do the job, but with this Tatsugiri, if it actually doesn't use the taunt, then I think Ko is going to be a bit surprised as the Muddy Water is going to connect onto one Pokemon, but it critically misses the Ursaluna that it would have been able to do super effective damage into. So Trick Room gets reversed. Ko kind of gets his wish with bringing in his own Ursaluna completely unharmed.
Yeah, that's a pretty impactful lodge there, because, well, Terrestrialization is still available on Ko's side of the fields. This is a prime opportunity to be able to go for the Terra Ghost, to be able to make yourself immune to the facades, and because Swords Dance is the move of choice instead of Headlong Rush, you're forced to Earthquake yourself. So that means you kind of have to switch out into the Cresselia, which means that the Tatsugiri is not going to be able to do anything, and therefore the Ursaluna and Porygon 2 on Ko's side of the field can just go full offense here.
Yeah, I think you still might want to consider attacking with the Tatsugiri if you are Frederick. Maybe what you're playing for now, since you don't have the speed advantage with the Ursalunas, is that you can use that natural speed of the Tatsugiri, see if you can get some damage down, or maybe even just get an accuracy drop. That's where Muddy Water can kind of come in and play a couple of games.
Yeah, that is something that it can absolutely do, and it's not the Tatsugiri switching out here. It's instead going to be Ursaluna switching for the Cresselia, and so of course we're going to get that Terrestrialization. There was no reason not to go for that Terra Ghost on the Ursaluna, because then it would have forced the Ursaluna on Frederick's side of the field into the Earthquake, but of course it's not on the field this turn.
No, and so that's where I feel like with this Muddy Water, you kind of have to hope for the best if you're Frederick. This is not going to be a knockout onto either, but you don't get the accuracy drop either. So a Facade into the Cresselia that just switched in is going to have to take that, plus the Ice Beam. It is a KO onto the Cresselia, and so speed advantage is going to stay in Ko's favor.
Yeah, I think that the fact that there was a download boost on special attack there was probably the decider. Ice Beam shouldn't have been able to pick up the knockout on the Cresselia if the Porygon 2 was a neutral special attack. And yeah, like you've said, Ko gets to decide the speed order for the rest of the game. The Porygon 2, it's probably in range of Draco Meteor, but you need to be going for Muddy Water accuracy drops, I think, at this point, if you are assuming that the Ursaluna on your side of the field is the slower of the two. So, and we've seen Muddy Water is not going to be able to pick up the knockout on the Porygon 2. So yeah, which one do you go for? Do you go for the probable KO with the Draco Meteor, or do you risk those accuracy drops that I think maybe you might be forced into? Unless you think that the Draco Meteor is enough into the Ursaluna, that would be very close, because Safety Goggles Tatsugiris are run bulky, not offensive.
You gotta think, though, that with Tatsugiri's move pool, there is a chance to miss on both of these attacks. But you have to risk it if you want to be able to get yourself back into this match. Ko still has a couple of Pokemon to play around with, one of which is the Amoonguss that is still going to sit at full HP. And to keep it even safer, he's going to use Protect on this Ursaluna, so you can kind of scout out what Frederick is going to go for. Hopefully this Amoonguss can kind of soak up the damage that this Ursaluna would want to use, and it is going to be that Facade. It is connecting with this Amoonguss. Rocky Helmet is going to help kind of get a bit of chip, but Ko had to sacrifice the Amoonguss to get this done.
Yeah, and that allows just a tiny little bit of extra damage into that Ursaluna, which might put it in range of Draco Meteor, but at the same time, the Rocky Helmet chip damage paired with the burn on the Ursaluna on Frederick's side of the field might have put that in range of Facade, because you can't knock out an Ursaluna with full HP with a Facade, but it's taken like noticeable chip. It's going to be very close if it's going to be in range. And like we've already said, the Draco Meteor is probably needs to be clicked here to be able to pick up a knockout on either Pokemon. It'll be really close if it's going to be in the Porygon 2. And it's less close now with the extra turn of burn into the Ursaluna that's gone for Protect. So if Frederick wants to go for the Draco, you're not going to go for a double Protect this turn. You need to just go on the offensive. So yeah, are you going to decide Draco Meteor into the Porygon 2? Is that going to be a KO? Is it going to be into the Ursaluna because it's just protected? Or do you still go for the Muddy Water accuracy drops? I would err on the side of Draco Meteor into that Ursaluna because of that extra round of burn.
You have to get the call right. No matter what it is that happens, Frederick has got to get it right. First thing is going to be the Protect on his own Ursaluna. He can smell the disaster of an Ice Beam from the Porygon 2. The Draco Meteor connected, and it isn't enough to actually get the knockout. So this Tatsugiri is susceptible. Ursaluna, though, doesn't get the choice of its target, so it's going to get knocked out to the burn at the end of this turn. But Porygon 2 has given himself a little bit more HP in this game with the recover that it locked into. It feels like such a missed opportunity there for Ko to have gone after this Tatsugiri, but it is that 50-50 of like which Pokemon is going to protect.
Yeah, and well, Tatsugiri is now -2 for the rest of the game. It will always lose the 1v1 to Porygon 2 at this point. Even if it gets accuracy drops, it won't be able to break through quickly enough. And just is the Ursaluna in range of Ice Beam now? Because that's what I think what it's going to come down to.
The thing is that Porygon 2 did get an attack boost on the download coming back in. So there isn't a special attack boost for those Ice Beams. What I am a little bit concerned about is just how much defense does this Porygon 2 actually have? Because this is still an Ursaluna without an Intimidate drop. Doesn't have a Sword Stance boost, but it's still an Ursaluna with Guts. Draco Meteor misses though, so this does make this a bit more comfortable for this Porygon 2 to be able to go for the Ice Beam. It actually gets the outspeed on the Ursaluna, and it doesn't do enough chip to actually take it out. So the special attack drop is going to matter. Facade is just a clean KO though into the Porygon 2, and so Frederick Nielsen is back in this with the game win. We are tied 1 apiece.
And we're going into that all-important Game 3. I would have given the advantage to Ko for those last few turns every single day, but yeah, Frederick found the way to break through. Even with like a Draco Meteor miss into the Porygon 2, it didn't matter. The Facade was easily strong enough to be able to KO one of the bulkiest Pokemon that we have in the format. Wow, fantastically done from Frederick there.
And especially after this game started with the Dondozo, it was easily pinned down by the Pokemon that Ko had brought to the match. But maybe with the loss of that Incineroar, you might be thinking, I wish I would have had that to make that survival of the Facade later on. If you had Intimidate drop on that Ursaluna, maybe it is going to be just a bit better. But yeah, I mean, just barely being able to miss out, I think, on that survival. And then you saw the Facade here was a clean KO.
Yeah, I think that was a potential missed opportunity for Ko there, because got nothing achieved, just lost the Amoonguss and used the Protect on the Ursaluna that allowed this Draco. If that would have been a Facade into the Ursaluna on that turn, I don't see a way that Frederick can take it back, because even if it doesn't KO, then you'll just be able to go for the Ice Beam afterwards, and then, as we've established, Porygon 2 will beat this Tatsugiri.
Yeah, it's tough too, because I also kind of see this turn as, what if Ursaluna had also gone for a KO onto the Tatsugiri? Like, yeah, you're kind of hedging your bets. You would like to be able to play versus a Pokemon that does have its stats lowered. But at the same time, you know, you just kind of take a look at that and go, but what if it was a 3v1? What if we are living in a world where the Amoonguss doesn't get knocked out to the Facade? You don't have the Porygon 2 that's going to be in threat either, because maybe that Incineroar is up. There are a lot of variables, I think, that did kind of start to get out of control on Ko's game plan. So I think Frederick maybe looking at that Dondozo and saying, yeah, I got away with a really great KO on that first turn.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if that's going to be the strategy. It looks like it is going to be the case. It's the same Pokemon for both trainers here, forming the lead in that game too. So even though losing the Incineroar turn 1 happened for Ko, it seems like he's still content to go for that. Of course, you still can't fake out this Dondozo. That's why you got the Oblivious and the Covert Cloak to really counter opposing Incineroars and make it so they can't really do anything. And again, do we go for the Terra Grass in the face of the Spore? Because there could be an extra turn. If, for example, it was Sludge Bomb in the first turn of Game 1, that would have been an extra round of Sludge Bomb. You'd have allowed the Sludge Bomb to KO later on, and then Terra Blast goes into it. So we still got the same mind game. But the nice thing about this, for the Amoonguss at least, is even if you get this first turn wrong, like what happened in that Game 2, you'll be able to go for the Sludge Bombs in the future. But does Ko call it this time?
It's just tough when you know that Incineroar isn't going to be able to keep itself safe because of the Terra Grass. Amoonguss also doesn't have the ability to redirect away and attack into the Incineroar with Rage Powder. So unfortunately for this Incineroar, it's either you got to take it or you have to switch out and bring in something else. And I don't know if Ko wants to kind of give up that valuable HP resource on any of the other Pokemon that he has brought to this game, as we don't see any switches here. It is the Terra Grass. So did Ko call it this time? Or was there some conditioning from the way that that Game 2 originally played out?
Well, we are
seeing the difference here.
Yeah, it seems like Ko does not want to immediately lose his Incineroar to that Wave Crash. Matching Terra Grass for Terra Grass, that will way easily be able to take the Wave Crash. A comfortable survival coming up here.
It is going to be an order up instead, but the crit, oof. I mean, it still looks like it could be a 2-hit KO with the order up, so, you know, maybe that is still not like the best maybe like the critical hit doesn't matter as much, but you at least get the super effective damage with the U-turn. You get a chance to pivot around. Maybe you get to bring the Porygon 2 back out here, and that is what we are going to see. And the Amoonguss still gets to do something. But is it the Spore or is it the Sludge Bomb?
It was the Spore. Okay, just so still playing it safe, but like we've already mentioned, that's the only time that Dondozo can get away with it. It's going to be Sludge Bomb every single time for the rest of the time that Dondozo is on the field. But now it is at +3. And of course, it is Oblivious, so Incineroar can't switch in to get a -1 onto that. And now with +3, it's going to be able to do absolutely massive damage to even a Porygon 2 if it does go for that Wave Crash, which it is doing so.
Oh, Wave Crash is really here to start to steamroll through this game. Porygon 2 just barely hangs on, but it's going to take another Sludge Bomb here to be able to knock it out. With Trick Room set up, that should not be a problem here for the Amoonguss to be able to do, but then it's about kind of dealing with what happens next with this Trick Room active.
Yeah, and based on that damage that the Sludge Bomb did, that should just about be able to KO from this range, and that's the preference that you want to go for, right? KO the Dondozo so that you can do something to Tatsugiri. Or, in this case, it might be free up the Porygon 2 to go for a recover this turn. Because if it's not strong enough with the Sludge Bomb and you don't recover, then you'll probably lose your Porygon 2 and you lose your way to reverse the Trick Room as well.
Oh, it's not a Sludge Bomb, though.
Wow.
It's just going to be a retreat of the Amoonguss to keep it for later on in this game, to see if it can help seal the deal for Ko. And yeah, I mean, oh my goodness, I guess you're putting all of your eggs into the Porygon basket.
Okay.
The Ice Beam does get the KO, so it will be an easy switch in here for the Ursaluna. Whew. You got a chance to breathe for a second, and your Guts is going to activate at the end of this turn because of the Flame Orb.
Yeah, so you get a 1-up on Frederick in terms of your Ursalunas, because of course, if Ursaluna joins the field for Frederick, it's not going to be burned on this first turn. That doesn't particularly matter when it comes to a KO into the Porygon 2 that didn't decide to recover. That will be in range of a Facade for sure, even without the Guts boost. But then, of course, the Ursaluna on Ko's side of the field can go on the offensive. The Tatsugiri is easily going to be a KO to a Facade. If you have the Ursaluna still available and attacking to KO the Porygon 2, it could take that massive Facade. It can survive, but it will take so much damage on the way and might even put it in range of Sludge Bomb, even if it is resisted.
Now I look at this and I go, well, what would stop Ko from being able to go for an Ice Beam into the Porygon 2 and just a headlong rush into this Ursaluna on Frederick's side? Because the headlong rush would cover for a terrestrial, well, it would cover for terrestrialization, but it's already being used on the Dondozo. So you don't even need to worry about that. You could just go for the Facade here. You just got to worry about those protects.
Yeah, Facade is for sure the move of choice for this Ursaluna to do the most amount of damage it can do. And speaking of doing as much damage you can do, you can't do that when Incineroar switches in to get that Intimidate once again onto the Ursaluna. So without its Cuss active, it's really not going to be doing the damage, especially if it's protecting.
That is going to be a nice little drop there, and also just a nice target to ignore. The Facade, though, from Ko was going to try to take that Ursaluna out of commission on this turn and will not be able to do so. Now Incineroar is going to get that one Intimidate as a last parting gift to this match and will be knocked out for its troubles. But Porygon 2 gets to come back in, or even the Amoonguss, and have the speed advantage since Trick Room is still active.
Yeah, so now we got the burn active on both of these Ursalunas. So the Ursaluna on Frederick's side of the field will be at full power. I think you probably need to go into the Amoonguss this turn and maybe rely on Sludge Bomb in combination with the Facade to be able to pick up the knockout on the Ursaluna, but it's going to be very close if that's going to be the case, because if you go into the Porygon 2, then it's going to almost certainly be outspeeding the Ursaluna and just be KO to the Facade, so it did have to be the Amoonguss here.
I think the Amoonguss might survive this time around, though, right? Intimidate drop onto the
Intimidate will help.
When it was a one-hit knockout in that second game, you can just go for the Rage Powder here. It won't redirect away the Tatsugiri, but it will ensure at least that Ko's Ursaluna is not going to have to take a Facade this turn.
Yeah, because of course we still only got Earthquake available on the Ursaluna. Do you consider Earthquaking your Tatsugiri if it's going to be Rage Powder? Because the Tatsugiri's not really doing too much now. It is -2 after going for that Draco Meteor. I think you still need to go for the Facade to do as much damage as possible. With Spore trying to catch the Cresselia on the switch-in.
Ooh, and it's not going to work, as the Ursaluna from Frederick is able to go for a Facade. Look at how comfortably it is able to take that. The Facade in response is even stronger.
Oh, and a dodge.
And yeah, there is going to be a Muddy Water dodge onto the Ursaluna. So we get to play this again. And I feel like it works even better because you could just go for Protect now for Ko. Let the Ursaluna on Frederick's side just knock it out.
Yeah, you absolutely could. I guess if you switch in the Cresselia on that turn, then that opens up the possibility of Lunar Blessings in the future. So, yeah, this has got to be a huge advantage for Ko. Like we saw the Amoonguss under speed, actually, so you can even just go for Sludge Bomb and Facade and then pick up the double knockout here. So, this is a fantastic position for Ko. Double Protect would work. Sludge Bomb would probably work as well, and Sludge Bomb would cover for the Cresselia switch in just by getting an extra little bit of chip damage and also getting the poison potentially, but the chip damage might just put it in range of Facade, which might be what pushes Ko over the edge here to take this game.
This Tatsugiri still has Protect available, so it can use the Protect to stall out this final turn of Trick Room. And with the Ursaluna retreating for now, it is going to allow the Cresselia to take its place and hopefully take these attacks. But remember, Ko's own Ursaluna is not intimidated. This Cresselia took an enormous amount of damage from an attack just this last game, and the Sludge Bomb is really going to help to push it over the edge. But Ko has instead decided to use the Ursaluna to target into this Tatsugiri, and now the Trick Room has expired.
Yeah, and now, if it's -2, do you go for the Terra Ghost with the Rage Powder to be able to survive the Muddy Water? I would assume that you would, but you surely want to be able to get the Spore onto the Cresselia as well, which you might not be able to do because Taunt is available on the Tatsugiri, but at the same time you're forced into Muddy Water.
Helping Hand. Even if you Terra, you might not survive the Muddy Water.
That's true, yeah. And well, I guess if that's going to be the case, then maybe you need to sacrifice the Porygon 2 to that as you Spore the Cresselia so that Ursaluna would be able to survive. Yeah, like this, it seemed like a lot of the time the advantage has been with Ko, but there's been a few plays that Frederick has available to him to try and get the KO, and well, there's no terrestrialization, at least. There is that helping hand.
I think you just have to hope that the Muddy Water is going to miss the Ursaluna again. There is one miss that has come through, and it's going to be on the Amoonguss, not the one Pokemon that Ko wanted. It would have loved to have that Ursaluna be able to continue to provide power in this game, but now the offensive pressure is going to have to come through from an Amoonguss and a Porygon 2 versus 3 Pokemon remaining here for Frederick.
Yeah, I think the Porygon 2 could be able to do it here, but you have to get just through this last turn. If you can get a recover off, I think Porygon 2 could be able to take it. Draco Meteor is probably going to be a KO even at -2, which is forcing the Amoonguss into the Rage Powder, stopping the Spore into the Cresselia on this turn. But if you call that and go for the Muddy Water instead, I don't think that's enough. Not a -2. Porygon 2, it's one of the bulkiest Pokemon that we have in the game. I think it should be able to survive that. So maybe you need the Helping Hand Muddy Water to be able to push it over the edge here. Well, there's a Helping Hand something.
It's a Helping Hand, and it's a Draco Meteor. Frederick is not going to take any chances, bar a miss. And the Draco Meteor connects to knock out the Porygon 2. There will be no recover. There will be no Trick Room left in this game. As Ko has been brought down to his Amoonguss, I struggle to find a way through the rest of this game for Ko. He is going to be able to put this Cresselia to sleep. Is the only Pokemon available for the Spore because that Tatsugiri is holding the safety goggles. Tatsugiri has taken a couple of special attack drops at this point, but Amoonguss's special attack output is not super impressive.
No, not at all. I think that needed to be the Rage Powder there. Rage Powder wouldn't have made a difference. It's safety goggles.
Yeah.
That was the perfect item choice on the Tatsugiri here.
I think Frederick has had this.
Yeah, it does seem like it. Yeah, of course, the Cresselia is not going to be able to do anything this turn. Doesn't particularly matter. This Draco Meteor is a -4 and is doing nothing. But I think we're just waiting for that Ursaluna to reappear. You'll have to go for the Lunar Blessing to be able to allow the Ursaluna to survive, but that'll be absolutely fine because then that opens up the facade. So I think we just need to get the Ursaluna on the field for free, because if it lands on the field and takes that turn of burn without any recovery, this Amoonguss might be able to do it.
It's tough though, because I look at this Cresselia needing to take maximum turns of sleep, and it's not going to. Cresselia is going to wake up, use the Lunar Blessing, and I think that is almost certainly going to seal the deal here for Frederick in this match, because it's going to go back up to basically full HP, and Ko definitely sees the writing here. Even though Draco Meteor is getting weaker and weaker, there are still opportunities here for this Cresselia to do a bit of damage. Moonblast is also going to start stacking up. There is a poison here from the Tatsugiri, but you know how little these Sludge Bombs are going to do. You need a crit, and even then, I think it's going to be too tough to get through. Lunar Blessing is going to shed that poison as well at the end of this. And Ko has thrown in the towel. Frederick Coyne-Nielsen moves on to the top 8 of the Europe International Championships.
And absolutely deserved. He's been chasing a championship title for a long time and is able to make his way into that top 8 of an international championship. Fantastically done there from Frederick, with a team that I don't think people were prepared for going into this tournament, or at least it wasn't on my radar, and I don't think it would have been on anyone else's.
Well, I know that Ursaluna and Cresselia have started to pick up in popularity, but I do think it is the combination of that plus the Dondozo and the Tatsugiri that do make this team feel so unique. But Frederick and his brother Nikolai have used very unconventional Pokemon. I even think back to kind of last season when, you know, we were in the kind of non-Sneasler era, yet the Nielsen brothers were still making Sneasler happen.
Yeah.
And so I think that is just a testament to their strength, not just as team builders, but also as practice partners. And of course, being brothers, it is just very cool to be able to see them work together. And for Frederick, I mean, this is going to be one of the best results he has ever had, making top 8 at an international championships.
And is still behind his favorite in the Ursaluna, regardless of the form. It doesn't matter if it's Ursaluna Blood Moon or if it's Hisuian Ursaluna. It seems like the Hisuian Ursaluna is what is going to be helping him get that, well, absolutely fantastic accolade so far. Top 8 at least in this European International. And especially so the adaptation of Swords Dance over Headlong Rush. Like, it's always been Facade, Earthquake, and Headlong Rush as the coverage for Ursaluna. And yeah, I think paired with the Cresselia, the Swords Dance makes perfect sense, because you get multiple opportunities to be able to recover with the Lunar Blessing while increasing your damage output.
And you saw how that Swords Dance was able to help shed one of those Intimidate drops and even give Ursaluna a 1-stage attack boost. And you just kind of started to run away with things in that game. And so, you know, super happy to see Frederick be able to bring this team to success, but commiserations to Ko Tsukide, still an amazing player from being a world champion, and hopefully we will get to see more of Ko later on. I know this is why these international championships are such an international draw, especially for our competitors that are there in the Pokemon Company regions that use those nationals formats, and that's because those direct invitations to the world championships are on the line, like what we saw Yuma Kinugawa get at LAIC.
Well, yeah, look, we've been saying, could Japan take the full sweep? And Frederick is defending here in Europe, at least for now. Of course, there's at least one more Japanese player. There's Shohei Kimura that could still do it for Japan, but EU defending for now, at least.
Yeah, and what better way to do it? I feel like there was a time where I felt, though, UIC, it was so funny. We would have all of these different international challengers come over, but UIC was not to be won by a European.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, well, at least we had 2 years ago in the regulation format where we had Nils Dunlop.
Of course.
Yeah, so we could still defend. Frederick could do it because he has advanced into the top 8, and we're ready to hear from him. So let's throw it over to the stage with Costa.
Thank you very much, Jamie and Rosemary. We have got our first quarter-finalist, Frederick Hoy Nielsen. What a way to go about it, my friend. That was such a tantalizing set against Ko. How are you feeling? That must have been so exhausting back and forth.
Yeah, I'm extremely happy right now. I didn't think I would beat him, so I'm so happy right now.
I mean, as well you should be, my friend. Like we said, both of you put on such a great show, so many back and forths, but just generally speaking, let's talk a bit about the game itself, your approach to it. We see the Dondozo adaptation, right, was a really cool thing, but then sometimes you didn't even bring it right next to the Tatsugiri, because that was clearly something you identified as certain pieces for this matchup.
Yeah, I was actually hoping he would open Incineroar and Mungus in the first game. That's why I opened Ogerpon and Ursaluna, because then I would try to get a Sword Stance up and then sweep him. But he opened Urshifu instead, and then he won the first game from that. So he did some really good leads.
Yeah, 100%. And then we saw the development of Game 2, how that went, and finally Game 3, where it was very, very borderline in terms of your Ursaluna just being so close to getting KO'd, but of course you were able to deal enough damage onto Ko's Ursaluna to then chip away with the Flame Orb after, so you must have been very happy with that. Do you think that was a roll, a calc? Did you feel confident about that play?
I know his Ursaluna has way more speed than mine, so it isn't as bulky as mine. I knew I would survive a Facade, that's why I made the plays that I did.
And it worked out, my friend. And of course, you are now our first quarterfinalist. I do want to touch very quickly on your team. Notably, there's no Ursaluna Blood Moon. There's a Hisui, which yourself and your brother are well known for, and your team building group. So is this something that you've been practicing for quite some time in previous events as well, to the build-up of EUIC?
Yeah, we played a very similar team in Birmingham. We played Flutter and Arcanine instead of the Dondozo. But then Dondozo is really strong against balance and put a lot of pressure on, so that's why we swapped.
Yeah, and with the Covert Cloak as well, right? It's a great way to be able to...
And stuff like that, and fake out.
Yeah, I mean, it's such an amazing tech, and clearly it's just going all the way through. Who would have thought Dondozo, top 8, maybe, which is amazing, especially with Ursaluna. So we're going to let you go ahead and get some rest, but 2 very quick questions. First, do you have any shout-outs that you would like to give to anybody in the venue or watching at home or wherever they are with the broadcast?
I want to give a big shout-out to my twin brother for always supporting me and pushing me to practice harder. And then I want to give a shout-out to the Danish community and my family.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff. And last but not least, 30th anniversary coming up. Who is your favorite Pokemon and why?
Ursaluna Blood Moon is my favorite, and I hope it will get a Mega Evolve someday.
Oh, okay, so you want it to be absolutely busted.
Exactly.
All right, well, you have it there, folks. Frederick is in, first quarterfinalist. We've got 3 more coming up, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hey trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, the series where we take a look at some of the most memorable and exciting matches in the past of the Pokemon Championships series. My name is Jeremy Jallin, and today I'll be talking about the 2017 Memphis Regional Championship Finals, where we had a clash of 2 of the best players that the TCG has to offer, Azul Garcia-Griego and Michael Pramawat.
Hello, I am Michael Pramawat. My name is Azul Garcia-Griego.
Even back in 2017, both of these players were no stranger to the final stable, with Azul having 4 regional wins to Michael's 6, the most at the time.
Who is your biggest rival? Biggest rival? Yeah. That's a tough one. Probably Michael Pramawat.
All right, yeah. My biggest rival would be Azul.
Garcia Griego.
We always have good games when we play.
We play each other a lot in local events, and then
in the top 8s, top 4s in major tournaments. Most recently, we met in the finals of Memphis Regionals.
But at the end of the day, we have two familiar faces, Michael Pramawat and Azul Garcia Griego. Hey, these two players actually faced off in the top 4 at that San Jose Regional Championship not that long ago. And you know, Azul got the best of Pram in San Jose, so this is perhaps a bit of a grudge match.
Azul was using a deck based around the powerful attacks of Glycopod GX paired with the obnoxious Garboater with its Garbotoxin ability to disrupt the ability-ridden field of the tournament. Pramawat, meanwhile, was using a deck centered around 3 Pokemon GX and their powerful abilities. Zoroark GX with its Trade, Lycanroc GX with its Bloodthirsty Eyes, and Tapu Lele GX with its Wonder Tag. Both Azul and Pramawat start with a Wonder Tag to search for a Bridget to get a bench setup. Azul is able to play down a Garboater to start locking down abilities, but Michael has a quick Field Blower to start applying pressure early. Rising 2 Glycopod GX means Azul was focused on protecting the one he had, and thanks to the card Acerola, he was doing just that.
Acerola picking up that Glycopod GX and all the damage with it.
Garbotoxin, in combination with N, forces the game to slow down, and Azul jumps ahead on prizes once more. Michael responds with a Puzzle of Time, a unique item card that allows you to recover any resources if you have 2 copies, to bring back Field Blower and enable his abilities yet again. N disrupts Azul's hand once more, Pram's last.
What Azul draws off of these 2 could determine the outcome of this game.
And out of 3 cards Azul has set up for the winning attack on the next turn.
And the Float Stone.
Michael top decks the last Field Blower in his deck, which gives him access to trade once more. The first trade finds another 2 copies of Puzzle of Time. This enables Pram to get a KO on the heavily damaged Glycopod GX with Guzma, and with no cards in hand, it is looking like the scale has shifted in Michael's favor, as he has the strong energy needed for the last KO and takes game 1.
Everything went Michael's way after a few turns in the middle that kind of looked iffy, and he's 1 game up in the finals now.
Game 2 starts off much better for Azul, having Wonder Tag for Bridget and the Glycopod GX and Garboater with Floatstone to go along with it on the following turn. Pramawat finds himself with not much going on and struggles to get much of a bench going until a late Bridget finally gives Michael a full bench.
Typically you want that Bridget on the first turn of the game, not the third, but he'll take it either way.
Michael draws N to keep his hope of a comeback alive. A Field Blower allows Zoroark GX's trade to be used once again, but the draws don't find an energy for him to attack. Azul responds with another KO and sees himself 1 prize card away from tying it up. Pramawat is forced to pass the turn to an empty-handed Azul, who top decks a Guzma to clean up game 2, and they're off to their final game of the set.
Your boy comes in the clutch and cleans up game number 2.
In game 3, we see Pramawat to be the one starting off strong with a Bridget, as Azul just passes with a couple of Wimpod in play. Azul finally draws a Guzma and takes a KO with Glycopod GX, but he struggles to do much else. After managing a 1-hit KO with Dangerous Rogue GX, Michael is able to set up a 2-hit KO with Field Blower, and is now in the lead 2 to 5 prizes. Azul finally plays the end that he has been holding on to and finds a tool for the Garbotoxin once more. Michael attacks back, forcing Azul to get the Glycopod GX out of the active spot with Crossing Cut GX. Crucially, Azul's last Guzma is in the prizes. Pramawat misses Guzma while Azul picks up the heavily damaged Glycopod GX and continues the pressure with First Impression. The last 2 Puzzle of Time allow Pramawat to switch up gears and go for 2 Guzma with the hopes of trapping the Garboater in the active spot and deck Azul out. Azul looks at his hand and concedes, knowing the last card in his deck is of no help. Michael Pramawat nabs his 7th regional championship win and cements himself as one of the best to ever do it. 6 years later, both of these players found themselves placing 3rd and 4th at the Yokohama World Championships, with plenty of energy left in the tank for that inevitable finals rematch. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favorite competitive Pokemon TCG moments using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
My favorite Pokemon is Xerneas. I just really enjoyed clicking Geomancy back in 2019. I really like its design, and being a setup Pokemon with so much power and pressure, I just really enjoyed using it. My favorite generation of Pokemon, I think it's both Gen 4 and 5. I started playing Gen 4. I love the Sinnoh region, I love the Pokemon of Sinnoh, and Unova also have great games with Pokemon Black and White and Black and White 2. I learned VGC pretty much by watching better players than me on YouTube. Back in the day, we didn't have official tournaments in Brazil, so my role models were pretty much players playing Worlds. There are a lot of people that I look up to in the competitive scene of Pokemon. I think mostly it has to be Wolf and Edu. They are two of the best players, and I really like their approach of the game. And also, there's a lot of videos of them playing on the internet. So when I was younger, I was able to watch a lot of their play style and their team building. And yeah, they're just so good. My favorite city was definitely Yokohama. I had a great time in Japan. Food is great there, people are nice, and the country is just really beautiful. I think the favorite thing I did in Japan was going to Nara when I saw all the deers, and it was really, really cool. They were so cute, and yeah, of course, playing Worlds there was also amazing.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We started this European International Championships with over 1,400 competitors, and now we have whittled it down to just 8. Honestly, the matches the whole weekend long have been incredible, inspirational, and just some for the history books. But our champion is still yet to be determined. I am Lou at Josh Cromie, and I'm joined behind the desk once again by the ever fabulous, the esteemed, the handsome Lee Provost.
Handsome as well. Thank you, Lou. That's very kind of you.
Well, you've been so kind to me on every single segue, so I had to return it.
Stating facts. That's all we're doing here.
What can I say? It's a beautiful combination, and the combination of players that we have out ahead on the battlefield are incredible too.
Yes, 8 is great, and that's what we've got coming up next, our first feature match from the top 8, our remaining trainers. It's mad to say that, you know, when you're leading us in there, over 1,400 players, just down to these top 8. I mean, accomplishments in its own right is amazing for the players that have progressed to this stage of the tournament. Incredible, especially when you look at the amount of talent that we've had on Showcase this weekend. For these top 8 players to all be still within a chance to take that trophy at the end of the weekend, incredible. And I'm so excited to get into these real top-end matches that we're about to.
I think as well the fact that we're in a tournament with so many veterans of the competition. We've had world champions, we've had international champions, we've had a plethora of regional and special championship champions as well. Now that we're in a stage where it's like, how has all this wisdom and experience paid off to help them in this particular tournament? Particularly as it is a regulation we've seen before. Regulation F was here 2 years ago at this very international. And so trainers have maybe been able to look back through the history books at what tournament runs were there, what teams were prevalent, and whether they want to pick them up or bring on a whole new spin on the meta. And we've seen a little bit of both.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's been definite inspiration from the first time Regulation F came around, and I think there's always that scared thought about, is it going to be too stale? Have we kind of seen it out? Have we done everything with this regulation that first time out? What's it going to be like when it does return? There's always that like little seeded out, but I think it's been completely opposite. I think it shows the talents of our trainers as well that have been able to delve even deeper. Like you said, take inspiration from that first time round and make those iterations and drive it on to where we are today. And I don't think we're done yet. We've still got a lot to showcase, but yeah, it's a great format. It's exciting still, and the games have so much to offer.
Exactly, and a lot of the trainers are going for those tried and tested combinations. We talk a lot about the Fire, Water, Grass core. So essentially you've got your Incineroar, your Urshifu, and it then is rounded out either by Rillaboom or maybe an Ogerpon or the Amoonguss. And we've even seen Amoonguss really popping off on the stream as well, going and getting those Sludge Bomb knockouts, going for terrestrialization. It's proving that it's a Pokemon that's a lot more versatile than first meets the eye.
Yeah, we've seen like iterations of it as well. Some of them have that Rocky Helmet that can take advantage of the physical attacks that are kind of prevalently
around on the field.
Yes,
they're
always
about
into it. So getting a little bit of chip back with that respect. But then there's the citrus berry as well that really comes into play, where it can take multiple attacks, and that extra additional health that it recovers puts it in a really strong position to take advantage of not only those supporting options, but the disruptive moves like Spore. But like you say, it's not only a supporting Pokemon, it's got the offensive capabilities, especially with how many grass types are so valid in this format.
There was like 4 in the top 12
Yeah.
consistently.
You can hit them for super effective damage. We saw in that last match, Terastallization of the Dondozo from Frederick was the grass type, so that's taking super effective damage. But as well as that, we had success with Juan Solano back in the Santiago Regionals. That they won where they didn't play Protect and went for the Pollen Puff and the Sludge Bomb. So you've got that 2 offensive options. One of them helps out your partnering Pokemon, and one does destructive damage.
Well, in case you're just tuning in and you want to know how the tournament is shaping out, we've got a bracket for you. Taking a look at how top 16 shaped out, we are down to these 8 remaining trainers. Whew. Okay, let's go through them. We've got Nicholas Khan facing off against Francesco Pio Perro and that really inspirational team with the Gouging Fire and the Tinglu. Then we've had Frederick Nielsen, like you just said, in top 16. We got to see his victory over Ko, and is now going to have to face down against previous EUIC champion Paul Chua.
Yeah, what an amazing... Rose outlined it earlier, we've still got 2 previous EUIC champions in the bracket.
We
and
do.
Paul Chua and Eric Rios apiece, both progressing through into the top 8. Eric going up against Roberto Parente next, and that is going to be an incredible game there. You know, Italian versus Spanish player have faced at regionals in the past, going up again this time around in top 8 of the EUIC championships. And then Davide Fazio going up against Zachary Reed. Zachary, one of those players that Rose
was really talking about Zachary.
Aging up quite recently, but what an accomplishment, getting to top 8 after falling just a little bit short at the Las Vegas Regional Championships. Coming in strong here, taking that experience on the chin, rolling with it, and coming in and showing why they have to be considered one of the top players in this format.
I'm going to have to switch my allegiance as well. I was really thinking Giuseppe Musico was going to take this tournament, but his fellow Italian Roberto Parente has taken the victory off him in top 16. So I'm still rooting for the Italy victory there. So Roberto, I'm going to be focusing on you to try and take this all the way. But these trainers in top 8, they are now 1 victory away from locking in semifinals, getting a trophy, getting the Worlds qualification all aligned. It looks to be a fantastic opportunity for all of these trainers, and it's up to them whether they can cross that finish line.
Yeah, it's incredible, really. But Nicholas Khan, you know, taking down Shohei. I mean, that's incredible. Wow. Nicholas was the only player to defeat Giuseppe in the Swiss rounds as well. So overthrowing Giuseppe's undefeated record, and then going into that top 16 against Shohei, another incredibly tough opponent, and then coming out victorious, and now into top 8. Can they go that 1 step further into top 4? And then from there, you know, only 1 step away from finals, and then all to play for.
Essentially all the trainers that I'm saying could win this tournament. I was talking about Shohei earlier, I was talking about Giuseppe. These are the trainers that Nicholas Khan is taking down. Maybe I need to reassess my thoughts there.
Maybe, yes. And, you know, wouldn't put it past Nicholas to actually come in and win this event. I think he's went a little bit under the radar here coming into this top 8, but I think the opponents that they've taken down have been opponents in form coming into this tournament. So it really shows how strong they are here, and they're going to have a tough run to the finals, but they're obviously feeling confident and playing extremely well to get through the opponents that they have done so far. So it's going to be, you know, nice to see if they can go that 1 step further. And
also utilizing that balance core, like you said, you know, making sure that the balance core that everyone was like thinking coming into this tournament was the meta solved equation. I think Nicholas may be showing that it can be, but with a few little twists in there.
Yeah, definitely. And I think those little tweaks and the micro changes here and there have probably made a big difference to how some players have maybe approached this match. But it's credit to Nicholas being able to identify there are still areas of improvement in this team that everyone thought, well, it's the finished article. Well, that's not always the case. The format, the metagame are always developing, always changing. And to kind of evaluate how the team's performing right then and there in the moment and for the tournament that's ahead of you is a real clever thing to be able to do and take in and put into principle.
As well, we're going to be bringing you every single top 8 match. From here on out, you're going to get a front row seat to the Masters division, being able to showcase as much Pokemon action as we can. The beautiful thing to note as well is our juniors and seniors division also battling out in their tournament to find out who is going to be in Grand Finals for Championship Sunday. They're out in the arena, I believe, on some of our feature match stations and things like that as well. So maybe you can catch some of their inspirational action too.
It's always great to see the juniors and seniors divisions as well and see what is kind of trending there team-wise, because it's not always the same as what we see in the Masters division. And, you know, sometimes that can create and spark some sort of inspiration in the top tiers of the Masters division with what the juniors are bringing and having success with, because not everything is always uncovered and discovered in a format, but there are always going to be Pokemon that do have a specific niche that can work and cause a lot of issues for people to deal with, and maybe that is something we see tomorrow. Hopefully it is.
Well, that's the thing. There's a lot of balance cores out there that we're talking about, but then this team that Francesco Piopero and Flavio Del Pidio were piloting earlier today, that one definitely threw a few Pokemon out with the rulebook. Yes, you had some tried and tested with the Urshifu. We've also seen the combination of Chien-Pao and Dragonite so harmonious before as well, that Sword of Ruin helping Dragonite get extra damage from his physical attacks. But this other combination with the Gouging Fire using Howl to be able to help boost the attack of all the physical attackers on that team. And taking a look at the team composition, it's a very physically offensive heavy team. So having utility to have Howl on there, having the Sword of Ruin, basically no matter where you pair it up, it looks great.
And I'm so happy for Francesco because we had him on the broadcast earlier on and the game probably didn't go the way that you would have liked it to, and it was pretty one-sided. Giuseppe playing extremely well, making it difficult to get a foothold in that match. But I think it shows,
right?
Yeah. It shows the resilience of Francesco to kind of bounce back after that loss, because sometimes that kind of heavy loss like that at a late stage in a tournament can be pretty detrimental, and it shows the fortitude of Francesco overall, making it not bother him, and he's just kind of got back on the tracks, got back into the next game and pushed on and just played as well as they can to get to this stage. And yeah, really great to see them in top 8 and excited to see if they can go any further.
I mean, Francesco, we've seen as well do incredibly well at the North American Inter Championships before into the 2025 season, and then here on the international stage already making waves to try and get even further in the competition. I've said it so many times on the broadcast already, but Italy have won every single European event in the 2026 season completely, every single time. And now, yes, it's the international championships, but it's on the same kind of terrain. So we want to see Italy do their best to get to that spot as well.
Well, Costa's call at the start of the weekend.
Oh, yes.
Let's bring
he thought
that up.
we'd forget.
So I hope you're watching, Costa. You should be. But Costa called out a bold prediction. No Italians in top 8 at this event this year.
And how many are there, Lee?
We're definitively locked in top 8 now. So he was trying to argue this before with me, saying, no, the top 8 has not been decided yet.
So I'm not wrong.
Yeah, so he's not wrong. But now we have a top 8 and it is decided. And we have 3 Italians all in top 8. So Costa, we might be able to get him on with us at some point today. Maybe not, but he might try and dodge us, I guess.
He can't be wise all the time. I mean, one thing, a big shout out to Costa. He's been providing a lot of entertainment on the broadcast. We hope you've been enjoying it at home with all the riddles and his Cinnabar challenge. And it's definitely thoroughly kept us entertained and on our toes. And hopefully you guys at home have enjoyed following along with his antics.
Yes, the only reason I'm bringing this up is because all of the years that we've had Costa, and he takes every single little advantage he gets to give me a jive in a bit, you know. So I think, yeah, we'll give him a little bit of limelight in return. But yes, he's done an amazing job this weekend. And yeah, the Blaines, well, it's not the Blaines, it's Costa's Cinnabar challenge. It's been very fun to get involved with and do. But you can see our top 8 players we'll be featuring next are getting set up ready on the stage. And it will be Francesco Piopero versus Nicholas Khan. What a match for us to start this top 8 with.
So excited to be able to see how this match is going to unfold. Nicholas Khan, as you were just saying, has taken down some incredible veterans of the competition so far. But in case you are new to the broadcast and new to these players, let's recap some of their achievements. First of all, Nicholas has been a world champion previously when he was in the junior division in 2017, as well as more recently being able to take home a Brisbane regional champion title in 2024, getting some other plethoras of top cut finishes and top placements at international tournaments does just show what an esteemed caliber of trainer he is.
Yeah, amazing player, Nicholas, and great to see them back amongst the mix of these top players here this weekend. Francesco, on the other side, has got some great accomplishments to their name, namely that regional finalist place at Stuttgart Regional in the 25 season. Top 8 in New Orleans as well at NAIC last season. Incredible finish. So not unfamiliar with this sort of territory here, and having a good, strong finish in Honolulu at the World Championships in 2024 with a top 64 finish there amongst the best in the world.
And you can have a little look at the teams up on the stage as well. Big shout outs to all of production in this beautiful arena they have concocted up for the weekend. Nicholas Khan's team on a deeper dive, however, we've got the Urshifu, Raging Bolt, Chien-Pao, Pao, Landorus, Rillaboom, and Incineroar. We talked a lot about Chi and Pao having great synergy with Pokemon like the Dragonite that we know Francesco is running, but Nicholas has opted to run it with some other form physical attackers. Iconically, that Fire, Water, Grass core, Urshifu, Rillaboom, and Incineroar can all benefit from it.
Yeah, definitely, and we've talked about it quite regularly through the broadcast this weekend. That combination of having double fake out really supports a lot of these members very well. You know, if you can get it alongside the Raging Bolt, it gives you room to set that calm mind up, and that could be a way for you to get through the obstacles on your opponent's team. If you can get it next to the Urshifu, the Unseen Fist doesn't worry about Protect, so you can really pin your opponent in and capitalize in those situations. And also the Landorus as well, one of those Pokemon that hits so hard with that sheer force ability, with the Life Orb stack on top of that, and then the ability to substitute when you've got room to get it up, making it very difficult for your opponent to remove it from the field quickly. So lots of things for Francesco to take into consideration. I'm sure they've come up against a similar 6 to this over the weekend, but not one when Nicholas has been piloting it.
And it doesn't look like it's going to be just a battle of the Chi and Pals. It's going to be a battle of the Genies here. Like you said, Landorus on Nicholas's side, but Thunderous on Francesco Pio Perez's side. Now, this is a Pokemon we saw him utilize against Flavio Del Pidio. It did a fantastic amount of effort with that Eerie Impulses going down into Pokemon like the Raging Bolt, a Pokemon that Nicholas is indeed running. But otherwise, it was slightly underwhelming. I wonder if Francesco can pivot it into a position where it's going to have more success.
Yeah, it is going to be very useful in slowing down the Raging Bolt if that is something that Nicholas leans into in this match. The -2 special attack really slows down the ability to stack those Calm Minds and prevents it from becoming a big force. You've also got the Taunt as well there to stop it Calm Minding, but not only that, kind of leave it a bit more vulnerable because it can't really use that Protect anymore. It stops the substitute being set up on that Landorus as well, so another reason why to bring it. And then the Thunder Wave, the speed control there is going to be key in this match, slowing down those faster threats. In particular, things like that Chen Pao can be useful, but you've got to wait until it does Terrasilize. Of course, that Dark typing gives it a bit of an advantage against the Thunderous, and something that might put off Francesco bringing it. We saw him bring it against Giuseppe earlier on, and it really didn't pay off dividends. So got to utilize some of those setup options. You've outlined it. The Gouging Fire has that Howl, can be really beneficial if you put it next to something like the Dragonite or the Urshifu. They can hit extremely hard and break through the walls on the opposite side of the field.
But it looks like it's time to get into it, trainers. Masters Top 8 is kicking off here at the Pokemon European International Championships. You have got an Urshifu down there on the field with the Thunderous for Francesco Pio Pero, and it's the Chi and Pao and Rillaboom for Nicholas.
Yeah, so you've got that Chen Pao on Nicholas' side of the field. It is putting instant pressure onto that Thunderous. A big Icicle Crash onto that Pokemon may be enough, probably will be enough to take it down. So that's not something that Francesco wants to really contend with. Might want to switch out this turn, especially when you've got that Fake Out that covers the Urshifu. You can't go into the Thunderous with the Fake Out to slow it down this turn because of the Covert Cloak, but you can slow down that Urshifu for one turn that is threatening that Chen Pao. So it's pretty free right now, isn't threatened by the Thunder Wave, and can offer some big damage. So all to do for Francesco to kind of reposition, as well as that the Urshifu, not really something you want to keep on the field in its current state because of the threat from the Grassy Glide and that Wood Hammer.
Well, Rillaboom having no choice but to lock the Fake Out into that Urshifu. As for its troubles, it is going to have to take that Thunder Wave coming through from the Thunderous, so it's going to have its speed lowered and the potential to get paralyzed in the following turn. Chi and Pao, however, free to go straight away for this Icicle Crash, and that is a solid one-hit KO. Thunderous is down and out early doors in this top 8. We know the Urshifu is going to have to flinch because it took that Fake Out. What a commanding opening turn here for Nicholas Khan.
Yeah, losing a piece like the Thunderous, it feels kind of bad because all you got in return was the Thunder Wave into the Rillaboom there. So it is going to have a chance every turn going forward. It's on the field of not being able to move, being fully paralyzed, which is really valuable. Anytime a Pokemon can't move, you're going to be able to capitalize on that. But now it does open the door for Francesco to bring in a fresh Pokemon pretty free. It's going to be able to do and offer some big damage in return, and that is that Chen Pao. Now you're in that situation where you can go for that Icicle Crash and threaten the Rillaboom here. So that is something that Nicholas is going to have to contend with. But do you have something like the Incineroar on the back you could bring in? You could drop an Intimidate onto the field. The problem with doing that is that Francesco could maybe scout that out and go for a double up into that slot, knowing that there's no Protect there, where you can Icicle Crash and Surging Strike. So you cover bases with whatever comes in on that slot. Even if the Rillaboom stays in, you're going to remove it, and then the Surging Strikes will revert into the Chen Pao.
Well, Chien-Pao on Nicholas' side wants to get out of there, doesn't want to face down against his counterpart across from the field. Instead, it's going to be the Urshifu joining the fray, so both of these Pokemon can now intimidate down against each other. Urshifu on Francesco's side is just going to go straight away for this Detector's Rillaboom, was trying for that priority Grassy Glide. Critically, it did actually break through the paralysis, so a wise defensive play on Francesco's side as Chien-Pao goes for that Sacred Sword. That would have done a huge amount of damage, bringing the Chien-Pao down to its Focus Sash on Nicholas' side, but Urshifu able to take that much more reliably.
Yeah, that's a nice damage there, leaving the Rillaboom alone for a turn while you protect your Urshifu and take a turn where you can see if it attacks or not and see what reaction that Nicholas had to that board state. Now the Chien-Pao in a position where it can still threaten the Rillaboom. It has to be a bit careful around the opposing Urshifu that Nicholas has brought onto the field because it is threatening with that super effective close combat damage. But you've got to remember that the Terastallization for both of our players is still in effect. So they could essentially Terastallize one of their Urshifus here to get rid of the weakness. It's kind of threatening them right now. But we're seeing because of that threat of the Icicle Crash, that Rillaboom is leaving the fray.
Yeah, Rillaboom not wanting to maybe utilize that Terra Fire that it's running to bypass some of the Ice-type attacks, considering the Urshifu could cover for that with something like the Surging Strikes. Bringing in the Incineroar is a much better position. You're also going to neutralize the pressure coming through from this Ice Spinner because you have thrown that Intimidate down against the physical attacker, even though Sword of Ruin is in play. Intimidate's a really nice way to try and counteract against this. Coming through also from Nicholas' side is going to be these Surging Strikes. That's obviously breaking the Focus Sash on the Chien-Pao and trying to do work to get the knockout. It's not quite enough, but Chien-Pao is incredibly vulnerable going into the next turn.
Yeah, a really nice survival there, but it opens up the door for the close combat from the Urshifu on Francesco's side, and it is enough with that Sword of Ruin boost to take down the Urshifu. The critical hit there may have been important, especially because the Intimidate has just been dropped by that Incineroar from Nicholas' side, so be very close to picking up the knockout. But one thing is important, that Urshifu on Nicholas' side is no longer, so the threat there is gone, depending on what that last Pokemon in the back is for Francesco, which is still yet to be revealed.
And also on Nicholas' side, considering you switched in the Incineroar, you now have the utility to Fake Out.
Yeah, nice Fake Out, which is a good option to come in, be able to slow down, especially the Urshifu now, because it's so healthy. The Chien-Pao really not a great position where it can threaten that Incineroar with the Sacred Sword if it is left unchecked. But you do have the option, if you are Nicholas, to maybe go for a Sucker Punch into that slot, and if you suspect a Sacred Sword there, you can get rid of it off the field, which might then open the door for Francesco. Say, I'm just going to switch something in here if I do suspect the Sucker Punch Fake Out combination in this turn.
That's the thing, Chien-Pao has a high chance of going down if it stays in this game without going for a Protect. So Francesco wanting to keep it in play, maybe using it as a little bit of bait to draw in Nicholas's attacks as the Fake Out does not fall for that trick. It goes down into that Urshifu instead, so Francesco going to be unable to go for any attacks on this turn, but it also looks a little bit here as if Nicholas is unable to get the damage on that Chien-Pao too. You do manage to get the speed drop thanks to the Icy Wind onto the Urshifu. That could be very important going into the next couple of turns.
Yeah, definitely important. I think if you stack another one, it probably puts the Incineroar in a position where it's a little bit further ahead, but I think the big thing that Nicholas needs to do now is remove Francesco's Chien-Pao, because as soon as that falls, then the Rillaboom has a much easier time of what's on the field in front of them, because now there is no Ice Strike going forward and there's no chance of the Ice Spinner coming out to remove your grassy terrain that you can lean into a little bit more. So got to be careful about which direction you go, but it looks like there might be a Terastallization here to get around a potential threat of the close combat that's so prevalent now from the Urshifu and that Chien-Pao that has access to that Sacred Sword.
That's the thing, Nicholas's Chien-Pao has the Focus Sash nicely intact, so it's going to want to keep that in the game. Instead, it's going to be embracing its Ghost typing, turning its eyes, all shades of Elizabeth Taylor here, and making sure that it's going to be immune to a potential close combat coming through. It does leave you more vulnerable, though, to the Sucker Punch, and that's exactly what Francesco has gone for here. Chien-Pao able to take it, is going to try and retaliate with the Icicle Crash, but Urshifu dodges nimbly out of the way. Incineroar's like, I've got your back, I'm going for the Flare Blitz, but I can't carry through the KO, so now this Urshifu on Francesco's side can go for these Surging Strikes, does get the knockout on the Chien-Pao. Oh, unfortunately for Nicholas, this has not paid off.
Yeah, the Icicle Crash missing there was pretty huge and impactful, where now the Urshifu, the slowest thing on the field after that Icy Wind the previous turn, is able to get that final attack off and close the Chien-Pao's chapter in this game one. Now the Rillaboom, the Incineroar, the partnering Fake Out buddies are all that's left for Nicholas. Can they turn this around? Both the Urshifu and the Chien-Pao are in a pretty precarious position where a Grassy Glide is going to pick up either of them here, and the Grassy Terrain still in effect, and you also have an Incineroar that does put on a lot of pressure to the Chen Pao. The Urshifu is kind of checked by the Grassy Glide here, but there is that paralysis, there is that chance that it might not move, and that might pay dividends from the start of the game where it looked like you sacrificed your Thunderous for that. That could pay off here in a big way.
Francesco playing defensively with that Chien Pao, going for the protect, and the Urshifu follows up just in suit, wanting to either bypass the fake out potential that Rillaboom has, or see where he wants to target down the Grassy Glide. This is information now into the mindset of Nicholas and which Pokemon he sees more as the threat. Incineroar was going for the knockoffs. They were trying to cover each other's angles here. Maybe the knockoff for the more potential switch if you wanted to reset the speed on that Urshifu by switching out for the fourth and as yet unrevealed Pokemon on Francesco's side.
Yeah, and the one thing that Francesco has the advantage of is the numbers. They still have a Pokemon that's not been revealed in the back, so they do have the ability to maybe pick which one of these Pokemon on their side they prioritize more than the other and say, okay, I'm switching you out, I need to keep you while I try and better this situation, and then leverage whatever Pokemons are left on the field to try and get that last bit of damage off before they come back with their final two Pokemon.
Exactly, and towards the end game of this game one, it's going to be critical how the speeds are interacting, and I think that's important for the Urshifu to switch off. It took the Icy Wind a little bit earlier on, revealing the Dragonite. We've got a Dragonite side by side with the Chien Pao, and on occasion, this can spell disaster. Chien Pao gets that Sucker Punch into the Rillaboom, does a sizable amount of damage, but Rillaboom breaks free once again and is able to get the KO with the Grassy Glide. So Chien Pao no longer able to use the Sword of Ruin to support out the potential of this Dragonite, considering as well that Incineroar can redirect its attack into the Dragonite. Not only is Dragonite going to lose its loaded dice, but it's also going to have its multi-scale broken.
Yeah, now all the emphasis now is on this Dragonite to get rid of the Rillaboom, or have the Rillaboom be paralyzed, because now the Urshifu comes back onto the field. Yes, it's not intimidated now. It threatens the Incineroar, but itself, it is threatened very heavily by a Grassy Glide. It's definitely 100% in range of a Grassy Glide, hitting into that and taking it down. And then it becomes the Incineroar, the Rillaboom against the Dragonite. Does the Dragonite now, it's not got its loaded dice item, have enough in the tank to be able to take two of these big Pokemon down from Nicholas' side? This is going to come right down to the wire.
You also run the risk with those scale shots that they're not going to be able to connect as convincingly as they would have with the loaded dice on board. Dragonite going for the protect and Urshifu going for the detect. So again, looks a little bit like Francesco is trying to burn through these turns of grassy terrain so that the priority Grassy Glide is not going to be in play. Incineroar going for the parting shot, obviously going straight into a protect. That's not going to happen here. And Rillaboom we saw was actually paralyzed. So no turns happening at all in play right now.
Yeah, and you can see Francesco, like you quite rightly said, wants to try and stall out these grassy terrain turns so that Grassy Glide is no longer a priority move, making that Urshifu feel a little bit safer in a position where it can clear the field of that Incineroar at least, because once that falls, Dragonite has a much easier time dealing with the Rillaboom. But we are seeing finally a Terastallization come out, saved right till the last minute here from Francesco, and onto that Urshifu. What a perfect Terastallization it is in this endgame.
You don't want to have to rely on a double protect or a paralysis coming through, so you have to accept that, hey, Grassy Glide might connect, but at least I have this Terra Steel now. There is going to be no priority. Incineroar instead is going to have to face the wrath of these surging strikes because the Urshifu has that speed advantage and is going to be able to get the knockout. It's now really down to the Dragonite if it can remove this Rillaboom from play, or if the Rillaboom can even break through. It's paralyzed! And we did get the insight. Nicholas, I believe, was going for Woodhammer here to try and get the additional bit of oomph and damage to get rid of that Urshifu if it was able to connect.
Yeah, I think the fact that Francesco's preserved this Terastallization right till the very end is pivotal here, because the Rillaboom not having access to high horsepower like you'd normally see doesn't give it a way to hit the Urshifu for super effective damage, and this is allowing Francesco to take game one here in our top 8 of the European International Championships.
One game closer to potentially locking in top 4. I mean, that Dragonite was beautiful in at the end, being able to apply that pressure with something like the Iron Head, but to be honest, Urshifu was the hero for me in that set.
Yeah, I think so, and I think how well Francesco kind of preserved it throughout that game, brought it in at the right time when needed to, took it out when he needed to, and then at the end prioritized that Terastallization. We had to turn a few turns before it did Terastallize where I think it came down, they double protect, then that was the decision. Which one of the Chen Pao or the Urshifu do you value here? And it was obvious at that stage that Francesco valued the Urshifu, knowing that the Terastallization against the remaining two Pokemon on Nicholas' side of the field would struggle more against that than anything else. And then, like you say, the Dragonite as well coming in, perfect Pokemon in front of an Incineroar and a Rillaboom. great Pokemon to help support and close the game out, making things very difficult for Nicholas. You've got to remember, though, as well, that key Icicle Crash miss. If that had hit earlier in the game, the Urshifu would have been felled, and I think the game would have turned out a little bit different, but that's just the decision you make. Sometimes choosing those low accuracy moves can be costly, and in that scenario, it really was.
There were a few little pieces of evidence in there, actually, that did amount to the victory in the end. We did see Nicholas take a very commanding opening first turn, getting that one-hit KO onto the Thundurus, but Thundurus, using its Prankster ability, was able to paralyze that Rillaboom, and then we saw a couple of turns where Rillaboom was paralyzed, unable to move. So even though Thundurus didn't have a huge amount of screen time in this match, it was able to still have quite a monumental effect on the outcome.
Yeah, when you look at the trade-off there, you thought at the time, oh, it doesn't feel like it's a very good trade-off, but actually, towards the end game, it was a pivotal one and really came in handy for Francesco to be able to close things up.
Hey, I always say Gouging Fire looks ready to party and possibly ready to celebrate. Francesco can win this game and get into top 4, but first of all, it paired up with this Urshifu have to get through the formidable duo on Nicholas's side.
Seeing that booster energy activate on the Gouging Fire will boost its speed, so it gets a little bit of a speed advantage. It's going to put it ahead of that Chen Pao, which makes it an instant threat, especially when you combine it with the Urshifu that also has priority moves. But next to that Chen Pao, you've got the Rillaboom. It is going to be able to disrupt one of these two Pokemon, Francesco's side, with the Fake Out for at least this next turn. Where do you prioritize? Probably the Gouging Fire, but then you leave the Urshifu kind of open, and you don't want to allow that Pokemon to get any free attack off into the Chen Pao. Why we're seeing it switch out. A great position for the Incineroar to come in. If you can check maybe the Urshifu, or if you want to check the Gouging Fire, you could bring in that Raging Bolt.
Yeah, Rillaboom had a difficult choice on its hands there, but it decided to target down that Gouging Fire, leaving the Urshifu free to go for the Surging Strikes, but a Pokemon that is absolutely perfect to come in and eat up this ferocious 3x critical hit attack is the Raging Bolt, a Pokemon that we have seen Nicholas use to great success. So it's now in a position where it wants to maybe try and get something like a Calm Mind up, or even apply pressure with that Dragon Pulse onto the opposing Gouging Fire.
Yeah, we had similar situation earlier when we were able to showcase Francesco, where against the Raging Bolt, they had a lot of difficulty against that the Raging Bolt because of that Dragon Pulse and not having the preferable switches in the back, because if Dragonite's in the back, well, you can't bring that in for the Gouging Fire. Also, switching Gouging Fire out here, you kind of lose that booster energy, so you preferably not want to do that, especially when there is a Rillaboom on the field. It is threatening your Urshifu right now. The Raging Bolt's threatening your Urshifu right now. You might want to preserve your Terastallization, switch that out, take advantage of the Gouging Fire, and maybe use Terastallization on that, which could then put on some pressure to the Rillaboom, remove that from the field, or even go for a Breaking Swipe, which gives you that super effective damage into the Raging Bolt, although it's not threatening a knockout.
Well, once again, we're going to get all beautiful and bejeweled up there on the stage here at the International Championships. Urshifu is going to be embracing its inner Steel type, terrestrializing into that form. Rillaboom going for the Grassy Glide, once again not finding its super effective mark because of that defensive terror, as the Gouging Fire adds insult to injury by going for the Howl. This is not only going to boost up its own attack stat, but also is going to help out that Urshifu on the other side.
Wow, a big close combat, +1 into the Raging Bolt. Not quite enough. The Raging Bolt showing why it's good, so good defensively, able to shrug that off, but with minimal health left.
Raging Bolt is able to retaliate with some really good damage onto that opposing Gouging Fire, but no KOs to be seen here. I feel like on Nicholas's side, if you have that Incineroar in the back, maybe to get an Intimidate down, this could be the time to bring it out.
Yeah, it's a good time to bring it in, because then it applies a little bit more of a threat to that Urshifu, even though it's a really difficult Pokemon to sit in front of, because you are going to be constantly threatened with those Surging Strikes, and as long as this Gouging Fire is on the field, it's going to be able to go for those Howls. It can get another one off here, put that Urshifu to +2. You need to try and keep it in check, and one way to do that is Incineroar. You could maybe swap the Rillaboom out now and bring the Incineroar in that slot, because it's unlikely you see a Surging Strikes there, but there is a chance that Close Combat could go into that slot, so you've got to be very careful. Francesco can capitalize from the angle and the board position that they've got right now, but don't put it past Nicholas to have something in their back pocket where they can pull and turn things around.
Every single second counting down here. Nicholas wants to make sure that he does not make a single mistake with the top 4 on the line. Rillaboom able to go through with that Grassy Glide, but not doing too much damage as the Thunderclap follows up to try and get the knockout, but both priority moves are not able to get the job done as Heat Crash is free to come through and connect into the Rillaboom. Gets a solid one-hit KO. The Assault Vest not going to be able to help it in the face of a physical attacker.
Yeah, huge attack and play from Francesco to get that Heat Crash, and now we get the Surging Strikes. Not very effective, but it is boosted. It is going to be hitting for a lot harder, and it might be enough to take down this Raging Bolt, and a clean sweep of Nicholas's 2 Pokemon in this game.
Ding, ding, ding. That's a double knockout coming through on Francesco's side, being able to get a 4-2 Pokemon advantage over Nicholas in this game too.
Yeah, and now we know the Chen Pao's ready and waiting to come in. It looks like the Incineroar is the other Pokemon here. The problem that Nicholas is going to have is that the Gouging Fire still has that speed boost, so it is going to be naturally outspeeding that Chen Pao. All you need to do is get through this turn where the Fake Out is active, which you can do that. You can double protect here and then just burn that Fake Out, and then you're going to be in that position where you can threaten the Chen Pao, you can hopefully break the sash. You could go for maybe the Aqua Jet here, and then the Heat Crash.
That could
double
come
up
through.
into it, get rid of that, and then you've got 3 Pokemon to deal with the Incineroar.
I mean, you're right. It's very easy to go for that double protect on Francesco's side. That's exactly what he's done, because you cannot switch out that intimidating Incineroar anymore on Nicholas's side. So you know that that Fake Out is no more in this game. Now with that speed advantage, you know, unless Nicholas wants to really try for a double protect on the Chi and Pow and allow Incineroar to try and clean up against the Gouging Fire, it's going to be very difficult for him to navigate past Gouging Fire itself.
Yeah, that is one option. That's a route that you could go. Maybe Sucker Punch is enough to take down the Gouging Fire as well from the Chen Pao. So that is another angle where you could prevent the Heat Crash and preserve your Chen Pao for at least one more turn. But we have still got Terastallization in the bag, and we are going to see at this last-ditch attempt for Nicholas to turn this match around. It is going to be the Ghost Terastallization on that Chen Pao to avoid any potential Ghost types, take away that Fire weakness as well that the Gouging Fire is pressuring.
Yep, Chi and Pao does go for the Sucker Punch, but not into the Gouging Fire. Instead, looking down at the opposing Terastallization Pokemon, and that Urshifu goes right back into its Pokeball. A first KO on the board on Francesco's side. But the Gouging Fire able to go for that Heat Crash. It will find its mark down on the Chi and Pao. Not going to be able to take it into that yellow zone, so we know it's going to be able to hang on to another one of these, even though Incineroar is trying its best to remove it from play. Looks like Gouging Fire is here to stay.
Yeah, it is sticking around for at least one more turn. Now, that extra damage that you're seeing from the knockoff, it will probably put it in range now for a Sucker Punch to guarantee a knockout if that is chosen into that slot. But you've got to remember, there are going to be 2 other Pokemon in the back for Francesco to bring in to kind of support that Gouging Fire a little bit longer and maybe disrupt what Nicholas is trying to do, trying to get this game back, but doing a really good job of it right now. The Terastallization on Francesco's side has been burnt, that Urshifu has been removed. So all comes down to what 2 Pokemon they brought to this Game 3.
Looks like it's going to be the Dragonite first revealed on Francesco's side. And again, for once, Dragonite's been able to come in with its multi-scale intact. So it's going to be very difficult to get through already, considering there's only 2 Pokemon remaining. At least you have the Chi and Pao with a very powerful Icicle Crash.
You do, and that is an option to try and remove it, but through the multi-scale is not going to be enough to remove it straight away. It's going to be able to take at least one of these. You do have the chance to flinch, though, so that is an option. If you want to prioritize the Dragonite here, you go for it, hope that you get the flinch, and then maybe that allows you the room then to follow up with another one the next turn to remove it. But all the time you're doing that, you aren't paying any attention to this Gouging Fire, and I think you really need to prioritize that Pokemon. Leaving that alone does put you susceptible for another Howl to come out.
Extreme Speed comes through, going to do a sizable amount to the Incineroar as Breaking Swipe comes across the battlefield, chipping away at both Pokemon and critically lowering their attacks. Their offensive pressure, if they're able to connect these attacks, are not going to be able to be as monumental. I like, however, what Nicholas is doing here, identifying, as you said, that Dragonite is not going to go down to 1 Icicle Crash, so you might as well find a way to chip any multi-scale here with that Icy Wind, as well as lowering the speed. That's going to neutralize the Gouging Fire back down to normal and just weaken that Dragonite up a little bit, but it has priority.
Yeah, that Icy Wind actually really pivotal here. It doesn't rely on the fact of the attack stat on the Chen Pao at all, and it can reset the speed boost that Gouging Fire's got. Now, an Extreme Speed comes out. It is going to be enough to pick up the Incineroar, so the Chen Pao all on its lonesome against the remaining Pokemon on Francesco's side.
Let's have a little look at how much this Icy Wind does. However, you just need a little bit of chip for the Gouging Fire, and Dragonite 4 times super effective. Oh my goodness, underestimating the power of Icy Wind. Chi and Pao, you get to roar in success, you're back in the game. But what is the last Pokemon on Francesco's side?
Yeah, it all comes down to what this is. Is it the Rillaboom? Could it be that Rillaboom?
It's Chi and Pao.
Oh, it's Chen Pao versus Chen Pao. So here we go, full health Chen Pao. The problem is that Francesco's has got its Focus Sash. There is going to be Sucker Punch as well that it can take advantage of. And now you're a Ghost Terra type, then it is going to be susceptible to super effective damage.
It's looking difficult, but there is an opportunity here. You're going for the Protect as the opposing Chi and Pao goes for the Ice Spinner. And this is the thing, though, Ice Spinner doesn't have the same shaky accuracy Icicle Crash does.
No, it doesn't, and that's the one thing you would say. It's taken enough damage so far for that Ice Spinner to do enough. And here we go. There's a Sucker Punch into Francesco's Chen Pao, and the Sucker Punch coming out in return, but failing because it was superseded by Nicholas's. So outspeeding it, meaning that the Sucker Punch on Francesco's side did fail. How much longer can we go for this? Because I feel like the Ice Spinner just is going to be enough. We haven't got that resistance. It is a ghost type, so it takes neutral damage. Probably enough, but can Nicholas find a way to win this match?
Well, the Sucker Punch comes through, but you can see it's doing minimal damage. All it's going to take is this Ice Spinner coming down into the now Ghost Chen Pao to get the KO, meaning Francesco Pio Pero is advancing into top 4 here at EUIC.
Absolutely incredible. What a way to progress in this tournament, even deeper from top 8 now into top 4. Francesco Pio Pero preserving the Chen Pao till the very end, doing it masterfully, and will be still in contention for taking the title at this tournament.
And doing it with such an innovative team. A lot of trainers said coming into this, we're just going to see balance and more balance. And what I love about Francesco's composition is you've got some familiar faces, but that Gouging Fire, the Ting Lu, and as well the Dragonite Chen Pao combination just absolutely doing incredibly here at the international stage.
Amazing here. We can take a quick look at some of the replays here. The stellar, the Steel Terror type on this Urshifu here, being pivotal in this game, taking away the grassy weakness and putting it in a position where it can sit in front of the Raging Bolt and the Rillaboom quite comfortably and just apply that pressure, be able to take advantage of the Howl as well that Gouging Fire was able to offer, and doing enough in this game. It did go down in the end, but the return that you got from that one Pokemon was enough to kind of set the stage for Francesco to take this set.
And the speed boost that this Gouging Fire got was so pivotal throughout the whole match. The Icy Wind really bringing it down to quite a close endgame. Depending on what the Pokemon was in the back, maybe there was a little bit more wiggle room, but the fact that it was then that Chen Pao, unfortunately, the Chen Pao on Francesco's side was the victorious. And I say unfortunately for Nicholas, Francesco, very happy to see that combination succeed.
Yeah, definitely very, very happy. And what, like you said, a very unique team overall with that Ting Lu, the Gouging Fire, the Dragonite, the Chen Pao even moveset on there with the Ice Spinner as well. It's not something that we've seen used a lot. The Icicle Crash, that was what Nicholas was leaning into, but Ice Spinner is so useful in a lot of situations to take away those terrains as well as just offer that consistent damage throughout the game. It's really, really valuable in a lot of different situations.
I think as well you get to see the consistency trade-off there, because I believe we saw on Nicholas's one the Icicle Crash miss in game 1. So seeing Francesco going for that Ice Spinner, like you say, not only it has a little bit more accuracy and things, but with a lot of the terrain that we've seen out there, yesterday the story was a lot more about Iron Crown and the Indeedee, but obviously we see how much Rillaboom is out there. Taking a look at Francesco's team, there's no Rillaboom there to set up its own terrain, so it kind of doesn't want to see that priority Grassy Glide in play. So having a way to get rid of it is a fantastic utility.
Yeah, that's one thing that I would say. I've got Rillaboom on the brain this weekend, I think, and Rillaboom has just been everywhere, but Francesco taking a really brave decision not to bring it, to this tournament and really rely on that Pokemon as one of those supporting cast members, because I think a lot of the field are so familiar with dealing with that Pokemon in particular and having answers to it across your team and from multiple different angles, and saying, I can operate without this Pokemon and then make it more difficult for my opponent because they're not so familiar with these Pokemon in a combination together, and that's maybe the edge that's going to get me over the line time and time again, and it has done that so far in this tournament, and now in top 4.
I know, what an incredible achievement, and we saw so much priority giving trainers the edge here, so I think it's time to extreme speed over to the stage with Costa and Francesco.
Thank you very much, Lou and Lee. We have got our first semi-finalist, Francesco Pio Pero. The crowd is going wild, and for very good reason. Francesco, huge congratulations. Not only are you in the semi-finals, you have got yourself the direct invitation to World Championships. How are you feeling?
I couldn't feel better, honestly.
I mean, for good reason as well. There are ups, there are downs, but then again, you looked very comfortable going into that set, but there are a lot of difficulties too, back and forth in terms of your game 1 strategy and approach. We saw the Thunderous, it went down turn 1, but it was able to have some impact. Was that your hope?
Yeah, so Nicholas surprised me with his leading. I wasn't expecting Chen Pao and Rillaboom to be a thing at all. And what it came down to, I didn't have any switches on the Chen Pao. I would have traded for terrible value. So The only thing I could have done was maybe Terra, but Terra stylizing so early, I was still pinned by the grass type that was the Rillaboom, because I am Water Terra on the Thunders. And so I tried to go for the Thunder Wave, which long term can be a potential advantage.
And I mean, you played that to the core, and that's sort of part of why Thunderous is so good on your team, and with the Covert Cloak, it's so nice. But then, of course, you were able to go through. Nicholas did put up a really good fight in Game 1, but Game 2, we had a sort of situation where you were still comfortable in losing a central piece as long as you're sort of guaranteeing your mid to end game. And how were you feeling going into that? Were you anticipating a lead switch up from Nicholas, or just the same?
So how the Game 1 went down was that I knew that I had like no backups. I had no switch-ins, and I would have gone like the whole game was gonna be uphill. And against a great player like Nicholas, you can't really afford that. So what happened was basically I had to rely on some odds and roll them the right way, still making all the right calls, because that alone wouldn't have been enough. So with a little bit of luck and I kept it cool, played my best, and won the Game 1. So when it came to Game 2, Nicholas was pretty sure that applying the same plan would have worked, because without the RNG that he got, that I got in my favor in Game 1, he would have won, right? So let's just go for the same plan. I'm gonna beat him. That was not what happened, because I adapted to his leading. What he did was also, I think, part of the fact that me and Pado both went on stream against many balanced teams, and so he could see how we approached it. But what happens if I approach the balanced player? And that's what I did, and Urshifu with Gouging Fire lead, which is something that rarely happens. The Gouging Fire puts me in an awesome spot against Chienpao and the Rillaboom, and I didn't bring the Gouging Fire Game 1, so it put me in the lead from the beginning. I went for a risky play in game in turn 1. He tried to cover for all the options, but then with the Terra Steel and all the bulk on the Urshifu, I knew my calcs perfectly, and that, with the advantage that I got on the leading, made the difference, and I just had to play it correctly from that point and secure me the win.
And that's exactly what you did, as we saw a very tantalizing close end of Game 2. There are a couple of mind games between the Chienpaos, but the fact that, like you said, you've got the focus sash intact, you just need to make sure that you position yourself to just pick up the KOs. Sucker punches, they're probably not going to be able to do as much. But then again, we are here. You were here last season. You got top 16, Francesco. You've not only beaten that record once, you've done it twice. You are now in the top 4, which must feel so amazing. But I did want to say, do you have any shout outs at the moment that you would like to give? Because we've got this amazing crowd giving you so much support. And do you want to give any love back on Valentine's Day, of which it is?
So, about the shout out, I want to shout out all the people here, the crowd, watching me and supporting me. They've been a crucial part of my performance today, because they kept my hype up and kept me going, supported me, water, food, and like a whole team of people. My brothers in the first play, Luigi and Andrea, they've been a core part of this tournament and a part of my success, that's for sure. And then I want to thank Pado for helping me plan against these teams. And like our work is just relentless, and all the time we work so hard. Honestly, I gave up everything to be here and play at the highest level. Like my life has been full of sacrifices to achieve what I wanted in both like my career, in studying and in VGC, and to keep them up at the same time. It was just like giving up on so much stuff on my social life, my private life. So I want to thank my mother also at home for hyping me up at home, taking care of me when I was like just the whole day playing like without breaks. And I want to shout out also Lele, that is helping me live today for the preparation in the tournament as well. And my team, the Team Aqua, they have been cheering here first row the whole time, following me and covering my tournament. So thank you guys, thank you so much. And lastly, for the Valentine's Day, so I might be creating some jealousy, but so last year I spent my Valentine's Day with Roberto Parente. And now we are rooming together. For the second year in a row, I must spend the Valentine's night with him, and he's also in top cut of the international, so who knows. Also, I'm sorry Roberto, but also Paul Chua, he's been my babe for a long time, and we had a date today when we played on the side stream, and that was our official Valentine's Day, and it's recorded on the YouTube channel, so our kids will watch in the future.
You heard it here, folks. Breaking news, apparently, but there's a lot of Pokémon love in the air. So with that being said, we've got 3 more semi-finalists we're going to be able to reveal shortly. Thank you so much, Francesco. Oh, one last shout out. Here we go.
One last shout out to a very special person. He's right here in the crowd, Theo Timmaso over there. I want to thank you for making me a better player.
There you have it. It takes a team to move a mountain. So, with that being said, thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, Francesco, for joining. And we'll be back with another quarter finalist.
Two-step, and they are getting a knockout. They eye their way in. Break Queen does low. It's a turn! It's a turn! Peru Unite looks into the eyes of Zeta Division and says, we are the beginning and the end. We are Peru Unite! The time ticks down. 5 more seconds. 2, 1. Peru Unite are your world champions!
Trying to see how much energy maybe that Corsola has
He
in
has
the
the
back.
back-to-back. This is huge for Beelzebub. I don't know if a Sparkling Arch going to be enough. He goes on the Ice Beam!
Wow.
He goes for the Ice Beam! It should be enough to knock out here. Beelzebub, he feels it. He knows it. It's Beelzebub in 2023 World Spectator. It's Beelzebub in 2024 World Commander. It's Beelzebub, your 2025 World Champion.
Big one card here for Yuya as Jose will disrupt. It's lightning energy! If that's true, that would spell disaster here for Jose. Not done with the turn yet. Is going to do everything he can here in this second game. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Phantom Die is being used. This Raging Bolt is being knocked out in the active spot, and if Yuya has an energy card, this game is all over. Raging Bolt charges him. There it is! Lightning energy in the hand. Yuya Okita takes the game and becomes your Juniors Division 2025 World Champion! Huge congratulations!
Question really is there a superior energy retrieval in hand? If there is, Figuan will be making history here, and it looks to be a jolting charge. No access to the knockout on this occasion, is going to have to take a step back and prep for a future turn. No other attacker on Figuan's board. Disruption. That was it. Boss's orders in hand, and that's it. Figuan Liao topples the Titan to become your world champion.
Oh my gosh, genome hacking, not just having its own move, it's hacking the system, copying the Dragapult EX and able to use its powerful move against it here and then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
It's history made in the 2025 season here at the Masters Finals. Riley McKay is taking things down.
played this so well. Twisted Dimensions return to normal. We got a twist off Pokemon.
Miraidon right into that walking wake. It's down. It's going to be Luke Whittier. Give a big hand to your junior video game world champion, Luke Whittier!
Rillaboom, Woodhammer, still pick up the KO. Now the Calyrex Ice Rider has this opportunity to move, and that is the Glacial Lance. Double, down, double KO. Give it up, everyone, for your 2025 Pokemon World Champion, coming on!
Sputtermane is going to go right in that Koraidon that protected on that last turn. This is a huge source of Jason's damage. And the Chiyu goes for the Heat Wave to try to finish it off. A double KO. And Chiyu is one Pokemon away from becoming the world champion. And it's going to be the Chiyu looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow. And just like that, Giovanni Siski is your 2025 Pokemon World Champion.
It's absolutely surreal. It's gonna take a while to settle in, of course.
Me siento muy emocionado y alegre.
The feeling is yet to sink in. I'm still a bit in shock.
今の気持ちはとても嬉しいです。
Feels so surreal to me. It's my first year of seniors, and I won the World Championships undefeated. I feel very excited.
Feeling amazing. I'm feeling on top of the world.
Absolutely unreal.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless. So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고.
He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me.
뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mis chivias perdió su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself.
It's home, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Siga.
Arcanine.
Gengar.
Jigglypuff.
Luxray.
So, what's your favorite?
Welcome back, everybody, to the Europe International Championships for 2026. We are through with our Swiss rounds, and we are into our top cut as we get closer to seeing who will be our finalists competing on Championship Sunday for the video game. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Jamie Boyd, and you saw what a lovely commercial there for our Pokemon 30 that is going on right now. Download the Pokemon Go app and also check out what the camera app has to put together your own little snapshots. It was really fun. And Boyd, I gotta know, what is your favorite?
Oh, thank you for asking a question you already know the answer to.
I do.
Of course. However, I am kind of actually looking for a new favorite because Superior has classically been my favorite, but it's been letting you down way too much with the amount of Leaf Storms that it misses. And I know that I was an advocate for Wide Lens just so that I could connect almost all of the time, but I think the Assault Vest is the correct item on the Superior, and then I miss all the Leaf Storms, so I'm actually looking for a new favorite.
Okay, well, if you wasn't going to be Superior, I really thought you were going to say Heatran with an additional favorite, but we will have to find you a new one. But, like, does it have to be a grass type?
No, of course not.
Okay, so we'll think on this one, and then I'm going to ask you again later.
Okay.
And see if you've come up with a better one for yourself. But let's go ahead and take a look back at the bracket that we have here for our top cut. We just showed Francesco Piopero beating world champion Nicholas Kahn 2-0 to move on to the semifinals. And up next, we will be featuring Frederick Hoyne Nielsen versus Palchua. Now, we got a chance to see Frederick in the top 16. And what was what was it that impressed you about that match versus Ko Tsukide?
I think being able to identify what needs to happen with this mode and then the second, because that, like, it seems to be how the Nielsen brothers end up playing. Of course, Frederick over Nikolai here is going to be able to make it into the top 8, but they tend to go with a strategy, at least from what I've seen in previous iterations of teams, is, well, here's my first mode, can you deal with it? And when you have, you've lost all the resources to deal with my second. And they've gone with the Dondozo Tatsugiri paired with Cresselia and Ursaluna as one of their main 2-2 strategies. And we've never seen that pairing, I don't think, ever. And it's really successful here for Frederick, as he's already found himself into that top 8 with a very unique team.
It's definitely caught people off guard in this tournament. With Frederick, he is hoping that he can utilize this creative team building to get him his first ever event win. And what a stage it would be if it could be at the Europe World Championships in home territory. Now, for Paul Chua, he is, of course, already an EUYC champion, and he is also a 6 times regional champion. He is one of the most winningest players in the competitive Pokemon scene. He has been playing for so many years, and with that becomes a wealth of experience that he gets to bring to the table.
Yeah, and just this season, he's already reached the finals of the Toronto Regional Championship, which was in the format that we're playing with, the Regulation F, the return. So able to find great success already, and is continuing with, like, I think he's probably one of the most consistent players that there is just ever in the game, just given the accolades that he's been able to achieve. And Frederick is definitely a consistent player, but just never quite broken through for that big finish, and has made at least top 8, as we mentioned, with this very unique duo of duos of Dondozo Tatsugiri, which is not surprising to see, but paired with Ursaluna and Cresselia as a secondary duo is something that we haven't really seen before. And that allows you to go, well, I'm going to burst through with damage with the Dondozo, and once you've dealt with it, can you deal with my Trick Room mode in the back?
And it's also difficult to predict how Frederick is actually going to lead and what he is going to bring in the back. And we already saw that one of the strategies he can utilize is kind of bring one of both of those duos, or maybe one next to another Pokemon that's going to support that in either the Ogerpon or the Incineroar. And then it keeps your opponent guessing. Are you actually going to bring in the Tatsugiri, set up the Dondozo? Or are you going to set up the Trick Room with the Cresselia and actually get your Ursaluna in with a pivot?
Yeah, there's 2 main strategies that I can see coming out from the team. It's lead with Dondozo Tatsugiri and have Ursaluna and Cresselia on the back, or go with the supporter mode, like you just mentioned, the Ogerpon and Incineroar, for when Dondozo and Tatsugiri are not during the field. I think the only downside of this team is it's maybe 2-dimensional, as in, this is my strategy, or this is my strategy. And then there's not the most amount of flexibility around that. For example, you're not going to bring Dondozo when you don't bring Tatsugiri, and vice versa. So then you're almost shoehorned into these 2 modes, but these 2 modes have seemed to be quite successful so far, so I don't think that's the biggest of issues.
But for Paul, this is going to give him a bit of guesswork to have to get through. What does he believe Frederick is going to bring to this set to deal with the threats that he has? Now, this is going to be the team that Paul Chua used to get second at the Toronto Regional Championships. So he's seemingly very confident in being able to run back the same 6 with all of that competitive experience he gained during that regional, and hope to take this even further, maybe to get that back second EUYC champion win. But talk about this Calm Mind Raging Bolt. We've already seen Calm Mind Raging Bolt with the booster energy, but this one actually does have the leftovers paired with the grassy terrain on the Rillaboom for additional recovery.
Yeah, at least from what we've seen, it seems to be somewhat of a 50-50 split between the leftovers and the booster energy. We've seen the damage output that can happen when there is that booster energy, but you need to get the Calm Minds really going with the leftover set, and that's actually not the biggest of issues, given that the Dondozo on Frederick's side is oblivious instead of unaware, which we've so commonly seen. That means that if Raging Bolt does get some Calm Minds, that will actually be able to start matching a potential commander boost from the Dondozo.
Right. I think on the flip side of that, though, I would say that Draco Meteor would be a problem, because you have that unaware that works the same way with the drops, but this Raging Bolt does not have that. It's going to be the Dragon Pulse, so it's not going to be losing any special attack boosts that it gets from the Calm Mind. If we enter into this first game of our top 8 set, it's going to be the Raging Bolt and Rillaboom here for Paul, and the Dondozo and Incineroar combo for Frederick.
Yeah, and that was me saying that I thought there was only 2 main strategies, and I wasn't expecting Incineroar with the Dondozo, because you've got to assume that there's the Tatsugiri waiting in the back, and then what would the final Pokemon be? maybe the Cresselia, and then Incineroar could be the Trick Room Sweeper. But yeah, quite a unique combination to lead out here against the Rillaboom and Raging Bolt, which of course will be pretty strong against this Dondozo. You've got the Fake Out advantage on your side of the field, and you can pretty easily go for that Calm Mind.
I don't mind having the Ogerpon Wellspring in the back either, though, if you decide to leave the Cresselia and the Ursaluna at home, just because you know that Paul does have a Hearthflame Ogerpon at his disposal. And as we see a sneak peek there, I think we'll get a chance to see how Frederick actually wants to try to navigate through this game. It's the Incineroar at the beginning, but it's the Rillaboom to actually retreat first in favor of the Flutter Mane here for Paul. So there is going to be a pretty significant speed advantage, even though this Dondozo is going to get a commander boost, because this Flutter Mane has that booster energy that it can activate. It's going to get a nice speed boost to help outspeed the +2 Dondozo.
Yeah, so that's going to be very, very nice for that Flutter Mane, given that the Tatsugiri is immediately switching in for that Incineroar to get those boosts going. We'll have to see if there's going to be the Terrestrialization on the Raging Bolt to keep itself safe from an order up, because there was no Fake Out that happens. The Rillaboom did just immediately switch into the Flutter Mane. There's no Fake Out at all because the Incineroar switched as well. So I think the Terra Fairy would probably be the safest thing to go for, but
there's none.
Pulled it. There was none, and it was an order up.
Wow, so the order up is going to chunk this Raging Bolt significantly and also give this Dondozo an attack boost. Maybe Paul thinking that there were a couple of things you have to think about. Is the Dondozo actually going to attack you with the order up, or would you have to be wary of something like the Wave Crash that if you had Terrestrialize would be doing neutral damage to you instead and still going to hit you like a truck? Paul gets away with a Calm Mind boost, but he's going to need to get a couple of turns of recovery to make this a bit more manageable.
Yeah, well, you've at least got the Thunder Wave potential coming out from the Flutter Mane, and that should allow the Raging Bolt to be able to outspeed Dondozo. Even with no speed investment, it's able to outspeed Dondozo that's completely invested into its speed. So I think that's probably the saving grace here, given that the momentum seemed to go with Frederick on that turn, going for that order up, getting the attack boost, and not falling foul of a potential Terra Fairy. Of course, now you can go for the Wave Crash pretty safely, and either Pokemon should be KO'd if it does break through this paralysis.
Yeah, the paralysis is going to be a mighty beast battle. But for now, it is going to be the Dragon Pulse from the Raging Bolt. Reminder, it is going to be at +1, but there are a couple of boosts to this Dondozo to keep it nice and healthy. Unfortunately, doesn't get a chance to attack on this turn because that paralysis already pays off.
Yeah, and now we're going to see the benefit of the leftovers here, because now the Raging Bolt is pretty healthy, and it would be quite close if it does go for a Terra Fairy, if it survives the Wave Crash or not. And whether the fact that you're going to be able to potentially KO the Dondozo with a Moonblast and Dragon Pulse, I would suspect it's able to survive, given that Flutter Manes with a booster energy are usually not trained too much into special attack. But a combination of Moonblast, Dragon Pulse, and then something else would be able to pick up the KO on the Dondozo. So I reckon it's only got one more potential attack left in it, whether that's going to be the order up into the Raging Bolt once again, just in case it does not go for that Terra Fairy, or if it's the Wave Crash into either Pokemon, either calling the Terra Fairy on the Raging Bolt, or just wanted to get rid of that supports capability of the Flutter Mane.
And then you have the Rillaboom to come back in and hit it with a priority Grassy Glide. There are definitely a couple of ways that you can get through the rest of this turn, but there is a Terrestrialization committed onto the Dondozo, so it does take the Terra Grass. What this is going to do is help out a little bit against the Raging Bolt's electric type attacks. But when it comes down to the Flutter Mane, it's still going to be taking quite a bit of damage there from the Moonblast. Raging Bolt decides, I don't think I want to commit the Terra, so I'm going to protect myself instead. And the Moonblast does take this Dondozo to below half, and even better, Paul actually does get the Wave Crash into the protect of the Raging Bolt. But I don't know if Paul wanted that. Maybe he did actually want to have something to switch in freely there.
I think what he's gone for there is that the extra damage into the Dondozo surely at this point allows the Moonblast and Dragon Pulse to be able to KO the Dondozo. I don't think it would have done if it was unaware, but the Calm Mind is going to be a factor in the damage, and we've already seen it be able to do, what, close to a third of the damage available, and now you don't need to go for the Thunderclap. I think that's what Frederick was expecting there. Thunderclap and Moonblast would have been able to pick up the knockout on that Dondozo, and it can't even protect itself to get recovery here.
So that is going to be a moot turn here for the Dondozo. Another Moonblast is going to take it down quite low, and the Raging Bolt with the Dragon Pulse to follow up will be enough to secure the knockout. So that is one Pokemon down. This Tatsugiri pops back out, and there are a couple of options here now for Frederick to bring a Pokemon beside it.
Yeah, at least the nice thing for Frederick there is that the Moonblast wasn't able to pick up the knockout on the Dondozo, and the Dragon Pulse therefore didn't go into the Tatsugiri. It would have been disastrous if that Dondozo had survived the Dragon Pulse, because then that is Moonblast Moonblast KO, and Tatsugiri is also for sure KO'd. So there is still at least 3 Pokemon available on Frederick's side of the field, and you've got the Ogerpon here to start potentially going on the offense into that Flutter Mane. But the Raging Bolt, the leftovers over the booster energy this time, have been incredibly useful paired with that Grassy Terrain, because look, it took over half damage, and it's almost back to full HP.
It is, and I think that's going to be too difficult for the Ogerpon and the Tatsugiri to get through. And I love the patience Paul has had to not utilize Terrestrialization yet in this game. He still gets to keep that natural typing to be stronger against this Ogerpon, and you can always take an opportunity to protect here, so you can get a Thunder Wave down onto either of these Pokemon. But for now, it's just a protect from the Flutter Mane.
Yeah, and a tech from the Tatsugiri as well. It's just going to be a double protect coming out from Paul to maybe get some extra recovery. It does seem to be. So protects all around here. The Ogerpon's going to attack into nothing, but that's going to benefit Paul a lot more, because now you can go for an Icy Wind and a Dragon Pulse into this Tatsugiri, and the only way to stop that would be a Follow Me, but then you could also just go for the Terra Fairy as well, and then the Tatsugiri is just really not threatening anything.
Yeah, and I think it's just starting to really get away from Frederick at this point. Grassy Terrain is gone, so there is a little bit less healing available for this Raging Bolt. It can only rely on the leftovers at this time. But with Ogerpon using Follow Me, I think this is where we're really going to start to see some KOs. Ogerpon is going to redirect away the attention of an attack from the Raging Bolt, but for now the Icy Wind is able to connect on both the Ogerpon as well as the Tatsugiri. The speed drop being so pivotal to allow this Raging Bolt to get the outspeed on the Ogerpon as well as the Tatsugiri. It doesn't actually get the full KO here, but the Draco Meteor from the Tatsugiri isn't enough to knock out the Raging Bolt either. That is the power of all of that recovery over this game.
Yeah, and having the Calm Mind boost is not just for offense, it's for defense as well. I think they would have just about survived the Draco Meteor without the Calm Mind special defense boost, but that allowed it to be so incredibly comfortable. And yeah, now you've got the Icy Wind onto both of these Pokemon. If you're confident the Raging Bolt outspeeds the Tatsugiri and you only need the tiniest amount of speed investment in your Raging Bolt to guarantee that, then you can easily just go for Moonblast, pick up the KO on the Ogerpon, go for Dragon Pulse KO on the Tatsugiri. However, if you run as slow as possible and just invest completely in bulk or the Raging Bolt, then that wouldn't be guaranteed that you would outspeed the Tatsugiri, but it's a reasonable assumption that you would be able to do that. So I think the momentum is just so far in Paul's favor at the moment.
It is, because this Flutter Mane is still going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field. Quick KO from the Moonblast. The Raging Bolt is able to follow that up nicely with the Dragon Pulse, and with this Tatsugiri having to take the brunt force of that, it's Frederick down to just the Incineroar, and I think he's got to be thinking about game number 2. Does he continue to rely on this Dondozo Tatsugiri pair, or does he try to switch it up and bring in the Cresselia and Ursaluna?
Well, we need to keep in mind it did get paralyzed when it did try to go for some offense. But then Paul was able to get the right plays, get the out positioning going, and we did get confirmation at least that the Dragon Pulse did the Raging Bolt did outspeed the Tatsugiri when it was put to that -1. And of course, Incineroar's not going to be able to win before this. Frederick's going to throw in the towel.
First game goes to Paul Chua, our EUIC champion from 2023, hoping to make the comeback, get to another finalist position after falling short in Toronto in 2nd place just a couple of weeks ago. And now he is hoping to get another game win to accomplish that.
Yeah, and the play that he was going for, I think the best thing to make a note of is he wasn't terroring. And there were multiple Dragon moves going into the Raging Bolt, and Paul just didn't care. It was absolutely fine. But the order up was going to be a 2-shot into that Raging Bolt, but it didn't even need to go for the Terra Fairy, it seems like. It took a Draco Meteor and an order up, and it was able to do that because of the leftovers of the item choice on it. So very, very nicely done there for the Raging Bolt.
And there were no KOs taken there by Frederick, so I think that was why we saw Paul be so comfortable. A couple of times over the course of our broadcast, we have seen players opt to utilize this Raging Bolt's defenses as an HP resource. And so even if you are going to have this Pokemon take a lot of damage, Paul still had an unrevealed Pokemon in the back that maybe he was perfectly fine letting the Raging Bolt go down.
Yeah, it seems comfortable enough for sure. And I think we probably need to see Frederick switch up to at least the Ursaluna Somewhere mode, because the Raging Bolt was by far the biggest issue for that game. Yes, the Flutter Mane was necessary to be able to get the Thunder Waves to allow the speed control happening, the Icy Winds and the Thunder Wave into the Dondozo, but the Raging Bolt didn't care about the Dragon moves. It's got to care about the ground moves, though.
It does, but the one thing that I have hesitations about for the Ursaluna is the fact that it only has Facade and Earthquake. And because there's a Rillaboom on the other side, and you've got double Grassy Glide pressure from the Ogerpon Hearthflame as well as the Rillaboom, I mean, the grassy terrain is just going to quarter all of the damage that Earthquake would take. So I don't know whether or not we will end up seeing it, but we do see the Cresselia. So I have a sneaking suspicion that you're right. We do have that Ursaluna waiting in the back here for Frederick as we enter this game too.
Yeah, I would be incredibly surprised to see Frederick bring Cresselia without that Ursaluna waiting in the back. So is this just going to be a U-turn straight away? Because that's the most preferable thing that the Incineroar can go for when it's Trick Room. Fake out Trick Room doesn't give you the momentum that you want. You want to be able to pivot out into that Ursaluna, and as the Trick Room is set, you get that burn going. Because otherwise, you need to spend that turn U-turning in Trick Room and just having no offensive pressure. But then there's the Incineroar on Paul's side of the field that could put a stop to that. If there's a U-turn coming out from Incineroar on Frederick's side of the field, you could go for fake out into the Incineroar, and then U-turn can't happen. So then maybe do you consider the hard switch into the Ursaluna if you're going for Trick Room, but then at the same time, if Cresselia is faked out, then that won't work either. So I think it's just somewhat of an awkward position for Frederick here. You could probably guarantee the Trick Room in some way, but will you be able to do it with your Ursaluna to make use of it?
Well, it is a fake out into the Raging Bolt. So Raging Bolt on Twelchua's side is not going to get to do any damage. But he does get a nice pivot out thanks to that parting shot. Drops the special attack of this Cresselia. Not going to be a huge factor in this game just because Cresselia is not the biggest offensive threat. But you get the Rillaboom in at quite the right time. Now you can see the grassy terrain, not only helping to make sure that this Raging Bolt is going to maintain full HP at the end of this turn, but also Earthquake is not going to be super effective. This Raging Bolt has a nice cushion to play around with.
Yeah, you probably need to be relying on the Facades, and that's still perfectly fine. Facade is one of the strongest attacks that we have in the game, but Raging Bolt is one of the Pokemon that is able to take Facade from full HP, and especially with Incineroar now pivoting straight out, you'll be able to intimidate the Ursaluna whenever you want. Maybe you consider switching the Incineroar straight away for the Rillaboom, because then if you get take a Flare Blitz on the way in, then the Rillaboom doesn't want to take that. Incineroar absolutely would. But if you go for a fake out into the Incineroar with the Rillaboom, and there's a hard switch into the Ursaluna, then it potentially gets in for free.
It's just a tough call, because I feel like you don't want to take that risk with the Ursaluna taking free damage. But you also might not be able to get enough done. Oh, the fake out doesn't happen. It's just going to take this Flare Blitz with the helping hand, but it lives anyway. Raging Bolt doesn't take any damage on this turn. Gets to set up the Calm Mind, and that's where things can really start to get out of hand with this Pokemon.
Yeah, well, the Rillaboom's going to KO itself at least. That's a lot of damage into the Cresselia, though. But yeah, the Flare Blitz, the Intimidate from the Incineroar on that turn 1 was crucial there to allow that Rillaboom to survive. The Helping Hand effectively cancelling out the Intimidate, and Rillaboom can survive a Flare Blitz regularly. So very, very nicely trained there for the Rillaboom. But now here comes the Incineroar. So now the Ursaluna is still not on the field. If it is able to pivot in, it won't have to worry about that Intimidate.
And you also know that the grassy terrain is on a timer. Since that Rillaboom has been taken out of commission, you only have a couple of turns left before you're free and clear. And you just gotta hope that that Hearthflame Ogerpon is not in the back.
Yeah, well, as we can see, it is unfortunately in the back to be able to get that support going. So at least you've got fake out pressure to be able to stop a U-turn from the Incineroar, but at the same time, is there going to be the hard swap available for Frederick? The Raging Bolt is set up with a Calm Mind at least, so now the Dragon Pulses are going to start doing some very noticeable damage. I would expect the Cresselia to still be able to survive, because again, it's an incredibly bulky Pokemon, but if you don't go for the, well, if you do go for the Cresselia at least, I think that's preferable now, because it did end up switching out.
Cresselia is going to... I like this play from Frederick because it just allows you to keep the Cresselia to set up another Trick Room, because I think that's what Frederick needs to play for at this point. You wait for the grassy terrain to expire, you get yourself back into a position where you can bring the Cresselia out and actually set up another Trick Room, but also you have given yourself the potential of bringing the Ursaluna and at least getting able to take one. But Frederick is going to have to take this Dragon Pulse on the switch in, and that is going to do a lot. And so even though you do have one more turn of Trick Room to play around with, and your Guts is activated because you got a chance to pivot it in on this turn, it's not easy.
Yeah, but you've got the Incineroar on the field at the moment. You can't go for an Intimidate into that Ursaluna. I guess you can go for a Parting Shot, but since we're in Trick Room, the Ursaluna should be able to underspeed both of these Pokemon and launch off a Facade. You can't go for Earthquake because the grassy terrain is still on the field, so it has to be Facade, and that is potentially a saving grace here for Paul, because both of these Pokemon have the potential to be able to survive the Facade from full HP. Raging Volt should, Incineroar might, and usually relies on the Intimidate to be able to survive that. But then, if the Raging Bolt does survive, it can respond back with a Dragon Pulse KO. And that might mean the Ogerpon needs to be going for that redirection, but if it doesn't, then it can't pick up that last little bit of damage on that Raging Bolt that might survive the Facade. And the Incineroar definitely will if it's going for the Terra Ghost here.
Terra Ghost is going to make sure that that Facade cannot touch it. The immunity, very important. But Ursaluna goes after the Raging Bolt instead. It just barely isn't enough to actually secure the knockout onto the Raging Bolt, as Incineroar is free and clear to go for a Parting Shot. Thank you, Trick Room, for giving Incineroar this wonderful opportunity. And Paul is going to reveal the 4th Pokemon that he has brought to this first game.
Yeah, and the Incineroar going to be in the back for Fake Out Pressure. It does make sense that it's Flutter Mane because that is still respecting the Dondozo mode, because Flutter Mane, I think, is necessary to be able to deal with that if that was brought to the game. Of course, we're still in Trick Room, so that Speed Boost is not going to help. But here is the Dragon Pulse into the Ursaluna. There was no Follow Me, so the Ursaluna is KO'd.
But there is a follow-up attack from this Ogerpon that can still contribute to this fight.
Oh, but
it's going to be the Ivy Cudgel, and the Flutter Mane tanks that like a champ.
Wow, the Raging Bolt got away with it. That could have been an Ivy Cudgel, and that should have been able to KO the Raging Bolt, given that it was down into the red. And now we've got the leftovers recovery with the grassy terrain once again. And now there's not going to be too much damage available into this Raging Bolt. Incineroar's going to be your best attacker. That's susceptible to Intimidate. So now this Raging Bolt, even though it's at reasonably low HP, is in a very, very strong position because it walls the Ogerpon very nicely. The Incineroar can knock off the leftovers, but with an Intimidate, the Raging Bolt should be able to survive that. You could even just go for a pivot out into your Incineroar, get the Intimidate and protect, get the guaranteed recovery. You could maybe protect, potentially sacrifice the Flutter Mane just to guarantee you've got that recovery, and then you've got Fake Out Pressure into the Incineroar, and then a follow-up Dragon Pulse. And if you get 2 Dragon Pulses into the Incineroar, I don't think there would be enough damage to break through the Raging Bolt afterwards.
Yeah, the Raging Bolt definitely needs some recovery, though, this turn. And so I also wouldn't surprise me too much to see Paul just go for a Protect on both the Flutter and the Raging Bolt, given that there is one more turn of Trick Room left. Flutter Mane would definitely be able to take advantage of that, but instead, Paul says, I think my Flutter Mane is going to be naturally faster than you, even without this booster energy. So he's going to give it back up. Incineroar now comes in to take its place, getting those Intimidate drops onto both of these physical attackers for Frederick, and it is just to protect from the Raging Bolt. So I think this is going to work out beautifully here for Paul. Now, what did Frederick do, though? I mean, knockoff is still pretty good. It's going to do that super effective damage. Knock off the Citrus Berry so that this Incineroar cannot actually get the rest of that recovery, but the Horn Leech is just not effective enough.
Yeah, it's going to get the tiny bits of a recovery, and then maybe it can survive 2 Dragon Pulses, factoring in some potential recovery from this grassy terrain. But it's very, very nice call there. I think that had to be the play that Frederick made to keep him in this game. If that was not a double up into the Incineroar, it would have been too healthy. Paul would have been able to outposition Frederick. But now, we're in the outside of the Trick Room now. The Raging Bolt should outspeed the Incineroar, but the Ogerpon has now become the fastest thing on the field without the Flutter Mane. And it's gone back to full HP thanks to that grassy terrain and the Horn Leech. With the Intimidate from the Incineroar, it's probably going to survive an Ivy Cudgel. And of course, you've got Fake Out Pressure available on Paul's side of the field. The Ogerpon is not threatening the Raging Bolt in the slightest. It has to be the Incineroar. Like Moonblast, even from Cresselia, is not going to do it because of the Calm Mind. So it has to be the Incineroar. Are you able to protect it well enough on Frederick's side of the field?
I think it's tough because you have to probably bring in the Cresselia and sacrifice it if that is what you want to do. Or what I see is Paul can just use this Incineroar, go for Fake Out into Frederick's Incineroar, like what is being done, and then Ogerpon can follow that up with the Ivy Cudgel. It is just still only tickling this thing because of those defenses investment. Dragon Pulse, it looks like it should be able to do one more hit and then be able to get that knockout, but all the while, this Raging Bolt is continuing to just recover back up.
Yeah, I think you might need to consider going for the Follow Me and then the knockoff into the Raging Bolt just to get rid of the leftovers recovery, because the grassy terrain's gone. If the leftovers disappear from the Raging Bolt, then that is a permanent removal, and it won't be able to have access to recover anymore, and it'll be stuck with the amount of HP it's at, and then maybe the Cresselia will be able to break through. But then I think the Cresselia's it's pretty close if it's in range of just regular old Dragon Pulse as well. And if you don't go for the Follow Me, the Dragon Pulse is surely going to be able to pick up the knockout on the Incineroar based on the amount of damage it did previously. But then if you're going for the Follow Me, then you're not KOing the Incineroar, and you're probably not even KOing the Incineroar based on the previous damage of Ivy Cut. There's no Follow Me here.
No, but if it crits, it could be a knockout, and there it is! The Incineroar goes down for Paul, and now it is going to be on this Raging Bolt. Fluttermane does get to come back in on the next turn, and Raging Bolt still gets a chance to actually attack here. So the Dragon Pulse has to KO the Incineroar on the other side on this turn. So both Incineroars down for the count as we enter into the next round. Ogerpon Wellspring and this Cresselia for Frederick versus the Raging Bolt and the Fluttermane for Paul.
Surely the Raging Bolt has got this, right? Even though there's a super effective Moonblast from Cresselia, you don't invest anything into its special attack when it's this full supportive set. So even though it's super effective, it'll do like 10%. It's no damage at all. And then the Ogerpon is completely resisted. Like, yeah, you can KO the Fluttermane most likely with an Ivy Cudgel, and maybe, actually, I think it'll probably be able to survive thanks to the Intimidates previously. So I don't think there's too much stopping just Moonblast and Dragon Pulse into the Cresselia here to be able to pick up that KO. Well, I guess the only thing stopping it would be a Terra Fairy coming out from the Cresselia potentially. And then it might actually be, that might actually be able to 1v1 because then you can't Thunderclap. So that's something to consider here.
It is going to be a tough call, but I do think that just the Terra Fairy feels like the right thing in the moment to be able to deal with the Raging Bolt. But you got to deal with the Ogerpon first, I think. Paul knows that you got to get rid of the HP that is still so healthy for this Ogerpon as we see the Terra Fairy invested into the Cresselia. This Raging Bolt does have that special defense boost from the Calm Mind that is received at the very beginning of this game. As we see the Fluttermane go for the Protect, now it's up to this Ogerpon to see what's going to happen. And it's just going to be a spiky shield to kind of call that damage that's going to be coming through from the Raging Bolt. But with this Lunar Blessing, I mean, this is where I feel like things really do start to get a bit dangerous. Can the Cresselia utilize its bulk to actually start to go away with things? But on a turn that looks so neutral, Paul is going to take advantage of it being a very calm turn. Get another Calm Mind boost.
Yeah, I was thinking, well, maybe with the Terra Fairy, the Cresselia can do something because you might be able to knock out the Fluttermane with a combination of the Terra Fairy boosted Moonblast and Ivy Cudgel. And depending on the training on the Fluttermane, it will be very close if that's the case. But now that you've got the second Calm Mind available on the Raging Bolt, you should be able to, for sure, knock out this Ogerpon with 2 Dragon Pulses. That might force the Cresselia into Lunar Blessings instead so that the Dragon Pulse would not be a 2-shot. But then if you're going for the Lunar Blessing, you're not going for the Moonblast to potentially get that extra chip damage that might be necessary into that Fluttermane, given how much damage we've been seeing this Ogerpon not do because of the Intimidates.
Well, the Thunderclap goes first into the Ogerpon, and it brings it down so low. If Fluttermane can follow it up with a Moonblast, then this Ogerpon is out. And Frederick has to hope that this Cresselia can hang on. But with this Pokemon being so limited on its special attack output, it might be really hard. Moonblast is a crit, so it might take another one. It actually might be a 3-hit knockout, though, depending on that damage. But I'm not about to do that math on stream. Paul has 2 Pokemon to this one of the Cresselia, but you know Frederick is going to try his best to keep himself in this.
Yeah, this is an incredibly awkward endgame now, because if you are able to KO this Fluttermane before the Cresselia gets KO'd itself, then we're kind of in a stalemate, because then you're never going to go for Moonblast into the Raging Bolt, because then you would become Thunderclappable. But then you're going to allow this Raging Bolt to just recover all its HP with its leftovers.
Well, but they call the Thunderclap, though, because there is a limited amount of power points available for utilizing the Thunderclap. It's not going to be enough, though, to actually pick up the knockout. So you got to hope that this Moonblast is going to be able to bring you down. And so it is a 1v1 between the Raging Bolt and the Cresselia. But now this is where we do have to keep track of how many Thunderclaps are actually left. Can you go for Lunar Blessing and actually get yourself out of this red zone? But it's going to take quite a few, and you also have to start thinking about how much time is actually left in this game. There's no other way for this Raging Bolt to hit you as a Fairy type with that Terrestrialization, but you don't really have a choice here if you're Paul to get these calls correct about the Lunar Blessings and try to use your Calm Mind so you are not dipping into your power points of the Thunderclap.
Yeah, I don't see how this game's not going to come down to time. Surely, Frederick will never go for the Moonblast when there is the potential of that Thunderclap, at least on these first few turns. And even if you go for the Moonblast, it's +3 special defense on the Raging Bolt. It won't do any damage. You needed the critical hit to be able to do the tiniest bit extra damage to that Fluttermane in the first place. And yeah, you can see the Lunar Blessing is happening because, of course, there's not going to be a Thunderclap. Paul's almost certainly going to take these extra turns to get to at least +5 while the Cresselia tries to get back to full HP, and I'm sure it's going to be able to get to +6 before the end of this game.
Yeah, I think you're right. This is going to be timer, and I'm getting my hands ready to count the number of Thunderclaps left that we might have. 8 power points available for Thunderclap if Paul has fully maximized the amount of power points that this can have. We've seen 2 Thunderclaps already, one into the Ogerpon and one into the Cresselia. And so with only 47 seconds left of
I don't think Frederick's
time.
noticed. He's running out of time here.
Yeah, he can't just fully
yeah,
can't commit
he's thinking
to the
too
turn.
much. He's not realizing. Like, he will lose this game if he runs out of your time. And we still got way enough time left in this game for it to be able to come down to the actual 20-minute timer. He needs to start clicking Lunar Blessing as quickly as he can, and I don't think he's realized it yet.
I think he's, well, I really hope so, because, yeah, you got to start clicking these moves quite fast. I don't even think a crit is going to be able to get you there. Paul is at a point where his Raging Bolt is back up to almost full HP, and even though this Cresselia is also going to be a super healthy, I think another Thunderclap at +5 is going to be too much to handle. 36 seconds left for this first time, but 25 seconds left of your time, and Raging Bolt is just going to go for a Protect. Paul knows that the timer is ticking down, and he's just got to wait for the final moment to strike.
I mean, Paul's never going to lose on your time. He's the fastest clicker in the game. He thinks up for about 5 seconds per turn to be able to work out what he wants to do. But yeah, Frederick is down to 20-something, 24 seconds now. It's not going to be able to do it. I think you need to just start going on the offensive and try and get those critical hits, because at this point, surely, because we haven't had that notification of 3 minutes remaining, it's got to be your time that's going to run out first for Frederick.
Yeah, so Frederick is using the animations now to think about what the next move is going to be. He saw the Thunderclap fail there from the Raging Bolt because he decided to go for the Trick Room. He has the option to go for a couple more Lunar Blessings, but he is running out of that. He can use the Trick Room again to continue to reverse the tides, but that's the 4th Thunderclap here for Paul being utilized and failing again because the Cresselia went for the Trick Room. These turns are going to lock in really fast from here on out.
Yeah, come on, frame perfect inputs, Frederick. You got to go for it. Look how fast he's going for it now. He's realized that his your time is incredibly low at this point. We'll have to see. Like, I haven't kept track how long it's been in the game. It's got to be closing in on the 3 minutes remaining, though, right?
I believe so, but Cresselia is going to go for another Trick Room to try to keep Frederick in this. So we decide things at the end of the game timer. If your time doesn't expire first, with there's 16 seconds left, Raging Bull is just going to go for the Dragon Pulse, so it doesn't utilize those precious power points for the Thunderclap. There's only half remaining as the Twisted Dimensions return, and Frederick is going to utilize every single Trick Room that he possibly can, and there's the timer.
Okay.
All right, so we're coming down to the wire.
Can he survive through his own almost non-existent Yule time to be able to make it through 3 minutes? I don't know. We're almost running out of the Trick Room turns. Yeah, he's going for the Thunderclap now that we're in the last few minutes remaining. Oh, I don't know. The timings are going to be so awkward here.
It feels like it's 2 seconds for every input that Frederick is going for, but Paul is going to just have to consider maybe continuing to going for things like Protect, like for Calm Mind. He knows he has to cycle through those things because he only got a couple of Thunderclaps left. Cresselia is going to keep going for those Trick Rooms, and we're going to see the flash of the Your Time that is going to be left. Remember, if Paul wins this game, he moves on to top 4, and Frederick is gonna go home in top 8 of the Europe International Championships. So you gotta click these moves correctly.
Yeah, and it seems like Paul is now timer stalling because he's no longer inputting his moves incredibly quickly. I think he's got enough Thunderclaps that he can afford to do this. Maybe he hasn't realized how low the Your Time is on Frederick's side of the field, but yeah, now he is 4 short timer stalling. We've got less than 2 minutes now, and if Paul is able to, and I'm sure he has enough time to be able to stall all 45 seconds given how quickly he ends up clicking.
He is really biding his time.
Yep.
Because every single second is going to matter. Cresselia doesn't even try to go for an attack here because Frederick knows a Thunderclap is coming. There's only a couple left now as Paul is looking at the final couple minutes of this game. It might even just be 80 seconds remaining as you see the red for the number of moves that Frederick actually has left.
It's so stressful. You don't ever want to see that color come up on your time. Oh, it's so close here. But of course, Paul, he's been able to preserve enough of his yaw time that he can afford to go for this timer stall. And I reckon that there's going to be 2 turns maximum left in this game. I think that it's going to be enough that this turn will happen, and maybe there's not 45 seconds left, because of course, if there's less than 45 seconds and Paul has 45 seconds available of his yaw time, he can stall out the entirety of the rest of the game.
60 seconds left. We're going to see this timer start to count down, and the move animations are going to take away from this. And so here we go. Cresselia using the helping hand. We do have another Thunderclap remaining, and that is going to be wasted as we see the timer continue to tick down. There's less than 45 seconds left.
Oh, he's
Frederick
attacking.
just has to actually put something into the input as he goes for another helping hand.
He might have moonblasted himself, actually. Was it helping? I think it was helping hand,
helping
right?
hand.
It was helping hand, okay.
Helping hand. So if Paul decides to click the Thunderclap, it goes down to how much HP is remaining based on the total.
Yeah, they're at full HP. This is just like the percentage across the entirety of your team, and we can't tell who it's going to be, given that they're both at full HP. There's an Incineroar on both. Ogerpon is less bulky than the Rillaboom, but Fluttermane's incredibly unbulky, right? So surely the percentage is on Paul.
It kind of balances out. You would think so, but we don't know until the battle has actually ended. With 3 seconds remaining, Cresselia goes for the helping hand, and we're going to see this Raging Bolt.
It's got to be Paul with the Fluttermane's low HP, right?
But let's see. Come on. Oh, we still have one more input remaining. It's going to be a Moonblast, but the battle is over because the time has run out.
Yeah, that's it. Paul
Chua wins!
Wow! Able to take it on timer of all things and advance here over Frederick Hoy Nielsen into the top 4.
What a crazy end of that game. Even though it did come down to the final couple of seconds, Paul Chua, your 2023 Europe International Champion, might be able to get another shot moving on to the top 4.
That is one of the most unique endgames we've had in a long time. I was like, okay, Cresselia will always lose to a Raging Bolt, and I didn't realize that I meant because of your time. Like, you know, I was like, well, yeah, so it's based on the percentage HP of your entire team. You add together the 4 maximum HPs of your Pokemon, and that's divide by 4, and that's going to be what's determining what's going to be able to win here. And I think that, like, I remember from when Shedinja used to be able to do a timer stall, Shedinja players would always win because of that 1 HP. And Fluttermane has the lowest HP by a mile. Like, you've got Cresselia and Raging Bolt probably match each other. Incineroar definitely match each other. Ogerpon is slightly worse than Rillaboom, but Fluttermane is way worse than Ursaluna. So that would be why, at full HP, Paul would end up having slightly more percentage because overall he had less HP on his entire team.
Right, but Frederick actually just ran out of time.
Yeah.
In the end of this one. But yeah, I can't believe it came down to this. Terra Fairy Cresselia walling the attacks of the Raging Bolt. When it's the calm mindset, you only have the Thunderclap available that can actually touch a Fairy Pokemon. Most of the time when you see the Raging Bolt, when you have multiple other moves to select from, you've got Thunderbolt at your disposal. That's another way that you don't have to play the basically like Sucker Punch priority mind games when you have the Cresselia that has so many different status moves available to it that can just stop that from happening.
I mean, it's what you opt into when you sacrifice Thunderbolt for Calm Mind. You will get into the situations where, well, suddenly there's a fairy that's going for status moves. I cannot do anything with the Raging Bolt. And this was one of those situations. It was just, yeah, I guess that, the critical hit into the Fluttermane caused that. I think that the Fluttermane would have been able to survive 2 Moonblasts were there not a crit. And then there would have been 1 extra Moonblast that would have been able to pick up the knockout on the Cresselia based on the amount of HP it ended up at in that endgame. So, but still.
But you still have Lunar Blessing that could have helped out to make the HP a little cushy. Like, you just don't know, because the game that we saw happen was Thunderclap versus Terra Fairy Cresselia.
Yeah.
It's so wild. This was the only one that we had. But Paul Chua is so deserving to move forward. And this is after he has had such a stellar season, getting 2nd in Toronto, falling just a little short. He still had several top 32s to add to that collection in the 2026 season. But I'm so excited we get a chance to talk to Paul with Costa on stage.
Thank you very much. We have got our next semi-finalist and ex-EUIC champion, Paul Chua. Paul, my friend, huge congratulations. Not only have you made it into the semi-finals, you have got your direct invitation to Worlds. How are you feeling?
Feels really good. You know, like I really remember before Toronto, I kept getting top 32 at, always being like one win away from cut. So being able to make a deep run at the largest event is definitely pretty good.
Yeah, and on this stage that obviously we've seen you before a couple of seasons ago, but and up against Frederick as well with the interesting sort of team composition from his side too. So just going straight into the games themselves, we saw that Frederick opted to go for the Dondozo mode, but it seems like you sort of had a good enough lead and 4 that you chose. So were you expecting that, and why?
Yeah, I mean, I had a feeling that he'd probably try the Dondozo mode just because Cobra Cloak plus Oblivious kind of counters like my usual Dondozo answer, just like fake out cycling. So I had to come up with an alternative plan. My alternative plan is just using like Flutter Main as speed control to just Thunderwave it. So that was my basic.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like that's the role of Flutter Main as well, right? But then we saw that sort of came down to the wire, but you were able to just go ahead and pick that up. But game 2, we saw that Frederick opted for the Ursaluna mode, the Trick Room with the crest, which can be quite annoying to have to deal with. So initially, when you saw that lead, did you feel like, okay, I've still got enough tools since you have to sort of middle plan for both of those approaches?
Yeah, I think when he went to Trigger mode, I think like it wasn't like super bad. The only thing I had to know was like our Incineroar's speed interactions. The only other thing that helped a bit was his Ursaluna didn't have Headlong Rush, so I didn't have to like Terra to like force myself to live because I could just like live a facade normally. So that was the one thing that helped a bit. And yeah, so.
I mean, and it's such a good observation as well, obviously, because the fact that Frederick had Swords Dance, if I'm not mistaken, and you sort of identified, okay, I could lock this sort of in a situation where it's beneficial. But then we saw the build-up towards that end of game 2, which elongated itself quite a bit, let's say, where we had the Flutter Main from your side and the Raging Bolt. You already had that Calm Mind set up with the Bolt, and we had the Crest on its own, so solo Crest. I just wanted to quickly ask you, did you consider the taunt coming out from the Flutter Main? And if you did, why did you opt to go with double offensive into the crest?
Well, I don't have taunt on my Flutter Main, so that's fine.
Okay, well that would be quite useful, right? But no, I mean, the fact that you're able to identify that Bolt is clearly the best option in that scenario is key. But then you've got the Terra Fairy on Cresselia, which led to the timer stall. So we don't actually think that Frederick initially realized your time was actually lowering, much lower to where he expected. But then again, did you always feel like you had that wrapped up in terms of how the game calculates HP percentages?
So I did actually notice that you had like 30 seconds left on his time, so I was trying to see if he didn't notice it, but I noticed he was moving a little bit too fast. So at that point, I kind of had a feeling I was winning on percentage just because I brought Flutter Main, which has like a lot less HP, and he brought like Ursaluna, Incineroar, Cresselia has a lot of HP. So like for my side, Bolt is gonna take up like a higher percentage. So that's why I felt like I was fine as long as he didn't crit me. That's why like near the end, I started to like Thunderclap more because if he did crit me with Moonblast, I'd pretty much just lose there. So.
And did you run out of Thunderclaps then towards the end, the final 2 turns?
No, I had like 2 left.
Did you 2?
Yeah.
Because there were still mind games there, right? And it's not like the Cresselia could pick up the raw KO, but there were the mind games of it could deal enough damage where maybe he could win on timer, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
And it's amazing. I mean, it was such a close, grinded set between the both of you, but you are now in the semifinals. You got the direct invitation, like you said, so we're gonna go ahead, give you some rest, of course, but do you have any shout-outs that you would like to give to anybody here in the audience or at home watching the broadcast?
Yeah, so shout-outs to my family who's watching. There's Tim Edwards for the original team idea, and then my friends there right there, Long Yulin and Boe Zhang. Yu Zhang Wang also helped a bit with coming up with game plans for this team, so I'm really thankful for them, because I don't think without them I wouldn't have been here, so.
There you have it. Thank you so much, Paul. Huge congratulations. Another round of applause, please, for Paul, as we will be going to find out who will be our next semi-finalist. You will not want to miss it.
Journey now begins. The radio up and the windows down. Me and my squad will never back down. Gonna
This is his first year in the seniors division. One game away from being a world champion for the second time. Double KO!
Absolutely incredible.
My name is Kevin Hahn, and I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'd like to say that my first game was Sword and Shield because my brother didn't play it for me. Not my first tournament. It was more of a family vacation. I got top 8, but it was a 7-player regional, and my only win was the bye. I put that experience on the side. Until 2022, tournaments were starting to pop up again, and my brother really wanted to go to Secaucus, and we made it a family trip. I actually made top 8, and it wasn't a 7-player regional this time. When my brother won NESC, that's when it really kicked in. I was like, wow, that's so cool. I want to be just like that. That World Championship, my parents convinced me to go. I ended up making it to top cut. I think that was the beginning of my Pokemon era. My brother helped me with every move. But after that, I started to practice on my own, and I kept pushing and pushing, and here I am today. During 2023, I put high expectations on myself. It didn't end up working out the way I expected. I got second at Orlando, which is really good. I was just so focused and tunnel visioned on just winning. I even threw my medal on the floor, which is really, really bad. In the moment, I was just so sad because I was so close. At Worlds that year, I didn't do very well. It was very tough for me. Seeing my brother so happy felt a little weird because I felt like I couldn't enjoy competitive Pokemon like others did. I talked with therapists and family members about it. They all told me to keep going. There's always next year. Try to put less pressure on yourself. And I did. The 2024 season was amazing for me. Don't overwork yourself. Don't force yourself to practice. You should really enjoy it. That gave me a new sense of fun and enjoyment from the game, and then that's what pushed me through. At UIC, NEIC, and even Worlds, I won them all, which is insane to me. My #1 goal this season, I thought was pretty ambitious, was to win a regional. After Atlanta, I was like, okay, I can enjoy my first year being a senior. My team has not an amazing matchup spread into most of the field, but it gives you a lot of options, and there's never an unwinnable matchup. You have First Scarf Miraidon, which can make a sort of speed sandwich. You're faster with your Miraidon outside of Trick Room, and you're faster with your Calyrex Ice inside of Trick Room.
Kevin Hahn is undefeated and now just one match away. The energy here has just been electric.
My toughest match is probably finals. There's so much nerve up on the stage.
He was the junior world champion. So much pressure to come now into this new age group.
It's one of the matchups where playing safe doesn't get you anywhere, and it's the easiest way to lose. I had to get a lot of predictions right, and whenever I practiced it with my friends and my brother's friends, I got destroyed. The most memorable moment was when Calyrex picked up the 2 KOs at the end.
That is the Glacial Land!
Wow, flawless victory from Kevin!
So much noise, so much screaming. It felt unreal. I had done it. I had become a back-to-back world champion. It still hasn't sunk in, but I feel like I've done something amazing.
Pokemon trainers, I hope you're ready for more top 8 action here at the European International Championships in London. You have Lady Provost and Lubwiser, Actos Chromie guiding you through all the action here as we head into our next heated match.
I mean, we certainly are ready here behind the desk. The top 8 so far has been an absolute thriller. The end game of that previous match,
Wow.
we were on the edge of our seat out there in the audience trying to soak up some of that energy, and oh my goodness, what a show it was.
Yeah, it was incredible, wasn't it? And Paul just managed managing to do what they needed to do in the end to get through into that next stage of this tournament. You can see they will be facing off against Francesco Piapero, and what a match that is going to be. Two titans of this tournament going up against each other. But before we get into top 4, we've still got some top 8s to cover, and the next one up is going to be Davide Fazio versus Zachary Weed, and that's going to be such an exciting game from two extremely exciting players.
Yeah, we've hyped up a lot about Italian VGC, and Davide going to be representing that the whole way through this top 8. Zachary Weed, a trainer from the US, coming off a second place finish at Las Vegas, was a trainer that when we were speaking to Rosemary earlier gave us a bit of insight into how, as someone who's leveled up into the Masters division, is just showing the same caliber and expertise that they showcased in those previous divisions too. One to keep an eye on. And then in the second half of the bracket there, Eric Rios, Roberto Parente, that is coming up. So make sure you stay tuned for the rest of top 8 and then our top 4. But you can see the trainers are ready and waiting on the stage. Zachary there on your left and Davide on your right.
Yeah, very exciting for both of these trainers to be up on this stage, this setting, and you can see the accomplishments here. And EUIC top 16 in 2024 from Davide is one step further now. Top 8 can be added and maybe even deeper into this tournament. I'm sure they're feeling confident, but in front of them, a formidable foe in Zachary Weed, like Lou has reminded us, coming off a second place regional placement in Las Vegas earlier this season. An incredible, different format, of course, but the experience that you get from that stage, and you look at the competitors that were at that regional themselves and getting that far into it and getting so close to being able to clinch the title, just extremely well done from Zachary, and going to bring all the hard work for Davide in this next game.
And I like the team effort of the Landorus plush on the desk, supporting its trainer, as the Landorus is indeed in Zachary's team. On the opposing side though, Davide, this very championship was able to get top 16 in Regulation F, but has gone already one stage further to get into the top 8, and I wonder how many other hurdles he might be able to climb over. Could he be our champion on Sunday?
Well, here we go. We're going to take a look at Zachary's team and what give them the advantage to get to this stage in the tournament and kind of carry them that little bit further. Some interesting choices here. We have got the Ogerpon Hearthflame, the Rapid Strike Urshifu, Tornadus. They all work well together. Another combination that works well together is that Iron Crown and that Ndidi that have had and made waves over this weekend, and an Landorus. Not the one that we're more familiar with, but the Therian form, and carrying that Choice Band, going to be hitting extremely hard if let loose out onto the field.
Yeah, this Landorus is a bit of a blaster on the past, running that Intimidate, particularly with the Choice Band, so it can be even more ferocious out there in the battle. Can apply some good pressure with something like a Rock Slide, 2 Flyers and Fire types that we see out there, but critically I think it's all about that Earthquake. You can apply a lot of pressure to the grounded Pokemon and the Steel Terrestrializations and the Poison Terrestrializations we often see coming through in a defensive capability.
Yeah, I love the Iron Crown here. It's got the inclusion of Calm Mind. We haven't seen that too often in this event this weekend, but it has been used previously. Love that Zach's leaning into that, and you've got a lot of support to help set that up with the Follow Me redirection on the Ndidi, the Psychic Terrain to block any priority attacks, and then that Follow Me on the Ogerpon as well as another option, as well as that Tailwind to support it when it is in position. Normally you see the Iron Crown go for 3 attacks. Terra Blast relied on there, and an interesting Terra type as well with the Dragon Terrestrialization as an option on the Iron Crown to get rid of some of those threatening weaknesses that it does carry with its regular typing.
Critically on Zachary's side as well, he was running that Taunt on the Urshifu, and Taunt is one of the great ways to stop potential setup. And taking a look at Davide's side, that Ogerpon is running the Swords Dance. We know that the Raging Bolt has the Calm Mind. There's also the substitute on the Landorus. There's lots of utility here to try and get set up for success. So the Taunt could come in very pivotal here.
Yeah, it could do to help shut down some of those options on this side of the field. You can see the Raging Bolt. It is going to be the Calm Mind variant here that Davide is leaning into. The substitute as well, that's useful to stop that and give that layer of extra defense to the Landorus Incarnate that Davide is using, and then that Swords Dance. More importantly, you've touched on that, Lou. If you can prevent that Ogerpon from setting that up, it's going to be very useful. Going to be hard to position the Urshifu in front of that, especially with the Rillaboom bringing the Grassy Terrain and the Grassy Glide being a big threat from that Pokemon in particular. But you do have the Landorus. The Therian form does have the Intimidate. That's going to be useful against all of these physical attackers, and in particular, really good against that Raging Bolt, especially where it is boosted by that Choice Band that it's carrying. Just have to be careful around some of the threats here. The Urshifu with the Rapid Strike, especially if the Rain is something that you lean into. If you're Zachary, I think you might want to put off putting that Rain up, because you are benefiting your own Urshifu, but you are giving Davide kind of a free boost as well with theirs.
Another question mark I have is over the Incineroar on Davide's side. This is a set I have really not been in tune with. There's no Flare Blitz, first of all. It's got Helping Hand and Parting Shot. Knockoff we do see around a lot, but I wonder if it's going to play a good supportive role in this match. It's front and center for Davide, paired up with that Raging Bolt, and on the opposing side for Zachary, it's the Landorus and the Iron Crown. Give it up for top 8.
Here we go. We're going to get into it now. We're going to have an Intimidator piece from different Pokemon. We're going to have Zachary with the Landorus offering that faster Intimidate onto, more importantly, the Incineroar. It's pressuring as well, the super effective damage into that and into the Raging Bolt. Not so much the Raging Bolt caring about that Intimidate though, because it lies on those special attackers. Now the Iron Crown is going to be susceptible to a Fake Out. That's something that Davide's got in their back pocket. They can slow down one of the options here on Zachary's side of the field. But what you have to be careful of is locking into a Fake Out, because there is always the threat of maybe the Landorus switching out, the Indeedee coming in and giving that Iron Crown a free turn to maybe get a Calm Mind up, which is going to be really crucial to take this game forward if that is the Pokemon that you're centering your game plan around.
I think as well there's the bold play of going for something like a Protect Earthquake straight away on Zachary's side. You've got 2 Pokemon that would take super effective damage from the ground type attack. So the Fake Out, if that was going down into the Landorus, it would have been able to stop that from play. Instead, Landorus opting to go for the Rock Slide. I really like this in case something like the Landorus on the opposing side was going to switch in. It's going to be able to get some decent damage down as the Calm Mind starts to be set up on this Raging Bolt on Davide's side.
Yeah, the Calm Mind there, taking the opportunity when it is presented, when you've got that Fake Out next to you. So really good for the Raging Bolt here. So it is going to threaten a little bit more this next turn. And you know that you can sit a bit more comfortably because the Landorus is locked into that Rock Slide. There's no threat from a ground type attack going to be predominantly coming out this turn. So maybe Zachary wants to keep going for that. There is the chance of a flinch and carries on this turn with another Rock Slide.
Yeah, these are Choice Band Rock Slides landing on that Incineroar. Tachyon Cutter being able to follow up and get the knockout. So now Davide does not have the utility of that very supportive Pokemon. No more Intimidates, no more Fake Outs on its side. Maybe if the Rillaboom's in the back, you are going to be able to keep that slow pace of play with Fake Out in the game. Looks like, however, the Raging Bolt can now go on the offensive. Going for that Dragon Balls, gets a solid one-hit knockout. That's a brilliant trade if ever I've seen one.
Yeah, with that booster energy, giving a little bit extra oomph to that Calm Mind stack, it is enough to take down that Landorus in one fell swoop. And, you know, you can see what Zachary's trying to do, maybe fish for those flinches as well as get that damage all importantly onto the Incineroar. So kind of trading Intimidate user for Intimidate user. But now Urshifu going to make his way onto the field for Zachary. It is going to have to be careful against the Raging Bolt though from Davide's side, where it is set up and it does threaten with those Thunderclaps. It isn't going to be in the best position right now, whereas the other Urshifu sitting a little bit prettier right now.
We've also got a sneak peek into what's in the back, and with the Indeedee bringing that Psychic Terrain on the field is going to stop those priority moves from coming into effect. So it could be a really good way to shut down a potential Thunderclap.
Yeah, it could be, and that's a nice option there where you could switch out the Urshifu, kind of bait in the move, and then use that Expanding Force on the Iron Crown to get some super effective damage onto the Urshifu on Davide's side. It has got the security of that Focus Sash though, so you can't just say, I'm going to take it down on one hit. You have to be a little bit more careful with how you approach these next few turns, and indeed it is coming in, but it isn't there to benefit the Iron Crown. That is making its way off the field, so let's see how things play out in this turn.
Yeah, Iron Crown possibly going to come back in later to reap the benefits of the Psychic Terrain in play. Considering you've got a way of the Dark type on Incineroar on Davide's side, you know that those Expanding Forces are going to be able to connect. Looks like it's going to be an all-out offensive. Urshifu, however, it does embrace its Terra Stellar form, so we know that it's going to be able to get a boost to all of its attacks. In this case, critically, that Close Combat and the Surging Strikes. But Lee, it looks like the Sparkles are going to fly on both sides of the stage, as the Raging Bolt is also going to terrestrialize into that Fairy form.
Yeah, this is going to be risky if Zachary's went for the Close Combat into that Raging Bolt after the Stellar Terrestrialization. The Thunderclap coming out here looks like it was into that Indeedee slot that has just switched in, so failing. Surging Strikes, though, coming out into the Indeedee. Now going to get some good damage, but you've got to remember, the Rocky Helmet is there. It's going to take residual damage each and every turn that the Surging Strikes hit.
I mean, you did say you got to find a way to break the Focus Sash, and this is one way to do it, even passively through that Rocky Helmet. I mean, this is some really consistent damage still being locked onto that Indeedee, maybe in range of being picked up by a Dragon Pulse coming through later. It is going to be that Close Combat, a fantastic terrestrialization on Davide's side, but that's still a huge amount of damage that the Raging Bolt has taken very early on.
Yeah, and now I think really good position here for Zachary, because you can see what they're trying to do. They have the potential now to threaten with that Follow Me on the Indeedee, pull away that the Thunderclap that is a risk, but also on top of that, you don't even need to worry about it. You're pulling away the Urshifu's moves, because the Thunderclap with the Psychic Terrain that's active now is not going to be in play, so really threatened because the Surging Strikes would be enough to pick up that Pokemon, and now something coming in. For Davide needs to be able to take the Surging Strikes, and what better Pokemon to do that is that Rillaboom, and it not only gets rid of the Psychic Terrain, it comes in and it is going to be able to threaten that Urshifu.
I was about to say, it'd be nice to see the Rillaboom come in on the partner slot so the Thunderclap could go off into that Urshifu, but instead it's going to replace it instead. Iron Crown trying to come in and maybe reap the benefits of that terrain, but instead finds itself on the green grass. Urshifu going to be able to get some good damage onto Iron Crown on the switch, and though it's not coming in safely, close combat going to be fired off as well, so that the Urshifu is going down on Davide's side. Now he's forced to bring that Raging Bolt back in.
Yeah, and a really nice play here from Zachary, able to remove one of those big threats in the Urshifu from Davide's side of the field. Still got the Terrestrialization intact, and same with Davide, has got the Raging Bolt. Thing is, with the Raging Bolt leaving the field, it has lost that Calm Mind, and it's taken a lot of damage so far, but it does have the ability to have the support from the Rillaboom now. It has got the Fake Out, but can you do that safely when you know the Indeedie's in the back and it can switch in, it can just overdo the grassy terrain that's there, can block a Fake Out, and then you're going to have an Expanding Force that can be fired out into both of these targets, do some big damage, which is boosted by that terrain, and you win that terrain war in the end because the options for Davide now are limited.
That's a fantastic observation about the Calm Mind as well. It no longer has that boost to its special defense, so it will be more vulnerable to something like an Expanding Force coming forward. In order to let Expanding Force really do the job it wants to, you need to get it up in that Psychic Terrain. Considering there's only 2 Pokemon remaining on Davide's side, there's going to be no option to change it back to grass. Raging Bolt just playing defensively on this particular turn, going for the Protect, and now leaving it open for the Urshifu to go for the Surging Strikes. If it has found its mark on the Raging Bolt, the Protect is going to be null and void. The Unseen Fist sneaking in the side attack and getting the KO in 2 kicks of the Surging Strikes.
Yeah, big play here from Zachary, really taking control of this match. And now the Rillaboom, it didn't go for priority attack, expecting maybe the Psychic Terrain to come out, probably going for that Wood Hammer. Is it into the Urshifu? Even if it is, like we're seeing now, there is the Focus Sash still intact, so going to be able to just protect it for another turn. And now the Rillaboom in a position where it has to take on 3 Pokemon, and yeah, it might be a little bit too far. Zachary taking a big lead early on in this first game.
Yeah, Rillaboom doesn't even have the utility of its priority Grassy Glide, so Davide locking in the forfeit here for game 1. Zachary 1 game closer to being able to lock in top 4, locking in World's Invitation, being able to take home a trophy. There's so much on the line here for these trainers.
Yeah, well, that was fast-paced as well. That was back and forth. There was not holding back any stops in that match. I think both players lost their Intimidators very early on, and then both brought in their Urshifus at the same time. You could see how things were playing out, but not making obvious plays all of the time. I think making really small plays from Zachary, you know, could have kept the Iron Crown in, taken advantage of the Expanding Force, the Psychic Terrain, but actually opting for the Indeedee, using that as the fodder, and then allowing the Urshifu with that Stellar Terrestrialization to come in, get that initial damage onto the Raging Bolt first place, and that set up the knockout in the late game. But the Landorus doing very good early on in this game with that Rock Slide, as we've just seen, being able to 2-hit KO the Incineroar when you pair it up with the Iron Crown Tachyon Cutter enough, and doing a nice respectable damage to the Raging Bolt as well at the same time.
I fully agree with that. The Rock Slide was just giving consistent damage, and looking at the rest of Landorus's move pool, going for something like the Earthquake, well, then you're going to have to constantly protect your partner Pokemon, and considering Rillaboom was in the back as well, that's going to weaken the pressure that the Earthquake can deal, and you don't want to have to play too many mind games off terrain with Rillaboom. Indeed, he's already got his work cut out for it.
I think that's something that's really important in this matchup as well, is having that terrain control. We saw how important it was and how pivotal it was for Zachary in the end there to get that Psychic Terrain control to ensure that, you know, those priority attacks that you would lean on so heavily if you are Davide, like that Thunderclap that threatens a lot of your big hitters, isn't even a factor. And then from there you can just utilize the natural offensive presence of those Pokemon to do the job that you want them to do.
Well, let's see what's going to happen in game 2. We've got an Urshifu apiece for both Davide and Zachary, but on Zachary's side, it's paired up with that Iron Crown, and the Landorus is front and center for Davide.
And there is a turn here where you could potentially use the Iron Crown, leverage that Expanding Force. You've always got the option where Urshifu could switch out here, potentially you Terrestrialize, get rid of your ground weakness, and then you launch a big Expanding Force into both of these targets, and switching your Indeedee for your own Urshifu, preserving that for later on in this game, because we know that the Urshifu has got access to those moves like Surging Strike that can come in and then just pick things off as and when it wants to.
Yes, that's true. You can keep Urshifu safer for the late game, particularly if you can keep its Focus Sash intact, but it doesn't look like we're seeing any hard swaps right away. Instead, it's going to be Terrestrialization right here, right now. It's going to be the Landorus turning into that Poison typing, giving it some good defensive capabilities.
Well, we're going to see one Terastallization. It's going to be matched from Davide's side, and it is Zachary going for the Terastallization on the Iron Crown as well. Now, this is dangerous because if a Spanning Force comes out from the Iron Crown into that Landorus,
that's true.
It's going to be hitting for super effective damage. Now it's a poison type, so let's see how things play out.
Well, the Earth Power is going to connect first of all. Iron Crown breathing a sigh of relief that it has changed out of its weakness to that attack, but the close combat follow-up is going to remove it from play. We'll never find out if the Expanding Force was going to be able to KO into that Landorus.
Yeah, great double up here from Davide, pulling a big turn out this first turn in game 2 and taking down a big piece of the puzzle here on Zachary's side. Leaving this Urshifu open to go for an attack now. It is going to be able to respond with the Surging Strikes, but unfortunately not going to be able to pick up the knockout on Landorus, but doing respectable damage. So really smart Terastallization from Davide, where it has become susceptible to that Psychic type attack, but if you double into it, you outspeed the Iron Crown, you can make sure that you can remove it before it is a threat, and then that Surging Strikes is no longer super effective, so you're not really as worried about it. Really great play there. Now the Landorus coming in for Zachary. Drops an all-important Intimidate, but is that going to help against a Surging Strike Urshifu with its Focus Sash still intact?
That's the thing. The critical hits are going to be able to come through from the Urshifu on the opposing side, and Davide looked to have the speed advantage in that opening turn. Landorus following up with another Earth Power, but it's not going to affect the Landorus, maybe thinking there was going to be a cheeky switch coming through. Instead, Surging Strikes covering that perfectly, so that if Landorus did stay in play, Urshifu was going to get the job done and force Zachary to a 2-4 deficit in this match very early on in game 2.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate for Zachary. Now able to get any sort of return from that Landorus once it comes onto the field. You basically dropped an Intimidate, but like we've already mentioned, not really affecting those Surging Strikes. It was able to outspeed and covering bases as well with that Earth Power into that slot in case we did see a switch. Fortunately, didn't see one there, but the Surging Strike's doing enough. And now Zachary has been able to take that Focus Sash down on the Urshifu, but is it a little too late for that?
Look how unbothered the Landorus looks as well. It's got his arms crossed, ready for battle, and Ndidi's coming in. You do still have to worry a little bit about Ndidi. It's not running anything like a Psychic, however, but I guess the redirection can free up a bit of space for Urshifu to maneuver.
Yeah, and there is one play which Zachary is just locked into with that Trick Room. So you protect your Urshifu here, you get your Trick Room set up, and that speed advantage that Davide has right now is reversed, and then your Urshifu becomes a bit more of a threat. But if we see Davide scout that, double into this slot, that is not going to be an option, and once again, double into that side of the field. 3 times in a row, picking up 3 knockouts, leaving this Urshifu on Zachary's side on its lonesome with too much to do.
I don't think I've seen a speedier adjustment. Davide losing game 1, coming into game 2, getting KO after KO after KO, perfectly identifying that Ndidi was a key piece there, and maybe calling the turn exactly as you said there, Lee, the protecting the Trick Room, doubling into it, removes it from play. Rillaboom now comes to remove any memory of the Ndidi by overwriting its terrain.
Yeah, now things look a little bit too far for the Urshifu to bring this back with the Rillaboom coming onto the field, and it does look like we're locking him with a forfeit. It is 1 apiece here, and we will be going to a game 3.
Wow, Davide really coming back into this match, giving us all the content and extra Pokemon insight we can get by going to a Game 3 here in Top 8. I have to say, Lee, the one thing Davide really had to his advantage in that match was the speed. Zachary has got to find a way to combat that and not get outsped every turn.
Yeah, you've got to give a huge amount of credit to Davide here, because identifying the speed tiering from that first game and then putting it into action in Game 2 and saying, all right, I kind of figured out that my Pokemon are a lot faster than your threats, so I'm just going to utilize that. I'm going to leverage that speed advantage I have from the outset, and I'm going to just make sure whatever you've got, whatever is a threat to me, I'm going to remove, double up into that, and ignore its partnering Pokemon, and it worked out so well in that match here. You can see the Iron Crown Terastallizing going down. The Landorus coming in, you thought, maybe the Intimidate helps out here, especially against the Urshifu. Nope, let's go for another double up into that slot. The Ndidi, we came in, we saw the Trick Room apply, tried to go for that to get those dimensions twisted, put you in a preferable position. No, Davide once again going for that slot, double up into that, and it was just too much. The overwhelming offensive presence of the Urshifu and the Landorus was too much in that scenario for Zachary to handle now. What can Zachary do to kind of compensate against that? All comes down to like maybe things like that Tornadus there that has that thanks to Tailwind. You can utilize that, get that into play, and then everything on your side is then gonna outspeed everything on Davide's side, and that does help. But does Davide kind of identify that as well and maybe say, okay, if you bring your Tornadus, I'm gonna bring my electric type?
Oh, that's true. The Raging Bolt could be a fantastic counter. Tornadus is there, and there's the Raging Bolt. Davide calling the adjustment perfectly and bringing it in full force in the leads.
Yeah, really good lead from Davide here because you've got that fake out. It can't affect the Tornadoes because it has got that cover clock, but more importantly, you can go into the Urshifu, break the sash if it doesn't protect, and more importantly, stop it from moving this turn. You've got to be careful though doing that because you could fall into the trap where the Tornadoes could switch out, the Indeedee could come in, your fake out's going to be null and void, and then you take a Surgeon Strike for your trouble. You've got the Focus Sash, so you don't need to worry so much about the Thunderclap as well because once the Psychic Terrain's coming out, that is blocked as well. So Urshifu in a good position if that happens. So there's some things to think about, some mind games to get through, but there are quite a few possibilities where the Urshifu could still be in a good position. And at the end of the day, Zachary's got that Tailwind on in play. Can go for that, put it into effect, and make sure that later in the game, as long as it's in effect, you are going to have that speed advantage that you lacked in that second game.
Well, that Psychic Terrain switch-in situation is exactly what Davide fell for in that first game. We're not going to see Indeedee join the field quite yet. Instead, it is the Iron Crown, which I think does heavily indicate that potentially Indeedee is waiting in the wings. It's going to get the special attack boost thanks to its Quark Drive here, as Incineroar is going to leave the field for Davide.
Yeah, a nice switch out from Incineroar as well. Maybe expecting that the Psychic Terrain is coming in. I want to keep my Incineroar in the back. Bring the Rillaboom in as well. This works out really well for Zachary, not bringing the Indeedee in, not rushing with that, and just going for a Bleak Wind Storm right in the face of a Raging Bolt. Very brave, but getting some crucial damage onto that Rillaboom.
And Raging Bolt taking advantage here and going for the Dragon Pulse. Going to go into the Iron Crown, just do about a quarter of damage there. Not utilizing a Calm Mind. Obviously, didn't want to risk going for the Thunderclap. It looks like Zachary's in a commanding position, considering Indeedee can now switch in and overwrite this terrain.
Yeah, it's a perfect position for that Indeedee to come in. Now the Rillaboom's on the field, and it kind of invites that the Rillaboom wants to switch out, so Davide can keep control of this terrain going forward. It does open the door where the Raging Bolt isn't in the most direct threat here, so could go for a Calm Mind. It could take the opportunity, but let's see how things play out. Just another Bleak Wind Storm, no switch out from that Rillaboom.
The Storm's relentlessly raining down onto that Rillaboom. That's a second Bleak Wind Storm it's had to take. Its speed is being dropped as well as Iron Crown capitalizes on the calm amongst the chaos and goes for a Calm Mind, boosting up its special attack one more stage and going for the special defense boost as well. That's going to help it out against the Raging Bolt, but it's kind of saying anything you can do, I can do too. Here's another Calm Mind.
Yeah, there we go. We're getting the setup now, and it all comes down to what this Rillaboom's done. Where is it going? Is it going into the Iron Crown? No, it is going into that Tornado. So it is going to get some useful chip damage, not very impactful, but the more important thing is that Davide is able to keep that Rillaboom in the back for when that Indeedee decides to make an appearance, because then you can shut off that Psychic Terrain with your own Rillaboom. Now you've got a situation where the Urshifu's come out into the field. We know the speed tiering, so the Urshifu going to be in a good position to kind of pile a little bit more pressure onto that Iron Crown, but you do have to be careful because there is the Tailwind aspect that it can always just be triggered at any time by that Tornadus. If you see that, then potentially even a single target Expanding Force is going to do a lot of damage into that Urshifu.
Well, Tornadus is switching out. The Tailwind was not the temptation to lock in here. Zachary going to be bringing that Indeedee to the fray. This is going to override that grassy terrain, bring it into the beautiful Psychic Surge terrain instead. And now Expanding Force is going to be able to not only deal more power, but hit both the opposing Pokemon. I don't see a switch on Davide's side, so it doesn't look like Rillaboom is going to join the fray. Instead, Urshifu is going to Terrestrialize into that Terra Stella, hoping that the Focus Sash is going to be able to keep it in the game to be able to retaliate with some devastating damage.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see where it targets. If it's into that Tornado slot, that could be risky, but it looks as though it might be into the Iron Crown here, doing that boosted close combat. Not quite enough to pick up the knockout there, taking that defense drop, but it still has its Focus Sash intact, so it is whatever comes out from this Iron Crown. It is the Expanding Force, going to be able to survive at least one more turn.
Yeah, the Stellar Boost, not enough to be able to get the KO there, but you can really see what Davide was doing. The Focus Sash keeping Urshifu in the game for at least one more turn as the Raging Bolt is here to try and clean up. Nearly takes down the Indeedee with its Calm Mind boost, but Indeedee's here to stay.
Yeah, wow, that is a really crucial survival there. If you lose your Indeedee, then that terrain war is going to be well and over, because that Rillaboom can just come in any stage and just put the terrain back in Davide's control. But the fact now is the Indeedee has survived. It means that you can maybe switch it around a bit. You've got to be careful with your Iron Crown here. You can't protect in front of this Urshifu, and you haven't got the speed advantage right now because the Tailwind hasn't been set, but you do have Follow Me. You could utilize that on the Indeedee. That is an option, and then go for another Expanding Force. That could allow you the room to just get the extra damage that you need to remove these two targets that are such a threat now from Davide's side.
Well, the Protect coming through on the Raging Bolt doesn't want to have to take the unnecessary expanding force damages. Indeed, he does indeed use that Follow Me, trying to draw in the single target attacks that Urshifu is capable of dealing out. The Surging Strikes will come through, and we know it will connect on this Indeedee. So it is gone. We now no longer have the utility for that Psychic Terrain possibly in the future, because we know Davide can bring in that Rillaboom and overwrite it any time it's chosen.
Yeah, and you can see how useful that Rocky Helmet item was. It is enough to take down. There are 1 remaining HP that Urshifu had on its Focus Sash, and now the Protect on the Raging Bolt. Really useful here because it allows it to get through this turn and allow that Rillaboom or the Incineroar to come back onto the field in support with that Fake Out. Preferably if the Rillaboom comes back into play, then also the Thunderclap comes back into play, because that priority is no longer blocked.
Exactly, and also, you know, Tornadus being up in the sky can bypass some of that as well. Rillaboom joining the field, as you said, going to overwrite all the terrain, so Thunderclap is very firmly back on the board, as well as a potential Grassy Glide from that Rillaboom if it wants it in a couple of turns, and the Fake Out. I think priority has been unlocked, Lee.
Yeah, it has, and now you've got the situation where Fake Out can go into the Urshifu, you can break the Sash if it doesn't protect there, and then you can Thunderclap into that Iron Crown and just remove that from the field. The only problem is doing that, you kind of allow the Iron Crown to potentially get another Calm Mind up, if that's what you lock into. So you've got to be careful and get your decisions right here. You could Grassy Glide into the Iron Crown, but this turn around, Zachary just wanted to kind of see what David is kind of locking into, just that double Protect, and probably the safer play this turn.
Yeah, and no Fake Out coming through from this Rillaboom instead, but this could be an opportunity for another Calm Mind boost. No, instead it was just going to be the straight-on Thunderclap coming through from Davide, capitalizing on trying to use that priority to get KOs, because a lot of the HP has been whittled down on most of the Pokemon currently onto the field. Urshifu comes in, but all the others are looking precarious.
Yeah, they are, and the one problem that Zachary has here is, well, you know that the Raging Bolt solo health, you'd say, does the Urshifu have any priority? This one doesn't have Aqua Jet to take advantage of, because that tiny bit of chip could be useful in this scenario. I think both are probably just out of range of that, but the problem is the Iron Crown on Zachary's side is going to be going down to either a Grassy Glide or a Thunderclap here, and a Grassy Glide into the Urshifu, doing huge damage.
Yeah, Urshifu exposed, but the Thunderclap was not the follow-up, instead deciding to take down that Iron Crown, so it cannot go for Expanding Force or Tachyon Cutter here. Instead, Urshifu free to move with the Surging Strikes. It looks like it's going to be able to take down that Raging Bolt, but now with its Focus Sash vulnerable and grassy terrain on the field, it's going to be easily cleaned up by a Grassy Glide from that Rillaboom.
Yeah, and this really comes down to the Tornadus. Can it do the job against this Rillaboom? Because the Rillaboom now going to be threatening the Urshifu with another Grassy Glide. We know we've got a few more turns of that being active on the field. Yes, they're getting a little bit of recovery, but not going to be enough. The Incineroar going to come onto the field now. It does have that Fake Out that it can utilize only into the Urshifu, though, because the Covered Cloak is active on the Tornadus. It's going to have a free time going for a Bleak Wind Storm here. And the Rillaboom taking so much damage already. Is it going to go down to a Bleak Wind Storm? If it connects, it will, and that'll put one step closer Zachary to going through in this top 8 to top 4.
I don't think Tornadus has the wiggle room to maneuver setting up something like a Rain Dance to increase that accuracy. You've just got to go for it. Looks like the Urshifu doing that wise Protect in the face of the potential Fake Out, as Rillaboom just goes straight for the Grassy Glide, identifying Tornadus as the threat, tries to constantly chip away at it. The Bleak Wind Storm connects, but taking down the Rillaboom. Incineroar is the last Pokemon remaining for Davide.
Yeah, it looks like Davide is resigned to the fact that they may have too much of a mountain to climb here, and Zachary doing all the right things to progress into the last section of this tournament. Here we go with the knockoff from the Incineroar. It's not enough to take down this Tornadus and manages to hang on, so it's still a 2v1 situation. The Urshifu, though, has been freed from the shackles of the Rillaboom and going to be able to fire back with an all-important Surging Strikes.
That's the thing, the Surging Strikes will get the knockout. Davide saw the writing on the wall, and Zachary Weed will be advancing to your top 4 here at EUIC.
Wow, what an incredible match. So fast-paced, backward and forward, electric from start to finish, but Zachary coming out on top, and what a way to do it to move into top 4 here at the European International Championships.
Rose told us that Zachary was a trainer to watch, and she certainly was not wrong. Zachary Weed getting into top 4 here at EUIC, an incredible accomplishment. Oh my goodness, what a team, what a match.
Yeah, what a match indeed. I'm still processing half of it because it was so fast-paced. It was just, you know, trade after trade after trade. Expanding Force coming out early in that game 3, doing massive damage, and that was after Calm Mind on the Raging Bolt there. But, you know, the survival on the DD was pretty crucial, because that next turn, that Follow Me, was all important. Not only the Rocky Helmet taking down the Urshifu, but it protected that Iron Crown for one extra turn.
This was definitely a match for the Iron Crown believers out there. The synergy amongst Iron Crown and Ndidi, making sure the terrain was in play to enable that devastating expanding force that we saw do so much damage, weaken up this Raging Bolt in particular for these Surging Strikes to come through, because look, these are doing such minimal damage, a little bit more HP on that Raging Bolt, and it could have stayed in the game.
Yeah, and if it had survived there, I think that might have just put it in favor of Davide to go through and take this match back, but no, unfortunately, it was enough. The Rillaboom going down was the crucial part, though. That Tornado's preservation until the end was so key, and then the Bleak Wind Storm sitting on the edge of your seat. And when that move is decided on, you think, if you're Zachary, just need that to hit. As long as that hits, we know we've locked it up. But thankfully for them, it did. But what a show from both of our trainers. Fast and just so fast-paced and electric.
Absolutely incredible. You could see that reaction exactly from Zachary when the Bleak Wind Storm connected, knowing that was exactly what was needed to lock up top 4, the World Qualification, the trophy as well. Incredible accomplishment.
Absolutely amazing. Yeah, huge congratulations to Zachary, and what a, yeah, just a way to do it as well in such fashion. And, you know, you're not done yet, though, Zachary. You've still got a top 4 to play to try and get to the final, and then a championship match potentially to play tomorrow, which is so exciting. But what an accomplishment and way to lock up that World's invite. It must be such a relief to get to that top 4 and know that you will have that invitation no matter what happens for the rest of the season after such a great performance.
And particularly in that game 3, you know, bringing that Tornadus, the adaptation we were talking about, and then Tornadus is looking down against this Raging Bolt, the perfect adaptation on Davide's side to apply pressure right away, still finding a position out of that, going for the Bleak Wind Storms, not clicking that Tailwind, and that temptation's got to be there, considering in game 2, Davide was able to sweep through with the speed advantage. You're thinking, right, Tailwind's in my back pocket, that's going to be my key to victory, but instead not going for it, saying damage instead is how I'm going to get the job done.
Yeah, sitting in front of a the Raging Bolt with your Tornadoes and going for Bleak Wind Storms, such a brave thing to do, because it's so threatened, right? A Thunderclap coming out in that situation, well, that's the game over there and then. So really well played, knowing that it was so threatened, it probably wasn't the right target that Davide wanted to go after, and getting it right, and yeah, taking and reaping all of the rewards from that decision.
It certainly was a whirlwind of emotion, so let's hear from the trainer themselves about how they feel about being in top 4. Costa, take it away.
Thank you very much, Lou and Lee, and we have got our 3rd semi-finalist, Zachary Weed! What a way to go about it, Zachary. That was an intense set against Davide. How are you feeling, my friend?
I'm feeling great. The balance matchup is very read heavy, so I'm glad I was able to make the right plays and make all the calls right.
100%, and we were just talking about it as well. You have been able to get your direct invitation all the way through to Worlds later in San Francisco this August. What does that mean to you, my friend?
It feels really good. I mean, I'll be honest, I kind of forgot that I got the direct invite from winning this match, because I basically already qualified with getting a top 8, but getting the direct qualification is really nice and allows me to help out my fellow NA players, give a little extra spot down.
What a great way to find out the best place on this stage. And obviously there were a lot of back and forths between Davide. You were able to go ahead and get a very strong game 1 win. You identified, even though you got the Iron Crown, you need to be able to make sure that you got all the supporting cast. So when it goes up, when you were sort of countering this matchup, did you feel like there's any sort of adaptation, or you always go with the same rough lead in order to sort of gauge your opponent's play style?
So going into this match, I knew that Terra Dragon Calm Mind Crown was very effective into his team. The only strong ways for him to hit it are close combat on Urshifu, Dragon Pulse on Raging Bolt, and then the Landorus. And if you can get it Calm Mind set up, you can basically just sweep through the entire team. So I identified Landorus Crown as a lead because it offensively pressures most of his team and gives me the strongest way to set up the Crown for the end game. And the lead worked out game 1 because I was expecting the Raging Bolt, and it allows me to put on more offensive pressure while having my own setup mode.
And I mean, that's the beauty of being able to have setup versus setup as well. It sort of, you could offset it in a very good way. And we saw game 2, Davide brought the fire and was able to identify Stella, does actually put in a lot of work as a potential. But then game 3, you saw the lead of Raging Bolt. You brought your Torn Urshifu. What was the first thing that came to mind?
So I saw that lead, I was like, oh man, I was not very happy to see that because I was debating bringing my Landorus back because I felt like he was going to switch back to the mode and expect me to bring my Tornadus, but I opted to bring it just in case he decided that the Landorus Urshifu lead was still strong and wanted to run it back. But basically having Torn there meant a dead slot for most of the game because it just could not do meaningful damage to Raging Bolt really, so I had to get very aggressive with the Bleakwind Storms and the switch-ins and setup opportunities.
Yeah, exactly, and you're sort of having to rely on the connect of the Bleakwind Storm towards the end game there, because you knew you should be able to round it out. There's sort of an offset. Do you drop the Urshifu or do you have the Iron Crown? But as long as you get damage and deal with the Rage Bolt, you would be absolutely square. So I want to go ahead and give you an opportunity. There's a lot of emotions going through right now. You've been able to get through. We want to make sure you do get some rest, but 2 very quick points. First off, do you have any shout outs that you would like to give to anybody here in the lovely audience or at home, wherever they are?
So first and foremost, shout out to my family for supporting me and allowing me to go on these trips. It was a big commitment going all the way from New England to London, and I'm glad that my family was able to, or agreed to support me in this. Second, I want to thank the people who worked on the team with me, Justin Knox for originally creating the concept, and Andrew Figueres and Adi for working on the team and pushing it and getting it to the best version it can be. Shout out to all my other friends in the audience and at home watching and being supportive of me. I'm super glad that there's so many people that support me in what I do and will always be there for me.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Thank you so much, Zachary. 30th anniversary coming up. Who's your favorite Pokemon and why? And I'm curious to see if you didn't say Iron Crown.
Iron Crown's up there, but for me, my favorite has to be Whimsicott. I mean, it's basically my online presence. So it's just he's a cool dude, cool support, just kind of cute and awesome, I guess.
All-rounder, pretty much. But there we go. We are one more set away to seeing how the crown will go about its progress. But with that being said, one final quarter-final, so we can figure out who our 4th semi-finalist is. So, one last round of applause to Zachary. And we'll be back very shortly for some more action.
Tell me if we had to start from the beginning once again, would it be worth it? Retrace every single step that led us to this very moment, would you do it? Every high and every low, knowing just where the path would go, every sacrifice we made, would you do it all again so we could stand up here and say,
Take you all back to the scene of just a small town kid who believed. Growing up, I'd throw a ball against the wall and dream of making the league. So when I got a starter, no, I really started a team. From the first loss till the first bash, I articulated what the words lacked. On the journey, pushing forward to evolve with my friends, I look back at every battle and I do it again.
Every high and every low,
and again and again,
knowing just where the path would go,
all the way up to victory road.
No
regrets, so I live for the game.
Trainers, let me hear you say, Every step and every scar, every wish upon a star, built the strength to chase the sun. We faced our fears, refused to run, from humble stars to dreams of glory high. Now our names echo across the sky. It's our
The best way to test your team is to get a group of friends together and hold a tournament. Check your show 6, pick 3, and learn how to work your way out of situations, tough situations, easy situations.
So when I'm preparing for a regional, what I usually do is I play a lot of live, and I have a spreadsheet next to me with like every single deck I play, what deck I'm playing against, whether or not I went first or second, and then every single mistake I made, and whether just like everything that I could get from a single game, and that helps me just like condense all my knowledge and get better at my deck as quickly as possible.
I think it's very important that you never cut out your team or a team member too early. You need a few games to determine, okay, this isn't gonna work. You know, just testing so many games over the past like 2 months. That's how I ended up with the 6 that I have here today. Some unconventional, but sometimes if it fits for your team, that's what you need to go with.
Practice with, I'd say, the Great League or the Ultra League. Go on the app and just like practice. Learn some strategies and just practice, basically. Practice makes perfect, so.
Personally, live and going to locals, I go once or twice a week as best as I can. You know, and going against people, it's different from live, but like it's good to get the reps in.
I think that there are a few good ways to test your team. Some of the best include just competing at locals and going out and getting real experience with other players, because sometimes what looks good on paper doesn't always do well in practice, so that's always good. But also working with friends and other people who are interested in the same Pokemon and archetypes that you are, because a lot of times we all see the game differently, and you never know what you can learn from those people, even though they want to use the same things as you. So.
Back here with the last of the top 8 at the Pokémon 2026 European International Championships. We have confirmed 3 out of 4 of our top 4 players. We're going to be having Francesco Piopero battling it out against previous EUIC champion Paul Chua in our first semi-final, and we need to determine who's going to be joining Zachary Weed in the second semi-final. Will it be Roberto Parente or will it be Eric Rios?
Ooh, Italy versus Spain. I feel like it's a tale as old as time when it comes down to the strongest regions in Europe, and I am excited that this is going to be our bookend on our top 8 matches.
Yeah, and it's going to be a very exciting end to our top 8 here. They've already put on a show for us. Francesco Piopero with the very unique team coming out. I don't think many people were expecting it. Paul, of course, uses what he thinks is the most consistent team in the format and has done very well with what's considered the balance. We've got a Psy-Spam team with a Landorus Therian as the adaptation over something like the Regidrago that we've been seeing mostly with Iron Crown Psy-Spam. But is there going to be that slight variation going back to the Regidrago with Roberto Parente, because he is also committing to that Iron Crown Indeedee?
Right. Roberto does have a more hyper-offensive team where Eric is known for playing balance. He loves to be able to play these teams that have multiple different options. You have a chance to showcase your skill expression in terms of positioning games that you end up playing. But Eric's take is a little bit different. It is going to have a trick room component added to it, and so maybe that's going to be something that ends up playing a role here. But honestly, I'm just so excited to be able to feature these two top trainers. Eric Rios is a previous EUIC champion. He would join a very small number of players that is able to win multiple ICs. And Roberto Parente, I mean, this is a player that has made top cut at the World Championships back in 2022, and also got that top 8 in Liverpool in 2024 when we were playing this format.
And in both of those, he was using an Ndidi with something to benefit from that psychic terrain. It was the Calyrex Shadow Rider in the World's top 16 in London. And then I think it was just this team 2 years ago in Liverpool. Exactly the same 6, so going for the comfort pick there. And speaking of 2 years ago, that's exactly the same 6 that Nils Dunlop was able to take the European International Championship in 24 with, and it seems like Eric is relying on that, and it seems like for good reason.
Eric is such an accomplished player, 4-time regional and special champion, of course, a UIC champion from 2022 when we resumed our circuit, and now you can kind of see kind of the options that he has available to him. I would still consider this a balanced team, right? You still have the Porygon 2 and the Ursaluna that gives you that Trick Room mode, but you have the ways to play outside of it, and of course, like just having the tanky options of the Porygon 2, the Amoonguss, the Incineroar, of course, to be able to have your pivoting pal over there to give you a lot of different tools.
Do you consider a pivot pal if it doesn't have its pal in Rillaboom?
I think you have to consider it a pivot, because it's a part of the pivot pals, right?
It is part of the pivot pals,
a pivot pal.
And I'm glad that I've finally won you over. So
I like the alliteration.
Exactly, right? So looking at Eric's team, as we mentioned, it's almost identical to the team that Nils Dunlop was able to use 2 years ago. The Flutter Mane is exactly the same moveset with the Booster Energy. It was Substitute that was able to take that, but it was Choice Scarf on the Urshifu that Nils had on that team, and it's Mystic Water instead coming out for Eric. Apart from that, maybe some Terra types. I think it's identical.
I think you're right about that one. I love the Assault Vest Incineroar on this set. I feel like it's going to be one of the perfect counters to have against Roberto's team. A lot of the offense that Roberto's going to rely upon is special. When you look at the Regidrago, the Iron Crown as well with Expanding Force, Incineroar has that great natural dark typing. It's going to make it immune to those psychic attacks, and so that actually does neutralize one of the biggest threats of damage on Roberto's team.
Yeah, and you've got the Terra Fairy available on the Amoonguss as well. Usually there for Raging Bolt to redirect and completely make the Carmine variant useless. And you've also got the Fairy type in the Flutter Mane as well that can turn into a Water type, and I think that's quite a unique Terra type. I don't think I've seen that really at all on any Flutter Mane.
Terra Water is certainly a unique one, but I like it because you do have a bit more staying power versus something I feel like the Rapid Strike Urshifu, so maybe you don't need to actually invest more in your defensive capabilities. You can just kind of, you know, hedge your bets a little if you're going to face one like a Choice Scarf Rapid Strike Urshifu, which is going to be missing out on some of the damage capacity that you would otherwise see from a Mystic Water or a Life Orb set.
Yeah, but it does have Terra Water to be able to boost that up, and a lot of the Mystic Water variants have been opting for the defensive Terra Steel, so you do actually get slightly stronger with a Terra Water compared to Mystic Water, and it's got the really cool tech move of the Rock Tomb as well. That's definitely there just for speed control, because it's not going to be doing too much damage, but getting that -1 speed could be crucial here.
You have a couple of other ways that you can capitalize on that. Regidrago is going to be very fast. Tornadus also can set the Tailwind, even the Rain Dance to kind of help out with this Urshifu. But I'm really keeping my eyes on this Iron Crown and this Ndidi. Is this actually a potent pair here for Parente?
Yeah, it's usually the main focus of this team. You've got the very heavy hitters in the Regidrago paired with the Iron Crown. Of course, Iron Crown covers the Pokemon that would beat the Regidrago very, very nicely. Of course, Terra Fairy is the main reason, and we'll have to see if that's going... Wow, speaking of, you don't usually lead with both of them, but it seems like that's what Roberto's going with here.
Yeah, we have the Regidrago next to the Iron Crown and a couple of information pieces to get through. The Cork Drive giving a special attack boost here to this Iron Crown, and then we ended up seeing the Porygon 2 go ahead and get its download boost.
Yeah, and you've got Fake Out available, and of course, you got to contend with the Indeedee. Indeedee could just be waiting in the back, so it doesn't allow a safe Fake Out to be able to get the Trick Room. However, I don't know if that's entirely necessary. I reckon that Porygon 2, as bulky as it is, can stand in the face of a Dragon Energy and a Tachyon Cutter from Iron Crown. I think it would be incredibly close, but Eric's not going for that, playing it safe, going for that Fake Out, no Indeedee switch in.
Yeah, I would definitely be a little bit nervous to have to face that, especially if there is a critical hit involved. So I think the Fake Out makes a lot of sense to neutralize the Regidrago on this turn. Porygon 2 is free to set up the Trick Room, and now you see these two pretty fast Pokemon in the Iron Crown and the Regidrago out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, this is a pretty reasonable position now. You did get away with getting that Trick Room. The Tachyon Cutter did more than I expected. I wouldn't actually have been surprised if Dragon Energy would have been able to pick up the KO on that Porygon 2, even as bulky as it is. But now, because the Trick Room has been active, usually the Iron Crown teams, if Trick Room is on the field, that's not so ideal for them because they tried to burst through with damage, and now the damage can happen first on Eric's side of the field.
Eric is going to be able to utilize the Incineroar. With the Assault Vest means you've got 4 attacks available, and so pick your poison. And it's going to be the Terra Water for this Iron Crown, so it is going to neuter some of the ability of this knockoff to deal that super effective damage. The Regidrago has also protected itself in the form of just a Protect Shield. Porygon 2, the first to move on an actual attack, is going to use Recover to get rid of all of the damage that the Iron Crown dealt with the Tachyon Cutter, and that is going to be where this turn ends, as actually the Iron Crown is going to go for the Terra Blast into the Incineroar. It is just going to do a good chunk of damage, but not quite enough for a knockout.
Yeah, the Assault Vest really helping out there, but Roberto definitely got the better end of that turn. Yes, the Porygon 2 is now completely healthy once again, but that was a much better damage trade for Roberto there, because of course, even though it didn't pick up the knockout Incineroar, it will two-shot it. So now it does have to contend with, do I stay on the field, still get that knockoff into, well, what was the Regidrago, maybe something else instead, switching in. I'd like to knock off the Indeedee, but that allows us Expanding Force to be active now.
That's true. Psychic Surge activated once this Indeedee switches in will set up that Psychic Terrain to allow that Expanding Force to be a spread attack. Terra Blast is just going to do a little bit of damage, and Indeedee, it has that Rocky Helmet to boost up the power of that knockoff, but now it is gone. Hangs on with just a little bit, but the Expanding Force isn't going to actually connect onto the Incineroar because of that Dark typing. Porygon 2, though, gets brought down to half. Still a couple of room turns remaining.
Yeah, and I think the momentum's still on Roberto's side, because we saw there the Terra Blast did not really do much damage, getting the attack boost instead of the special attack boost. Really coming back to bite the Porygon there, because I think the Iron Crown's still in a reasonably nice position here. I think for Eric, at least the Porygon 2 is underspeeding the Incineroar, so that can KO the Indeedee, and then the Incineroar will be redirected into the Iron Crown instead. And I think it would have been slightly better the other way around for Roberto. But yeah, the Indeedee probably going down this turn, so doing what it can and going for that Helping Hand.
Helping Hand is going to boost up the power of this Iron Crown. If it goes for the Expanding Force, it feels like it's just going to keep forcing this Porygon 2 to have to go for the Recover. But the knockoff goes into the Iron Crown, and since there is no item available with that booster energy being consumed at the beginning of the game, it's not going to be doing that much damage. Expanding Force in response, though, yeah, this Porygon 2 is definitely on borrowed time.
Yeah, I think we're on the last turn of Trick Room here as well, because Roberto was able to stall it out with a Hyper Offense team expertly here.
That's hard to do.
It's very hard to do, especially in the quarterfinals of an international championship. Because, yeah, the Porygon 2 can try to go for a Recover, but even if you go for Follow Me and Expanding Force and don't KO the Porygon 2, it should be in range of that attack on the next turn, and then Trick Room will be over, and Roberto's completely free to go on the offense.
Follow Me helps this Iron Crown dish out that last bit of damage as Porygon 2 is forced to turn its direction towards that Indeedee. Gets knocked out for its troubles, but hopefully has bought this Iron Crown enough time to get a final attack off. Incineroar goes for another knockoff, still no item for it to be able to actually boost up that damage. And this poor Porygon is going to get knocked out on this turn. Incineroar's actually done quite a bit, though. You've traded blow for blow with the supportive Pokemon on Roberto and Eric's side.
Yeah, but that's the Trick Room over, and that's no longer available for Eric's side of the field because the Porygon has been felled. Here comes the Ogerpon, though, respecting the fact that even though Trick Room was the initial strategy here, Fluttermane was brought to respect the Regidrago. So, yeah, we're going to see what boost the Fluttermane is going to get. It was speed for Nils Dunlop when he had it, but it's special attack here for Eric Rios instead. And now it depends on the training between the Fluttermane and the Ogerpon, because a special attack boosting Fluttermane is not necessarily faster than a max speed Ogerpon. We'll have to see if Eric, well, potentially if it's got a Trick Room mode, maybe it might be a slower variant.
It could be, but I feel like a lot of the Ogerpon nowadays are bulked down just a little bit, trained to be a bit more defensive, so I kind of imagine that Ogerpon, or at least if you're Eric, you have to assume that this Ogerpon might just be slower overall than your own Fluttermane, or at the very least, you have to try to go into this next turn expecting that your Fluttermane can get the outspeed.
Yeah, and it very likely can. Especially if you train it faster than Ogerpon. Fluttermane can still do that while getting a special attack boost. Then you do sacrifice a lot of speed, and yet there we go. Fluttermane is outspeeding and knocking out this Iron Crown.
Iron Crown down for the count. Terrestrialization off the board. With this Hearthflame, Ogerpon still getting a chance to move. It does have its pick of target. It can secure a knockout onto this Incineroar, or it's going to secure a knockout onto the Fluttermane. A one-hit knockout, and that is without grassy terrain, by the way.
Yeah, that is incredibly powerful here. And yeah, you do get the U-turn into the Ogerpon, so you are going to be able to intimidate it after what we've seen. The Ursaluna is waiting in the back, comes in, and then you've got Fake Out pressure. I think just as the Psychic Terrain will disappear, there might be one more turn, but I don't think that really matters at this point because the Regidrago is still incredibly healthy. It did take a tiny little bit of damage from Fake Out, but that is definitely still going to be strong enough to get the knockout on this Incineroar for sure, and it will do absolutely massive damage to this Ursaluna. So yeah, the Psychic Terrain, it does seem like it is still just about around, so not even a need for a double protected to stall out the Fake Out. There we go. Thank you very much, Eric. There was one more turn of Psychic Terrain. But yeah, this is just going to be a Dragon Energy. Incineroar's gone. And then you get to follow up with your Wood Hammer. And Ursaluna's also gone. And Roberto should take this game one.
Really should happen with the Ogerpon and the Regidrago being faster than this Ursaluna. But if something out of the ordinary is to happen, maybe Eric can actually try to weave in one final attack. That is why he is not going to be leaving this game just yet, and even committing the Terrestrialization onto the Ursaluna just in case that is not the full target of the two attacks from this Regidrago. Now, it does have the opportunity to go for something like the Draco Meteor or the Earth Power. In fact, it's actually going to be the Ogerpon that's going to be the fastest, so it gets to go for the Wood Hammer into the Ursaluna. It does keep it around, but the Dragon Energy from a very, very healthy Regidrago is enough to get the double KO. And so Roberto wins the first game in this Masters Division Top 8 match against Eric Rios.
That was expertly done as well. I don't know why you're shaking your head there, Roberto. You played fantastically in that first game.
I think he was stressed.
Yeah, he stole out Trick Room with a hyper offense team, and that's one of the hardest things to do in the game. So it was really, really nicely done. And then there was the mix-up of, well, actually, no, I'm not going for Trick Room. Here's my Fluttermane, and it's gone. And then suddenly Regidrago was able to sweep through. Because, of course, if Fluttermane's still around, then the Regidrago can't go for those Dragon Energies very safely. But because the Fluttermane was one-shot by that Wood Hammer, and it did need to be Wood Hammer, Ivy Cudgel would not have been enough. It had to be Wood Hammer for that extra damage output. That was what secured it, because then that just completely freed up that Regidrago for that last Dragon Energy.
Yeah, the base power of the Wood Hammer was certainly important, as you see that one-hit knockout into the Fluttermane. I was going to say, I think for sure you get a knockout onto either, but I was not expecting the Ogerpon to go after the Fluttermane in that particular instance. Either way, it worked out great for Roberto in that very first game. One more game win, and he gets to move on to the top 4, where Zachary Weed is waiting in the bracket. Eric Rios has got to get himself back into this one with a game win, but that Ursaluna and the Porygon 2 strategy was not enough. I felt like that Ursaluna never got any turns in Trick Room. Yeah, it didn't get any turns in Trick Room.
It didn't at all, and if you're going for the Trick Room strategy, you kind of need the Ursaluna in Trick Room to be able to do the damage. Porygon 2 didn't come out from Roberto's team.
I think it was tough because if you go back to the way that first game started, it was Porygon 2 next to the Incineroar. Incineroar went for the fake out, just be able to stop the Regidrago from being able to use that Dragon Energy, but then it left it in an awkward position where it didn't have the ability to go for something like a parting shot because it's an Assault Vest set. It doesn't have those supportive tools available that make those pivot outs just a little bit more comfortable. But we see a run back of the leads for Roberto as well as Eric as we enter into this game number 2. An attack boost again from this Porygon 2 from the download ability, and that Quark Drive is going to be boosted to the special attack for the Iron Crown.
Yeah, so we're in exactly the same mind game on that first turn. Yes, there could be an Indeedee switch in the face of the fake out. But given how the game 1 ended up turning out, I don't think that was particularly necessary on this first turn. The Dragon Energy and Tachyon Cutter, based on just the damage that Tachyon Cutter did, probably does KO the opposing Porygon 2, and that's why we're seeing that repeat. The Regidrago would do more damage here, so that is the choice of fake out target.
Now, but the Tachyon Cutter into the Porygon 2 is going to, once again, just bring that Porygon 2 to about half as the Trick Room gets set up. I almost wonder if there's ever an opportunity for you to consider going for something like an Ice Beam into the Regidrago, but we've seen the same outcome from that first turn of Game 1 as we see in Game 2.
Yeah, and of course you've got to contend with the Indeedee switch in to get the Expanding Force active. Of course, not going to be trying to block the fake out that could be happening. That's already done on the first turn. But we saw how massive damage the Iron Crown was able to do with those Expanding Forces. It does about half damage to the Porygon, and with the helping hand behind it as well, it was doing 75%. It was doing huge damage here, but here is a Terrestrialization once again. If we're seeing it, yeah, there's no switches. We saw a Protect in the first game on the Regidrago and an attack with the Iron Crown. Are we going to be seeing a repeat once again?
Right. I mean, the Protects were so important to help stall out those turns of Trick Room, but there's not going to be a Protect this time around. Roberto using this second turn, knowing that Porygon 2 would have loved to be able to go for a recover here, saying maybe I get away with something that I'm not supposed to. Terra Blast from the Iron Crown goes once again into this Incineroar, bringing it quite low, but any follow-up damage here from the Regidrago might be good to get it over the edge, but not when the Regidrago is going to be that low in HP.
Yeah, that's not much damage at all. We're so used to the massive damage that Dragon Energy can do, but of course, based on HP stat, that really can't do it. If it would have been something like a Draco Meteor or even just Earth Power would have done it into Incineroar, I reckon, even without the Life Orb. It might have been close with the Assault Vest, but Draco Meteor would have for sure done it. But I guess you don't want to give that paid switch into the Ursaluna while Trick Room's still active.
It would be really tough, but that's kind of the calls you have to make when you're in this situation, trying to get yourself into the top 4 of an international championship. Roberto says, okay, I got a little damage down, but maybe the Regidrago is going to be better when this Trick Room is over. Here's the Indeedee to set up the Psychic terrain, and this Iron Crown is going to do just a little bit of damage to it thanks to the Porygon 2. Now we see the knockoff into the Indeedee, again, just removing that Rocky Helmet, but it's the Expanding Force. It's done a good chunk, but this Porygon 2 is around, and Incineroar doesn't actually get, doesn't get knocked out on that last turn.
That's what you're looking for, right? You want the paid switch into the Ursaluna so that it can start making use of the Trick Room, and it hasn't been able to hit the field here. We've already gone through 2 turns of the Trick Room, and this will be the 3rd, so whatever the last turn will be, you could easily just protect out that last turn, and we've seen the Iron Crown was able to shrug off a load of attacks here, so it's comfortable to go on the offensive.
The Helping Hand is going to make this damage calc on the Porygon 2 a little bit tough. I don't know whether or not the Porygon 2 can actually get through this, but I know the Indeedee cannot get through another knockoff. Incineroar is going to remain on a sliver of HP because it's not going to be affected by this Expanding Force thanks to its Dark typing. But with the Expanding Force into the Porygon 2, it actually just barely hangs on. So great recovery from Eric to go for that in the beginning of this turn.
Yeah, and we're down to the final turn of Trick Room here. Granted, the Porygon and the Incineroar will be able to make use of it, but Ursaluna, if it's waiting in the back, surely will not. If the Porygon goes for a recover, it's not going on the offensive, and then Incineroar won't be able to do too much here. You can't go for a knockoff into the Iron Crown for too much damage because it's already used its booster energy. So yeah, I think probably U-turn would be the most likely thing coming out from Incineroar, because then you get to preserve it, you get to intimidate the opposing Ogerpon as well in the future. But then if you're going for U-turn, you're just not really doing the damage, and you haven't made use of the Trick Room as well as you would like once again.
Well, I think it's hard too, because if you go for U-turn, you might sacrifice a little bit of damage and HP onto kind of your big sweepers with the Flutter Mane and the Ursaluna that are back. But with the recover onto the Porygon too, and maybe if you get a little bit of extra damage, I mean, it's helpful. But yeah, Spiky Shield isn't going to actually be the target of the attack there from the Incineroar. The Porygon 2 hangs on this time around, so Helping Hand was really necessary if you want to see that Porygon 2 actually take the edge.
But you didn't want to KO the Porygon 2 that turn, because now you've got an absolutely guaranteed double knockout into this incredibly low HP Porygon Incineroar. And if there's a switch out, well, what's the switch in? A Flutter Mane? That's going to go down to the combination of Expanding Force and an attack from the Ogerpon. Well, the other switch in, Ursaluna, that's going to go down to a combination of Expanding Force and whatever attack that the Ogerpon would want to go for. So that's exactly what Roberto was going for here. No switch out. Easy double KO.
Yeah, super safe for Roberto to just go on the offensive with an attack from both the Ogerpon as well as Iron Crown. And this is looking really tough here for Eric. You have a full health Flutter Mane in the back. And of course, like your 2 Pokemon that are going to get revealed here will be at full HP. But for Roberto, I think he's like, I feel like this is still an okay position to be in.
Yeah, I think this is entirely reasonable. The thing I'm curious about is if the Flutter Mane goes for a substitute, will Tachyon Cutter still be able to get the 1-move knockout? Because it will break the substitute and then still hit the Flutter Mane. I would suspect that Flutter Mane's very good special defense stat will be able to save it from just one Tachyon Cutter taking 75% of its HP. But if that's not going to be the case, then I guess you can go for the Expanding Force once again. That would potentially break substitute. You've only got one more turn of Psychic Terrain again. Thank you very much, Eric. So you can still go for the Expanding Force, and that's going to be able to pick up a knockout in combination with whatever the Ogerpon would want to go for. And we're seeing the Protect come out from both Pokemon on Eric's side of the field, so that's surely to stall out the last turn of Psychic Terrain.
Well, of course, because then that means that Expanding Force on the following turn is going to be a single target attack. And Roberto then has to pick and choose which Pokemon he actually wants to go after. It's still a tough uphill battle for Eric as he has these final 2 Pokemon remaining. But if he guesses correctly what the target of this attack is going to be, maybe even gets in another random Protect, then perhaps he can keep himself in this. The added benefit of the double Protect here is that Ursaluna now does have its Guts activated.
Yeah, that is another benefit for sure. I'm just curious, I don't think you could have the opportunity to go for a substitute here. Because if, for example, there's just Wood Hammer and Tachyon Cutter into that Flutter Mane, well, that's going to be able to surely pick up the knockout. I guess, actually, no, if there's substitute, the Ogerpon will outspeed, break the substitute, but then Tachyon Cutter, if there's a Terra Water that's so unique on the Flutter Mane, that could save it. But then at the same time, you need to save the Ursaluna from the Wood Hammer by going for the Terra Ghost. So that, it's almost like a lose-lose because you've got so much damage that can come out from Roberto's side, and you can't mitigate both. You have to go for the Terra Water because of the Tachyon Cutter, but you have to go for the Terra Ghost because of the Wood Hammer, and you can only choose one.
The Terrestrialization important, and so will be the follow-up damage. It looks like Eric is happy to lock in the Terra Ghost on the Ursaluna and cross his fingers, hope for the best. This Terra Ghost is going to be really nice to help save this Ursaluna from the Wood Hammer. We even saw in that last game that if the Ogerpon does attack into this Flutter Mane, you are going to be able to get a knockout with the Wood Hammer. Moonblast instead into the Iron Crown is going to secure 1 extra knockout on the board here for Eric, bringing Roberto down to his final 2 Pokemon. So what did this Ogerpon end up doing? It actually made a call into the Ursaluna, so that Terra Ghost was perfect. Now you might be felled to, you were definitely going to be felled to this Facade here. A critical hit not mattering at all. Regidrago gets to come back in, but Flutter Mane with that speed advantage and the Regidrago being as low as it is, there are not many ways that Roberto can actually get through this anymore. It's going to be either the Flutter or the Ursaluna that will be able to get the cleanup of this game and keep Eric in this match.
Yeah, we're going to a game 3 for sure at this point. This is just the Moonblast and Regidrago has been KO'd. A very nice call there because that could have been a redirection with the Ogerpon to soak up the Moonblast very, very comfortably, and it could have been Tachyon Cutter into Flutter Mane instead, but it didn't go for the Terra Water. It left itself open, but Eric made the right call and has taken us into that all-important Game 3.
It is hard when you have to think about where is my opponent going to put the damage.
Yeah.
Because in all the scenarios that you laid out there, it really is about Eric kind of deciding what is Roberto's priority. Is it going to be dealing with my Flutter Mane? Can I maybe see a world where Roberto just decides to leave it? Maybe see if I'm going for a double Protect? There are so many different scenarios that could have played out on that turn. But Eric getting it right means that we get to go to a Game 3.
Yeah, and I couldn't be happier because we're getting all the action that we can possibly get here. And it was a really, really good game. I thought that the last time the Trick Room ending, and then, well, here's the guaranteed double KO views. There's nothing you can do about it. Well, that didn't matter because there were 2 other Pokemon waiting in the back that could do something about it. And yeah, that final call, I think if the Terra Water had happened on the Flutter Mane and it had just been Wood Hammer and Protect on the Iron Crown, then that's surely the game for Roberto. And again, even if there was just, even if there wasn't Terra Water on the Flutter Mane, we saw the Wood Hammer be able to one-shot that Flutter Mane in game 1. So if the Iron Crown would have protected, or even if the Ogerpon had gone for the redirection in the Follow Me, that could have been a Tachyon Katakeo. But I think that the unique terror of Terra Water was what put Roberto off that play.
Hard to make a decision when you might be facing unfamiliar territory, but now we have had a lot of information exchanged between Eric and Roberto as we enter into this game 3. Not a huge surprise to me that we're seeing the same leads as we've seen from the 2 previous games to kick off this final one to decide who will move on to the top 4.
Yeah, we're going to just see that repeat. It seems like Eric is perfectly content to go for that fake out, and of course the Regidrago is the main target because that will do the most amount of damage. But do you switch in the Indeedee this time to be able to potentially get extra damage with the Expanding Force? Because if you do, then you'll be doing extra damage to that Porygon 2, while also getting your Indeedee straight on the field for those helping hands. Or do we just see the same thing? Or maybe you're expecting Eric to switch it up potentially, but nope. Here we go. Once again, all 3 games, fake out the Regidrago.
Yeah, I mean, you could have considered conditioning to be a part of this, but it is just going to be a complete run back of everything that we have seen so far. Porygon 2 getting to utilize that Trick Room, but now how is Roberto going to get himself out of this one? We saw the Regidrago go for Protect on game 1, then it went for the Dragon Energy in game 2, and it has a potential here to either switch out again or go for a single target attack.
Yeah, we saw that Roberto was very content to go for the Terra Water Terra Blast into the Incineroar, and it is a 2-shot. We've definitely confirmed that. But if you go for that, then are you opening yourself up to potentially, well, I was going to say, potentially the Indeedee switching could have helped here to really start getting the offense, but there's the Terra once again.
Yeah, and the Terra means that Roberto is going to keep this Iron Crown in. We have already seen him commit to this Pokemon in games 1 and 2, but it's about what this Regidrago might do here. It's not actually going to leave the field, and it's not going to protect, as Eric double targets into the Iron Crown. It is a Terra Blast as well as a knockoff to bring this Iron Crown to below half, but with a Terra Blast into the Incineroar, this could be a big KO for Roberto. What does he decide to do with this Regidrago? It's going to be the Draco Meteor. He splits the difference with the damage into these 2 Pokemon, and Porygon 2 is out. Is this a good thing for Eric, knowing that he has a free switch into the Ursaluna?
This will allow this Ursaluna to actually benefit from Trick Room in this game. Oh, but if that would have been a Dragon Energy, though, that would have knocked out the Incineroar with the Porygon 2 there, and then that brings in the Flutter Mane in Trick Room that can't be reversed, and then surely you're going to be able to take care of that Flutter Mane very comfortably. But no, the Draco Meteor, playing it safe in case the knockoff did go into the Regidrago, because then it's still able to pick up the knockout on the Porygon 2. But here is the Ursaluna in Trick Room, granted, not yet burned, so it might not be able to do the damage that Eric is looking for, but the Iron Crown is under half here. I would suspect that it is going to be in range of even an Unguts boosted Headlong Rush.
Headlong Rush KOs the Iron Crown, then you've gotten rid of at least 1 Pokemon. I think Eric is hoping that Roberto actually removes this Regidrago from play since it is at -2 thanks to that Draco Meteor. It's why we see the switch-in of this Flutter Mane. So hope you get the knockout onto the Iron Crown. Iron Crown just goes for Protect, so maybe this is going to be a bit safer. And Flutter Mane might get in scot-free. But the Regidrago has not gone for a Protect on this turn, so it is going to get off another attack. And it will be the Draco Meteor into this Ursaluna at -2. That still really hurts because that Life Orb is still intact.
Yeah.
And that Ursaluna gets chunked to half.
Yeah, that was a very, very nice play there for Roberto. Of course, we are still in Trick Room, and the Flutter Mane has just joined the field, but we still have to contend with this Ursaluna that is now Guts boosted. So I would expect that now we've got the Guts, the Iron Crown should be in range of Earthquake, but Regidrago, that will be very, very close. But even if it doesn't, then it's not going to be doing the damage it needs to now, because it's got that -4 after 2 Dracos.
So the Regidrago is definitely not a threat to this Flutter Mane, and it's not going to be a threat for a knockout onto the Ursaluna unless we see something like a crit. Roberto also knows that this Iron Crown would get knocked out to a single target attack from this Ursaluna, so it's going to be the Indeedee that takes its place instead. At the very minimum, if this Ursaluna makes contact with this Indeedee, it does get a bit of Rocky Helmet recoil, even if it is a one-hit KO. So Indeedee goes down for the count. Regidrago is going to still move on this turn, and with that extra bit of damage, maybe it gets it over the line.
It will with the burn.
The burn is going to be enough to knock out this Ursaluna, so I think that Regidrago has actually done a lot here. But Fluttermane at the end of this turn, despite the speed that it has, is going to set up a substitute for itself, and that is something that Eric gets to play around with once this Trick Room expires, or even just to help him get through these final turns of Trick Room, with this Fluttermane being as vulnerable as it is in terms of the speed it sits at.
Yeah, but we are still in that Trick Room. So now do you bring in the Iron Crown once again to try and get that Tachyon cut to break the substitute and still hit the Fluttermane afterwards? It does seem like that is what Roberto is going for. Of course, there is still Psychic Terrain on the field, so Fake Out is not an option for this Incineroar, but Incineroar will be underspeeding everything, so it will be able to get an attack off, and based on the damage we've seen in the previous game, Knockoff shouldn't be able to KO either Pokemon here, and that should allow you to be able to KO this Incineroar with the Terra Blast, and then that allows the Ogerpon to potentially be able to beat this Fluttermane as well, so long as you can break that substitute. I think this substitute's the only thing keeping Eric in this game. If there wasn't that substitute, Ogerpon will be able to take the game after a Terra Blast KOs the Incineroar, but if you can preserve that well enough, that might be the edge that Eric needs.
Fluttermane has its choice of attacking option with either the Moonblast or the Shadow Ball. But since the Regidrago is going to be at -6, I feel like Roberto might want the opportunity here to actually switch it out. So can Eric make the call?
Oh,
There is going to be a switch in, and there is one. So Regidrago retreats for now, and it is going to be the Ogerpon that comes into its place. So if Eric can get rid of this, then he might actually still have a chance in this game. The Fluttermane is going to be the first to move, as it does have that terrestrialization it can expend, and it's going to be able to keep it safe from this Tachyon Cutter. But it is just a tough call if that first Tachyon Cutter is going to be enough to actually get through that substitute.
Yeah, I don't think with the Terra Water it will. I reckon 2 will, but yeah, that Terra Water is going to be really, really nice here because Eric has called it. It would seem the Flare Blitz went into the Regidrago that turned into an Ogerpon. That's got to be in range of Shadow Ball now. And yeah, the Terra Blast is going to KO the Incineroar, but surely this is a follow-up Shadow Ball to KO that opposing Ogerpon. And then this Fluttermane should be able to take it.
Eric's gonna have to hope so. With Roberto and Eric tied one apiece, the stakes could not be higher for them to make it into the top 4. Fluttermane's Shadow Ball lands into the Ogerpon, securing the knockout, and Roberto gets to bring back in this Regidrago, but the substitute still being intact, and with Fluttermane having the speed, Fluttermane will be able to actually take a knockout onto one of these Pokemon.
Yeah, and we've seen in the previous game, Moonblast is able to knock out this Iron Crown from the amount of HP it's at. So yeah, like I mentioned, the substitute is being very, very useful here for Eric. You've only got Earth Power. Well, actually, no, you can. I think with the Terra Water, you can go for the Draco Meteor now to be able to KO the Fluttermane. So it might come down to just which one do you attack and which one protects, because it doesn't have access to Dazzling Gleam. It sacrificed that for substitute. So here comes the Fluttermane Protectly. So if Roberto went for a Protect with one of his Pokemon, he might need to consider a double Protect. So that's surely got to be the target coming out from Eric. Oh,
There is not going to be a Protect at all, so there is still a really tough mind game to play here as Eric has to pick a target on the next turn and hope that he gets it correct, because Protect is available to both the Iron Crown as well as the Regidrago on this next turn.
Yeah, so surely one of them's got to protect. Like, Roberto has to protect one of them, because if Moonblast goes off, Eric should be able to win, because the substitute will keep the Fluttermane safe, and then Moonblast will KO the other Pokemon. So which one protects? Roberto has to go for one of them, and is Eric going to call correct?
It is just so tough here, because I feel like it's easy to call the Protect on the Regidrago, but maybe it's just going to be the Iron Crown also going for Protect here. But yeah, Roberto gets the call correctly with the Regidrago having to eat the Moonblast. This is going to be an expanding force into the Fluttermane. You don't even need the Tachyon Cutter here, as the substitute is going to take the damage and is actually going to break. So Fluttermane doesn't have that extra layer of protection heading into the next turn. Eric does have the ability to go for a Protect here to at least get through the final turn of the Psychic Terrain, but it is still a tough call because you've got to KO one of these Pokemon.
Yeah, you've got to protect here, right? Psychic Terrain and Dragon Energy will surely be able to pick up... No, protect! Going on the offense, and Moonblast is able to pick up the Regidrago, but we're in Psychic Terrain, and it's now a single target expanding force that's coming out from this Iron Crown. That's got to be enough to be able to pick up this Flutsamain.
Unless it is really bulky, but it is not! Roberto Parente deals with the final Pokemon for Eric Rios in the third game and moves on to the top 4 at the Europe International Championships.
And also secures his guaranteed invite to the World Championships on top. Wow, and this is the deepest run that Roberto has ever made. He's only ever made top 8, and then top 8, and now top 4 at the biggest tournament that we've ever had.
Wow, he must be so elated. You can hear the crowd cheering for him as they have done so for the other Italian players that have made it onto the stage for our top cut. And this is a major accomplishment for Roberto to be celebrating. Look at the emotion. Look at the crowd going wild for him.
Yeah,
you can see how much he wanted this.
Yeah, he absolutely did. And really, really nicely played. Usually, the advantage goes to the Trick Room player who's able to set Trick Room up against Hyper Offense. But all 3 games, Roberto was so impressive in being able to just ignore the fact that Trick Room was up and be able to outplay it. It was really, really nicely done. The switch up to the Draco Meteor, I think, was much stronger than the Game 2 plan was. Of course, the Indeedee dropping to that Facade, it was able to go for Helping Hands in the Game 1 and 2, but nope, not in this one. But yeah, I think the call from Eric to be able to double up into this Ogerpon would have almost certainly taken the game for him, because if that Regidrago stayed in and he made that play, that's immediate game over and Roberto wins. But then, of course, it comes down to which Pokemon is targeted by the Moonblast, because both Pokemon are in range of Moonblast, and it was a Moonblast in the Regidrago, but that could have been a Protect on the last turn of Psychic Terrain, but then that does open you up to, are you going to Protect again? Because that allows Regidrago once again to Protect, and then it becomes a mind game again. So yeah, like I
it's
think
a bunch of 50.
a lot of 50s, yeah.
Yeah, let's just put it into like layman's terms right now. There were a lot of 50-50s that Eric had to get right in a row in terms of the protects that were going to happen there for Roberto's side. And right, the longer that the turns actually go on, it is harder to get those calls correct turn after turn after turn.
Yeah, and Roberto managed to get it. So, yeah, absolutely fantastic showing from here. And we can already see him. We want to hear from him as well.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, let's throw it on over to the stage. Please take it away, Costa.
All right, here we are. We have got our 4th semi-finalist, none other than Roberto Parente. What a way to go about it. Huge congratulations. You're not only through to the semi-finals, you have got your direct invitation to the World Championships. Roberto, please tell me what's going through your mind. How are you feeling, my friend?
I just cannot explain it now. I'm so over the moon. I was up against Eric, one of the best in this game. I never got more than a top 8 in a regional. I got top 16 awards here, and to be in top 4 of an international, it's just incredible. It's just incredible. I cannot believe it. I just cannot believe it.
Well, you better believe it, because you are in. The whole crowd knows it. They're letting you know. And you've done an amazing job about it too, my friend. And what a way to go about it, like you said, against the 2022 EUIC champ, Eric Rios. So let's go and dive a tiny bit into the games. Game 1, we saw that you just were so cool and calm and collected. You led with both of your main damage sweepers. Regidrago, you got the Iron Crown. It looked like you pretty much had all of the lines sorted out, and you just need to force, basically, your offense in order to, I would say, expire Trick Room as much as you can with the 2 redirectors?
Yes, of course, I tried to plan a bit against the Eric team, and I just thought that leading my big powerhouses of the team would have put a lot of pressure on him. So I thought that the best lead was to just pressure and then try to stall the Trick Room without letting the Ursaluna in. because of course your Soluna and Trick Room can be very can be a trouble for my team. So I just needed to stall the situation and try to be in the perfect position for when the Ursaluna comes in.
And you did it to such an exceptional degree. Game 2, we saw Eric. He came back fighting. He found a way to take advantage of the Trick Room actually expiring, although it looked like, to me personally, you were very much in control. You forced the Incineroar Porygon 2 to just stay on the field, expire Trick Room, but then he was able to make the right call with the terrestrialization, the Ursaluna and the Flutter Mane. So how did you feel when you saw that and you were forced into a Game 3?
Yeah, of course, since Eric had the Flutter Mane with the Terra Water and the substitute, I could have just Wood Hammer it again and KO it, but I expected the sub plus Terra Water that would have been enough to take the Wood Hammer plus the Tachyon Cutter. So I just tried to flip a coin and pick the correct slot, but I didn't make it.
It's okay, I mean, it's a 50-50 like you said, and you didn't get it that time, but in Game 3, we saw all of the fire coming out, and even though Eric had Ursaluna finally in Trick Room, we did see that he wasn't able to take as much advantage of it because it really came down to, once again, another flip, another read. So what was going through your mind the moment that you understood what the end game looked like?
Okay, well, I think that I could have played the entire set just like I played the first game. But since Eric is a strong player, I expected him to make a variation. So I tried to Draco Meteor the P2 slot because I wanted to catch the Ursaluna coming in. And when I saw that the Ursaluna didn't come in, but he tried to put pressure on my Iron Crown, I just hope that then spamming Draco Meteor in the Ursaluna slot while taking the correct turn, like when he goes on my Iron Crown. And I just said to not be overwhelmed by the Flutter Mane. And talking at the end of the match, when I saw the Flutter Mane going for Terra Water and the last turn of Trick Room, I was just lost. I thought that I would have lost that game because he KO'd my Ogre Point. I think that I made a mistake on switching it in. I feared some like of terrestrialization on the Incineroar in order to not die by the Terra Blast Water. And of course, just thought that the Flutter Mane could have protected. But when I saw it, then I knew that I had to get the 50-50 on the next turn's right. I'm just so glad that I managed to do it.
Did it? You are here. You are in the semi-finals. You have got one more set that separates you from this moment going into a potential championship Sunday. I've got a very quick point I want to make. You are not the only Italian trainer now in the semi-finals. A very close friend of yours is as well. So, how does it feel knowing that you both are so close and you are both so close to not only just meeting up against each other, but maybe even a championship Sunday finals? Tell me, what do you think about that?
Well, Costa, this is so incredible. I could just only dreamed of it, and the fact that this is possible. It's possible that tomorrow I will face Francesco in the final. It's just incredible. It's just incredible. And I mean, he's my roommate. He's my friend of life. I'm just so glad that he made it to the top 4. I'm so glad that I made it to the top 4. So all can I say now that we have to win one more.
One more, that's it. One game at a time, one set at a time. With that being said, we're gonna let you go and get some rest. I was gonna ask you who your favorite Pokemon is, but you see it right there. So, with that being said, we're gonna be coming up with our semi-finals very shortly. Do not miss it. I will be right back. Thank you very much. One final round of applause for Roberto.
don't want to be unprepared. Definitely study the venue, definitely study the game that you're playing, watch past streams. Don't just decide, hey, I'm going to book a flight and fly and not know anything.
God, one thing not to do before a tournament is second guessing yourself and changing your team at the last minute. You got to trust your instinct and hope that the practice pulls you through.
The big advice that I got whenever preparing for this event is to not change your deck last minute. You want to go with something that you're comfortable with, that you know the matchups with. You've been practicing with it for a while. So if you're going to switch your deck, then it's going to be probably last minute and you're not going to know your matchups really well, because at the end of the day, TCG, this is a card game and we're all here to have fun. So go with the deck that you're most comfortable with and the one that you're going to have the most fun with.
Two things not to do before a tournament. First, don't leave packing your bag or packing everything up to the morning of. You're going to forget something, you're going to be rushing, you don't want to do that going in. And the other piece is don't go in without any prep. You got to make sure you're prepping, you're taking your time, trust your guts. Also, last minute changes don't always work.
I would say just don't stress yourself out, don't psych yourself out, do your prep, but don't be too nervous. Always show up to have fun, have a good time, just go out there, do your best, and yeah, just don't be too stressed.
Something not to do before a tournament is not check your deck size. Make sure you have 60 cards, make sure all your sleeves are fresh. I've heard so many horror stories about people forgetting cards before their round, getting deck checked, and getting penalties from not having correct sleeves. So just be really careful. I don't want it to happen to me. I don't want it to happen to any other players as well.
Are you guys ready for the Pokémon Center?
Yeah, I'm so excited! What are you gonna get at the Pokémon Center? I'm gonna get the Jigglypuff. What are you gonna get? I'm gonna get the Pikachu. Oh, I'm so excited!
Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Yes, we need to get these.
Oh, this one. Oh, Psyduck.
Tatsugiri. Oh! It's a Pikachu.
Tough choice. Remember, you can only have one.
What did you get from the Pokémon Center? I actually got something for you. Thank you. That's so cool. I actually also got something for you. I got a Pikachu. Thank you.
Oh, let's head to the arena, okay?
Okay. How many Pikachus do you think you have? Too many, can't count. What are you gonna name your Jigglypuff? Probably Iggly Biggly Bop.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless.
So
cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고. He would improvise on the spot. Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me. 뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mis chillos, por Dios, we love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself. It's homey, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Fira. Arcanine.
Gengar. Jigglypuff. Luxray.
So, what's your favorite?
magic moments here for Roberto Parente as they advance into the top 4 of the Masters division here at the European International Championships in London. We are getting closer to knowing our finalists, but we've got 2 more matches to go, and I cannot wait to get into this next 2 games.
Emotions are certainly riding high. At the end of the day, these trainers are going one step further in the competition with every single game, with every single turn. They are getting one step closer to becoming our champion.
It's exciting, isn't it?
It's
and
amazing.
What an amazing match that was, you know, so close, right down to the wire, but how good was Roberto in that match? I mean, you know, to take the Reggie Drago that has come in and overcome Eric in such a formidable foe, you know. Eric so well versed, has been to the final before, has won this event before, and now Roberto's doing everything that they can to make it their time, their moment.
And Roberto will have to face against Zachary Weed in the semi-finals to try and earn a spot in our grand finals on Championship Sunday. But the very first semi-final that we're going to bring to you is Francesco Pio Pero versus Paul Chua. And you mentioned that Roberto had to overcome a previous European International Champion to get into the semi-finals. Well, Francesco's going to have to do it to make it into grand finals. Paul Chua has won this tournament before. He wants to try and do the double and get into that elite club of trainers who've been able to say, I've won 2 ICs.
Yeah, if you want to be the best, you have got to beat the best, and that's exactly what is in front of Francesco now. We can take a look at the accolades. I mean, there's not really much more that I need to say about Paul Chua. He's basically done it all, and what a phenomenal player he is. 6-time regional champion.
That's the thing, 6 times. More recently this season was a finalist in Toronto and at the World Championships, also being able to get a top 4 finish. That means he was taking home a trophy. He knows what it means to be on this very stage, taking the title.
Yeah, and then we go over. Francesco has never had that major tournament win, having a really good finish at the NAIC Championship last year. Top 8 finish, has done one step better. Can he go one step even further now in this tournament? Got a big challenge ahead, but got a really remarkable, innovative team that they brought to this event, and it has been working so far.
Yes, these teams certainly have a very interesting matchup. Paul Chua running with the more tried and tested balance variant we're familiar with. We've got that Rillaboom, Ogerpon, and Incineroar, with the Urshifu forming the classic Fire Water Grass course, supported by the formidable Fluttermane, being able to provide some excellent speed control with the Icy Wind, as well as that Raging Bolt that can apply so much pressure if the Calm Minds get rolling.
Yeah, Balance Master is Paul Chua's middle name, because this is exactly what you expect to see from a team like this in this format. And there are all sorts of ways that Paul can utilize the tools that he's got available, using the double fake out to support a Calm Mind setup on the Raging Bolt. It's got the Fairy Terror typing to get rid of that weakness that it kind of really is plagued by. And then you've got that Ogerpon, the Hearth Flame. It has got the Sword Stance. He can mitigate the Intimidate cycling. Not really going to matter in this match because Francesco has no way to lower that attack. So the Ogerpon could be a really big piece of the puzzle, but the Fluttermane, I feel, is the most pivotal member that Paul Chua can lean on in this matchup. The Icy Wind, the Thunder Wave could be so vital in this match. And one problem that he's going to have to overcome is that Thunderous that is on the opposite side of the field that Francesco has used so well throughout all of these matches so far this weekend.
Yeah, I think the Fluttermane is key for all the reasons you've mentioned, and additionally it has 4 Pokemon on the side that do not want to take that Moonblast super effective damage. But as you mentioned, the Thunderous, I think, is going to be the key Pokemon for Francesco and might indeed be the nemesis for Paul Chua. It has so much utility, being able to use that Eerie Impulse to reduce the special attack of Raging Bolt or Fluttermane respectively, as well as the Thunder Wave Prankster pressure.
Yeah, and you know, the Eerie Impulse really going to slow down that Raging Bolt. We've seen that be quite effective so far in the broadcast when he has featured that Pokemon. But on top of that, the Covert Cloak going to have that way of just ignoring that fake out support that Paul can normally lean into to support those setup Pokemon even better, disrupt, slow the game down. Not going to be able to do that with the Thundurus. It is going to be able to just freely fire off those Thunder Waves. Can't do it so much into those Dark types on Paul's side. So the Incineroar does have a bit of an easier time. Even though it can't utilize that fake out, it could sit in front of Thundurus a bit more carefree, fire some attacks, and that's what you've got to try and do. I think the problem that Francesco's had a lot of the time is these Pokemon, he doesn't have the greatest switch-ins, especially if there's a Raging Bolt. Has to be careful. There's a lot of dragons on this team.
Yeah, one of the last times we saw Francesco was against Flavio Del Pidio with the Raging Bolt there, and that Raging Bolt was able to catch with the Dragon Pulse, the Dragonite, and the Gouging Fire. So Francesco has to make sure he doesn't pivot Pokemon in to take that unnecessary damage. The Incineroar, as you mentioned, I think is going to be a key Pokemon for Paul. Not only can it be able to apply pressure with fake out throughout the team, but critically as well, it's going to be able to have that intimidate against a lot of the physical attackers. We're jumping into top 4. Please give it up for these trainers. They're battling it out to get into Championship Sunday. We've got the Raging Bolt and the Incineroar out on the field for Paul Chua. Francesco Piopero going for that Disruptive Thunderous, supported by the Urshifu.
Yeah, well, it's in a nice position, the Thunderous. Like we talked about, that Eerie Impulse, it can come straight out onto the Raging Bolt and take it down to -2. The Urshifu has to be a little bit careful, going to be susceptible to that fake out, slow down this turn flinch, and then it is susceptible to those thunderclaps as well. Has to be careful around those. Might give Paul the opportunity to go for a Calm Mind, but do you want to just value maybe the Raging Bolt switching out here, positioning a little bit better, dealing damage onto that Thunderous, but the Incineroar has to take its time going after that Urshifu. If it leaves it unchecked here, it could be detrimental to Paul, and you don't want to lose a key piece of your team early on.
One of the Pokemon you've got to find a way through is that Thunderous, and Paul just making an adaptation straight out of the blocks here. Going to switch out that intimidating Incineroar and bringing the Rillaboom into the fray. You're going to then still have to fake up pressure onto that Urshifu onto the next turn, as Thunderous does what it does best, going for that Eerie Impulse and going to be lowering the special attack of that Raging Bolt by 2 stages, meaning it's going to be forced to have to go for Calm Mind if it wants to get that back up, and the damage it's going to be able to deal with Thunder Pulse is going to be severely weakened. Fantastic switch in, however, by Paul. It's going to be able to eat up all of these Surging Strikes with that Grass-type Rillaboom.
Yeah, and it preserves that Incineroar for later on in this match. I think one thing you would identify on Francesco's side of the field is the fact that a lot of the attackers are physical, so that Intimidate really crucial. You can see how important that Eerie Impulse was to just debuff the Raging Bolt. That Dragon Pulse brushed aside by the Thunderous and sitting in a pretty comfortable position, not really threatened by the Rillaboom and not really threatened so much by that Raging Bolt anymore. And the Thunderous free to go for another Eerie Impulse into the Raging Bolt if they want, just slowing things down and letting the Urshifu have a little bit of breathing room, but not because of that switch from the Rillaboom that now pressures with the Grassy Glide, Wood Hammer, and that is something that Francesco has to react to. Do they go for that Terra Steel that gets rid of that grass typing? That could be an option and get a big close combat in return.
Yeah, and Thunderous floating really free right now, doesn't worry about anything the Rillaboom can throw its way, and if it keeps going for those Eerie Impulses, it really does not have to contend with the Raging Bolt either. An adaptation, however, Francesco bringing in this Gouging Fire. It's going to be able to use this Photosynthesis, thanks to its booster energy, to get a speed boost, and we saw how critical that was in his top 8 game. Thunderous goes for that Thunder Wave, however, says, I think I've put the Raging Bolt in check. Time to deal with you, Rillaboom. It's now paralyzed, it's going to be slow, and critically may be unable to move if it does get paralyzed, but Paul is able to at least find it smart, going for that Dragon Pulse, catching the Dragon Pokemon on the switch-in, with Rillaboom following up with the Wood Hammer. It's not going to be able to get it in range of a KO, but at least the targeting does mean that that Gouging Fire has not come in safely at all.
Yeah, I think a really nice catch there from Paul, because the one thing I was thinking was maybe you just keep going after the Thunderous. It hasn't got a way to recover any lost health, so you carry on going for that Dragon Pulse into the Thunderous, but smartly picking the other slot that has just protected, that needs to be switched out because of the pressure there. So maybe catching one of those dragons on the switch-in, exactly doing that, and that makes life a little bit more difficult for this Gouging Fire now it's on the field. Does have the ability to put a bit more pressure onto that Rillaboom though, and it knows it's quite safe with the Eerie Impulse support, so that can lower the special attack of the Raging Bolt even further and mean that those Dragon Pulses aren't as threatening going forward. It also has the Terra Fairy type as well, so it can have an immunity to that. It does put itself a bit more in harm's way of the Rillaboom, but it does threaten with a big Heat Crash.
Yeah, I think Rillaboom heard that Heat Crash, Lee, and is deciding to get out of there. It does give Paul the opportunity to then once again bring this Incineroar back into the fray. The Intimidate going to really pay off against that Gouging Fire, stopping it from being as offensively pressuring as it was previously, as well as having that Fake Out to go onto it in the next turn. Considering it did just go for the Protect, the Fake Out is looking very nice going into the next turn here. Eerie Impulse is going to connect down. This is now a -4 Raging Bolt, so the Dragon Pulses are really going to be doing minimal damage. I feel like the Gouging Fire isn't going to need to necessarily utilize its Terrestrialization either, because it's not going to be doing too much damage.
No, not at all. And I think now in a position where probably the next turn it can freely go for a Howl. And I think that Paul is almost at the point where they probably want to switch out that Raging Bolt, just reset those drops and get maybe the Rillaboom onto the field. But if Francesco kind of suspects that switch, could go for a Heat Crash into that slot. It is -1, of course, as well, so that Intimidate paying dividends, and it is going to be susceptible to that Fake Out the next turn, but do you risk it here? Do you just keep it on the field? You want to keep that booster speed, energy, that boost that you've got intact. You don't really want to give that up for free, especially because you could maybe suspect a Fluttermane lurking in the back, and you want to keep that speed intact as best as possible going forward. But Thunderous now going to be switching out.
Yeah, Thunderous has kind of done its job offensively. It's only got Wild Bolt Storm, and neither of the Pokemon here are really going to worry about that. Let's get some offensive pressure back on the board with the Urshifu. Howl, however, comes through. This is perfect for the Urshifu switch in. It comes in unintimidated and gets a +1 attack to boost. Dragon Pulse will try and deal with this Gouging Fire, but thanks to the -4 from the Eerie Impulse, it's going to be doing negligible damage. Parting Shot, however, beautifully targeted because now Urshifu right back down to neutral.
Yeah, it's a really nice parting shot and use of that Incineroar. Keeps that Intimidate in the back, fresh to come back in. Take these Pokemon back down to -1 after the Howl. So keeping that in check. And now you've got the Rillaboom to come back onto the field. And now the Thunderous is gone, that Cover Cloak has gone with it. Your Fake Out becomes active. Now the Raging Bolt still in that really awkward spot where it's -4 special attack. It's not hitting hard. You can see how much it's struggling to get that super effective Dragon type attack into the Gouging Fire. It's pretty safe in front of it at the moment. So you want to get that off the field. You want to reset that. Maybe get Incineroar back onto the field, and it's unlikely that you see a Surging Strike into a Raging Bolt most of the time because of the Dragon type in there. It's going to resist those water types, so Incineroar could be quite safe to bring in here, and it gives you that Fake Out support once again to readjust the board maybe the next turn, switch the Rillaboom out, bring that Raging Bolt back into play.
Yeah, the other Pokemon seem to be dancing around each other, leaving Raging Bolt in the corner by itself, but it's going to switch out, reset all of those Eerie Impulse drops, and can come back in to stop applying pressure later on. It is going to be a Protect coming down on the Gouging Fire. Paul has the utility to have brought in this Urshifu, but is it going to be able to get in safely? Yes, a sigh of relief for Paul Chewer there. He's got the Urshifu in. It's got its Focus Sash intact thanks to the passive play on Francesco's side.
Yeah, that's a really nice play to get the Urshifu onto the field now, and you know, just to burn through that Fake Out threat that was there, just to make sure that your Pokemon don't take any unnecessary risks at this stage of the battle. Everything matters at this point, everything on the line, remember, for these trainers. Now the Urshifu on the field for Paul, it does put a bit more pressure on that Gouging Fire. It is hitting for neutral, but it's so low health at the minute that it can, well, it will probably go down to Surging Strikes, and then with that Rillaboom in a position where it probably wants to switch out, so you've got that grassy terrain to bring back in and drop another Intimidate onto the field. It will be useful to do that, and you could even go for a close combat into the opposing Urshifu if you fancy just getting some big damage onto the field.
Exactly, and as well, that Rillaboom can apply pressure to the Urshifu with something like the Wood Hammer, but considering the terrain has gone, what it really wants to utilize is the priority Grassy Glide to be able to get around that Gouging Fire. Thanks to its speed boost it got earlier, it is going to be the fastest thing on the field. It can go for another Howl here, boost up the attack of that Urshifu, but it's the Urshifu on Paul's side that's first to blink. It's going to be able to connect 1, 2, and 3 critical hits with the Surging Strikes to get rid of this Gouging Fire. Rillaboom can breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, it definitely can. It hasn't got the boost of the grassy terrain to power up those grass type attacks now, but before it is able to attack, if it is able to attack, it's going to have to contend with maybe a close combat into that slot from this +1 Urshifu, but not a switch here. Paul standing strong with the Rillaboom. These Surging Strikes coming out, going to be resisted. The Rillaboom in a prime position to do some big damage in return to this Urshifu on Francesco's side.
I'm not sure if I would have preferred to see a close combat coming through there on that Urshifu, just trying to get more damage down, because the Wood Hammer breaks through the paralysis, takes down that Urshifu in a very clean one-hit KO. That's exactly what Paul Chewer needed here to get the double knockout in this turn.
Yeah, one fell swoop taking down 2 big pieces of Francesco's team, and it looks very, very difficult to make any sort of comeback now, especially when you look at that Raging Bolt. It's in the back, it's full health, and you've also got the Urshifu sitting pretty happy at the minute as well. Ting Lu, one of those remaining Pokemon for Francesco though that can come in. Is it going to be able to do it, and got enough in the tank to be able to pull this back for Francesco though?
I mean, one option Ting Lu does have is that Earthquake, and considering its partner Pokemon's flying up in the air, you don't have to worry about giving side partner damage. The grassy terrain is currently not in effect. That would be dilapidating some of that damage in play. Obviously, if Incineroar stitches in, the Intimidate is going to be a little bit difficult, but Incineroar still just doesn't want to switch into an Earthquake.
No, and you've got that kind of...
oh, and it's got Clear Amulet anyway.
Yeah, you've got the Wild Bolt Storm and the Earthquake, so you've got a kind of Disc Quake kind of combination
I
as well,
like
which
that.
is like the spread damage across the board, which makes life difficult. The Urshifu is not going to want to sit in front of those attacks, because that combination could be enough to pick it up. The Rillaboom solo health at the minute, that will probably go down to that combination. And like you've said as well, the Incineroar comes in, it's not really going to come in on an Earthquake either. Even though it is going to be able to drop an Intimidate onto the board, it's still going to take a good, respectable chunk of damage.
Yeah, and that Intimidate's null and void anyway, thanks to the Clear Amulet, so Ting Lu's going to sit really nicely on the field here. But Incineroar has joined the frame, maybe trying to think, hey, if Earthquake's not coming my way, I've got that Fake Out to utilize in the next turn. Ting Lu, however, is just going to
to go straight into its terrestrialized form. It's going to be taking on that poison typing.
Yeah, banking that for this late game is a really, really clever move, because now you don't have to worry about that fighting weakness or the water weakness. Now, the Surging Strike's coming out into that Thunderous. Is it going to be able to survive? It's going to be very close on this third hit, hitting the... No, and it does manage to just survive, allowing the Thunderous to get one more attack off.
And it is going to be able to connect that Wild Bolt Storm. Does a good amount of damage to the opposing Urshifu, but it is going to stay in the game as Ting-Lu goes for that Earthquake. You already said, Lee, it can go for the Wild Bolt Earthquake combination, and it will fell the Urshifu. But look actually how well that Incineroar was able to take that damage. You almost feel like Ting-Lu needs its partner Howl from the Gouging Fire that's already gone down in order to really get its damage rolling.
Yeah, that would definitely help in this situation. And, you know, the Thunderous now in this spot where, okay, well, it can't be faked out, but the fake out can still have the priority and just get rid of the Thunderous with that remaining damage. It doesn't matter about stopping the Thunderous in its tracks. The fake out damage is still going to mount up here. And now you've got the Grassy Terrain in play as well. That Earthquake not going to be as effective. So Ting-Lu going to have to rely on the remaining options. It's got the Throat Chop, the Terra Blast. The Terra Blast going to be super effective into the Rillaboom. And it also is going to be the option that you're going to have to rely on into that Incineroar as well.
Yeah, there's no Protect on the Thunderous, so as you said, a Fake Out might very well be able to finish the job, and it's a nice way to just remove that Pokemon from play before it can even go for any of its Prankster priority. Not that I think that really matters here. It's not like you can do it into the opposing Incineroar. It would really be about that Wild Bolt Storm, so you just want to remove it from play.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that you could consider here is maybe going for the knockoff into the Ting-Lu the following turn once this Thunderous is gone. Take away that Clear Amulet. You've got the Grassy Terrain, which is protecting you from the Earthquake to a certain extent. And then if you can cycle in the Incineroar over and over again, then you can drop that Intimidate again and again, making it weaker and weaker and giving you an easier route to success.
Do you know what? I really like that play actually by Paul. You've got two Pokemon on the field that can utilize that Fake Out, and you can just go into both the Pokemon there. That's not something you see every day.
Not something you see every day, and a really good use of it right here, right now. Perfect for that scenario where you can remove that Thunderous and then, yes, stop that Ting-Lu in its tracks. That is the biggest threat on the field from Francesco at the minute. But between the three Pokemon that Paul's got left, especially with that Grassy Terrain support that's cut the Earthquake damage in half, the Raging Bolt can come in and potentially even set up a Calm Mind, get that extra boost, get the knockoff off, you cycle the Incineroar out, get your Rillaboom back on the field, you've got that Fake Out again, and then you can drop an Intimidate and just keep going, cycling until that Raging Bolt's in a position where it can close and get rid of that Ting-Lu effectively.
This is the thing, when you have the opportunity to utilize both of these pivoting powers, Rillaboom and Incineroar can just keep coming in turn after turn, going for the Fake Out. And when you're Francesco with only one Pokemon remaining, essentially it could mean that it never gets to move again in this game one. So Francesco locking in the forfeit. Paul Chua, one game away from having the chance to re-earn the European International title.
Yeah, incredibly well played by Paul, just controlling that match from start to finish. Really just a master of this balance core and utilizing the tools to their maximum potential here, making it incredibly difficult for Francesco to get a foothold in the game here. We can take a quick look at the key moments here. The Surging Strikes into that Gouging Fire that had taken that initial damage. Again, Francesco getting caught with a switch in from a Dragon Pulse, doing massive damage. Well, not massive damage, but really significant damage. Putting it in that position where the Surging Strikes was enough to pick it up. And then from that point on, the pieces started falling away. The puzzle was not there for Francesco to put together to get him over the line. And Paul just did what we know Paul to do best. Did and executed his exact game plan.
And that's exactly what we've seen destabilize Francesco earlier in the tournament as well. Those Dragon Pulses completely coming through and just getting critical damage that stacked up in the end game. Don't forget, trainers, this is our Masters top four, the first one between the US and Italy. And guess what? Our other top four is the exact same pairing. Are we going to see US or Italy take the title tomorrow? Paul is one game away from trying to re-earn the title. Francesco trying to get into his first European Grand Final.
Yeah, here we go. Well, I think it's all to do for Francesco. Got to make some sort of adjustments going into this game. I really like the Ting-Lu.
Ting-Lu.
I do. I think bringing it out front and center might be a bit better because then you can terrestrialize it. You've got the Clear Amulet, so you're not worried so much about the Intimidate, but you can put pressure on that Raging Bolt. And if the Rillaboom comes out to try and suppress the Earthquake, you've got the Terra Blast to pressure that as well. So I think maybe try and pave the way early and then use the tools that you led with last game as a late game option.
Well, we're going to see the Thunderous that can get up to so much disruption out again for Francesco, paired up with that Urshifu that's going to have to take the Intimidate from the Incineroar and the Urshifu on Paul Chewer's side.
Yeah, now you would say that the Thunderous in a great position to get one of those big electric type attacks off. But the problem is here, yes, it can't be faked out, so it is going to get an attack off, but it is going to be slower than the Urshifu. The Urshifu has to be careful. It doesn't be the target of a Thunder Wave, though. That's the one thing that Paul really doesn't want to happen. But if you can get the Rillaboom in here, you have that fake out the next turn, you potentially have a way to pressure the opposing Urshifu and try and angle a Surging Strikes into that Thunderous.
Oh, look at that. The Thunder Wave went down onto the Rillaboom. That was previously an Incineroar with the Dark typing, would have been immune. So poor Rillaboom, it just can't catch a break. It's always paralyzed. However, Thunderous isn't going to be able to get away with that scot-free. We are going to see the Surging Strikes come through from the Urshifu. It's not going to be able to get a KO, but all that damage could be critical. Rillaboom now in play, maybe is going to be able to try and clean up in the following turn.
Yeah, and in return, in response to Surging Strikes from Francesco's Urshifu, again, going to be really taken quite comfortably by Paul's. Now, the scenario here is, yes, you can pressure the Urshifu on Francesco's side with your own Rillaboom, but the more important thing I think that Francesco needs to sit up and take note of is the fact that you've got Grassy Glide priority and Aqua Jet that could come out, and that combination alone will probably be enough to take down the Thunderous. So you have to be careful. Do you want to lose a resource so quickly? I think you need to get some better returns from losing these resources rather than just letting them go down without much return. Now, you could go for a Thunder Wave into the Urshifu. That is an option. And if you get that Thunder Wave off, it makes things a little bit easier. You're pressured here with your own Urshifu, so you have to kind of switch it out or protect it here. You don't want to take any unnecessary damage from this Rillaboom. But if you believe it is tied up, going after that Thunderous, maybe you could be brave enough to get a really big close combat off into one of these targets.
That's the thing, the Thunder Wave could be a parting gift of that Thunderous into the Urshifu, but then Paul can easily see that and go for that Detect, leaving the Rillaboom maybe free to try and deal with this Thunderous, unable to get the second Paralysis off on the board. At the same time, that Paralysis could come through for the Rillaboom, and then Thunderous is going to be able to try again on the next turn. Urshifu, however, of course, going to break through that Detect with his Unseen Fist and go for another Surging Strikes. They're not doing a huge amount of damage, and considering Grassy Terrain's in effect as well, it's going to be able to regain a little bit of that HP, maybe put it back into the green zone, but it's still being whittled away out. Something like a Wild Bolt Storm is going to be able to get some good damage onto it if it was able to come through.
Yeah, well, that's the other option there. You could go for the priority, or you could just say, well, it's low enough because my big Wood Hammer is going to be enough to take this Thunderous down, and that's exactly what happens. Now that speed control has been removed, now things get a little bit easier for Paul like they did in that first game, where you don't have to worry about it when it's not on the field.
It really frees up this Urshifu on Paul's side. You've got rid of that disrupted Thunderous. You don't have to worry about the Thunder Wave. And look, a Gouging Fire has just come into the fray. That's going to be a perfect target for a Surging Strikes.
Yeah, and now with the Incineroar positioned so well in the back, Paul has the ability to just switch it in here and drop that Intimidate, lower those attacks, mitigate the Howl that could potentially come out, and mitigate the fact that there is the threat of that Heat Crash into the Rillaboom. So a really good switch here. The only problem doing that is that Francesco could see through that, maybe go for a Surging Strikes into that slot, but no switches, no changes. Grassy Glide into the Urshifu.
Is this Rillaboom even paralyzed? It's breaking through every time, using its priority to bypass the speed deficit it gets from the Paralysis to get some good damage down onto that Urshifu. Close combat is going to follow up, though, and finish the job. So Paul able to get rid of this Urshifu, and suddenly Francesco is down 2 Pokemon already in this top 4.
Yeah, and the reliance now is all on this Gouging Fire. The Breaking Swipe, great here to lower the attack power of these 2 Pokemon on Paul's side of the field, but Paul still has the ability to switch these out pretty freely here. Drop an Intimidate, we've already mentioned with the Incineroar. It's going to be very useful into the Gouging Fire. It all depends on this partnering Pokemon, and it is another Dragon. It is the Dragonite here that's really going to benefit from those Howls if you can get them going in these next few turns.
That's the thing, Dragonite's going to love the Howls. Its multi-scale is currently still intact, so it does have defensive capabilities, but we've had a sneak peek to what Paul Chewer has in the back. That Raging Bolt is going to be really eyeing up that Dragonite for later.
Yeah, I think if you can get the Howl off here and look at the Dragonite's moveset, it's got some nice options. It's got that Scale Shot, so it can boost its own speed. I don't suspect Paul has brought that Fluttermane in. We don't know the final Pokemon yet, so it could be lurking in the back. You've got to be careful about that, but it also could be that Raging Bolt that could come in and be susceptible to those Scale Shots. So the Dragonite, perfect here to apply a lot of pressure, taking advantage of these Howls that's coming out. Francesco saying, I'm not done yet. Here we go. Let's boost this attack.
Yeah, you called it, Lee. The Howl was the perfect opportunity. Dragonite, however, did have to take that Intimidate to the Scale Shot. Not going to be dealing as much damage as it wants to, but it's still going to try whittling away at this Incineroar. It has that loaded dice, so we know it's going to hit 4 times, but is it going to be able to get the little bit of extra with that 5th turn?
Yeah, there we go. It is going to hit into the Incineroar 5 5 times. It will activate the Citrus Berry, I believe, on the Incineroar here, so it should restore a little bit of that health back that it has lost. But maybe not quite enough. So the Citrus Berry is still going to be in attack, but that 5th hit, all important, and now still in another position where that speed boost has put it ahead of the Urshifu now. You have to be careful because the Fake Out is going to be active here, so both Pokemon have to be a bit tentative, not to overextend themselves too much, because a Fake Out and an attack from the Urshifu could be enough to maybe do really impactful damage to that Gouging Fire. You've got to be very careful how you go about this next turn if you're Francesco, especially because if you protect on top of the Fake Out, the Unseen Fist ability is kind of left to pick whatever target it wants and go into and get some really useful damage off.
Well, there goes another Howl. It looks like this Gouging Fire is relentlessly trying to help out the Dragonite, identifying it as maybe Francesco's key for victory. Dragonite goes for another Scale Shot. Oh, Lee, I think if it gets to... Oh, okay. Citrus Berry in play. I was going to say without that, I think the 5th hit would have been able to get the KO. Now you're going to need a couple of critical hits.
Yeah, you are. I think, it's going to be very
close. It's going to be still so close.
Very, very close. If we get down to this 5th hit, I think it's going to be touch and go. Whether this Incineroar drops... Oh, it's only 4 hits this time around, unfortunately, for Francesco. So the Incineroar is allowed to hang about. Another speed boost for that Dragonite here. Searching Strikes coming out is breaking that multi-scale on the Dragonite here, which is very useful going later into this game. Not doing as much damage as probably Paul would like, but he's going to be patient here. I think you have to be in this scenario. There's only 2 Pokemon left on Francesco's side, and the options are limited for what you can do. Useful Parting Shot going to lower that attack 1 stage, so it's back down to +1 now. No, neutral now, rather than being a bit more of a threat.
But I think the critical thing is as well, not only do you bring it back down to neutral, but you can bring that Rillaboom potentially in at the back and have Fake Out once again, or you can bring your 4th and final Pokemon, that Raging Bolt, on both of the Dragons on the opposing side. Look at their shocked reactions. That is not what they wanted to see.
That is not at all. And the Grassy Terrain ending at the perfect time where the Rillaboom leaves the field. It's going to be able to come back onto the field, set that up again, and just stack up with that leftovers recovery that the Raging Bolt's got access to. And the ability to pressure both of these Dragons now with that Dragon Pulse is huge for Paul, and that's where this end game's come down to. Can you support it well enough? You've got the tools to be able to do that. You just need to be able to execute the game plan.
And one of the best things is that Paul Chua already has Terrestrialization still in the bank. So you can go for the Terra Fairy on your Raging Bolt, meaning that you don't have to worry about the Breaking Swipe, you don't have to worry about the Scale Shot. Your Raging Bolt will be immune. It's at a lot of HP. We know how bulky it can be. It's very difficult to get through. And it looks like Paul is going to have this Raging Bolt set up to try and get victory.
Yeah, and I don't think you even want to spend turns going for the Carmine now. I think you want to just concentrate and go on for those Dragon Pulses, removing one of these targets at a time. If you can get rid of that Dragonite, things become a little bit easier for some of the other members on the team that can put a bit more pressure on this Gouging Fire. As you see the Incineroar switch in, that Intimidate drop once again, so important just to mitigate those howls that the Gouging Fire is continually throwing out onto their side of the field.
We talked about how the Eerie Impulses were important on Francesco's side, but the Intimidates on Incineroar with the Paul Chua side are turning out to be even stronger. Thunderclap priority comes through, doesn't get the KO on the Dragonite, but manages to make that call. Dragonite, however, the Scale Shot misses. Oh no, it doesn't, it's just not affected. And then Breaking Swipe also not going to be affected into that Raging Bolt, but will connect into that Incineroar.
What an amazing Terrestrialization here, getting immunity to those 2 Dragon-type attacks, rendering that turn pretty much useless for Francesco. Now you've got the Incineroar coming in, and we have it. The battle is cancelled. Paul Chua will be moving into our finals here at the European International Championships.
Paul Chua in 2023 was able to take the title on Championship Sunday, and tomorrow, folks, he's gonna try and get it back. Wow. Big round of applause. Paul Chua, you are in Championship Sunday Grand Finals.
Wow.
Incredible. 10 out of 10.
Yeah, just, you know, for a player to be in the final twice in very short succession, you know, is just incredible. Paul won it last time out, got all the experience you need at that stage to take and win this championship. So doing it again, and how well he played in that last game. The threats that were there and present from Francesco's side of the field throughout, just managed the field so perfectly, executed the game plan to a T. And Paul Chua moving into our finals, which is just phenomenal to see, amazing to witness once again, and massive credit to both Francesco for getting to top 4. New accolade on their resume, which is amazing to see. And they give us some absolutely entertainment over this weekend, which has been phenomenal. But Paul not done yet. Got one more match to go, and that will be tomorrow on Championship Sunday.
Of course, and I'm so excited to be able to find out in our next top 4 who is going to be facing down against Paul Chua in our grand finals. Commiserations, of course, to Francesco. As you said, has given us some absolutely stellar matches. Incredible innovation with that team that I know he and a few other Italians were piloting throughout this tournament. The Gouging Fire was such a roaring success, but at the end of the day, Incineroar, I think, proving why it's still the best fire type around.
Yes, I cannot argue with that. I think that, and you know, the way that Paul utilized the Urshifu as well in that game, I think in the face of the Thunderous in particular, just played it so well, utilizing so well the Incineroar and the Rillaboom, the pivoting there that you felt wouldn't be that useful because of the Thunderous, where it could be so disruptive with that speed control, but protected at the right time, got the damage onto it at the right time, and then the moment was there with the Rillaboom to say, Woodhammer is my answer. I'm pressuring your Urshifu. I know you got to protect that, but I'm going to concentrate down on this other threat. This frees up my Urshifu, and then the end game with that Raging Bolt each and every time was just too much, and perfectly timed terrestrialization right at the end, and that's why
that was beautiful.
Is one of the top trainers in the world.
Yeah, and a special shout out to that Rillaboom you mentioned as well, because that Rillaboom got paralyzed, but did it really? It was constantly able to break through. So absolutely full credit to Rillaboom and to Paul Chua, and I think it's enough from Lee and I. Let's kick it to the stage to hear from our first grand finalist.
I am here with our first finalist of the European International Championships, and not his first time being on this stage at this point, Mr. Paul Chua! Paul, huge congratulations. You are through to Championship Sunday for a second time. How are you feeling right now, my friend?
I'm feeling really happy. You know, like I played against Francesco earlier and I won, but I felt like I used like all the tricks I had to win. So I was kind of worried that this time around he'd be able to win, but.
Do you feel then there was a lot of a psychological aspect in terms of, let's say, you had a lot more of an advantage in terms of maybe the matchup, or maybe you got into Francesco's head and you're able to adapt to any previous adaptations compared to the previous time you played?
Yeah, I mean, I was mainly just expecting to do like similar to what he did the last time, just because like I felt like on my end there wasn't really much like variety I could do for my game plan. So like I was more worried about like what kind of adjustments he'd make because I didn't know what he'd have in mind.
And I mean, the beauty of balance is that you've got so many great tools and flexibility in terms of being able to change things up at a dime. Do you feel then, given the lead that Francesco has been going for game 1 and now game 2, he was maybe, you were actually anticipating Ting Lu, maybe that's why you brought Urshifu in game 2, but then he ended up bringing Urshifu. So what was your initial thoughts when you did see that lead from himself?
Yeah, so basically the last time when I played him in Swiss earlier, he always let Thunderous and Ting Lu, so that kind of shut down the Raging Bolt. So I had a feeling that like he wouldn't try it again, or maybe like one time I'd give it a try to see what happens if I just lead Raging Bolt right off the bat. But I knew like Urshifu was kind of important because I'd be able to like Surging Strikes it. That's like my main form of damage against it. So yeah, that was mainly what I just had to worry about.
And I mean, I've got to say, and I think everybody knows as well, at this point, you're an absolute king at the balanced composition. You're too good, Paul. And it clearly shows, and it's just so impressive to be able to showcase it too. So what I just want to say is, it's been an absolute pleasure seeing you throughout the progress of this tournament, just reach Championship Sunday. Do you have any sort of initial impressions going into tomorrow? We don't know an opponent yet, but we do know who it could be.
Well, so they're both using like Iron Crown and DD teams. I feel like those are pretty annoying for my team, so I'm kind of worried to see how tomorrow goes, but yeah, we'll see.
We're going to be finding out very shortly, at least, to see who will be locking it up. With that being said, I think we're going to go ahead, let you celebrate, my friend, get some good rest going into tomorrow as we go and find out who is our second finalist. You definitely don't want to miss it. One final applause for Paul.
is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない While your passion is a fire, always lighting up above, it's the greatest who will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should, then strike. While your passion is a fire, always lighting up above, it's the greatest who will get to lead them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
One of my pre-game rituals is I always listen to the Beach Boys before I play, and we always stock up on those like little applesauce packets because we'll know we'll need them in between rounds.
A pre-game ritual that I typically do to kind of calm down my nerves for round one is that typically I'll think about my family, friends that are supporting me back home and probably like cheering, like looking at the standings and results, and I try to just like find comfort in that there's people like waiting for me to get back, and then just lock in for that round one.
As of the last couple regionals I've attended, definitely eating breakfast. The first couple I tried doing on an empty stomach, and that is not a great way to go. I found myself a bit tired in the afternoon, so definitely get a breakfast, even if it's light, a banana, a granola bar. Get something in your body, get yourself ready to go, and you'll have a great day.
Pre-game rituals I swear by are probably just not even looking at my deck box. I test the night before, and I don't want to see my deck until I'm queued up against the first player, and I'm flipping over that first card.
So for me, when I'm prepping for a game, I'm getting ready. The things I like to do are think about my team, think about the matchups I have, think about my prep, what I know, and just try not to sweat it, honestly. Like, there's so many different teams out there, there's so many different calcs and everything, and you can spend a long time bogging yourself down. Believe in your practice. Comfort is king. You prep for this, you rock it.
So the pre-game rituals that I swear by is to take a deep breath and remember that it is impossible to win if you do not have fun. This is all about enjoying yourself, meeting new people, and just having fun with the game.
One trainer has already made their way through the top cut bracket at the largest international championship ever. And now it is time to determine who will be Paul Chua's opponent. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Jamie Boyd to bring you through our final match of day 2 of our competition today, which will be our final top 4 match.
And what a way we're going to finish off this fantastic day. It's been a huge step up in quality of games from Phase 1 into Phase 2. And we've just got that last semi-final to determine who's going to be joining Paul Chua on Championship Sunday. Will it be Zachary Weed or will it be Roberto Parente?
Both trainers which are looking to secure a major win in the Masters division. Roberto has been chasing this dream for several years now, and Zachary Weed has just recently aged up into the Masters division as of a couple of years ago. And so both of them hoping that they can stamp their mark in history of the Pokemon video game by taking down each other and Paul Chua, a EUIC champion at the final hurdle.
Yeah, looking to defend his title that he was able to win 3 years ago in a fantastic fashion. And we could have, once again, a US champion. And it's more likely than not at this point, because of course Paul is guaranteed. It's Roberto Parente is EU's last hope here.
And you know that the audience out there is going to be cheering for him. We saw that tremendous celebration by the Italian family out there when Roberto won that top 8 match. But now it's time to buckle up, strap in, and get ready for the final rodeo of this top cut bracket. Zachary Weed is coming off the back of a 2nd place finish at the Las Vegas Regional Championships back in November. And for Roberto, he is really hoping to continue to elevate on the performances that he has had, reaching top 16 at the World Championships in London in 2022.
And that was with the Psy-Spam variant with a Calyrex Shadow Rider at that time, and he was using exactly the same team of 6 Pokemon in the top 8 of the Liverpool Regional Championship back in 24 as well, and he's stuck to his guns. He's going to be able to get a top 4, even better than it was 2 years ago in just a regional championship, and is he going to be able to take that one extra step into a final?
A lot of hopes and dreams riding on this best of 3 between Zachary and Roberto. While Roberto comes in with a lot of experience playing the Psy-Spam form, we are going to see Zachary Weed take to the helm the same way with this Psy-Spam. But Zachary Weed is actually known for being a very creative team builder. He's used a lot of restricted Pokemon duos that a lot of people were too afraid to use. And as you take a look at his team, I don't think that there are going to be too many surprises, which is kind of maybe a departure of what we've seen from Zach Weed. But that Landorus Therian, I think, is just that tiny little adjustment that really makes this team special.
Yeah, that's the surprising thing, right? Say that to someone a few years ago, that Landorus Therian is the odd choice on a team. But we've
You wouldn't believe it.
Exactly. Like this is almost a mirror match, except there's the Landorus Therian coming out from Zachary, but it's a Regidrago coming out from Roberto instead. But the Landorus, it can do so much damage with that choice band. It's got the option of just the single target stomping tantrum, but if it's paired up with the Tornadus, you can get that Tailwind going. You can go for those spread Earthquakes as well. And that pairs really nicely with the spread Expanding Force, because not many Pokemon can survive the combination of both Expanding Force and that Earthquake.
Well, that Pokemon difference is going to be the easy one to spot. There are a couple of other things that we need to point out in the actual leads. Urshifu for Zach is going to have that Stellar Terra alongside the Focus Sash, and also comes packing Taunt, which is a nice supportive option to have in this matchup. But for Roberto, that is a Choice Scarf. On the other side of things as well, I think we really got to call attention to the Iron Crown. This is where the matchup, I think, becomes a little more favorable for Zach when you look at that Iron Crown actually having Calm Mind.
And Terra Dragon as well, not the common Terra Water that we are going to be seeing coming out from Roberto's side, that is obviously paired with that Terra Blast. Now, of course, you sacrifice the coverage into things like Incineroar and Chi-Yu, but then you get to have the edge over the mirror, because now you can start boosting up your own Iron Crown, whereas Roberto here, it can go on the offensive, sure, but will it be able to keep pace with that opposing Iron Crown, or will it be outmatched because of those Calm Minds?
It is tough to say. I think those Calm Minds will end up being really beneficial to deal with other things like that Drago that is going to be focusing on special attack output. Of course, you don't want to actually terrestrialize in front of that Pokemon. But you know, I think there are just ways that Roberto is going to have to kind of get creative with the game plan. we saw how Roberto was able to deal with a Trick Room-oriented matchup with that balanced team that Eric Rios brought in that top 8. Roberto played this hyper-offensive team beautifully in a matchup that's usually quite hard for a hyper-offensive team to deal with. And so you know that Roberto has the capability of finding those really creative avenues to actually play this matchup. Maybe he's got some friends out there too that he has prepped with that might be able to give him some insight and ideas as well.
Yeah, you've definitely got a game plan against the mirror because it is so common, and we're getting into it. Give it up for both Zachary and Roberto in this semi-final here at the International Championships, and we're immediately seeing Iron Crowns for both.
It's a mirror right now, and they are really looking at each other in that true form. But the Psychic Surge has been set up by Zach, so both of these Iron Crowns are going to benefit from that.
Yeah, but Roberto was able to lead with the Ogerpon as well and just get the benefits of the Indeedee activating that Psychic Terrain. And of course, we're going to get those special attack boosts coming out from both of these, but it was the booster energy on Zachary's that activated first, so might be indicating it is slightly faster. We'll have to wait and see how those speeds end up working out. But as already mentioned as well, you've got the Calm Mind available on the Iron Crown on Zachary's side of the field, and you can keep it safe from the Ivy Cudgels that could come out from the Ogerpon with that redirection and the Follow Me of the Indeedee. You can only do that once. It will drop to an Ivy Cudgel and an Expanding Force, but at least you'll be able to get that initial Calm Mind.
And then that Calm Mind boost can really help Zach to steamroll through the rest of this game. You get that extra special attack increase as well as the special defense. And you're right, that Indeedee is actually quite bulky. That Ivy Cudgel does bring that Indeedee down to about half of its HP. And so this Iron Crown from Roberto's side gets a chance to actually fire off this Expanding Force, but the Indeedee hangs on to be able to go for something else on the following turn.
And that something else has got to be another Follow Me, right, to keep the Iron Crown safe from the opposing Ogerpon, because now you don't have to commit your Terrestrialization into the Dragon type to keep yourself safe from the Ogerpon. That's the Indeedee's job, and it was able to survive this turn.
And it's even better that Roberto is going to go for the spiky shield. Now you have to use your Iron Crown to get rid of this Indeedee, but not before your own Iron Crown might take a little bit more damage. It's gonna start to add up here. Expanding Force from Zach's Iron Crown was going to go first as it moves first yet again. So I think we can confirm now that this Iron Crown is going to be just a bit faster. That Expanding Force back in response, it just feels like it's going to tickle the opposing Iron Crown across the way as the Indeedee does go down, but not without a fight.
Yeah, and it's done its job, because now here comes the Tornadus to get that speed control and allow the Iron Crown to now outspeed this Ogerpon. Maybe the Tornadus is waiting in the back for Roberto, but it's not on the field right now. That means that the speed advantage and the damage advantage is by far in Zachary's favor, because with that Calm Mind, I would strongly expect that Ogerpon to just drop to that Expanding Force at +1. It would probably be able to survive just the regular old Expanding Force, but that's the secret tech that Zach's got available. Activating that Calm Mind is going to get KOs that you wouldn't be expecting. Maybe your matchup into Iron Crown is, well, of course, I'm going to live this Expanding Force. I've trained for that, but no. The +1 is going to tip that over the edge, and the advantage and the momentum is surely in Zachary's favor right now.
You would think so, but we have seen those Ogerpon really be trying to be quite bulky. But Roberto doesn't want to risk it. It's going to be the Ogerpon retreating in favor of bringing out Roberto's own Tornadus. Maybe hoping that it's going to be able to actually survive what is going to be coming its way and be able to put forth something like the Bleak Wind Storm or a Tailwind to match. The Focus Sash is going to be a great item of choice to allow this Tornadus to actually hang on and then be able to go for a Stagger Tailwind on the next turn.
Yeah, and you get to go for your own Expanding Force for massive damage into the Tornadus, but as mentioned, a lot of trainers do survive that attack if it is just a regular old booster energy. I say regular old, that's still a lot of damage, but it is a survival from the Tornadus. And yeah, you get the staggered Tailwind potential, but you still got to go for the Tailwind on this turn, and it's basically going to be a sacrifice of the Tornadus, and then another Expanding Force will come out. And even though there is that quad resistance on the Iron Crown on Roberto's side of the field, the damage is really, really starting to add up here.
It is, and there's not a great way for Roberto to be able to shed all of that damage. He's actually not even going to go for a Tailwind. He's actually just going to go for the Protect onto the Tornadus, as Zach has his own go out on the offense. The Bleak Wind Storm connects onto the Iron Crown. It's going to help to kind of keep chipping away at that Pokemon, as it's just a Tachyon Cutter. If you were not worried about the Expanding Force getting the KO, well, the Tachyon Cutter sure will with the double hit.
Yeah, that's very, very nicely done there. A tiny bit risky with the Bleak Wind Storm accuracy if the Tornadus didn't protect on that turn, but that paid off perfectly there for Zachary, because, yeah, Expanding Force would not have picked up the KO on the Iron Crown, and now you get to threaten the knockout into this Ogerpon while the Psychic Terrain is still active. It should just be one last turn of that Psychic Terrain, and yes, now you can go for the Tailwind with the Tornadus, but that's now got to be a sacrifice. But then at the same time, you've got Spiky Shield that you can go for that will stall out an extra turn of Tailwind on Zachary's side of the field, and that last turn of Psychic Terrain coming out on the field as well. But then that's what the secret tech of the Terra Dragon's available for on the Iron Crown, to be able to deal with this Ogerpon.
It's tough because I think at any point you really are kind of also thinking, if you're Zach, about that fourth Pokemon that hasn't been revealed yet from Roberto. Is there an opportunity here for Roberto to keep himself in this by going for a Tailwind, stalling out the final turn of Zach's Tailwind, getting a knockout on the Tornadus to deny another one, and then having that final Pokemon be the sweeper? For now, it's going to be a Spiky Shield on the Ogerpon as Zach's Tornadus goes for Rain Dance. A bit risky when the setting of Rain is going to help to neutralize some of this Fire-type attack damage coming through from the Ogerpon, maybe making it so that Zach doesn't have to go for the Terra Dragon in the next turn, because the Iron Crown can survive. But you also have to worry now about, did you set Rain for an opposing Rapid Strike Urshifu with a Choice Scarf that Tailwind has just been set up for? And did you just set Rain for whatever else, could be coming through?
I mean, well, I was going to say, I would assume it's the Urshifu, but no, it is the Regidrago. So that's not going to be able to threaten much damage into the Iron Crown at the moment, but that's what the Ivy Cudgel's for. And then you force the Terra Dragon, and then suddenly Regidrago could be doing the damage. And we haven't seen the speed interactions between the Iron Crown and the Regidrago just yet. We've seen the Iron Crown on Zachary's side outspeeding the opposing one, but that doesn't really tell us too much about the interactions with the Regidrago. Do you bulk out your Iron Crown? Because if you do, then you don't invest enough speed to outspeed Regidrago. That's always run at maximum speed. So that could be very, very crucial here. I think the Rain Dance ending up working out here because it wasn't the Urshifu, it was the Regidrago instead. But that can be mitigated by just really turning on the offense with this Fire Terra.
And what if this Ivy Cudgel could be a critical hit? There is an increased crit chance there for the Ivy Cudgel just by a smidge, and the Embody aspect is not even going to give just the same type of attack bonus multiplier to the Ivy Cudgel. It's also going to increase the attack stat of this Ogerpon thanks to the Embody aspect. Ivy Cudgel, though, doesn't hit into the Iron Crown because it protected itself. But the Tornadus gets to move first before this Regidrago gets a chance to. The Bleakwind Storm drops its HP and it drops its speed. That is a huge speed drop there. It's a double speed drop for both Pokemon.
Wow, and it is the follow-up of the Dragon Energy as well, so that should be able to pick up the last little bit of damage on this Tornadus. But who needs to match Tailwind now when you've got that double speed drop? Of course, the Bleakwind Storm was guaranteed to connect there by setting up the Rain Dance in the previous turn, and now that's going to be another nice swing of momentum there. At least the Tailwind has gone for Zachary's side, and Roberto should still have the speed advantage, given that he should have a couple more turns of Tailwind. But here comes the Ogerpon once again. So maybe there's just going to be another Protect to stall out another turn of Tailwind because of that speed drop. I would suspect that an Ivy Cudgel and a Dragon Energy, even at that range of HP, and even through a Calm Mind, would be able to combo together to KO an Iron Crown in and out of its Terra. So maybe you're forced into the redirection here with the Ogerpon instead to allow you to get some massive damage off with the Iron Crown, because you can go for the damage this turn, protect on the last turn if you manage to pick up a KO on one of the Pokemon on Roberto's side of the field, stall out the last turn of Tailwind, and then surely be able to take the game on that last turn.
Spiky Shield from the Ogerpon, but that is not the target that Zach is worried about at the moment. It really is that Regidrago. You want to limit its options by dropping its HP, so it is forced to use a more inaccurate choice in the Draco Meteor. Roberto still opts to go for that, but the Ogerpon going for the Follow Me is going to be the perfect redirection so that this Iron Crown can actually land some damage. If Zach targets this Regidrago and is able to actually knock it out here, then he only has to contend with this Hearthflame Ogerpon with the Terra still remaining. The Expanding Force is enough to do it with that Life Orb chip after the Draco Meteor, and now it is a 1v1 in this game one between Zachary and Roberto.
And there's still going to be that Terra Dragon available, so even if the Expanding Force is not able to knock out this Ogerpon, even out of Psychic Terrain, I don't think anything can really be done here. You've got the Rain to help mitigate the damage coming out from the Fire Moose. Of course, we're going to go through the motions. One last Protect, stall out that last turn Tailwind, because you got the speed drop on the Ogerpon. So now you will be able to outspeed and surely just be able to pick up the knockout, and you've got the extra insurance as well of the Terra Dragon.
Terra Dragon, yeah, the rain helping to neutralize those Ivy Cudgels and expanding force into the Ogerpon. And if Zach can seal this up, that's going to be a 1-0 game lead. Let's see the final turn of this game play out, as we also have to think ahead to game number 2. Just a Terra for safe measure, just in case we actually do see that crit. But the Iron Crown looks pretty good with that Terra Dragon hat.
Yeah, it's looking fantastic in the face of an Ogerpon Half-Flame. It's still boosted with its Carmine. It's not Psychic Terrain boosted, but it should surely be able to pick up this knockout on the Ogerpon, and even if it doesn't, you'll be able to comfortably survive here. So it's just going to be a spiky shield coming out from this Ogerpon, stall out another turn of the rain, stall out the final turn of the rain. So if you are able to survive, and if you do get that critical hit, that might be able to bypass the type advantage that the Dragon has just given the Iron Crown.
It might, because the Calm Mind boost only apply to the special defense. It's not going to help against the defense of the physical Ogerpon, and it's not going to help with the additional modifier that this Ogerpon is getting from the Embody Aspect boost, as well as this Heartflame Mask to boost up that fire type damage. Expanding Force goes first. If it's a knockout, then that's the game, and Zachary Weed takes game 1 of this Masters Top 4 set.
And we saw the benefit of that Calm Mind. We said that might be the thing that gives Zachary the edge over Roberto, and it really came into play there. The Indeedee just sacrificing itself with the redirection, allowing that Calm Mind, and then the Iron Crown was absolutely sweeping through the rest of Roberto's team. I do wonder if there wasn't a speed drop on the Ogerpon, then it would still have been faster than the Iron Crown. And then you do open up the opportunity to try and fish for that critical hit. But because we did get that double speed drop, the Iron Crown was incredibly safe in that endgame.
Of course. Yeah, it is so hard to know without being able to see how this actually would have played out without those Bleakwind drops. But Zach played around that beautifully. He took the risk of setting up the rain, knowing that there very well could be an Urshifu in the back, but hedged his bets on it being a Regidrago to be able to deal with the Terra Dragon on this Iron Crown. And with that, didn't get punished with the Urshifu there, got a chance to make sure that he was going to get some damage down with the Bleakwind Storms, and then just got that additional dessert of those speed drops.
Yeah, so I think it's on Roberto here to be able to find a way to break through that Iron Crown. And I would assume that it has to be the Urshifu in the rain, but then the Terra Dragon's going to be able to help with that once again. It's a really, really nice combination here to be able to kind of pin what's available on Roberto's side. I know this is essentially a mirror match with just a 1 Pokemon difference, but the Iron Crown, surely with Terra Dragon instead of Terra Water, is giving such a massive edge to Zachary. Because like I think you need to be able to find a position where you can pin in and out of the Terra to be able to hit super effectively with either attack here. And it looks like we're just getting that repeat once again. It's going to be the Iron Crown apiece, and with the redirection in the Ogerpon and Indeedee once again.
The elemental damage has certainly been easier for Zach to deal with, as we see the Cork Drives activate for both of these Iron Crowns with their booster energies getting consumed. And this is where I feel like maybe there's a bit more information that Roberto can play around with. In that first turn of Game 1, we saw that Indeedee hang on to a double up. But what would happen if Roberto decided to spread that damage a little bit more?
What if it's attacking on Cutter instead? Because the Expanding Force doesn't really matter into the Iron Crown. It does pitiful damage, because of course we're going to get this redirection. You have to keep the Iron Crown safe from this Ivy Cudgel that is coming out into this Indeedee.
Indeedee actually gets the crit too, so that's going to make this an even easier cleanup for the additional attack that can come out from Roberto. For now, though, we will see the Calm Mind boost first, and Roberto is going to be next to follow. Tachyon Cutter is going to be able to finish off this Indeedee, and so that's off the board immediately. Maybe that opens up some space here for Roberto.
Yeah, it surely does here. The critical hit from the Ivy Cudgel not ending up mattering because it was the choice of Tachyon Cutter instead. It would have only mattered if it was Expanding Force that was clicked from Roberto. But we're in the same position here, right? The Ogerpon is outspeeding the Iron Crown currently. But you've just switched in the Tornadus to be able to get that speed control with the Tailwinds while the Psychic Terrain's still active, while it would be able to one-shot this Ogerpon with a +1 Expanding Force. And then again, it's on Roberto to be able to maybe reposition, get that Tornadus in, but then if it switches in, it goes straight down to its Focus Sash, and that might just be what we're seeing once again.
Ogerpon does leave the field, and the switch-in is going to be the Tornadus. So running through some of the motions that we saw in that game number 1. Tailwind getting set up here from Zach is going to help this Iron Crown be speedier throughout the rest of these turns, and also offset that potential of the Tornadus coming in and matching that Tailwind for now. Focus Sash, perfect for this Tornadus to stick around to see the next turn.
Yeah, and we're going to see a responding expanding force once again, but we've already seen that Tornadus. I think he lived on exactly the same amount of HP as that first game, able to survive, able to threaten the Bleak Wind Storm once again. In that first game, Zach was a little bit brave with the Bleak Wind Storm because he went for Tachyon Cutter into the opposing Iron Crown with the Bleak Wind Storm. But keep in mind, that took an extra expanding force on the turn the Ogerpon went for the Spiky Shield. So the Iron Crown is a lot healthier here and still should surely be able to survive the combination of Bleak Wind Storm and whichever attack the Iron Crown would want to go for. So that means it gets to respond with another expanding force if it so chooses.
But it's still going to be that special defense boost that the Iron Crown on Zach's side got on that first turn that's going to keep it safe in front of both of these special attackers. It really is like looking in a mirror, though, as we see a round of protects across the board here for the Tornaduses and the Roberto's Iron Crown.
Yeah, just stalling out an extra turn of Tailwind here. You are going to be able to match it on Roberto's side of the field, so just staggering it one extra turn. And if we don't get the speed drops like we got in that previous game, then the speed advantage will fall to the Ogerpon and whatever is waiting in the back for Roberto, whether that's still the Regidrago from the first game or if he did switch it up, we will still have to wait and see. But again, the Iron Crown on Roberto's side didn't really take any damage that turn and is still incredibly healthy and is still perfectly able to respond with a KO into the Tornado. So both Tornadoes here are probably dropping to an expanding force apiece.
Bleak Wind Storm is going to miss. And so that is actually going to be a pretty good resource for this Iron Crown as the Tornadus on Roberto's side gets taken out. There's still going to be a follow-up attack here from Zach's Iron Crown, and it's going to be the Tachyon Cutter. I mean, 2 hits here is going to make this Iron Crown a lot less healthy, but it's still better than having to have taken another Bleak Wind Storm on top of it. Expanding Force knocking out Zach's Tornadus as well. We are down a Pokemon apiece.
Yeah, and we're going to see what the last Pokemon is for Zachary. It was the Ogerpon in the first game, but a little bit of a switch up here. Not for Roberto, bringing back in the Ogerpon, but it is Urshifu joining the field for Zachary here. So a little bit of an interesting switch up. There wasn't a Rain Dance set from the Tornadus either, and that's what we expected to happen in that first game, and have the Rapid Strike Urshifu waiting in the back to benefit from that. But no, there's no rain on the field at the moment, and we can just stall out the last turn of Tailwind with a double protect on Roberto's side of the field, and then you will have the speed advantage given that 2-turn staggered Tailwind.
But the problem with the Protect is that you can't do that in front of an Urshifu. So you do have to kind of pick and choose your battles. Urshifu, though, probably doesn't want to try to hit into the Ogerpon because that Spiky Shield would be an issue, but the Urshifu can safely go after this Iron Crown and would also be just a very safe target for the switch-in.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to be a Spiky Shield, so even if there is a Surging Strikes, it'll keep itself safe on this turn and survive the Expanding Force, because Surging Strikes ended up going into the Iron Crown for the KO, so the Spike Shield actually does work out in front of that Urshifu.
Yeah, but it's still down to 2v2. Roberto has to bring in that 4th and final Pokemon. And he needs to win this game to keep himself in the running for the finals here at EUIC. But Zach has a full HP Urshifu with the Focus Sash still intact, but the Tailwind is now in Roberto's side.
Yeah, and the Psychic Terrain did just disappear, so it's no longer a spread expanding force here, and it's no switch up here for Roberto. That is still going to be the Regidrago, so we do have that pin that we were looking for on Roberto's side. If you go for Ivy Cudgel and Dragon Energy, that will KO in and out of the Terror of the Iron Crown. But then you've got to contend with the Urshifu. The Urshifu still got its Focus Sash intact. You need 2 attacks to be able to KO that. Dragon Energy will for sure bring it down to its Focus Sash. There's no question there. But then you need the extra damage coming out from the Ogerpon. And actually there's a Terrestrialization coming out here in the face of a close combat potentially from the Urshifu. It's the Terra Steel on the Regidrago.
This is why Zach goes for the double protect. He gets to scout out whatever Pokemon ends up utilizing the Terra on Roberto's side. In that game number 1, it was the Ogerpon to be able to get that increased damage to its Ivy Cudgel and that +1 to its attack. But now it is the Regidrago. With this information, Zach gets to move into the next turn and maybe make some easier decisions. But this Regidrago is still going to be a pretty big threat. Just knowing that you have to actually hit it with something like the close combat, and you still got to worry about the speeds.
Yeah, you absolutely do. There should be one more turn of Tailwind here. And the fact that there was a double protect, there's not too much stopping a Dragon Energy and Ivy Cudgel somewhere, and that should be a KO into either Pokemon, then I don't think that Zachary will be able to respond with the KOs afterwards. So I think there might need to be a double protect attempt here somewhere. And if you double protect in the face of the Ivy Cudgel, that should secure it for Zachary because you'll be able to get that extra damage that's necessary. But if a double protect attempt fails, or if Roberto attempts types correctly, then it will KO. But no, failed double protect.
Failed double protect from the Urshifu, and it is not going to be a double protect from the Iron Crown either. It's a Ivy Cudgel into the Urshifu to be able to break the Focus Sash, and a Dragon Energy to follow will knock it out. But can Iron Crown keep Zach in this? If he does enough damage to this Regidrago, the Dragon Energies are going to be a bit easier to tank because of that special attack. But it's the Ogerpon you really got to worry about because of that super effective damage. Expanding Force is not enough to actually pick up the KO, so the Ogerpon gets to hang on and keep Roberto in this.
Yeah, that's surely got to take the win for Roberto here, because the Ogerpon, it's still going to outspeed this Iron Crown and get an Ivy Cudgel. Granted, you're forced into that Dragon Terror, but then that's what the Regidrago's for. As soon as that Terror Dragon happens, suddenly the Dragon Energies and the Draco Meteors are for sure going to be able to take care of it.
This was the pin Roberto wanted in that game number 1 that he was not allowed to have because he needed to expend that Terra early. But now he gets exactly the Dragon Terra Iron Crown in the face of a Pokemon that can do super effective damage either way. The Dragon Terra still has to be expended here, and you gotta hope maybe that the Ivy Cudgel doesn't get the crit. It is not going to, but it still does a lot of damage. And the Regidrago outspeeds anyway, and so the Iron Crown goes down. Roberto Parente in this best of 3 with a game win on the board.
And we're into the all-exciting Game 3 to decide our second semi-finalist here at the International Championships. That was a much stronger game plan coming out from Roberto there. We were saying, we want the pin. Give us the pin to be able to take care of the Iron Crown. And granted, it took until the very end of the game, but he did manage to get it. And that was actually crucial information that the Regidrago, even without Tailwind, is able to outspeed the opposing Iron Crown.
It's a huge deal, as you know that that's going to play a role in this game number 3. Zach's going to have to think about making sure that there's going to be something to check that Regidrago in the end. The Urshifu maybe would have done it. And if Zach had actually gotten that double protect there, he keeps the Focus Sash, and he was able to fire back a close combat into that Regidrago, keeping the Iron Crown safe to utilize that Terror Dragon to wall the Heartflame Ogerpon in the end.
Yeah, that would have done it. It was well recognized from Zachary, and a little bit unfortunate for him not to be able to get it, but of course the odds are not in his favor. And yeah, that expanding for survival, very, very nice for that Ogerpon, and it I think might have been crucial to be able to take that.
It was a roll too, because I thought we saw they get a one-hit knockout in the game 1.
In Psychic Terrain previously, I believe.
Oh, that's, yeah, so maybe just needed it, yeah, definitely.
I don't know, no, it had already taken maybe 30% damage. I remember it was about 70% HP. So then...
You wouldn't have known, yeah.
Yeah, so you wouldn't have been able to tell from that game 1 roll. So yeah, at full HP, able to survive.
Right.
And I don't know whether that's HP training on that Ogerpon. I'm not entirely sure, because outside of Psychic Terrain, like, you want to be in Psychic Terrain. That's where the damage instinct comes from with the Iron Crown damage, but it wasn't enough in this game. Oh, would you look at that? That's a complete switch up from both trainers.
It is. No Iron Crowns on the field. It is just going to be Roberto's chess pieces for the Iron Crown versus the Choice Band Landorus for Zach.
And it's going to be able to be in Tailwind immediately if that's what Zachary is aiming to do. And it might still just outspeed the Regidrago anyway. It's naturally faster than the Regidrago. I would assume that the Ogerpon is still going to outspeed, but that depends on the training, whether you've gone fully bulky or not. So yeah, I think this is a very, very nice switch up for Zachary. We didn't see the Landorus at all, and it's in a very good position to just start spamming those Earthquakes.
And if you were worried at all about the speed, that's why you've got the Tornadus next to it. Got the Tailwind ready to go. And you can also help to mitigate some of that damage by also clicking Rain Dance if you don't expect that the Urshifu is going to be in the back here for Roberto. For now, it's going to be a double protect so that Roberto can scout out what this Choice Band Landorus is going to be locked into. But I don't think it should be a huge surprise that it's got a flying type partner next to it. It can go for Earthquakes all day.
Yeah, and I think that Zachary's got the better end of that for sure. Like, yes, you do get the information, it's locked into Earthquake on the Choice Band Landorus, but that was not a Tailwind. So that was not a turn stalled from the Tornadus going for that. It went for the Bleak Wind Storm instead, and of course, it's not going to be able to do any damage here. And I believe, actually, we saw the Landorus outspeed the Tornadus as well. So that's an interesting speed order there. So if you're going for the Bleak Wind Storm once again with the Tornadus, does that mean you actually underspeed the Regidrago potentially? Then it'd be very risky to go for that again.
It would be, but I think Zach is banking on the fact that this Landorus is going to be faster, or it can actually survive incoming damage from the Regidrago. Zach was quick to lock in his move selection, just continuing to try to pressure out both of these Pokemon that Roberto has brought, and it's going to do the trick. Hearthflame Ogerpon doesn't want to stay out in front of the threat of something like a Bleakwind Storm, and of course the follow-up there from the Earthquake. But Tornadus can definitely take that. As the Earthquake is able to fire first, it is going to be able to connect into the Regidrago at the bare minimum, and it does so much, and the Bleakwind Storm to follow up, and he's going to connect and get a knockout!
Oh wow, the Regidrago not able to end.
And a
speed drop to boot on the Tornadus! That turn went absolutely perfectly there for Zachary. Able to take no damage at all and get the speed drop. So now even if Tailwind is set, the Tornadus is going to be underspeeding both the Landorus and the Tornadus on Zachary's side of the field. And you can still just match the Tailwind. Like, you've got to match the Tailwind on this turn, right? But then the Landorus is still free. At least the Ogerpon's not intimidated anymore, so it can be firing at full power. And if it does go for its Terastallization, if Tailwinds are matched, I would assume that is strong enough to be able to pick up the knockout on that Landorus. And there's not really a switch into that attack.
But if you go for the Terastallization, you remove your grass typing. You are a mono fire type, which makes it even worse to have to face off against this Choice Band Earthquake Landorus. So what will Roberto actually do on this next turn? Zach can still make some adjustments. If he thinks that the Earthquake isn't going to do enough here, he does have the additional Pokemon that he's brought to this game in the back, and we are going to see the switch.
Yep, we are. It's going to be the Indeedee. Okay, so just slowing down just a little bit for Zachary here, not wanting to lose the Landorus to a potential Terrifier Ivy Cudgel coming up from the Ogerpon, because that is a Terastallization activating on Roberto's side of the field, and it did need to be a Terastallization. Ivy Cudgel would not have been strong enough to KO that Landorus, but when it's not intimidated and when we get the +1 from the Embody aspect, that would have been strong enough, and it will be strong enough to KO this Indeedee on the switch in as well.
Zach's gonna just have to sacrifice this Pokemon, but he gets to set up the Tailwind and maybe even get a free switch if this Indeedee goes down once it moves in. Roberto's going to match the Tailwind here, so we are going to neutralize that speed advantage for both sides. And it's the Wood Hammer instead. I mean, that is actually not going to do the job either, as it takes Rocky Helmet recoil as well as the recoil from the Wood Hammer, and Indeedee is here to just use Follow Me and go allow this Tornadus to go for Bleakwind Storm.
Yeah, the Ivy Cudgel would have done it, but the Wood Hammer doing so much recoil to that opposing Ogerpon. And like we saw the speed drop on the 20s, it's forced to switch out here, but then the Bleakwind Storm's going to be able to do some really good damage. Granted, it is an Iron Crown switching in, so that would be able to take it pretty comfortably.
But it's actually another option here for Zach. He has the ability to go for Rain Dance as well. When you know this Ogerpon wants to be a full power, firing on all cylinders with those fire-type Ivy Cudgels, you can neutralize that, allow Indeedee to go for the Follow Me, and leave this Tornadus to go for something else. It is the Rain Dance, and so now the Ivy Cudgel's not going to be nearly as valuable, and this Indeedee is still up.
It is, and now the Tornadus has 100% accurate Bleakwind Storms. Oh, that's going to be very close if the Ogerpon is in range of that. Of course, it's dropped its grass typing, so it's not going to be a super effective hit. But, that's going to be so close, whether that's going to be able to KO. Of course, the Iron Crown is not threatened at all. It's going to be able to go for an Expanding Force if it so chooses. Oh, that might do it, though. The Helping Hand on the Bleakwind Storm might pick up the KO.
That's going to be 10 claps if you put the max to it, as the Helping Hand goes first. But the Ivy Cudgel in the rain is just not going to KO this Tornadus, before it's able to use the Bleakwind Storm back. So Ogerpon goes down with Helping Hand enough to push that damage over the edge. And another speed drop here for the Iron Crown. Everything seems like it is falling out of Roberto's hands and going into Zachary's pocket.
Yeah, the Iron Crown here is able to respond with a double KO with the Expanding Force at least. But now, is it going to be able to take care of this Landorus and an unrevealed Pokemon that, if it is the Iron Crown, there's going to be no damage available into it, because you've only got Tornadus that's going to be resisted. You can't go for the Terra Blast anymore with the water, because you could activated that on your Ogerpon. So if this is the Iron Crown for Zachary, I don't see a way that Roberto can win.
I don't either. It's going to be very slim and maybe involve a little bit more luck, but the Iron Crown makes a reappearance for Zachary at the final checkpoint. Intimidate not going to matter versus the Tornadus or the Iron Crown, but it looks like it's going to come down to this in a Game 3 with a spot in the finals at EUIC on the line.
Yeah, and we'll have to see the speed interactions on this turn. Of course, the Iron Crown did get a speed drop, so both Pokemon on Zachary's side of the field should be able to outspeed here. Do you go for the ground type attack into the Iron Crown? Because if you do, you can't touch the Tornadus at all. I don't think that particularly matter, though, because surely the Expanding Force is just going to be able to take care of that, and then you can go for the KO into this Iron Crown. And something we didn't even mention, the Terra Steel is available on this Landorus. It's not going to be that flying Terra Blast that we see commonly on Choice Band. No, Terra Steel. And then there's no damage that's going to happen into Zachary's side of the field. This should just be an Expanding Force and a Stomping Tantrum and send Zachary into the finals.
Defensive Terra, a unique one here for the Landorus in the face of a Psychic type Iron Crown and the flying damage from this Tornadus. The Bleak Wind Storm comes through. Maybe Roberto's hope here is going to lie on getting a speed drop.
There we go.
He gets one onto the Iron Crown, but it misses on the Landorus. Landorus attempts to fire off the Stomping Tantrum. Now Roberto knows what it's going to be locked into for the rest of this game, but with Zachary's Iron Crown getting a chance to move next with the Tornadus firmly in its sights, the Expanding Force does it. The critical hit does not matter, and Roberto down to his final Pokemon that stands in Zachary's way of making it to the finals.
And this is just going to be a simple Stomping Tantrum from the Landorus. There was the speed drop on the Iron Crown. It doesn't matter that the Tailwinds have disappeared. They were activated at the same time. The Landorus is going to outspeed and knock out this Iron Crown with that Stomping Tantrum.
With this knockout, Zachary Weed is going to make it in all US EUIC finals and give himself a chance at the crown once again.
What a way to do it as well, with a Pokemon that we'd kind of written off, and that was the Pokemon to get the final KO, a Choice Band Landorus Therian. Everyone was on Incarnates. Landorus Incarnate is the correct Landorus. No, that is not the correct one according to Zachary. That Stomping Tantrum has launched him into the finals. Fantastic showing coming out from him. I think, like, commiserations to Roberto, and the fact he was able to take a game in what seemed to be a skewed matchup, given the Calm Mind and given the Landorus, really, really well played to take it down to the wire.
Yes, absolutely. True flowers need to be given to this special Italian Roberto Parente. I am sure will not be the last time that we get a chance to see him. I think he knows that the matchup was very uncomfortable, and you're right, it's very impressive that that second game got taken.
Yeah, it was. But, of course, Zachary with the really cool techs. I don't think I've seen Terra Dragon as the Terra type on the Iron Crown, because it's always been Terra Water Blast, right? Because you want that extra coverage. But of course, if you've got Calm Mind, you don't have Terra Blast. So you don't need the offensive one. Why not go for that defensive Terra? And the Dragon typing really coming into the fore there. But of course, we've got to mention that Landorus adjustment was really, really nice. And of course, the Bleak Wind Storm's getting all that damage. Speed drops everywhere. There was one on the Tornadus. There was one on the Iron Crown. But taking care of that Regidrago straight away, that was really crucial.
You saw the theory. Roberto would have loved to see the opposing Iron Crown force out the terrestrialization early, because you did have that pin from the damage that both of the Ogerpon and the Regidrago were providing. But it just wasn't quite right for the Landorus that ended up being in the lead. And yeah, everything started to kind of get stripped away as we saw those Bleak Wind speed drops and all of that damage start to add up. But what an amazing accomplishment here for Zachary Weed. He was the finalist at Las Vegas Regionals just a couple of months ago, and now he finds himself in the finals of the largest IC ever. So maybe this is his chance to get redemption. But for both of our finalists that will be taking the stage tomorrow for Championship Sunday, they have just barely come short in second place at the most recent tournaments.
Yeah, that's such an interesting fact, and one of them will be a champion here. So, yeah, wow, what a storyline for the season, right? Just falling short in the finals. Oh, commiserations, but here's your chance for redemption. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be a repeat champion in Paul Chua? Back in 2023, was able to take that title and is looking to defend, or is Zachary Weed finally going to be able to take his first?
I know he has been craving this opportunity, and to see his growth in person has just been so amazing. I cannot wait to hear from him how he's feeling going into tomorrow. So Costa, please take it away.
There we go! We have got an all-around US final! Second finalist, Zachary Weed! What a way to go about it, Zachary. That was such an intense set. Back and forth, game one. I mean, we think matchup-wise, you're looking good. But Roberto was able to bring the heat. How are you feeling, my friend?
I'm feeling phenomenal. Roberto played really well, and for how negative that matchup was for him, it made it super scary. I was on edge the entire time.
And I mean, you handled it so well. We saw game one. The straight strategy was essentially calm mind, make sure you protect the crown in a way, and read through, essentially sail through, would I say, that game one. But you did that exceptionally well. Game two, though, let's dive into it a tiny bit. Roberto sort of realized, okay, I need to find a pin, and that may be either late game or early game Regidrago. So how did you feel in terms of how he led, and then also the mid-game scenario with actually bringing the Drago in the back?
I think he played it very well. His one point of leverage in the matchup is that Regidrago is faster, and if he can somehow force me to Terra, then he has an easy pin with Ivy Cudgel Dragon Energy, which he was able to get there. But, yeah.
And I think it's sort of the scenario, maybe he didn't even realize that the Regidrago would have outsped, because we saw in game 3, he felt confident enough to bring it straight off as the lead, but then you adapted to the adaptation, something so difficult to do, but a true virtue of a champion. So you must have been so happy to actually bring that Landorus and see it.
Yeah, I was super happy when I saw that lead. I realized that because he's never bringing the Ndidi or the Urshifu really, I just have very safe Earthquake Bleak Wind Storm. I can put on so much pressure immediately, and it was a good adjustment for game 3. Although, to be honest, I did mistakenly think that my Tornadus was faster, which changed my play turn 1.
I mean, it was still able to pan out. There were the Bleak Wind Storm doing Bleak Wind Storm stuff, right? But that's sort of the name of the game, especially when you have the Rain Dance set up. You just want to make sure you increase the probabilities. But, Zach, you're in Championship Sunday. You're up against Paul Chua. Do you have any initial impressions? Just, obviously, don't tell me the secrets and the source, but how do you feel going up against Paul tomorrow?
It's going to be a fun matchup for sure. Kind of funny that 2 Americans are in finals of BUIC. Defeated the 2 Italians.
I mean, it is where storylines find their way through. You both have done such an amazing job. And, of course, we have got one final set for the both of you. With that being said, there's a lot of time that has been put into all of the prep you've done. You've done such a terrific job. Do you have any shout-outs that you would like to give before you go ahead, celebrate, and rest up, my friend?
So once again, shout out to my parents for being super supportive. The building group for this team, Justin Knox, Andrew Figueres, Adi, all super helpful. And all my friends watching at home, and everyone here in the venue supporting me.
There we go. Give it up one final time for Zachary before we go into Championship Sunday tomorrow. With that being said, Zachary, we're going to go ahead and cut to the end of show, please. We will make sure for you to be able to rest. Take it away, casters, as we wrap up day 2.
Thank you so much, Costa, and congratulations again to Zachary Weed and Paul Chua for making it to the finals of the Europe International Championships for 2026. It has been an incredible day of action here, and it has been such a treat to be able to follow both Paul and Zach as they have blazed their way through this top cut.
Yeah, fantastic showing, and showing why they deserve to be in the finals with the caliber of play that they have demonstrated. It's been brilliant. There's been so many great games across the day. Like my stand-up for sure has to be Paul Chua taking that top 8 in the most unique way possible.
Frederick,
like an absolute stalemate that came down to the timer. That was the highlight for me.
It was so weird to say that I was excited about a timer stall.
I know, right?
But I like that those words came together in that sentence, and I do love how excited I think people really were getting to watch both Zach and Paul make their way through each of these matches. First up, I mean, just this the way that Paul Chua pilots these teams, you know, he used a Palafin balance to win the 2023 Europe International Championships, and he comes in with this team that he used to get second at Toronto a couple of weeks ago. Very similar, balance-oriented team, but, you know, without that roaring moon that a couple of trainers have been using, and he just shows us why he's so skilled with it.
Yeah, and speaking of skilled with the team, look how Zachary was able to take down Roberto Parente once again in that semi-final with like a team that you were expecting, with the tiny twist of both there was a Landorus Therian instead of the Regidrago that completely skewed some matchups, I am sure, because everyone would be ready for the Regidrago, and then also the Calm Mind. Everyone's ready for Terra Blast instead, and that was what gave Zachary the edge over that potential mirror match and sent him into that finals with Paul.
Both Paul and Zach are hoping to get redemption after falling just one game short at their respective regionals earlier this season. Zach getting second at Las Vegas and Paul getting second at Toronto. For Paul, though, he's got to show his veterancy in this. He did get taken down by young Masters Division competitor Kerry D'Ortona in Toronto, and Zach is also just as young, showing the new generation of Pokemon for years to come. So can Paul do it? Can Paul break this curse and add another trophy to the cabinet as a multi-time IC champion?
Yeah, it's going to be the veteran against the up-and-coming, and we'll have to wait and see tomorrow who's going to be able to come out on top there. Regardless, either trainer would be absolutely deserving of that title. Paul's already got it once. Can he do it a second time? But Zachary's, I think he's been chasing that title for quite a while now, and he's definitely hungry for it.
Absolutely, and he's gotten so close already in the past, but I feel like that time really is just around the corner. But for Paul, he is so decorated with 6 regional championships to his belt alongside that international championship, and getting a win here would also mean being able to get a distribution of your Pokemon at the next IC. For now, you can use EUIC 26 Heatwave to claim Yuma Kinagawa's winning Hisuian Typhlosion. It is also shiny. It is beautiful. Make sure you get that Pokemon in game. It is battle ready. So if you've been inspired by the competitive battles you have seen so far for EUIC, maybe you can get started on your own journey with this Hisuian Typhlosion.
Yeah, we saw so much damage coming out across the weekend, but if you want to go and see some extra damage, go and look up Hisuian Typhlosion with a Choice Specs in the sun. And that was, I think, the main star for Yuma to be able to take that Latin American International Championship. But we'll have to wait and see which Pokemon is going to be the taking down this EUIC. Which one would be the one that would be distributed? Oh, I'd really like that Iron Crown with the Calm Mind.
I would like the Iron Crown too, because it is just such a cool Pokemon. I love that it is really seeing this rotation around the meta. Started off in Regulation F when we first got into things as something that people were playing around with. There was one particular building group in North America that I felt like had really put Iron Crown on the map. And then as we made our second foray into Regulation F, Iron Crown has really picked up in popularity, becoming a staple in the final. So maybe for me, it would be just the Iron Crown as well, just for accessibility of that Pokemon. But I would also like the Raging Bolt too.
Yeah, well, Raging Bolt's been showing why it's a very, very strong Pokemon in this meta as well. So yeah, we'll have to wait. There's no point us deliberating. We don't know who's the champion yet.
That's true.
We'll have to wait until Championship Sunday to be able to find that out. Is it going to be Paul or is it going to be Zachary? I can't wait, because if it's anything like today's matches were, it's going to be incredible.
And you want to know the best part? Is we get a chance to crown even more champions, because on Championship Sunday, it is not just about the video game, and it's not just about our Masters Division trainers, but of course, we get to crown our champions in the Junior and the Senior Division, as well as all of the other titles that have been battling their hearts out through this Europe International Championships. So please tune in tomorrow at 9 a.m. GMT, which is also 10 a.m. PT, or 1 a.m. Sorry, why did I say 1 p.m.?
No, that's very, very late in the night. I'm glad we're over here at 9 a.m. at GMT.
You're right about that.
But yeah, PT going to be 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. for Eastern time instead. Yes. So yeah, very, very early in the morning. So you're very committed if you wake up at that time. But please don't miss the action.
It's going to be great. And please follow our channel. So in case you do miss it, you know where to find where the broadcast is going to be archived. And of course, you get a chance to see and celebrate all of the amazing trainers that will be taking the stage tomorrow. But that's going to do it for us here. So But wait, let's go ahead and get some good rest. I hope all of you will get a chance to do the same. Please join us tomorrow to crown and watch the conclusion of our European International Championships for 2026.